Several shimmering options materialized in the mind of a young man who had just stepped out of college, making him halt abruptly. Option 1: obtain a random special bloodline. Option 2: obtain over 1 billion in random currency. No different choices lead to different futures. Please consider carefully before making your decision. I was such a damn fool back then. A anguished wail burst out of a rammed earth hut slicing through the sky. Inside the room was dimly lit, the mud floor uneven, with a few dark red wooden chests stacked in the corner holding odds and ends. A tall, skinny young man, overcome with excitement, crushed the charcoal pencil in his hand, then quickly slumped into dejection, as if confronted with something utterly unacceptable. All right, let's keep these things to ourselves, don't say them out loud," a gleefully amused voice echoed in Dom's mind. On a futuristic screen, a young man, who looked almost identical to Dom, sat cross-legged on a sofa holding a black game controller. Although the specific location was unclear, the bright lights behind him and the exquisite decoration suggested he was wealthy and privileged. "Speaking of which, wasn't the prompt below clear enough? Why did you still choose that unknown special bloodline? You've really screwed yourself over." Dom glanced at the other self on the screen, who was barely holding back his laughter. He didn't want to say a single word. It was too infuriating. After teasing his other self a bit, the wealthy Dom quickly sobered up. All right, stop moping. With this sudden chat group and me in modern society, we can share information, and it'll make sure you reach the pinnacle of life. Let's get down to business. What exactly is the situation in your world? What special bloodline did you get?" Dom hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and blurted out 2 words. "Succubus." The wealthy Dom wondered if he had misheard. "The special bloodline I got is succubus." After saying this, the succubus Dom seemed drained of all energy, his face burning with intense shame and regret over his past decision. Having gambled out of greed, wanting to become an immortal, he ended up thrown into another world to live a hard life, and on top of that stuck with a succubus bloodline. What was he supposed to do with it? Seduce men or women? The wealthy Dom was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, "Well, look on the bright side, at least you didn't change gender because of the succubus bloodline. And a succubus is still better than a goblin or a kobold after all. Try to see it from a brighter angle." The succubus Dom looked at the opulent splendor behind the wealthy Dom and sank back into his own misery. He wished he could go back in time and slap the self who made that choice. Not wanting to continue rubbing salt in the wound, the wealthy Dom changed the subject. "Let's exchange info first. On my end, I got 29 billion from the second option. That money inexplicably appeared in my account. When I went to the bank later, all the procedures were legal, and I could access it any time. A quarter of it I invested in gold, a third in stocks, bonds, and various physical industries, the rest I used to buy some fixed assets and essentials, and finally about 400 million was deposited in different banks to earn interest." The wealthy Dom recounted his actions after becoming rich overnight. 29 billion. In a modern society with such a huge fortune, even doing nothing and just living off bank interest would be enough for a comfortable life. But the wealthy Dom didn't plan to lie idle and live off his savings forever. After all, no one knew what the future would bring. War, financial crises, inflation, any of these could ruin his comfortable life. Currency was only a medium of exchange. If not spent and turned into real assets, the money was just a pile of useless paper and numbers constantly eroded by inflation. Therefore, the wealthy Dom didn't hesitate to throw money around, converting it into genuinely valuable assets in modern society. Of course, to avoid becoming broke again, a significant portion of the funds was invested in hard currencies and hedges. The succubus Dom listened to his other self's various moves and cast an envious glance. "I thought that after becoming rich overnight you'd splurge on all kinds of luxurious items and live a life above everyone else. I did have that impulse, but then I thought about it. Most brand names and luxury goods are only necessary for frequent socializing to maintain appearances. Otherwise, paying for brand value is just not worth it. My philosophy is to keep a low profile, get rich quietly, and live a comfortable life. Buying overpriced stuff and then putting on fake smiles to socialize, it's really meaningless. The wealthy Dong threw his head back onto the sofa, letting the game controller drop casually. It exuded a sense of ease and freedom. But the succubus Dong saw through the truth. Isn't it because you're socially anxious? The smile on the wealthy Dong's face froze. Sure enough, trying to act cool in front of another self was never a good idea. He resignedly admitted, "There is indeed a bit of social anxiety. Mainly I'm afraid of being scammed. A nouveau riche like me who doesn't know high society is the perfect prey for con artists. You have no idea. When I first started buying houses and gold, I got so many phone and SMS spam. It made me suspect everyone was out to cheat me. Any investment I made, I had to consult a lawyer. Luckily, I'm the type who's single and unfettered, otherwise relatives and friends would pile on and make things even more troublesome." The look of distress on the wealthy Dong's face faded, and he turned to look at his other self. "So that's about it on my end. Your turn." In the dim room, the succubus Dong paused, then said, "When I first made the choice, I picked the special bloodline. The moment I opened my eyes, I was in another world, automatically implanted with a set of relevant memories. It's been about 30 days since then." The wealthy Dong rubbed his chin. "A month, huh? Seems like the rotation periods of our planets are quite similar." The succubus Dong asked with curiosity, "How did you figure that out?" "Simple. We're talking face-to-face through the chat group without any time delay, which means the flow of time in both sides should be about the same. Since the time flow is similar, a month passed for you and a month passed for me. Daylight cycles are mainly determined by planetary rotation, so it's easy to deduce that the rotation periods are close. Of course, we'll have to verify that later. It's also possible that the chat group itself has a function to adjust time flow for our communication." The wealthy Dong appeared shrewd and confident, analyzing methodically. The succubus Dong was surprised that his other self was exceptionally reliable. "You really think a lot. Haha, now that I have a lot of free time, my smart brain has nowhere else to go." The wealthy Dong laughed heartily. The succubus Dong didn't respond and continued, "I'm currently an employee of a textile factory. The country I'm in is called the Gai Empire, a feudal monarchy at a time of east-west intersection. The technological level is roughly equivalent to Earth's first industrial revolution. Steam engines are widespread, but large-scale use of electricity hasn't been discovered yet. Since I'm in a small city, my information channels are limited. That's all I know. I don't know if there are more advanced technologies outside." The wealthy Dong analyzed every aspect of the succubus Dong society, his expression growing more confident. The first industrial revolution, roughly the beginning of the modern era. With information age technology, it should be easy to help his other self develop there. But the succubus Dong's next words made him truly grave. "By the way, there's a special element called magic element that suddenly appeared in the world about 20 or 30 years ago. By continuously absorbing it, one can strengthen the body to the point of being a one-man army. I heard that more than a decade ago, when the Gai Empire faced foreign invasion, they sent only one general who pierced through an army of 10,000 armed with guns and cannons, returning victorious. Spiritual energy resurgence." The smile on the wealthy Dong's face froze, and his newly built confidence crumbled instantly. Doing business in a world where power resides in the individual is completely different from a modern society. Indeed, it's somewhat similar, but there are still many differences from the spiritual energy set in the novel. Succubus Dong said, carefully avoiding misleading his other self. "The magic elements in this world mainly originate from the earth. They accumulate in various organisms through the food chain. Generally, the higher the trophic level of carnivorous animals, the more they accumulate. Moreover, the magic element content in food is also related to the freshness of ingredients. The longer the ingredients are stored, the more severe the loss of magic elements. I discovered this through the difference in absorption efficiency of magic elements in food due to my succubus bloodline. It's one of the rare significant benefits after acquiring the succubus bloodline, allowing me to become stronger much faster than the people of this world." Succubus Dong. For now, I'm not sure if there are other methods in this world to systematically improve the human body's absorption efficiency of magic elements, so I dare not show myself too much. So what are you going to do next? How can I help? Asked wealthy Dondal, realizing the two worlds are completely different. He no longer intends to interfere and handle everything. The specific plans and actions are left to the other self. My original plan was to search my memory for any useful knowledge, make a quick fortune, then head to the big city of this world to see if the authorities have conducted any research on magic elements and will publish some findings. Alternatively, visit those renowned masters to see if they have any systematic way to utilize magic elements and learn a trick or two. But now that I have you, I can put aside the previous plan for now. Succubus Dondal unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Like wealthy Dondal, he is unrestrained among acquaintances, but socially anxious with strangers. When there is no other choice, he can follow reason and pretend to be outgoing to interact with people and gather information. Once there is another option, his true nature immediately emerges, and he chooses methods that require less interaction with people. Brother, you seem to misunderstand something. Our chat group doesn't have any points or shops, nor does it provide any method like red packets to send items. It's just a chat group that only offers information exchange. Wealthy Dondal initially nodded along as he listened to the other self's plan. As the saying goes, shallow water cannot nurture a dragon. Becoming a legendary swordsman by staying in one place is not that easy. Under normal circumstances, to grow quickly, one must go to places with abundant information channels and smooth communication. The collision of thoughts among countless geniuses and talents is necessary to better discover problems and explore the path ahead. Then, hearing the other self planning to rely on the chat group to slack off, his heart skipped a beat, and he warned, "If you want to count on the chat group, count on me, or brothers, who might join later to carry you to become stronger. Honestly, it's a bit difficult." Succubus Dondal explained with a mix of laughter and tears. "I don't plan to lie flat, just change my strategy. After all, there were not many useful technologies in my head before. Being able to earn quick money for travel expenses was already good. But now that I have you, I can prepare more thoroughly and not rush to leave." Wealthy Dondal nodded. "That's true. Transmigration is something no one can predict in advance and prepare for. Most people, unless their work or specialty is related to specific technologies. Even if passion is momentarily sparked to learn about certain technologies, it will soon be smoothed away by the trivialities of life and forgotten." Dondal studied liberal arts far from technology. Succubus Dondal has been racking his brains recently, but could not recall any technology applicable to the first industrial revolution. He did recall some transmigration novels he read while slacking off in college, but they contained no useful technology, and his eloquence was average, so he couldn't earn money by storytelling. "Please try to find some low-barrier, fast money-making technology suitable for the first industrial revolution period. It would be best to also get some knowledge related to biology, physics, chemistry, and mathematics with derivation processes and principles, so I can learn and compare in this world to see if they differ from Earth." Wealthy Dondal readily agreed. "No problem, leave it to me." After some more talk, they ended the conversation, and the screen in their minds gradually faded. In the magic element world, Succubus Dondal let out a long breath, his eyes filled with unprecedented ease and brightness. He grabbed the draft paper on the table, crumpled it into a ball, tossed it into the earthen stove, and strode toward the city's bookstore. He also needed to prepare some gifts for his other self. He couldn't just freeload. In the modern society, inside the luxurious villa, wealthy Dondal logged out of the chat group, picked up his phone, and called a lawyer he recently met. "Hello, is this lawyer Wang Miao? President Dong, do you have something to invest in that needs legal consultation?" The phone connected with a beep, and a warm male voice came through. "This time it's not about investing. Lawyer Wang, I've been feeling bored lately and want to learn something. I plan to set up a company, and I'd like your advice." "Setting up a company? Are you planning to start a business? What industry are you thinking of?" On the other end, lawyer Wang's tone gradually became serious. "It's not exactly starting a business, just establishing a professional consulting team or a think tank. The work mainly involves answering various questions in my studies, as well as organizing materials in physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics, and compiling them into textbooks. Dondal explained his idea to Wang Miao. I might ask all sorts of questions at any time, and I like to get to the bottom of things, so the requirements for education and knowledge are quite high. I'd like your advice. I understand, Wang Miao said calmly on the surface, but was secretly impressed. Although he knew Dondal was a billionaire, such a move, establishing a think tank company just for his own learning and compiling textbooks, was rarely seen. However, since Dondal asked, Wang Miao gave his opinion. Actually, if you just want to learn, you could invite school teachers to give private lessons or entrust the business to specialized companies. I have some clients who are in the professional consulting field. If you want, I can give you their contact information. It would be much more convenient than setting up a company yourself. Well, Dondal was tempted but then thought and gave up. Better not. I have many requirements and need employees on standby at all times. School teachers may not have the time. Besides, I've heard there is a lot of outsourcing. I don't want to pay a high price for someone to do the work only to have it delegated to someone unknown. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't dissuade you. There are many things to note about setting up a company. When are you free so we can talk in person? Dondal. Are you free now? If so, I can go to your office now. Wang Miao. I'm not at the office right now. If I go back, it might be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Then I'll go find you in the afternoon. Also, Lawyer Wang, do you know any headhunting companies, or are there any technical talents among your classmates? As long as they can meet my requirements, salary is negotiable. Starting at 100,000 for bachelor's, 200,000 for master's, 400,000 for PhD. With excellent ability, it can be added. Wang Miao. I'll ask for you later. All right, I'll leave it to you. After hanging up, Dondal stretched, looked at the time, and it was still early afternoon. He decided to manually search online for some basic materials and courses on physics, chemistry, biology, and math, and uploaded them to the chat group. Then he went to a history forum and posted 1,000 yuan paid question methods to get rich in an alternate modern era requiring specific and feasible low threshold for writing a novel. Under the lure of the prize, soon someone replied, 1,000 yuan for one question. OP is generous. OP, are you writing a book? You're not really transmigrated, are you? Dog emoji. Writing a book. A veteran or new author. Willing to spend money on plot design. Have any works? What's the book title? I want to check it out. 1. Alternate modern. Specifically, which industrial revolution? With all due respect, if you make the first bucket of gold, a transmigrator's knowledge can crush everything. Come on, the little knowledge learned in school is probably returned to the teacher soon after graduation. An ordinary transmigrator has no damn knowledge to crush. For ancient times it's different. 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, 3 charcoal, black powder. OP, you should consider changing the time setting. The thread piled up quickly, but there were few truly reference-worthy answers. Maybe they just took Dondal's question as a joke. Dondal didn't mind, he just added some conditions based on the questions raised. The protagonist's transmigration location is a small city identity, is a textile factory worker, no starting capital, technology level approximately after the first industrial revolution. Those interested in answering can private message, and if adopted there is a bonus. All valid answers will be posted in the comments below. Welcome to participate. After typing, Dondal closed the webpage, thinking that, as the post continues to ferment, someone truly knowledgeable might notice and yield some results. By afternoon, Dondal figured it was about time. He set down his game controller, hailed a ride to Wang Miao's law firm, and sought advice on the specifics of starting a company. What was meant to be a consultation turned into a brief chat, and finding it all too tedious, Dondal simply entrusted the entire matter to Wang Miao. After all, he was now a billionaire. Why bother with every little detail? With business coming his way, Wang Miao had no reason to refuse. After they settled on the fees, Wang Miao had his assistant print out a power of attorney. President Dong erased the authorization. Please take a look And if there are no questions, you can sign. I trust your firm's reputation. With a quick glance, Dong Lu signed his name without hesitation. Wang Miao took the document with a smile. Great. From here on, our firm will handle all the procedures for setting up your company. You just need to provide some necessary documents. By the way, have you thought of a name for the company? A name? Dong Lu was taken aback, a scene flashing through his mind. It was from a month ago, when the choice had first appeared. But using that directly as a company name didn't seem quite right. He pondered for a moment. Attorney Wang, what do you think of natural selection? Am a fan of the three-body problem, but am not sure if it would infringe on copyright. Wang Miao remained composed. It's highly unlikely. He took the chance to enlighten Dong Lu. Generally speaking, names from literary works are too brief to be considered original, and thus don't qualify as works under copyright law. It's very difficult to prove copyright infringement. Moreover, natural selection is more likely to evoke thoughts of evolutionary theory. As long as the name isn't trademarked by another company in a specific field, and you don't deliberately associate it with the three-body problem to cause public confusion, there should be no issue. Dong Lu nodded. Let's go with that. If it can't be registered, just give me a call. Wang Miao stood to see him out. All right, President Dong. He'll be in touch. The entire meeting from start to finish took less than half an hour. On his way back, Dong Lu remembered to log into the history forum. As expected, his inbox was flooded with private messages. Most were just people messing around. Among the few serious replies, some were so garbled they looked like random copy-pastes. After patiently sifting through them, he finally found a promising answer. Hello, OB. If your protagonist is a textile mill worker looking to get rich in the textile industry, you might try improving dyes and fixatives. In modern history, the chemical industry wasn't very advanced. Some dyes and fixatives that are easy to synthesize today hadn't been discovered back then. With these formulas, you could quickly accumulate initial capital. Check the file in my cloud drive for details. Dong Lu straightened up, clicked the link, and a security warning popped up. He agreed, and a cloud file appeared. He saved the file to his own cloud drive and downloaded it. Opening it, he found a PDF packed with chemical equations and a historical overview of the textile industry, an overwhelming but thorough resource. Thanks, buddy. Send me your payment QR code, and it'll transfer the money. No problem. Am a history teacher and chemistry is just a hobby. I compiled these materials. Good luck with your writing. A message popped up instantly along with a QR code for payment. Thanks for the kind words. Dong Lu smiled, sent the money, and continued reading other replies. Perhaps because the textile mill worker premise was too specific, most useful answers revolved around the textile industry, though none matched the quality of the first one. A few others took a more unconventional approach. Why not have the protagonist build a generator from scratch, pitch it to major corporations for investment, and kickstart the second industrial revolution? Patent it, open a factory, and become the next great inventor. A dog head emoji followed. The reply also included a link. Dong Lu clicked it and found a website about modern history. The site's homepage had a section dedicated to key inventions in modern history: telephones, electric lights, air conditioning, radio, cars, steam engines, internal combustion engines, along with their timelines, inventors, and principles. Not bad, Dong Lu muttered. His eyes lit up slightly. Though the answer strayed from his requirements, the quality was high. Besides, he wasn't actually writing a book. He was just using these materials to help his alternate self develop faster. Any method would do as long as it worked. Even a single useful idea was enough. After all, he'd consult real experts on technical matters eventually. He spent another 1,000 intending to keep scrolling but hit the bottom. With a swipe, he screenshotted the answers from his private messages and posted them in the forum's comments. It was like throwing cold water into a pot of boiling oil. A swarm of people erupted. Wait, you're serious? Is the event still going on? I think I can do it too. Damn, what did I miss? Hey, the guy who got the reward, come out and say something, or am calling shenanigans. A flurry of posts tagged Rich Dong Lu, but most went unanswered. He was already deep in a chat group. Bro, you owe me one this time. I've been running around for you." After sending the message, he also forwarded the forum replies and files to the group chat. In the world of Mosa within the Guy Empire's Velvet City, in a bookstore, the succubus Dong Lu turned his attention to the chat group. After reading the content, he almost instinctively dismissed the investment plan. Improving dyes and fixatives, that method should work. When I worked at the textile mill, I saw how complicated the dyeing process was, and the final products tended to fade easily. If I can improve it and sell the formula, it could be a good way to make some money. Rich Dong Lu replied, "Good, you have a plan. I've sent you the materials. Take some time to study them. In a few days, once I've hired some staff, I'll relay any questions you have." All right. The succubus Dong Lu didn't stand on ceremony. After all, it was just another version of himself. By the way, I've uploaded some music and literary works from the Mosa world to the folder already translated by the chat group, along with some instrument blueprints. Though our cultures differ, music should be universal. See if you can use them to develop the entertainment industry. It's my contribution from this end. The path of a literary thief wasn't easy in a world like Mosa where power resided in individuals. The succubus Dong Lu had never considered it. But for rich Dong Lu's modern society, it was a different story. Using the cultural heritage of the Mosa world, he could build an entertainment empire. At the very least, selling the rights to those classic pieces could earn a fortune. The only downside was that rich Dong Lu would have to shoulder more responsibility managing both the natural selection company and dealing with the entertainment industry, far less comfortable than his original plan of lounging around and living off his wealth. As expected, when rich Dong Lu saw the message, his smile froze. But he knew it was for his own good. With a slight grimace and a hint of melancholy, he replied, "Got it. You'll find someone to invest in some cultural companies and test the waters with these works." In 2019, under the scorching midsummer sun, within a towering office building in Jiang City inside the newly established natural selection company, bright lights cast their glow upon a middle-aged man in a black casual suit who was earnestly scanning the resumes in his hand. Across from him sat a slightly nervous young man. Sun Liangren, with a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from the 2016 class of Jiangcheng Normal University. Your previous job was as an animation producer. Hearing the HR's words, Sun Liangren's hands tightened, fearing suspicion, and he immediately laid out his situation. "Yes, I've always been quite interested in animation production. After graduation, I couldn't find a job in my field, so I had to take whatever I could find first." The HR nodded and spoke softly. "Mr. Sun, your major and work experience align well with the requirements of this position." Sun Liangren breathed a quiet sigh of relief. His family's financial situation was mediocre. His parents' health was deteriorating, requiring money for treatment, and his younger sister needed funds for college. He truly needed this high-paying job. "However, we still need to go through the necessary procedures." The HR took out a test paper and an answer sheet from the front desk. "First, please complete this knowledge assessment test. Also, may I see some of your past animation work?" "Oh sure, just a moment." Sun Liangren rummaged anxiously through his bag, eventually finding a USB drive and handing it to the HR. He then focused entirely on the test paper on the desk. The test consisted of 100 multiple-choice questions covering mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. It wasn't particularly difficult except for some calculations in math. The rest were mostly conceptual explanations and definitions. During his time at the animation studio, Sun Liangren had mainly produced educational animations, often requiring him to look up information. Most of the questions on the test were familiar to him, though a few were beyond his understanding. He completed all the questions in less than an hour. The HR took the test paper and answer sheet with a professional smile. "All right, Mr. Sun. We'll contact you by phone once we have the results. Please keep your phone line open." "Okay." Sun Liangren's heart sank. Though his job-seeking experience was limited, he knew what waiting for notification usually meant. This interview was likely a failure. He left the building dejectedly. The scorching sun did nothing but deepen his gloom. Like a zombie, he entered the subway station and then left. While waiting for the bus, he mindlessly scrolled through job-seeking apps, messages flashing by rapidly. Just as he was agonizing over what to do next, a phone call came in. Suddenly Amran was startled. Seeing the caller ID, his heart skipped a beat, and he answered immediately. "Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Suddenly Amran. I'm from the HR department of Natural Selection Company. You just had an interview with us. I'm calling to ask when it would be convenient for you to officially start work." Suddenly Amran was incredulous. "I got the job. Yes. May I ask when you can come in to complete the onboarding procedures and start working?" Suppressing his elation, suddenly Amran began to hurry back. "I can do it right now." "Great, please come back then." After hanging up, suddenly Amran punched the air in celebration, his accumulated gloom vanishing. If not for the crowd, he would have jumped for joy. Meanwhile, back at Natural Selection Company, Dong-la, having seen the HR put down the phone, yawned wearily. "Any results?" The HR looked at Dong-la, who had suddenly appeared for an inspection. "Boss, he said he's coming back now." "Good. Get him onboarded quickly and start working. I need those animation demonstrations soon." Dong-la muttered to himself. He had been extremely busy lately, balancing attention on the entertainment industry, negotiating music copyrights for the Magic Element world with a music company, and dealing with various issues from his alternate self, relaying them to employees, getting explanations, and then transmitting them back. After all, the 4 disciplines of math, physics, chemistry, and biology covered a vast array of topics, and real-life problems differed greatly from theoretical ones. Some abstract concepts and definitions were hard to grasp without video or image demonstrations. Fortunately for Dong-la, now solving those abstract problems was relatively simple. Whenever he had a question, he asked his employees. If there were no relevant videos or images online for easy understanding, he would hire people to create them. Next time, be more efficient with recruitment. If someone applies, passes the test, and meets the requirements, hire them. If one person isn't enough, hire more. It's not like I haven't given you enough budget." Glancing at the employees, who were busy compiling teaching materials and breaking down knowledge points, Dong-la nodded in satisfaction and casually reminded the HR. If he hadn't suddenly dropped by for an inspection and asked, he would have had to wait for the HR to compare candidates thoroughly before seeing a new employee onboarded. That would have been too time-consuming. "Understood, boss." The HR outwardly acknowledged his mistake, but inwardly felt a twinge of worry. Having worked there for a while, he understood the company's situation. To put it simply, aside from the exceptionally generous salary and benefits, the company was quite abnormal in every other aspect. The most glaring issue was that Natural Selection Company's monthly expenses, including employee salaries, office rent, utilities, and miscellaneous costs, amounted to nearly $1 million, yet it engaged in no business activities, or rather never engaged in any profit-generating activities. The company's accounts showed almost only expenditures with no income. The HR genuinely feared that this seemingly naive boss might suddenly go bankrupt, as finding another job with such high pay would be difficult. Originally driven by a sense of responsibility, he had tried to screen candidates carefully, hiring only the most capable to reduce costs. But the boss didn't appreciate it at all, instead complaining that he was delaying work progress. Dong-la had no idea what the HR was thinking, nor did he care. Before entering his office, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, when processing his onboarding, ask if he's willing to work overtime. Overtime pay will be given according to the law. If he's not willing, arrange regular rest for him." "Understood." Closing the door, Dong-la sat in his boss' chair and instantly relaxed. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, unable to get comfortable. "Lying at home is definitely more comfortable." After a brief complaint, he dutifully opened his work email on the computer, clicked on the latest teaching materials compiled by his employees, and quickly skimmed through them. This wasn't because Dong-la needed to learn like his alternate self or enjoyed supervising employees, but because the materials uploaded to the chat group required group members to have viewed them. Even a quick glance without remembering anything was fine. The chat group would organize it automatically. But if he hadn't seen or heard it at all, there was no way around it. To cultivate his alternate self, Don Le had to at least skim through the materials compiled by his employees every day. Just as the wealthy Don Le was rapidly scanning through pages of documents, a message suddenly popped up in the chat group. The transaction on my end was successful. The wealthy Don Le was taken aback and quickly typed a message with his mind. You sold the color-fixing agent formula. It had been nearly 2 months since they had acquired the chat group. Through discussions between the wealthy Don Le and his employees without requiring originality, they had easily obtained some low-threshold color-fixing agent formulas applicable to the textile industry during the first industrial revolution. The succubus Don Le later tested these formulas in the magic element world, confirming their effectiveness and excellent results. However, considering the severe power imbalance between buyer and seller, and to avoid being ambushed, the succubus Don Le did not act rashly. He focused on learning and developing for a period. Leveraging the succubus bloodline's exceptionally high efficiency in absorbing magic elements, he only dared to emerge after gaining a certain level of strength. Succubus Don Le. Yes. In the world of demonic essence within roaching inside a colossal textile factory, rows upon rows of looms formed a matrix. Thousands of spindles spun, incessantly processing raw fibers into threads. The clattering sounds collided in midair, creating an atmosphere of tense urgency. In the factory director's office, not far from the workshop, a meticulously dressed middle-aged man cast an admiring gaze at the tall, slender youth opposite him. This was none other than the succubus Don Le. Compared to 2 months prior, Don Le's figure was now more symmetrically toned, his skin so fair that pores were scarcely visible. Not only had his appearance become more handsome, but his entire being exuded a peculiar aura. This was the external manifestation of his physical transformation upon reaching a certain level of demonic essence absorption. The factory director took another look, then smiled, as he retrieved an envelope from the drawer and placed it on the table. Mr. Don Le, the color-fixing agent formula you provided has been a tremendous help. This is the final payment we agreed upon. He paused, his tone earnest. Speaking of which, have you truly considered it? Our textile factory is in dire need of talent like yours. We are open to discussing salary and benefits. Don Le refused without hesitation. I apologize, but I wish to take a break first. With the money from selling the color-fixing agent formula coupled with technical assistance from another world, he had ample room for maneuver, whether to establish his own factory, to accumulate capital, or to research demonic essence for empowerment. Why waste his efforts in a textile factory? The director, showing regret, did not press further. In that case, I shall not insist. Should you change your mind, feel free to come to me anytime. Thank you. Don Le replied casually, took the money and left. Leaving the director's office feeling the weight of the envelope, he curled his lips slightly and quickened his pace, until he noticed someone approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, at which point he composed himself. In the factory director's office, as the door closed, the director's smile gradually faded into an eerie calm, his thoughts unknown. With a creak, the door opened. The burly man who had brushed past Don Le in the corridor entered, his demeanor respectful. Director. The director glanced up at him. Tally, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? I found out. That kid was originally a common laborer in the factory, taciturn, with no relatives or friends. 2 or 3 months ago, his temperament changed drastically, and he started frequenting the city's bookstores. Soon after, he quit his job, mortgaged his house for a sum of money, and began spending lavishly. The burly man named Tally retrieved a document from his briefcase, a detailed investigation report on Don Le. The specifics are all here. Please have a look. The factory director picked it up and scanned it, finding nothing noteworthy, and frowned. Is this all? Tally grimaced. Sir, before his wits sharpened, that kid was just an ordinary laborer. No family, no friends, the kind no one would notice if he died. Our men really sharpened wits. The factory director sneered. Could sharpened wits alone enable an ordinary worker to teach himself in 2 months solve technical problems in the textile factory and make rapid progress in strength? He didn't believe it. Don Le surely harbored a secret that could lead to prosperity. But there was no need to explain this to Tally. The director continued. Have you inquired at the magistrate's office? I spent some money to ask. They said no missing persons cases have been reported recently. That kid probably isn't with the demon cult. Towley swallowed hard, his mind drifting back to the changes in the ancient empire over recent decades. Since the emergence of demonic essence due to its property of transmission through the food chain. The powerful landlords, nobles, and royalty at the top of the social ecosystem became the first beneficiaries. Strengthened by demonic essence, the aristocratic elite grew immensely powerful, quickly gaining enough strength to counter any uprisings from the lower and middle classes. Their behavior grew increasingly unbridled, indulging in luxury and hedonism. In this process, they even developed a theory of dietary supplementation through empirical experience. This theory emphasized consuming the most essential and core parts of prey to enhance the efficiency of demonic essence absorption and strengthen their power. For true magnates, a prey weighing dozens or hundreds of pounds might yield only a few ounces for the table. The remainder was sometimes given as rewards, but more often turned into fertilizer to cultivate demonicessence-rich rice, tea, fruits, and vegetables. This was partly because consuming too much meat could become cloying, requiring side dishes, and partly because the nobility sought top-tier fruits, vegetables, teas, rice, and even mulberry seeds to enhance their prestige. After all, compared to animals, plants were rooted in the earth, unable to actively hunt, and occupied the lowest tier of the food chain, containing minimal demonic essence. Thus, the few demonicessence-rich plant fruits were more precious than meat, requiring substantial resources to cultivate. For the nobility, this was a perfect way to flaunt their status. The extreme oppression and extravagance of the upper class reflected in the lower and middle classes as abject misery, with countless people toiling year-round yet unable to meet basic needs. Sharp social contradictions spawned endless uprisings, yet each was swiftly crushed due to the vast disparity in power, until the Great Famine in Nan's province. In the 23rd year of Qinglong months, a severe drought struck Nan's province, the primary grain-producing region of the ancient empire, and its surrounding areas, resulting in total crop failure. Yet the imperial court not only failed to reduce taxes, but increased them heavily. The wealthy gentry continued their revelry, while commoners unable to pay taxes were driven by famine to sell their children, until they resorted to exchanging children for food. It was then that a long-hidden truth deliberately overlooked by morality was laid bare before history. Humans too are a type of animal. They are the apex predators in the food chain. Compared to hunting wolves and leopards in the wild, at the risk of life and limb to grow stronger. Directly consuming humans, consuming one's own kind, was a more efficient method of empowerment, quickly narrowing the power gap between the lower and upper classes. Upon discovering this, the leaders of the Nan's province rebellion directly ordered the use of humans as military rations. Every time they captured a city, they would slaughter the wealthy gentry, then the commoners regardless of age, and after consuming them swiftly move on. Employing guerrilla tactics, the Nan's rebel forces grew rapidly in strength, eventually breaching the ancient capital of the ancient empire, and forcing the imperial family to flee north. However, while growing stronger through cannibalism was fast, it had one major drawback: it easily drove people insane. Perhaps due to some mysterious reaction between demonic essence and prion in the human body, or other mechanisms at play, shortly after wreaking havoc across the entire ancient empire, and causing tens of millions of deaths, the high-ranking members of the Nan's rebellion descended into madness, one after another destroying each other in internal conflict. With the loss of their leadership and high-end combat power, the rebel forces could no longer resist imperial suppression. Only a small faction survived, forming the demon cult, which still grew stronger through cannibalism, but no longer dared to act with impunity. After this upheaval, the upper class of the ancient empire also became more restrained. Though taxes remained heavy, they at least refrained from driving people to death, and strictly prohibited cannibalism. Thus, while the magistrate's office might be lax on other matters, they were always vigilant when it came to missing persons cases involving the demon cult's cannibalism. However, the kid's rate of improvement is indeed astonishingly fast. Towley remarked, his expression complex, as he recalled the findings of his investigation. 2 or 3 months ago, Dong Le's displayed strength and abilities were merely on par with an ordinary person. If Dongla hadn't been deliberately concealing his abilities before then, he had made rapid progress in just 2 or 3 months, rivaling the speed of the demon cult fanatics. The factory director, unaware of Tao Li's changing expression, was thrilled to hear that Dongla wasn't part of the demon cult. If Dongla were, he might not have dared to offend him. He waved his hand. "Understood. You may go now," Tao Li replied. "Yes." Dongla was unaware of the textile factory director's thoughts at this moment. He was sharing good news with his other self. The wealthy Dongla was exhilarated. "Great news! With the startup capital secured, things will be much easier from here. What are your plans?" The succubus Dongla replied. "I should go to Mo City." Mo City. The succubus Dongla explained. "It's a coastal city on my side, opened as a trading port by the Gai Empire a few years ago. The flow of information there is smooth, and it was one of my originally intended destinations." The wealthy Dongla asked, "In such a hurry, won't you prepare a bit more? I'd love to stay longer, even to hole up and never leave, but circumstances have changed." The succubus Dongla sighed. The wealthy Dongla tensed up instantly and pressed anxiously. "Is someone trying to harm you?" The succubus Dongla replied. "No, it's just that my growth is too fast, attracting some unwanted attention. I'm worried that if I continue, it'll be mistaken for a demonic cultist. Since I've got the money anyway, this is a good chance to lie low." The message was sent, and the group chat interface fell silent for a full 10 seconds. One of my employees just came to report. I'll talk to you later. Send me a message if you need help." He sent the message and closed the group chat in one smooth motion. The wealthy Dongla's mouth twitched slightly. He had actually worried about the guy for a second, only to be hit with this. Shaking his head, he continued reading the emails. On the other side, the succubus Dongla, upon seeing the group chat message, curled the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting to pull this since the wealthy Dongla showed off in the group, and he finally got his chance. "But I really should be going." Dongla steadied himself, his keen senses easily capturing the gazes from all directions. There was curiosity, scrutiny, and fear. His message to his other self wasn't entirely boastful. All creatures in the demonic element world possess demonic elements within their bodies. Theoretically, as long as one lived and kept eating, they could continuously grow stronger. But reality differed greatly from theory. Most people's strength plateaued after reaching a certain level. One reason was that different individuals had varying talents and absorption efficiencies for demonic elements, leading to different progress rates. Another was that common folk could only afford food with low demonic element content, which yielded diminishing marginal returns. Eventually, consumption and intake reached a dynamic equilibrium, and the strengthening effect ceased. Even if one occasionally enjoyed a good meal, the strengthening effect would not be significant. In fact, if subsequent demonic element intake couldn't keep up with consumption, one's strength would even regress. Due to various reasons, only major powers that controlled vast social resources and could consistently supply high element food could afford to support the strong. Only with the backing of such powers could one become a powerhouse. But Dongla was different. Thanks to the boost from his special bloodline, his talent was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of this world, perhaps even in a league of its own. To put it indelicately, Dongla might gain more enhancement from eating a blade of grass than some people would from eating meat. In less than 3 months, his body had undergone a transformation, and his strength rivaled that of the young scions of wealthy families. His rate of progress was terrifying. Up to this point, it was still barely acceptable. Because a bodily transformation was a natural evolution that occurred when a person absorbed a certain amount of demonic elements over a period, it was difficult for outsiders to predict when someone would undergo such a change. It was like a hidden progress bar that occasionally advanced and occasionally regressed. Although outsiders could observe indirectly through means like strength tests, others could also deliberately conceal their true abilities. To outsiders, Dongla's transformation, while rare, was not earth-shattering. But if he continued to progress rapidly, undergoing a second transformation just months after the first, anyone would notice something was wrong. What kind of trouble that would attract was anyone's guess. To avoid these problems, Dongla needed to move to a new living environment. It was also a good opportunity to see how the big cities of this world had developed. The scene shifted. Donla stood before a desolate courtyard built of blue stone. He glanced at the plaque above the gate to confirm he was in the right place before entering. The grassroots political system of the Gai Empire bore some resemblance to that of the ancient world Donla came from. Below the county government, there were positions, like village heads, ward chiefs, and neighborhood heads, who were responsible for managing the residents of an area and carrying out some tasks delegated by the government somewhat similar to street communities. Upon entering, he looked up and saw several clerks working nearby. Donla didn't dawdle and walked up to one of them. "Hello, I'm here to apply for a travel permit." The clerk, burdened by work, was annoyed at being blocked. He looked up impatiently, ready to scold, but upon seeing that it was a powerhouse in the transformation stage, his expression changed immediately. He took out a blank sheet of paper for recording and asked amiably, "Sir, is your residence in Qingyan Ward?" "Yes." "What is your name and address?" "Donla Household, 23 Shujiao Lane, Qingyan Ward." "Where are you going and for what purpose?" "To study in Imo City." While answering, Donla also observed the clerk's recording. After writing down his basic information, the clerk also noted his physical features. Noticing Donla staring at him, the clerk looked up. "Sir, do you have any other questions? I'd like to know how long it will take to get the permit." "At least 5 to 6 days, at most 8 to 9. Donla was surprised. "That long?" The clerk explained awkwardly, fearing he might anger Donla. "We only submit the report. The actual permit is issued only after careful review and verification by the officials at the Yamen. If the Yamen is busy, it will indeed take a bit longer." In fact, due to the commercial impact and population mobility brought by the Industrial Revolution, the process for issuing travel permits had already been streamlined. Decades ago, to strictly control population movement, the Gai Empire's permit process was not only more cumbersome, but also required a guarantor and a specified return date on the permit. "Thank you." Knowing there was no room for negotiation, Donla didn't insist. He paid the fee for the permit and turned to leave. The clerks on site breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Donla go. A middle-aged man patted his chest. "That nearly scared me to death. When did our Qingyan Ward produce such a young powerhouse in the transformation stage?" Another person nearby expressed regret. "It's a pity he's going to Imo City. Otherwise, I'd really like to introduce my daughter to him." The clerk who handled Donla's application could somewhat understand him. "If one doesn't venture out while young, how can one be content?" He himself had felt the same way back then. People are always filled with lofty ambitions in their youth, eager to conquer everything. Only after enduring enough hardships do they realize that the world is not as they imagined. He shook his head and continued writing at his desk. The travel permit would not be issued anytime soon. Donla had no choice but to learn from his mistake. Next time he would prepare more thoroughly. Fortunately, he had only mortgaged his house to raise funds, not sold it outright. Thus, he did not have to worry about being left homeless while waiting for the permit. Leaving Qingyan Lane, he crossed a block and arrived at a nearby market. Before he even got close, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. A nauseating blend of human sweat, poultry feces, blood, and other foul smells fermenting in the air, exploding in Donla's nostrils like a depth charge. Fortunately, his transformation had enhanced not only his senses, but also his tolerance. Maintaining a calm expression, Donla approached his usual butcher stall. "Boss, give me 5 gene of lean meat. Coming right up." Seeing a regular customer, the butcher beamed with delight. He lifted his cleaver, sliced a large piece from the pork on the counter, placed it on the scale, and carefully adjusted the weight until it balanced. "Exactly 5 gene, not a gram off. That'll be 1 yuan and 2 jiao." Donla fished 2 silver coins stamped with the words, 1 yuan, from his pocket and handed them over, asking casually, "Boss, do you have any spirit meat here, or do you know where I can find some?" The butcher, who had been all smiles moments before, suddenly looked troubled. "You just, sir. How could something like that appear in a market like this? Even if it did, it would have been snapped up long ago." Spirit meat referred to the flesh of animals specially bred by noble clans to be rich in mana essence. It was said that weight-for-weight spirit meat contained several times, even dozens of times, the mana essence of ordinary animals, offering astonishing enhancement effects. Its production was minuscule, circulating only within the upper echelons of society, and rarely appearing among the common folk. Dongla had merely asked on a whim. Ordinary food still provided him with considerable enhancement, and he was not yet at the point where spirit meat was essential. He nodded. Taking the change, he picked up the meat and headed home. Over the following days, Dongla mostly stayed indoors waiting for the travel permit, while studying physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics through group chats, adapting the knowledge to local conditions. He only occasionally went out to buy groceries, living such a reclusive life that even his neighbors found him a stranger. Yet despite his efforts, trouble still came knocking. Qingmian Lane. Midnight. The night was still a waning crescent moon hanging high in the sky. Dongla, lying in bed, suddenly twitched his ears at a faint sound. Instantly suppressing his aura, he rose and moved to another room. Outside, several shadows flitted past, creeping closer. When they were just a wall away, the only transformation stage cultivator among them, a man in black, halted and whispered to his companions. "Remember, the master wants him alive. Watch your strikes, don't kill him." "Don't worry, boss. We know what we're doing." "Got it. Chief, can we cripple him?" "This target's at transformation stage. If we hold back, we might not take him down." The man in black waved dismissively. "Just don't kill him." The group exchanged glances, cruelty gleaming in their eyes. Transformation stage cultivators were formidable, capable of taking on 100 ordinary men, but they were not invulnerable demigods impervious to blades and fire. They could still be wounded or even slain. With practiced ease they scaled the courtyard wall and approached the front door. The man in black stepped forward, gathering power in his palm until it emitted a faint glow. With a slight push he pierced through the wooden door, and the latch making no sound. The door swung open, and the attackers surged inside, charging into the bedroom. Without even checking whether the bed was truly occupied, they lashed out. Their strikes were so powerful that the wooden bed collapsed instantly, sending dust and splinters flying, yet no scream of pain followed. The leading man in black's instinct screamed danger. "Something's wrong," he shouted. At that moment a series of whooshing sounds erupted from the darkness as numerous earthen jars flew toward them. The man in black reacted swiftly, punching one of the jars. It shattered on impact, drenching him and several nearby men with its contents. "Alcohol!" Catching the strong smell of liquor in the air, realization dawned on the man in black. His eyes widened, and he spun around to flee, but it was too late. Several pebbles flew in through the window, their friction sparking flames that ignited the alcohol. Blue and white fire erupted, writhing like a savage beast, engulfing the intruders. Screams and wails filled the air. Ignoring the flames licking at his body, the man in black punched through an earthen wall. A single thought consumed him: escape. Only by getting out of this room could he extinguish the fire and survive. Without bothering to check if his men were following, he charged ahead. But after just 2 steps, a chill ran down his spine, and he hurled himself to the side. At that very instant, a pebble pierced the spot where he had been standing, leaving a fist-sized crater in the ground. Cold sweat broke out on the man in black's forehead. If he hadn't dodged, his fate would have been sealed. He followed the trajectory of the stone to its source. Under the moonlight, a fair-skinned, handsome young man stood not far away. Pebbles flew from his hand like bullets, picking off the men inside the house one by one. Suppressing his rage, the man in black tore off his burning clothes and thrust his flaming fist into the dirt to extinguish it. "Which clan are you from, playing the hero here?" The power behind those pebbles was far beyond what an ordinary transformation stage cultivator could muster. There was no way Donglu, a transformation stage cultivator with no backing, could have known of their arrival and set an ambush. To the man in black, it was clear that some other faction had entered the fray, muddying the waters, perhaps even one of his own enemies. "Playing the hero." Dongla raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Weren't you the ones who came to attack me first?" If it weren't for the chat group's appearance, which had revived his habit of staying up late to study and his enhanced senses from the transformation allowing him to detect the group's movements, he might well have been caught off guard. The man in black stared in disbelief. "You're Domla." Domla couldn't be bothered to reply. He picked a pebble from his left hand and crushed it into fragments. "Tell me who sent you. If your answer satisfies me, I might let you go." The man in black glanced at his fallen comrade's rage boiling over. "Dream on. I hope you can keep up that tough talk," Domla said unruffled. He welcomed the chance for real combat to test his current strength. Pebbles flew like bullets from a gun tearing through the air at the man in black. Despite his desperate dodging, his abdomen and shoulder were grazed. Panic set in. "No, I can't let this continue. I have to close the distance or I'm done for." Though he couldn't understand why Domla, who had only recently undergone transformation, was so powerful, he was certain Domla was still a novice with little combat experience. If he could force a close-quarters fight, he still had a chance. Dodging another volley of pebbles, the man in black seized an opportunity to swallow a treasured pill he had kept. Instantly his abdomen felt like a blazing furnace, and surging power flooded his limbs. His confidence soared. He stopped evading and charged at Domla like a bolt of lightning. "Die!" Seeing the man take the pill, Domla felt not fear but excitement. This was exactly what he sought, a deeper understanding of mana essence and supernatural power. Tossing aside the pebbles, he met the charge with full force. This met fist, and shockwaves rippled through the air. The man in black was sent flying backward on impact, tumbling and skidding across the ground before coming to a halt, his face a mask of utter disbelief. Yet Domla was even more astonished. How can he be so weak? He stared at the man sprawled on the ground, puzzled. Had the guy taken a fake pill, or was he just a phony transformation stage cultivator? This was far too feeble. Hoisting the man up with one hand, Domla interrogated him. "Tell me who sent you, and where you got that pill." But the man in black showed no response, having fallen unconscious from the combined effects of his injuries and the pill's backlash. Just as Domla was debating whether to use some unorthodox method to force the man awake, a voice sounded behind him. "Perhaps I can answer those 2 questions." Domla shuddered in alarm, turning to look at the source of the sound. A towering man nearly 2 meters tall stood by the roadside, impeccably dressed in a suit and leather shoes, exuding an overwhelming presence that clashed starkly with the surroundings. His heart instantly sank to the depths. The threat posed by this man before him was on an entirely different level from that of the black-clad figure. "Who are you?" "Relax, I mean no harm." Noticing Domla's vigilance, the tall man quickly raised his hand, signaling that he posed no threat. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mor-El, the HR manager of Estate Trading Company. The Longwold Textile Mill in Velvet City is a subsidiary under our corporation. I originally received some intelligence and intended to come to your rescue, but it seems I was being presumptuous." Mor gazed at the black-clad man whom Domla held by the throat and lifted off the ground, his expression unreadable. "Rescue me." Domla did not let his guard down. He had no acquaintance with any estate trading company, and his only transaction with the Longwold Textile Mill was a straightforward exchange of goods for payment, leaving no personal connection between them. Why would the HR manager of the mill's parent company hear about him and go out of his way to rescue him? Could it be that the mill's director was pulling strings? That didn't make much sense either. The Longwold Textile Mill was a local powerhouse in its own right. If they wanted to deal with these assailants, they shouldn't need outside help. "Yes." Mor paused, then explained the whole story. "To my embarrassment, the mastermind behind this attack is the director of the Longwold Textile Mill. We have certain issues in personnel management, and I apologize to you for that." Domla. The good news was that the mill director was indeed behind it. The bad news was that his intent was to harm him. "I know you must be confused right now. Rest assured, I will explain everything." Mor had no intention of concealing the truth. First, Domla's value far exceeded that of a mill director's. Second, the matter couldn't be hidden anyway. It was better to be open and honest now than to let Domla investigate on his own later, leading to unpleasantness. However, he didn't rush to answer. "Before that, allow me to ask you a question. What do you think of mana? Domla pondered for a moment. Wondrous force. Indeed, to most people, mana is a wondrous force. But precisely because it is so miraculous and difficult to explain with current scientific understanding, many attribute it to mystery miracles or divine gifts. A look of helplessness crept onto Moore's face. As a staunch scientific rationalist, he was delighted by the emergence of the unknown, for science only progresses through the relentless exploration of the uncharted. Yet the concurrent rise of religious forces and mysticism was somewhat hard for him to swallow. Domla pressed on. What does this have to do with the attack on me? It does. Moore's gaze settled on Domla as he spoke slowly. Mr. Domla, if I'm not mistaken, the formula for that color fixative you have wasn't something you researched yourself, was it? Bang. For a split second, Domla felt his heart skip a beat. He forced his expression to remain composed, feigning confusion. What do you mean? Moore shook his head. Though subtle, he could still detect Domla's surprise. You don't need to be so guarded. In this world there are not a few people like you who suddenly acquire a piece of knowledge or master something without a teacher. Some even call themselves the divinely gifted. Of course, from a scientific standpoint, I'd rather believe this is some yet undiscovered property of mana. Just as you said, mana is a wondrous force, and there is so much we don't understand about it. It can strengthen an organism's physique, but that doesn't mean it has no other effects. A fortunate few, when enhanced by mana, can awaken fragments of knowledge, and even their talents may improve. Unfortunately, the probability is too low. Most people in the world lack access to sufficient education, so they can neither comprehend nor utilize the knowledge they gain, often dismissing their awakening as a mere dream. As for talent enhancement, without adequate nutritional support it cannot manifest. It's only in recent years, with the increase in awakening incidents on the Western continent, that scientists have gradually noticed the hidden properties of mana and summarized them in published papers. But not many in the Pan-Asian continent have paid attention to these findings. Our clever director seems to have mistaken your awakening for some sort of opportunity, or perhaps a fortuitous encounter. Moore paused, choosing a term more fitting to the cultural context of the ancient Ya Empire. Domla was speechless. He had finally pieced together the cause and effect. In essence, his transmigration had brought about too many changes, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. The mill director was one of them, and Moore before him was another. In a way, the mill director wasn't entirely wrong. He had indeed encountered a fortuitous event. But Domla wasn't foolish enough to correct Moore's assumption. Instead, he played along. So you came to rescue me because my case is so rare. You could say that. Moore didn't deny it. The knowledge people gain from mana is often immensely valuable, surpassing the current era. If you are willing to share that knowledge, we will offer a price that satisfies you. Even if I ask for all the mana-related knowledge you possess. Moore's lips twitched, and he shook his head. That's impossible. A great deal of mana-related knowledge involves classified information that I can't decide on. But I can arrange an opportunity for further study, allowing you to understand the most cutting-edge scientific developments and some of the more publicly available theoretical knowledge about mana. Domla's interest was piqued. He had been struggling with how to gain access to local theoretical knowledge of mana. However, before agreeing, he had one last question. He shook the unconscious black-clad man in his hand. There's still one thing you haven't explained. What was that pill this man just swallowed? Moore answered truthfully. It's a new drug being tested by a pharmaceutical enterprise under our parent company. It's rich in mana and can temporarily boost a person's physical capabilities. Apart from needing a period of rest after the effects wear off, it has virtually no side effects. Due to cost issues, the company produced a small batch for combat personnel and various levels of management. He must have obtained it from the Longwool mill director. Domla raised an eyebrow. Developed based on knowledge gained by an awakened. Exactly. Domla lowered his head, slightly lost in thought. He wasn't planning to reject Moore's offer. Why refuse a benefit handed to you on a silver platter? He was simply considering which area of knowledge to use when engaging with Estate Trading Company. Meanwhile, behind him, the flames from the mud hut swell bit by bit tearing a patch out of the darkness. The surrounding streets remained tightly shuttered with no one coming out. At midnight, most people were asleep, and the locals were accustomed to the nightly turf wars between gangs, so even if they heard the commotion, they dared not venture outside. Moore did not rush him, waiting calmly for Dawnless' reply. A moment later, with a crashing rumble, Dawnless smashed the mud hut to pieces, with a punch smothering the spreading fire. He then turned to Moore and said, "I can give you what you want, but you have to arrange my further studies." Moore smiled. "No problem." Chongrong Textile Factory. Beneath the hushed veil of night, the vast factory lay still, like a slumbering leviathan. Its crisscrossing corridors, forming arterial veins, its rows of rooms functioning as silent dormant organs. Among the many dimly lit rooms, only a handful remained illuminated. The factory director paced back and forth in his office, hands clasped behind his back, radiating palpable agitation. For reasons unknown, an elusive unease had taken root in his heart the moment he resolved to move against Dong Lu, and now it swelled relentless and insidious. He abruptly halted, turned his head toward the gas lamp, and murmured under his breath, "Just a newly awakened laborer, surely no threat. Surely not." At that very instant, a sharp creak pierced the silence as the door swung open. A towering, broad-shouldered man strode into the office. Catching sight of the director, tense and restless beside the gas lamp, he greeted him with easy nonchalance. "Still here, Director. Haven't headed home yet." "Tao Li, what brings you back to the factory?" The director's face hardened instantly, his disquiet surge sharpening into suspicion as he confronted the intruder. A smile, unfamiliar, unsettling, spread across Tao Li's normally guileless face. "Why, to keep watch on you, of course, to ensure you don't panic and flee like a cornered dog." The director's complexion drained to ashen gray. Each word emerged from his clenched jaw like a hammer strike. "Tao Li, you! Will you stage a rebellion? If that's how you choose to interpret it, so be it." The director locked eyes with Tao Li. Then in a flash comprehension dawned. His agitation dissolved entirely, replaced by a cold, appraising gaze, the look one reserves for a peer or a predator. "So it was you stirring the waters? You've set your sights on that boy too, haven't you?" "Mum," Tao Li replied, neither confirming nor denying. "Huh? Huh? Huh? I'd always taken you for a simpleton, harmless, unambitious. How blind I was! Right under my nose a wolf masquerading as a sheep." The director laughed, a brittle, venomous sound, convinced Tao Li had failed to grasp the significance of Dong Li's secret. He was wrong. Tao Li hadn't missed it at all. He'd merely feigned ignorance. Not only had Tao Li seen it, he'd brazenly inserted himself into the affair. Unmoved by the barb, Tao Li shrugged. "When fortune knocks, one doesn't turn away. You'd agree, wouldn't you, Director?" "Humph. So, you believe you'll win? Or do you intend to join forces with that boy, kill me, and seize my chair?" The director sneered, eyes flashing with menace, and scanning the room with quiet vigilance. Though rare cases did exist where subordinates eliminated their superiors to claim promotion outright. In the Mosaic Age, upward mobility for the common folk followed only a few grim paths. Serve the imperial court, serve the aristocratic clans, or serve the corporations. The first two paths were sealed off by birthright, the amniotic barrier as some called it. Without noble lineage, access to resources was denied, even servitude was refused. The final path offered little dignity, but capital was expanding, and with it opportunity. For promotion, for survival, for power, men would resort to desperate gambits, toppling their masters without hesitation. So long as the aftermath remained buried, and profits continued flowing, the company cared little who sat in the seat of authority. Alliance. No, more precisely submission. Tao Li shook his head, gazing at the director with quiet pity, as if observing a rustic elder solemnly insisting the emperor till fields with a golden plow. Before he could finish, a thunderous fist hurtled toward him. A muffled impact and a violent sonic crack erupted within the cramped office, storm-like, relentless. Even as he parried the blows, Tao Li spoke, voice steady, laced with provocation. "Already wounded by truth. I haven't even revealed what Dong Li's secret truly is, don't you wonder? A futile ploy to buy time. Do you truly believe you'll get another chance? The director's expression turned glacial. Each strike grew heavier, fiercer, unstoppable. Though Tao Li's interference had caught him off guard, strategy ultimately bowed to strength. Upon learning Dong Lu was securing travel documents to flee, he'd sensed danger, and dispensed every vial of enhanced serum granted by headquarters, ensuring absolute certainty of success. Thus, whether Dong Lu or Tao Li, their fate was singular, to become his stepping stone. Eyes narrowing to slits, the director channeled his chi into his fist. Serpentine coiled, devastating. Crack. Tao Li blocked with both arms, but the force hurled him backward like a ragdoll struck by a freight train. He crashed through the wall, tumbling into the courtyard below. Lifting his gaze to the jagged breach above, where the director loomed imperious and unscathed, Tao Li sighed inwardly. Overconfident. His strength far exceeds projections. His hand slid toward his pocket to retrieve the final dose. But the director saw the motion instantly. Foolish delusion. Before he could act, a wave of primal dread washed over him. Then, in the blink of an eye, a streak of light pierced his skull. Darkness swallowed him whole. Consciousness fled. Tao Li watched stunned as the director plummeted headlong from the upper floor. Was it truly over? Brutal. Dong Lu had followed Mo Air back to the textile factory, still pondering how Mo Air would deal with the director, only to walk in on Tao Li and the director locked in combat. Before he could untangle the logic, Mo Air struck, lethal, precise, ending the director's life in an instant. Dong Lu suppressed a shiver of awe. At that moment Tao Li spotted them, and strode forward with warm enthusiasm. Mr. Mo Air. Mo Air nodded curtly, utterly indifferent to the director's abrupt physical termination, and introduced them. Mr. Dong Lu, this is Tao Li, Deputy Director of Changrong Textile Factory, and one of the rare scientifically literate minds across the Pan-Asian continent. It was he who alerted me to the director's plot against you. No title fits me. I've merely read a few more books than most and understood Dong Li's importance. Alas, the director refused counsel. This tragedy need never have unfolded. Tao Li waved his hands modestly, sighing deeply, as if mourning a longtime comrade. Merely reading a few books wouldn't grant such intimate knowledge of awakened beings. Mo Air assumed humility, and felt his esteem for Tao Li deepen further. In this ancient empire, finding a fellow traveler devoted to science was no small miracle. Dong Lu studied Tao Li with genuine surprise. This mountain of muscle, a scholar. Thank you. My pleasure. Tao Li grinned, though his peripheral gaze lingered, measuring, assessing the legendary awakened one before him. Enough of this. Let's proceed. Tao Li, please arrange suitable quarters for Mr. Dong Lu and myself. Also dispatch teams immediately to clear his former residence. The ruins claimed several lives, including one in the awakening phase. Ensure the remains are handled appropriately. Mo Air left the method unsaid. He knew Tao Li would understand, maximize utility while evading official scrutiny. Yes, sir. Please follow me. The guest house lies just beyond the factory perimeter. Tao Li led the way, guiding each man to a separate room. Accommodations are modest, but should you require anything, I'm at your service. Neither Dong Lu nor Mo Air spoke further. They stepped quietly into their respective rooms. Once the door clicked shut behind him, Tao Li exhaled deeply, his smile breaking free, unrestrained. Even the sight of his predecessor's lifeless face amid the debris now seemed almost pleasing. From this day forward, he was director of Changrong Textile Factory, and owed a debt of gratitude from an awakened one. His future gleamed boundless and bright. After the director of the Longrong Textile Mill passed away, Tao Li took over his position, and no further incidents occurred. Dong Lu stayed at the guest house for a few days. Once the travel permit was approved, he set off for Maching with Moer. The headquarters of the Eastal Trading Company in the Gai Empire was located there, coinciding with Dong Lu's initial destination, so there was no need to reapply for a permit due to the change of plans. Maching. The streets were bustling with noise, crowds surging as cars and horse-drawn carriages traveled side by side, mingling with the smoky atmosphere of roadside stalls. It was a scene of lively and extraordinary clamor. Gazing out through the car window, Don Le remarked with curiosity. Mr. Moore, how much longer until we arrive? We're already here. Welcome to the Eastall Trading Company. The car gave a slight jolt and came to a stop before a 10-story building. Rising over 30 meters high, though it could not rival the skyscrapers of a modern society that often soared hundreds of meters, it stood out conspicuously among the surrounding low-rise structures. Don Le raised an eyebrow. This entire building belongs to the company. Of course. Follow me. Moore fixed his gaze on Don Le, hoping to detect some reaction, but Don Le remained unexpectedly calm. The Eastall Trading Company is a comprehensive commercial enterprise from the Western continent. Its holdings span textiles, steel, real estate, newspaper, media, education, medicine, and many other fields. And of course, the most crucial, magic element research. The 6th floor houses the HR and finance departments. Let me first take you through the onboarding procedures. Onboarding. Dodging a few people approaching from the opposite direction, Don Le voiced his doubt. He was here to learn, not to tie himself down to any company. Moore explained. It's just a formality. A large company has cumbersome internal management processes. If I were to insert a stranger into the special training program, even if you're an Awakener ID, need to report to the higher-ups and wait for company approval. This session of the training program is about to start. Going through the standard procedures would take too much time. But if you're a company employee, I can handle it through internal channels. Moreover, you can enjoy quite a few company benefits, including a temporary housing assignment. Moore gave Don Le a knowing nod and a wink. Though this would incur additional expenses, it wasn't coming out of his own pocket anyway. Using the company's funds to build his own connections. Why not? After the training, you can resign at any time if you wish. If you choose to stay, all benefits remain. Don Le smiled. Then many thanks. You're welcome. As he spoke, Moore pushed open the door and entered an office. Upon entering, he immediately began rummaging through cabinets and drawers in search of something. Don Le took the opportunity to survey the room. The office was spacious, accommodating 2 desks, 3 wooden cabinets, a sofa set, and a desk and chairs with ample space remaining. Piles of paper documents cluttered the desks and cabinets. However, there were no electric lights or telephones to be seen. Perhaps they haven't been installed yet. Don Le mused silently. He had 2 objectives in watching. First, to study knowledge related to magic elements and enhance his strength. Second, to observe the current state of technological development in this world. He had hoped to find some clues at the Eastall Trading Company, being a major corporation from the Western continent. If electrical age products like lights and telephones had emerged, such large companies would likely have adopted them promptly. Found it! A delighted voice drew Don Le's attention back to the present. Moore picked up a fountain pen, scribbled a few lines on a document, and handed it to Don Le. This is the employee onboarding agreement. Once you sign, you'll be the company's engineering consultant with a monthly salary of $80 silver and housing benefits. The training begins in 3 days at No. 33 Shangjiang Road in the suburbs, the company's training building. As Moore spoke, Don Le read through the handwritten supplementary clauses on the agreement, which outlined the obligations of both parties. Don Le was to provide the knowledge he possessed, while the Eastall Trading Company would offer him knowledge training. Without the company's consent, Don Le was prohibited from disclosing the learned content to any third party. Otherwise, the company reserved the right to hold him accountable. Recalling Moore's decisive elimination of the former textile mill director, Don Le had a gut feeling that the accountability mentioned in the clause was unlikely to be a mere legal lawsuit. When do you need me to pay the tuition? Though I'd like to say right now, procedurally it can be done before the training starts. Moore plopped down onto the desk, folding his arms, his expression brimming with anticipation, as if he wished Don Le would immediately write down everything he knew. He had a premonition that the knowledge Don Le would provide might revolutionize the development of magic elements, perhaps even science itself. This was not only because Don Le's talent was exceptionally rare even among Awakeners, but also because in just 2 months of self-study, he had localized knowledge derived from magic elements, creating a color fixative formula to improve his own livelihood. Some might see a mere color fixative formula as nothing significant, at best useful to the textile and garment industry. But Mower saw beyond the formula itself a clearer, more detailed, and even systematic understanding and utilization of various chemical elements. A specific formula or material, unless it was something extraordinary like room temperature superconductors, had limited impact on the advancement of civilization. However, systematic theoretical knowledge was different. It was the cornerstone of scientific progress, a gold mine capable of continuously yielding riches. Though the possibility was slim, what if? Let's do it in a couple of days. I'll organize things and bring it over then. Dong Lu did not grant Mower's wish. The initiative was in his hands. Why rush to give it away? Of course. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mower's face, but it vanished quickly. He continued to guide Dong Lu through the remaining procedures and collected the room key. In the suburbs, rows of villas with their own courtyards and gardens felt spacious and close to nature, a stark contrast to the crowded, bustling city center. After touring the villa assigned by the company, Mower said, "This is the overall layout of the room. If you have any issues, you can find me at the company headquarters or at No. 365 on the next street. I live there." "Thank you. I'll leave you to get acquainted then." Mower smiled and turned to leave. After seeing him off, Dong Lu walked softly through the rooms, turning handles and opening doors one after another. Looking at the decoration and furnishings, he almost felt as if he had returned to a modern society, were it not for the absence of various modern appliances. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he refocused on reality. "I need to set up a workshop as soon as possible to experiment with the technologies from another world." Just then a sudden ding echoed in Dong Lu's consciousness, freezing his movements. On a desolate island with waves crashing against the shore, a disheveled young man crouched on the sandy beach, gazing toward the distant horizon. He desperately hoped a ship would appear to rescue him from his plight. Yet miracles were not so easily granted. After staring blankly for a while, Dong Lu withdrew his gaze, recalling the decisiveness of his earlier choice. A look of regret washed over his face as he muttered, "Why was I so damn impulsive back then?" Not far from the shoreline, a black cube about half a meter on each side was dismantling the wreckage of a damaged spacecraft. A pale blue force field expanded, causing various materials to instantly disintegrate and float in the air, spontaneously forming standardized cubes of different sizes. Marked area dismantled. Please input next command. "Stay on standby," Dong Lu said. Watching the dark cube return, Dong Lu dared not let it continue working. The material decomposition and synthesis device from an advanced civilization could theoretically tap into the interstellar network for high-level AI assistance to execute complex commands. However, this planet was beyond the network's reach, so that was not an option. Dong Lu could only crawl into the wreckage himself, searching for anything useful lest the device's basic intelligence recycle important technological artifacts. As he approached the wreckage, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, and the incoming information left him frozen in place. In another modern society, within a finely decorated apartment, the gold tycoon Dong Lu was lost in a daydream. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on his backside, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth as he slept in an awkward position. Suddenly, as if jolted by a nightmare, he snapped his eyes open and sat up, a look of disbelief on his face. "What the hell? Wilderness Dong Lu, is there any big shot who can come save a poor soul? I can't take this survival game anymore." Tycoon Dong Lu, wilderness survival. What would happen to you? Something worse than a succubus. Succubus Dong Lu, you could leave me out of this. Stare. On the desolate island, Dong Lu saw the group chat messages and clung to them like a lifeline. Two choices popped into my head: get a random amount of high-tech alien products, or over 3 tons of random gold. I picked the first, and then poof, I ended up on this island with a crashed alien spaceship. I've been here for over a month without a single soul to talk to. I'm going insane. The chat fell silent for a moment. Tycoon Dong Lu, man, you've got it worse than the succubus. He at least landed in a modern society, even if it's a different era. You're stuck in the middle of nowhere. In his luxurious office, the tycoon shook his head, Gambling was a curse. Both Dauntless had tried their luck, one aiming for immortality, the other for alien tech. One ended up in a bygone age, the other on a deserted island. Succubus Dauntless stared the gold tycoon, who had been lurking, pieced together the situation, and casually sent a message. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, so everyone here faced the same choice, and picked different options, right? Succubus Dauntless, pretty much. The tycoon and I were the first in the group. Our options were a random special bloodline, or over 10 billion in random cash. As you can see, I got the succubus bloodline and ended up in another world while he stayed in our original one and became a tycoon. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, 2 options each time, 2 people joined the group each time, both picking different things. Interesting. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, but your idea of staying in the original world might not be right. Both the tycoon and the succubus Dauntless froze, focusing intently. Tycoon Dauntless, what do you mean? Gold Tycoon Dauntless, exactly what I said. We might have all crossed worlds, just one so similar to our original that it's hard to tell. Tycoon Dauntless, how did you figure that out? Gold Tycoon Dauntless, it was an accident. You know my choice and the wilderness guys. I picked the gold. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, since I chose gold I had to cash it out. But I noticed the gold price in this world was different from the original. Before the choice, I checked the original price, 548 yuan per gram. After the switch it dropped to 492, and I took a huge loss. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, while digging into precious metal trading info, I found a quirky tidbit. Tycoon Dauntless, what tidbit? Gold Tycoon Dauntless, remember that gaming big shot, who made up the caching silver mine to fool Wikipedia. Tycoon Dauntless, vaguely. Succubus Dauntless, I remember. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, in our original world the caching mine was a hoax. But in my current world it's real. The bear factions fought over it for centuries. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, so I think the moment we made our choices we all crossed into worlds that matched the options. That's what the hint under the choices really meant. Different choices lead to different futures. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, tycoon, you might not have noticed because you chalked up the differences to butterfly effects from the choice. Or maybe you haven't spotted the changes yet, or they're in blind spots you can't detect. The tycoon and the succubus Dauntless both fell silent. This was a bombshell. Was the essence of their choices a kind of world line filter, picking the right one from infinite possibilities? Were they processed and tossed into new worlds? If so, was there still a Dauntless in the original world living his life until he made a choice and joined the chat from another world? Or did the Dauntless in the chat originally belong to different world lines that just happened to be similar and encountered the choice at the same time rather than branching from one line? Tycoon Dauntless, maybe we need to fully share our information. If they were once the same person, trust would come naturally based on self-knowledge even in different worlds. But if they were from different worlds, things changed. They might still cooperate to leverage different worlds' knowledge and resources, but the intimacy they once shared was impossible. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, true. Let's compare our lives before the choice. If they're consistent, we can confirm we were the same person. As tension grew in the chat, one person was about to cry. Wilderness Dauntless, guys, big shots, how can you dive into worldline theories while I'm here? Get back to my topic. I'm going crazy on this island. Save me. Succubus Dauntless, you're thinking about it too, aren't you? That actually boosts the odds we're the same person. Don't panic. Tycoon Dauntless, yet take it easy. You survived this long on the island. What's a little more time? Gold Tycoon Dauntless agreed. Wilderness Dauntless, screw you all. Try spending a month on a deserted island yourself. Wilderness Dauntless vehemently opposed his own idleness and lack of productivity within the group, yet outvoted 3-1. He could only wait for the current topic to conclude. Rich Dauntless, alright, he'll start the duplication check. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, go ahead. Wilderness Dauntless, hurry up. Verifying whether their experiences were identical and whether they had diverged from the same world line was in theory complex, but in practice quite straightforward. Although their chat group lacked flashy features, like check-ins, red envelopes, reward points, malls, or world portals, it provided remarkably detailed and refined services for information exchange. Besides converting members' memories, and viewed content into files and documents. It also offered functions such as duplicate checking and key point extraction. The four Dondles had no need for scheming piecemeal comparisons or verbal probing. Each uploaded their memories, then utilized the group's built-in duplication check feature for comparison. If they were the same person in life, before the transmigration would be perfectly identical, down to the fleeting thoughts that flashed through their minds, the shape of a water droplet glimpsed in the air, or the trajectory of a dust mote. Since one person's experiences, memories, appearance, genes, personality, and actions at any given moment were all identical to yours, then that person was you, or at least had been you. Ding, duplication check complete. The four Dondles immediately opened the report to view the results. The similarity was over 99%. All differences were concentrated in their lives after transmigration, and some implanted additional memories. Rich Dondle Fewitts confirmed. We're brothers split from the same timeline. Let's help each other and reach the peak of life. Gold Tycoon Dondle, you two actually transmigrated a day earlier than us. I really didn't expect that. Gold Tycoon Dondle and Wilderness Dondle encountered their choices a day later than Rich Dondle and Succubus Dondle. Rich Dondle, the choices we encountered were different too. It's normal for there to be some time differences. I have a feeling that the brothers who join the group next time might arrive even later. Wilderness Dondle, stop. Can we talk about my problem now? Brothers, give me some support. Save me. On a desolate island, Wilderness Dondle quickly interrupted Rich and Gold Tycoon Dondle. If those two kept talking, the topic could veer off anywhere. Rich Dondle, I remember. Let me first extract some key points from your memories after transmigration to see how to help. Rich Dondle, damn, you've directly become a long-lived species with all that alien high-tech. What the hell are you shouting for? I'm so envious I'm falling apart. In a luxurious office, Rich Dondle was so excited he nearly jumped up. He had braced himself for a tale of another self struggling in the jungle, outwitting wild beasts, but failing repeatedly, or barely surviving against small fish in a lake, ultimately suffering a miserable life of hunger. Instead, on his first day, Wilderness Dondle had used a material decomposition and synthesis device to clear half a small island into barren land, synthesize food for his new body from biological organic matter and minerals, and built a home using the island's resources. Compared to the protagonists of wilderness survival documentaries, Wilderness Dondle was living as comfortably as if on vacation. Not only that, as a member of a higher civilization, Wilderness Dondle's genes had been tailored from birth to adapt to extreme environments. Even if thrown into space, he wouldn't die immediately. His cells possessed the same ability to divide indefinitely as cancer cells, theoretically allowing his body to live forever, as long as he had sufficient nutrition and wasn't killed. With such favorable conditions, this guy was still clamoring as if his life was at stake. Rich Dondle, truly the world has gone to the dogs. Gold Tycoon Dondle 1, Succubus Dondle 1. Wilderness Dondle grew anxious. But I'm in the wilderness. And physical lifespan is just one aspect. In my world, the mind also has a lifespan limit. Staying in this environment for 700 or 800 years would rigidify my thinking and accelerate my mental death. Rich Dondle. I feel like you're humble bragging in another way, but I have no proof. Succubus Dondle, ahem, alright, jokes aside. What help do you need over there? Wilderness Dondle answered without hesitation. Technology and blueprints. Gold Tycoon Dondle, you lack technology and blueprints. Don't you have the knowledge of a higher civilization? Wilderness Dondle, yes, I lack them. Desperately. My spaceship crashed outside the coverage of the interstellar network, so I can't access the network for data. The AI's functions are severely limited without a connection, only having some offline cache data, mostly in mathematics and humanities. Although I have a material decomposition and synthesis device that can serve as an industrial mother machine for atomic-level precision processing, I lack the knowledge to support its operation. Don't be fooled by the good stuff I can salvage from the spaceship. They are finished industrial products made from special materials crafted in stellar factories by higher civilizations, irreproducible and finite. Repairing them is also difficult. I urgently need a complete set of industrial technology systems. Even if I can't build a spaceship to return, I can at least make airplanes or ships to explore whether this planet has intelligent civilizations. Gold Tycoon Dongle from that perspective. You're really in a tough spot. Alright, leave the technology and blueprints to me. It's time to get moving too. In a second modern society, Gold Tycoon Dongle walked to the window and pulled the curtains wide open. The glaring white light fell on him, making him squint. Since becoming rich overnight, he had grown quite lazy, but now he had found a spark of passion for life again. Gold Tycoon Dongle for efficiency. Let's each take responsibility for one part for now. He'll set up companies here to collect specific engineering and technical knowledge. Rich, you focus on theoretical knowledge. Well, upload it to the group regularly. Later, when we have time, we should upload all other knowledge to share and benefit from each other. Rich Dongle, yes. Succubus and Wilderness, you'll receive investments for now. Once you have enough capital, you also need to upload the knowledge from your worlds to the group, especially knowledge not found in other worlds. Both natural sciences and humanities are acceptable. In short, we must ensure a virtuous cycle of harmonious mutual aid that benefits everyone. Succubus Dongle agreed. Wilderness Dongle, no problem. Gold Tycoon Dongle, well said. Rich Dongle's proposal was unanimously approved by all. Although they were all split from the same world line, with nearly identical personalities, and ideologies being in different worlds, for a long time might inevitably breed divergent thoughts. Before the worst-case scenario emerged, they had to create a good institutional environment to prevent it. Only by benefiting everyone could they go further together. In the demonic energy world, Succubus Dongle, while watching Gold Tycoon Dongle inquire about wilderness-specific technical requirements, quietly withdrew his attention. He also needed to step up his efforts. 3 days later, in the demonic essence world of Imo City on Xiangjiang Road. The morning after the rain carried a faint chill. Dewdrops, hanging from the roadside grass, fell with a plop into puddles, reflecting a translucent world. The next moment, hooves and wheels shattered everything into fragments until they reached a tall building where they slowly came to a halt. A young man descended from the carriage. Though his features were those of an ancient Asian, his attire was more akin to that of a Westerner. After the youth alighted, the carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing a mature, handsome man in robes, who spoke in a deeply seasoned tone. Learn something this time, and stop loafing around all day. Do you hear me? Father, I know. How many times must you say it? The young man frowned impatiently, picking at his ear. I'm just telling you to restrain yourself. This training is an internal session of the Western-ish Corporation. Most participants are either exceptionally talented or come from distinguished families. If you really don't want to learn, at least don't stir up trouble inside, the mature man advised earnestly. The ancient Asian Empire was once mighty. 17 years ago, a single general repelled the Western coalition, basking in unparalleled glory. But that was all history from over a decade ago. As time passed, nations worldwide deepened their understanding and research of demonic essence, steadily advancing, and the early advantages accumulated by the ancient Asian Empire gradually eroded. By now those advantages had all but vanished. Yet most of the powerful factions in ancient Asia seemed oblivious, still wallowing in past glory, unwilling to open their eyes, let alone seed interests for reform. Although some insightful individuals recognized the future trends of world development and sought to push the imperial court to keep pace with the advancing world, the closed-off inertia within the ancient Asian Empire was not something they could reverse in a short time. Thus, some people displayed extreme contradictions in certain matters. On one hand, they adhered strictly to ancient Asian customs, wearing long hair robes and riding carriages, insisting that ancestral traditions must not change. On the other hand, they arranged for their family's younger generation to engage with major Western corporations and powers, learning advanced theories and the etiquette and culture of the West. Yes, I know. Wei Winley, vexed by the nagging, saw people entering the building one after another. Father, I'll talk to you later. I'm going in now. He tossed out the words and hurried away, leaving the mature man shaking his head before ordering the driver to leave. This should be the place. Standing before the training building, Dong Lo looked around to confirm he hadn't come to the wrong place, and a surge of anticipation filled his heart. Systematic knowledge of demonic essence was right before him. Just then you seem unfamiliar. Are you an employee of Ish Corporation? Dongla turned sideways to see a fair-skinned, unfamiliar young man addressing him. After a moment's thought, recalling his nominal affiliation with Ish Corporation, he nodded sort of. Is there something you need? Am Wei Winley just looking to make an acquaintance? After all, this training opportunity is rare. By the way, I wanted to ask your thoughts on what this training might cover. Dongla finally understood why Wei Winley had approached him, and shook his head. You might have asked the wrong person. I only arrived in Mo City recently. I probably know even less than you. That's not necessarily true. My father always scolds me for being useless, Wei Winley said nonchalantly, figuring that being an insider at Ish meant Dongla knew more than him. By the way, what should I call you? Just call me Dongla. The two chatted idly. Wei Winley was equally eager about the training, and tried to pry for information, but Dongla genuinely knew nothing. After several failed attempts, Wei Winley temporarily gave up asking Dongla. Following the signs in the training building to the classroom, as soon as they entered, a surprised voice rang out, Wei Winley, you came too. A young woman in a yellow dress waved at Wei Winley, signaling him over. Excuse me, Wei Winley said with a hint of surprise, apologizing to Dongla before heading toward the yellow-dressed woman. Dongla casually found a seat, and surveyed the classroom's attendees. Not many had arrived, perhaps 20 or 30. Their auras were decent. Most had undergone at least one transformation, or were close to it. Only a few were still far from transformation, and judging by their attire, they were likely Ish employees. I suppose this is what a big city is like. Transformation stages that are rare elsewhere are as common as cabbages here, he mused inwardly before withdrawing his attention, sinking his mind entirely into the chat group. With time left before the training began, rather than sit idly, he figured he might as well learn something from the chat group. In the demonic essence world, without sufficient strength, he felt utterly insecure. On the other side, Wei Winley seamlessly integrated into the small group around the yellow-dressed woman. Before he could speak, he was met with teasing. The yellow-dressed woman looked him up and down, clicking her tongue in amazement. I never thought, truly never thought, with your temperament. What leverage did your father use to send you here? Could it be that he has something on you? Wei Winley's face darkened instantly, and he spoke through gritted teeth. I came voluntarily. You? Voluntarily. Huang Ling froze, her eyes filled with suspicion. Not just her, everyone who had heard of Wei Winley's reputation wore expressions of disbelief. If they remembered correctly, the last time Wei Winley made a name for himself in their circle was when he refused to attend school and fought with his father, ending up bedridden for over half a month. Was he just stubbornly denying it, or had he truly changed his ways? Is it not allowed? Wei Winley straightened his back without flinching. The old ways of ruler and subject, father and son, they're outdated. What use is learning them? What's wrong with me not wanting to go? Or are you all here by choice? The group that had been teasing him exchanged glances, each seeing the other's discomfort. They too didn't want to study those rigid codes of conduct. Why bother with a hypocritical shell when they were strong enough to do as they pleased? But with old-fashioned elders at home, they had no choice. As the atmosphere grew awkward, someone coughed to shift the topic. Ahem, speaking of which, that person who came in with you, I haven't seen him before. Aren't you going to introduce him? Wei Winley replied, I met him on the way. He's an Ish employee. This is the first time I've seen him, so I don't know him well. An Ish employee, the person started to say more, but at that moment the door swung open. A man with black hair and blue eyes, clearly Western in appearance, entered the classroom. Stepping up to the podium, he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Hello everyone. I'll be your instructor for the Demonic Essence Theory course. You can call me Waylon Eric. When Dongla withdrew his attention from the chat group, the lecturer on stage had already begun teaching without any hesitation. Demonic essence, a special element that suddenly appeared in the world over 20 years ago, is widely present in the earth and soil, though its concentration is faint. It is more commonly found within living organisms. As for the reason, it involves the food chain. The lecturer named Wen Luan wrote 5 words on the blackboard in the script of the ancient Ya Empire. Soil, bacteria, plants, herbivores, carnivores. He connected the 5 words with arrows to form a cycle. Plants absorb demonic essence from the soil. Herbivores obtain it by consuming plants, and carnivores acquire it by preying on herbivores. When animals die, they decompose due to microorganisms, and the demonic essence within them returns to the soil. Of course, the actual cycle is more complex, but for now you only need to know this much. Wenlun succinctly explained the circulation of demonic essence within the food chain. A flicker of realization appeared in the eyes of many trainees present. Though they had a vague understanding of the principle before, no one had ever systematically clarified it for them. Now they felt a sense of clarity, as if a windowpane had been shattered. A minority, who had already learned some theories of demonic essence through other channels, listened to Wenlun's explanation with indifference. Wenlun observed the reactions of the students below. Seeing that they had grasped the concept well enough, he continued, "Now that you understand the concept of the food chain, and know that demonic essence can spread through it, let me ask you a question. How would you prove this?" The students were taken aback. "Wasn't it you who said that demonic essence is transmitted through the food chain? And isn't it so obvious that it needs no proof?" But Wenlun's earnest expression suggested he wasn't joking. A heavy silence fell over the room. Huang Ling hesitantly offered an answer. "Through a contest." Wenlun pressed further. "How would you conduct this contest?" "Well, find 2 people of similar strength, one who eats meat and one who eats vegetables. After a period of time, have them fight. The one who ingests more demonic essence would naturally win." Feeling Wenlun's gaze, Huang Ling was initially nervous, but as she clarified her logic, she spoke more fluently. Wenlun nodded first, then ruthlessly pointed out the flaw. "But what if one person has far greater talent than the other? What if he wins simply because he was always destined to win?" Huang Ling was momentarily stumped, unsure how to respond. Wei Winley, standing nearby, jumped in to speak. "Gather more people and repeat the experiment multiple times. Whichever side wins more often must have ingested more demonic essence. Indeed, as long as you collect enough samples and control the variables, you can prove the transmission through the food chain on a macro level." Wenlun first affirmed Wei Winley's approach, then abruptly changed his tone. "But what about going further? If you focus on specific species, like cattle and pigs, cats and dogs, tigers and lions, animals of similar size and build, or even different individuals of the same species, how would you measure and compare the amount of demonic essence in their bodies? Would you still use this method to prove it?" Wei Winley fell silent. When the difference between the targets is substantial, the impact of individual talent is relatively minor, making it feasible to use humans as part of the experiment while controlling variables. However, as the targets become more similar, individual talent becomes a critical factor that cannot be overlooked. At that point, relying on rough variable control for experimentation becomes less appropriate. Wenlun swept his gaze across the students. Almost everyone avoided his eyes. It wasn't about strength or status, it was simply the instinct of students who didn't know the answer and didn't want to be called on by the teacher. Finally, his gaze settled on a corner of the classroom, landing on Donglu. After a moment's assessment, he smiled and said, "That student in the corner, can you answer this?" In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to Donglu. "Oh well." Sensing the surrounding gazes, Donglu felt a slight ache in his teeth. He had barely managed to graduate in another world. Why did he have to encounter this again? Clearing his throat and pondering for a moment, Donglu answered clearly, "Since we want to measure the levels of demonic essence in different organisms, why not focus directly on the demonic essence itself, avoiding the influence of human talent on the experiment? For example, find substances that react significantly with demonic essence as a medium. By observing the intensity of the reaction between the medium and the blood or other substances of different organisms, we can roughly determine the amount of demonic essence in their bodies." The crowd was still processing his words when Wenlun clapped his hands, breaking the silence. "Well said. Scientific experimentation must start from the essential characteristics of things. If one experiment isn't precise enough, design another." He swept his gaze over the thoughtful students and said to them, "I know what you came here to learn. You want to master the theory of demonic essence and gain greater power. But what I want to say is that the theory of demonic essence is merely a set of rules we've summarized at this stage. It is not the only truth, nor is it likely absolute. I hope that during your learning process, you will focus not only on the established theories, but also on the scientific methods of proof behind them. That is the truly valuable treasure. The most crucial aspect of science lies in proof. Even the most obvious things should be proven and explained rather than taken for granted and ignored as common sense. Observe phenomena, make bold hypotheses, design experiments, and draw conclusions. Perhaps the next law of demonic essence will be discovered by you. After delivering a lesson on scientific thinking, when Lewin continued explaining other key points of demonic essence theory, occasionally interspersing the discovery processes of scientific knowledge. It wasn't particularly lively, but it was clear enough to digest without difficulty. The morning session ended quickly. Dong-Lu was about to leave for the cafeteria when he heard Wen-Lun's voice. That student stepped outside for a moment. Looking up, he saw Wen-Lun beckoning him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he walked over. Not far away, Wei Wenli, who had been a step too slow, felt a pang of regret. He realized he might have misjudged Dong-Lu. He was still worth befriending. Let's go! There will be plenty of opportunities later. Huang Ling saw through Wei Wenli's thoughts, but didn't mock him. Yeah, there will be chances. Wei Wenli replied and left with Huang Ling and the others. After leaving the classroom, Wen-Lun led Dong-Lu to another room. He scrutinized the young man before him and smiled. You're Dong-Lu, right? Teacher, is there something you need? Nothing much. Your periodic table and electron theory have greatly aided research on demonic essence and science. The company asked me to look after you. Feel free to come to me with any questions. With that, Wen-Lun took a document from a drawer and handed it to Dong-Lu. These are the currently accepted theories of demonic essence in the Western continent, along with the materials on their discovery. I thought they might be helpful to you. Dong-Lu accepted without hesitation. Thank you. You deserve it. Wen-Lun shook his head. Although the periodic table and electron theory materials provided by Dong-Lu were the original unlocalized versions obtained from his awakening, their value still far exceeded the publicly available demonic essence knowledge of the Western continent, as well as the value of a single training session. If news of Dong-Lu's contributions reached other companies or conglomerates, many would be willing to offer higher prices to poach him. After all, awakened individuals could awaken more than once, and for the sake of such precious scientific and demonic essence knowledge, offering him a noble title like Count would be a bargain. Este Company was well aware of this. While doing their utmost to conceal Dong-Lu's information, they also gave him benefits to secure his loyalty. However, they didn't want to give too much at once, lest Dong-Lu realize his worth and demand exorbitant prices. Instead, they planned to gradually win him over body and soul into their camp. After having dinner, the afternoon classes quickly commenced, transitioning from the theory of magical elements to mathematics, culture, and physics. After listening for a while, Dong-Lu lost interest. The mathematics of the magical element world differed slightly in terminology and form from Dong-Lu's original world, but the various derivations and conclusions were mostly consistent, rendering a complete relearning unnecessary. The cultural course, however, was filled with biased praise for the Western continent. Clearly, the IST company was not just preparing them with scientific knowledge training, they aimed to foster a sense of affection and admiration for the company and the Western continent among the trainees through cultural infiltration, cultivating a group of their own within the upper echelons of Mo City. In the physics class, Dong-Lu managed to concentrate for a brief moment. After all, the magical element world and Earth were two distinct realms, and perhaps there were noteworthy differences in the fundamental physical laws. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking. The level of physical development in this world was far inferior to that of Earth, lacking the capability to explore the underlying physical laws, unable to clarify the fundamental differences between the two worlds. Thus, Dong-Lu soon sank his attention back into the chat group, as it could organize and distill information that could be passively absorbed, and he could always review it after class. In the current free time, he was naturally contemplating with his good brothers on how to utilize the rules of magical elements. Demon Dongla brothers, what ideas do you have? Give me some suggestions. Modern society wealthy Dongla stared blankly at the translated theorems and formulas in the chat interface as confusion gradually covered his face. It was not that the material was complicated or difficult to understand. On the contrary, the properties of magical elements summarized by the Western continent were quite succinct, so much so that there was hardly anything to discuss. At least wealthy Dongla did not know what to say, as he was not a specialized scientist, and had not studied the principles of scientific instrument applications. Modern society Golden Tycoon Dongla also did not know what to say, but he had other methods. Golden Tycoon Dongla, watch my grand summoning spell come forth. Wilderness Beast Wilderness Dongla. Interestingly, among the 4 Dongless in the group, Golden Tycoon and Wealthy Dongla, who were in modern society, lived the most comfortably, had the best development conditions, and laid flat the fastest. Demon Dongla was second, not living too poorly, but still striving to develop. Wilderness Dongla, born on a deserted island, had the most miserable living conditions, having to craft any necessary tools himself, yet he was the most proactive and intelligent among them. Thanks to his high civilization heritage, his engineered genes endowed him with an exceptionally long lifespan and formidable survival abilities, as well as strong information reception and comprehension capabilities. Wilderness Dongla, come on, cheer and celebrate. Clang, 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 I'm here. Even in the wilderness, needing to support a crashing spaceship, he remained the most dazzling one. Demon Dongla, stop fooling around, we're discussing serious matters. Wilderness Dongla, ahem, I was led astray by the tycoon. A serious face. Golden Tycoon Dongla, no shame. Wilderness Dongla slightly nervously denied it. Ignoring Golden Tycoon Dongla's protests, he regained his composure. Wilderness Dongla, by the way, demon, what kind of advice are you looking for? To increase magical element intake, or to utilize magical elements better? Demon Dongla, what do you have in mind? Wilderness Dongla, well, if you want to utilize magical elements better in combat, you need to study the states in which magical elements manifest under different conditions, then design corresponding weapons and techniques based on their characteristics. For example, traditional firearms, regardless of their appearance or caliber, operate on the underlying logic of igniting gunpowder, causing it to burn and explode, generating impact force to propel the bullet out. By improving combinations related to the gunpowder itself, the rifling caliber, firing pin, grip, and materials of the firearm, based on the premise that gunpowder burns and explodes under high temperature and pressure, different guns can be designed. Similarly, once we understand the characteristics of magical elements, we can design different structures to better convert magical elements into other energies, ultimately transforming them into combat power. If you want to enhance your strength this way, I can offer some. Wilderness Dongla, just because I can't go online doesn't mean my brain is damaged. My intellect surpasses that of Earth's supercomputers. I can have my brain design a program to calculate mechanical or biological structures that utilize magical element characteristics. Then Demon can manufacture weapons based on these structures or cultivate specialized extraordinary organs. Wealthy Donglu, impressive. Golden Tycoon Donglu, impressive. Wilderness Donglu, let's keep it low-key. Demon Donglu, what about the other method? Wilderness Donglu, that one is a bit trickier. After all, you currently only know you can enhance your strength by consuming magical elements through food. The research released from above hasn't mentioned any methods for absorbing magical elements out of thin air, and further enhancing the digestive efficiency of food through biological modification isn't realistic. My suggestion is to establish a good relationship with that company you're affiliated with, obtain more resources from them, and then conduct your own research. You could consider first crafting a rudimentary centrifuge with rope and cardboard to see if you could separate the magical elements, directly consuming the separated magical elements, or conducting research on them. Wilderness Donglu, if the centrifuge doesn't work, we can consider other methods. Demon Donglu's eyes lit up upon seeing the message. Having been in this world for so long, he had almost forgotten about the existence of centrifuges. To put it simply, it's about using high-speed rotation to create stratification among objects of different densities. On Earth, centrifuges are widely used in scientific research, biopharmaceuticals, and medicine for separating cells, proteins, nucleic acids, and more. Sounds impressive. But there are expensive and cheap applications. When Don Lo was a child, he played with a toy that involved making 2 holes in a circular piece of cardboard, threading a rope through the holes, tying knots at both ends, and spinning it back and forth with both hands to make the disc rotate rapidly. What Wilderness Don Lo described was precisely this. The principle is similar. Rounding it off can be considered a centrifuge that could suffice for basic use. As for a professional high-end centrifuge, we'll talk about it when wealthy and golden tycoon acquire the technology. Wilderness Don Lo, it's too bad I'm not in your world. Otherwise, if I could get my hands on the physical objects and thoroughly understand the properties of magical elements, it would make things much easier. Demon Don Lo, know you've already been a great help. Now I know what to do. In the magical element world, Demon Don Lo's eyes seem to sparkle. Wilderness Don Lo, if I can be of assistance, feel free to reach out for any calculations you need. I won't make any false claims when it comes to calculations. I'm absolutely reliable. The succubus Don Lo decided to adopt a two-pronged approach. While requesting the Wilderness Don Lo to assist in designing demonic weaponry, he personally delved into the study of demonic essence properties. The day's training came to an end. The nearby church bell tolled, emitting a deep, muffled thud. The lecturer on stage closed his notes and said, "That concludes today's lesson. You may all return." The sound of rustling as belongings were packed filled the room. As Don Lo prepared to leave, he looked up and saw a group of people approaching him. "Brother Don Lo, we're having a gathering at Hongban Tower later. Would you like to join?" Wei Winley called out, accompanied by a few others extending an invitation. Don Lo was perplexed, feeling as though they were acting like old acquaintances. "A gathering?" Huang Ling stepped ahead of Wei Winley, her expression eager. "Yes, since we're all here for training, in a way we're classmates. We can exchange ideas after class," Wei Winley added. "And Brother Don Lo has just arrived in Maching. This is a good chance to learn about the local customs." Don Lo declined directly. "Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." His mind was wholly occupied with studying demonic essence to enhance his power. He had no interest in social gatherings. Wei Winley and Huang Ling's expressions stiffened, taken aback by Don Lo's blunt refusal. Given their status, countless people would eagerly jump at their invitations. But Don Lo paid them no mind and strode out of the classroom. "What a pity," Huang Ling murmured as she watched Don Lo disappear, her expression wistful. Wei Winley, noting her disappointment, teased, "What have you taken a liking to him?" After undergoing a transformation, one's physical flaws are mended by demonic essence, so appearances rarely remain poor. And Don Lo, perhaps due to the influence of his succubus bloodline, was exceptionally handsome even among the transformed. When alone, his demeanor was as tranquil as a celestial being from a painting. It wasn't impossible that someone might be smitten by his looks. Huang Ling cast a glance at the onlookers, eager for drama. "Indeed, such fine features are rare. Too bad he's a wild scholar who doesn't know how to seize opportunities. I'll skip the gathering. You all enjoy yourselves." She waved her hand and left the classroom. Those remaining exchanged bewildered looks. "Is she serious? Maybe she's just being sarcastic. Who cares about her tantrum? Are we going to Hongban Tower or not? Of course, let's go." On the other side, Don Lo didn't rush home after leaving the training building. Glancing at the sky, he saw there was still time before nightfall, so he headed straight for the city center. For those who had undergone a transformation, their physical abilities surpassed ordinary humans by leaps and bounds. Often they could sprint at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, faster than many cars. However, most transformed individuals avoided running to maintain their dignity. Don Lo had no such qualms and reached the city center in less than 10 minutes. He entered a modestly decorated craft shop. "Boss, how are the items I ordered coming along?" From the back room, an elderly man in a gray robe, slightly stooped, hurriedly replied. Coming. Are you the one from 3 days ago?" "Yes, I ordered several glass components." "Are they ready?" "They're ready. Finished yesterday." "Wait a moment." The gray-robed elder slapped his forehead and began rummaging through drawers. Soon he retrieved a wooden box from a pile of odds and ends and handed it to Donglu. Donglu opened it to find several thick strip-like glass pieces lying quietly inside, with wooden rings attached for protection and decoration. Anyone familiar with microscopes would easily recognize what these thick glass pieces were: the eyepiece and objective lenses of a microscope. On Earth, the earliest microscope appeared in the 16th century, invented by a Dutch spectacle maker. In the demonic essence world, similar products existed, but were mainly sold in the Western continent, with high prices in the Gaia region. Adhering to a frugal principle, Donglu sourced qualified glass and found a skilled craft shop. Based on information from the chat group, he noted key details and placed the order. Seeing Donglu's satisfaction, the gray-robed elder breathed a slight sigh of relief. Earning money from transformed individuals was no easy feat. "Sir, if there are any issues, feel free to come back." Donglu nodded, pulled out a few silver coins to settle the remaining payment, and then headed to other shops. During the 3 days before training started, he hadn't been idle, collecting store locations, customizing parts and materials, and crafting tools by hand. The money earned from the fixative formula had barely warmed his hands before a third of it was spent. "Less than 2,000 left," he calculated silently, his mood turning complex. This sum was not insignificant. At his current salary, even without spending a cent, it would take over 2 years to earn that much. If he were still at the textile mill, he might never save such an amount. He thought it would last a while, but the cost of living in Maching exceeded his expectations. "Fortunately, I've bought most of what I need." Leaving the last shop, Donglu looked at his numerous bags and parcels, finding them cumbersome, so he hailed a carriage. By the time he arrived home, it was already evening. After a quick meal, he went to the study on the 2nd floor. The original furniture had been cleared away, replaced by tables laden with various bottles, jars, and components. "Let's give it a try." Recalling the discussions from the chat group, Donglu retrieved a rope and a piece of cardboard from the pile of parts. Following the method in his memory, he punched a hole in the center, threaded the rope through, and tied knots at both ends. Soon a rudimentary centrifuge was crafted, its structure incredibly simple. But he wasn't done yet. He punched a few more holes near the edge of the cardboard to secure test tubes. Perhaps due to the changes brought by demonic essence or the divergence in this world's development from Earth, certain fields had advanced remarkably despite the overall technology being at the level of the first industrial revolution. Biology and medicine were among these fields. In a study on plants absorbing demonic essence, a team discovered that processing the resin of certain trees yielded a lightweight material, plastic. In the Western continent, the competition among nobles and capitalists was no less fierce than in the Gaia Empire. Beyond investing in biology and demonic essence research, many cultivated plants, rich in demonic essence, using the food chain effect. With the Industrial Revolution, their rivalries expanded even further. The team that discovered plastic had a keen business sense, branding it with concepts like natural and demonic essence plants. Coupled with its lightness, durability, and easy moldability, plastic quickly became a hit and was mass-produced. Even in the Gaia Empire, many elites favored this new material. For Donglu, the early advent of plastic solved a problem: the portability of test tubes. Otherwise, glass test tubes fixed to cardboard would be much heavier and less convenient. He brought some vegetables from the kitchen, divided them into 2 portions, juiced 1 part, filtered it, and poured the liquid into test tubes. As the cardboard disc spun, an experiment began. The rapidly spinning paper disc ceased its whirring, and the liquid in the test tube showed clear stratification. A flicker of delight crossed Donglu's face. Based on the layers in the tube, he poured the separated samples into different graduated cylinders for comparison. He repeated the process until each cylinder held a certain amount of the sample, then finally stopped. Next comes the verification. Donglu looked at the graduated cylinders and the plant fibers left over from juicing, taking a deep breath. He didn't have a reagent to test the mana concentration of objects on hand, but that didn't matter. He had another, more direct method to gauge mana content: by eating it. Relying on the succubus bloodline's exceptionally high absorption efficiency and precise feedback regarding mana, he could judge the mana concentration to a certain extent. Using a bot balance and weights, he divided the experimental samples into equal portions by weight. Dong Le first grabbed the leftover plant fibers from the table and swallowed them whole. Within half an hour, a faint warmth flowed through his body. The plant fibers still retain a certain amount of mana. Dong Le felt a slight disappointment. His ideal scenario was that the mana content within the plant fibers would be nearly non-existent, indicating that the original mana in the plant had transferred to the juice, proving that centrifugation could extract mana more effectively. However, the plant fibers still provided some enhancement, meaning a portion of the mana had been trapped and centrifugation might not be as effective as he had imagined. But thinking about it, it made sense. If separating mana were truly this simple, people in the mana world would have discovered it long ago, as the process of juicing was far too basic. After calming his disappointment, Dong Le began testing the samples from each graduated cylinder one by one with half-hour intervals between each. Yet his expression grew increasingly grim. The enhancement effects from the samples separated in each cylinder fluctuated wildly, making it difficult for human senses to determine which was superior. If all samples turned out like this, the experiment could essentially be declared a failure. Finally, upon tasting the second-to-last sample, a noticeably stronger warmth coursed through his body, and Dong Le's expression brightened slightly. It worked. He immediately recorded the data in his notebook. After the interval passed, he continued testing the final sample, as well as the vegetable that had not undergone juicing or centrifugation, which served as the original control group. When the experiment concluded, Dong Le twisted his neck and squinted out the window. A faint fish-belly white appeared on the horizon, and the dim world gradually brightened. Dawn had arrived. Under equal weight, the final isolate. His pen paused. He scratched out final isolate. Since it was the result of the first centrifugation experiment, head, call it isolate no. 1. Isolate no. 1 shows a significantly stronger effect than other samples, and the control group reaching the level of ordinary meat. The centrifugation method is proven effective. Other plant samples and animal blood can be tested for centrifugal separation. Dong Le wrote down the final conclusion. The gloom in his heart had largely dissipated. He was about to close his notebook and rest when a thought suddenly struck him. Time. This experiment had taken him an entire night. The time invested was far too long. Although it was partly due to being out of practice, and the need to test all samples, the final yield was also pitifully small. If he intended to replace daily meals with isolate no. 1 in future isolates no. 2 and no. 3 the time spent on separation would likely consume most of his free time, not to mention testing samples and studying. Dong Le scratched his head. There were too many things to do, and time was never enough. Succubus Dong Le, so brothers, any good ideas? Gold Tycoon Dong Le, how about building a professional centrifuge directly? I just recruited a talent who's great at crafting all kinds of machines. I'll have him draw up the designs and a tutorial for you. Succubus Dong Le, is it difficult? It's not starting from a generator, is it? Gold Tycoon Dong Le, don't worry. I'll take your situation into account and design it to be hand-cranked or steam-powered. The parts should all be purchasable. If not, with your current strength, crafting one by hand wouldn't take much effort. Succubus Dong Le, then I'll leave it to you. Rich Dong Le, perhaps you could try other treatments on the raw materials, like fermentation or dehydration, to see if the mana content changes under different conditions. Succubus Dong Le will give it a try. Wilderness Dong Le, Gold Tycoon and Rich's suggestions should keep you busy enough, so I won't add more. But you could send the prices there, and the mana content of different foods. I'll use my smart brain to calculate the most cost-effective and optimal ratio for you. Succubus Dong Le, thanks a lot. Wilderness Dong Le, we're brothers, no need for thanks. I'm counting on you guys to conquer the world and develop spaceship technology first to get me out of this misery. Rich Dong Le, indifferent. I hope you can develop the elixir of immortality and send me the process. If not the elixir, then consciousness digitization will do. Gold Tycoon Dong Le, same here. Succubus Dong Le watched his other selves fooling around in the group chat and found it both amusing and exasperating. He too wished a big shot or a master would come and lead him. After studying the materials in the group chat for a while, Dong Lu shook his head, and the fatigue in his mind suddenly dissipated. He ate a little something, and headed to the training building on Xiangjiang Road. The training class was about to start. Unlike the first day's schedule, today's classes began with humanities, then moved to an overview of science followed by mathematics, physics, chemistry, and finally mana theory. The commonality was that time flew by. When the Chiche's deep bell told Wenluan closed the materials he had brought, and was about to leave, when the corner of his eye caught a figure approaching. Dong Lu. Teacher Wenluan. Wenluan seemed to guess Dong Lu's purpose, and nodded to him. Let's talk outside. All right. By the small garden the two stood side by side. Wenluan spoke first. Is there a problem understanding those mana theories? Not exactly. I'd like to ask if the Este Company has any methods to detect mana concentration. I want to conduct some experiments on my own. Wenluan looked at Dong Lu with some surprise, but it also seemed within reason. No matter how much theory one reads on paper, it can never replace the experience of hands-on practice. But understanding was one thing, whether it could be done was another. He was just an ordinary mana theory scholar, barely at the stage of a single transformation, and many things were beyond his control. The company does have some reagents for testing mana concentration. I'll submit a report to the higher-ups and see what comes of it. I'll get back to you in a while. Thank you. A glimmer of joy flashed across Dong Lu's face as he expressed his gratitude. As long as there was a way to detect mana concentration, he could buy it, or if not, trade knowledge for it. He had only offered the periodic table and some electronic theory in exchange for training qualifications, but the group chat was full of other theoretical applications. At the Gaia headquarters of Yusite Corporation, Morel had been riding a wave of success lately. The unexpected discovery of Dong Lu had truly brought them revolutionary scientific theories. This monumental achievement was enough to secure him the position of general manager, or perhaps a transfer back to the head office as a senior executive. But unfortunately, some experiments are still needed for verification and localization. Morel sighed, as if seeing a tantalizing feast dangled before him, itching to grasp it yet pulled away. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Wenluan pushed the door open. Manager Morel. Wenluan, what brings you here? What's happened? Seeing it was one of his own, Morel relaxed his formal posture and smiled warmly. It's about that awakener named Dong Lu. He wants a batch of reagents for detecting magic concentration. What does he need magic reagents for? At the end of the first training session, I gave him some publicly available materials on magic theory. Perhaps he wants to use the reagents for an experiment to get a feel for it. I see. A look of realization dawned on Morel's face, and he waved his hand grandly. It's just some magic reagents. Go apply for them and... Actually, forget it. I'll talk to the logistics department myself. Mid-sentence, Morel suddenly changed his mind. Though a single magic reagent wasn't expensive, the cost would quickly balloon with larger quantities. Moreover, Yusite Corporation strictly controlled magic-related items, so large amounts weren't always available even with money. For Wenluan to pry anything from those vampires in the logistics department to secure a batch of reagents for Dong Lu was no easy task. No, there was no need to give them to Dong Lu for free either. Offering them at cost would show the company's regard for him, while also depleting Dong Lu's funds. When Dong Lu ran short on money, he could provide timely aid, binding Dong Lu firmly to his chariot. Thoughts churned like lightning. Morel hurried off to the logistics department. Meanwhile, at a market in Maching. No fresh blood. I have blood tofu, but not uncoagulated blood. The market stall owner stared at Dong Lu, suspecting the young man might have lost his mind. Fresh blood coagulates quickly. Who would bring it to the market? But intimidated by Dong Lu's presence, the owner replied meekly. If you want fresh blood, you could buy some fish or chicken, slaughter them, and collect the blood. Huh? Dong Lu, half focused on the chat group, grunted in acknowledgement. Realizing what the vendor meant, he froze, eyes wide. What did you say? Drink blood. Overwhelmed by Dawnless aura, the vendor tensed up, feeling a heart-pounding terror, as if stared down by a giant beast trembling like a leaf. You? Sorry, I meant could you explain more about drinking raw blood? Do people actually like that? Realizing he had scared the man, Dawn quickly apologized and asked carefully. Well, didn't you come to buy blood because raw blood has a better strengthening effect? The vendor looked nervously at Dawn, fearing another outburst. Dawn, raw blood has a better strengthening effect. It's just a rumor, and since those foreign hospitals always buy blood, some people believe it. The vendor forced a smile more bitter than tears. Dawn nodded. It made some sense. In this era, with science still underdeveloped and the public poorly educated, the allure of magic's strengthening effects was strong. It wasn't surprising that strange, unfounded remedies would emerge. It'll take 2 fish to go. Without dwelling on the raw blood issue, Dawn bought what he needed and left. On the way, he used the chat group to organize his memories, listing the various price information he had heard and seen. The details Dawn himself had forgotten or overlooked were faithfully recorded by the chat group. Returning home and having dinner, Dawn went to his workshop to continue his experiments. Unlike the first time when he stayed up all night, he now set aside some time for rest. The following days passed in the same manner, his life as regular as a machine. But this routine lasted only a few days. Then Dawn obtained the blueprints and instructions for a hand-crank centrifuge and a steam-powered centrifuge funded by the magnate Dawn. Besides going to the market for materials, he also had to buy hardware tools to process parts, leaving him so busy he barely had time to sleep. Fortunately, the magic reagents arrived a few days later. Using them to measure magic concentration was much faster than before, allowing Dawn to reclaim some rest time from his overly packed schedule. Wilderness Dawn. Brother, something might be off over there. Be careful. Succubus Dawn. In the magic world, Succubus Dawn, who had just finished an experiment and was recording results, was puzzled by the sudden message in the chat group. With only 4 members, they rarely chatted idly unless something came up, usually just sharing data in the group files. Succubus Dawn. What do you mean? Wilderness Dawn. First look at this. Wilderness Dawn sent a series of calculations and results. Many of the figures looked familiar to Succubus Dawn, resembling the prices in matching. Wilderness Dawn. Remember when I asked you to send the prices in matching to calculate a plan for minimum cost to absorb the most magic? Recently, with nothing to do, I had my AI use that data to roughly calculate your angle coefficient, intending to check your living standards. But the results revealed a big problem. Succubus Dawn's expression turned serious. The angle coefficient, the proportion of food expenditure in total household spending, was a key indicator of living standards in Dawn's original world. Generally 40-50 was moderately prosperous, 50-60 was adequate, and over 60 indicated poverty. Wilderness Dawn. Your memories don't include the residents' consumption data there, so I used income data for the calculation. Normally, without loans or other support, urban residents' income must at least equal consumption to sustain basic survival. So using income makes the angle coefficient smaller. But even so, calculating the food needed for normal bodily functions based on your local prices, the angle coefficient for an average family still exceeds 65. The reality is likely worse, yet in your memories, there are almost no homeless or beggars. I don't know if magic enhances digestion and broadens diets, or if local policies are at play. Anyway, be careful. Your place might not be as peaceful as it seems. Succubus Dawn listened to the analysis and reviewed the calculations from start to finish. Though many parts were rough, like using the income of Rongqing residents doubled as the average for big city dwellers, the overall reasoning wasn't flawed. Reflecting on his recent complacency, a sudden sense of crisis surged within him. Succubus Dawn. I will. The warning from the Wilderness Dawn stirred vigilance in the Dawn within the magic element world, yet beyond that it held little further effect. After all, the Dawn of the magic element world was but a single transformation. Among the billions worldwide, even at a probability of 1 in 10,000, hundreds of thousands had undergone a single transformation. Even at 1 in a million, there were at least several thousand who had undergone a second transformation. In reality, the proportion was only higher. The Gaia Empire, a populous nation, boasted no small number of first and second transformation individuals, and its military forces were countless. Faced with such overwhelming power, Dauntless ambitions indeed stood little chance of success. Even if he perceived societal flaws, all he could do was protect himself, seize time for experiments, tinker with machines, and enhance his strength. Over 4 months slipped by. The training at Estate Company was nearing its end, and the wilderness Dauntless warning had not come to pass. Nothing earth-shattering had occurred, whether in Maching Gaia or on the international stage. Not entirely true, if one had to say there were indeed some changes. The Biological Research Institute under Estate Company had achieved a breakthrough, producing several highly effective magic element pharmaceuticals that enhance physical conditioning, warmly welcomed by the wealthy elite. Whether due to the drugs or not, Dawnla noticed more transformation stage individuals on the streets than before. At dawn in the training building, Dawnla entered the classroom, holding a newspaper, sat down, and prepared to peruse the day's news. Wenluan suddenly pushed open the door, beaming, and clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Today's classes are canceled. The company has arranged a visit to the Research Institute. Everyone come out. We can visit the Institute. Is it the Biological Research Institute? Awesome. I've been wanting to see it for ages. Is this an event because training is ending? The previously lackadaisical students erupted as if injected with adrenaline. They had long lost interest in the monotonous theorems, and upon hearing about the Institute visit, they eagerly filed out of the classroom. Even Dawnlo was somewhat surprised. Over these months, although the training class under Estate Company had organized some activities, a direct visit to the Research Institute was a first. Casually scanning the newspaper and recording it in his chat group, he followed the crowd out of the classroom. At the training building entrance, a fleet of black sedans had already arrived. After picking everyone up, they drove towards the Biological Research Institute. Within no more than an hour, the cars entered a scenic campus, gradually slowing down and stopping before a large building. This is the Biological Research Institute. In one car, Donglo looked out the window and frowned as they entered the campus. For some reason, he felt a vague discomfort here. An illusion. A researcher in a white coat stood at the main entrance. As the cars halted, he approached and exchanged pleasantries with Wenluan. Wenluan, your training class is gaining quite the reputation. Even the higher-ups approved a visit to a place like this. Just luck. Wenluan shook his head, unfazed by his friend's tease. Luck is also a part of strength. The researcher shook his head. As a key institution studying magic elements under Estate Company, the Biological Research Institute harbored numerous secrets and dangerous products, and was generally not open to the public. The ready approval likely owed much to the number of wealthy second-generation scions from Maching in the training class. Of course, it might also be for another person. The white-coat researcher scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Donglu. As he looked over, Donglu sensed it and returned the stare. Recognizing the researcher from earlier, he nodded slightly and averted his eyes. Somewhat surprised by Donglu's acute perception, the researcher quickly looked away. Welcome everyone to the Biological Research Institute. I'll be your guide today. Follow me. The first floor mainly houses offices, meeting rooms, and a tea room. Nothing interesting. We'll head directly to the second floor experimental area. Depending on the project groups, the second floor labs are divided into different sections: animal laboratories, genetics laboratories, microbiology labs, and so on. A throng of people surged into a lab, where under the researcher's explanation, they learned about experimental methods, various instruments, and their functions. For instance, magic elements can strengthen biological organisms and also react to biological consciousness. To understand the operational mechanism of magic elements, the Institute specially cultivates certain microorganisms, raising them in nutrient solutions with ultra-high concentrations of magic elements. Using microscopes, they observe changes in the microorganisms, whether they also undergo transformation, and what consequences transformed microorganisms might bring. More extreme experiments involve slicing brain tissue from recently deceased individuals, whose brains still retain activity cultivating their nerve cells. Of course, when cultivating nerve cells, it's best to source materials from transformation stage individuals or other animals. Ordinary cells lack sufficient strength and are easily killed during cultivation. The white coat researcher spread his arms. Through these experiments, the Institute seeks to understand the operational mechanism of magic elements. Once we unravel the mysteries of magic elements at the microscopic level, everything else will naturally fall into place. The training class students listened with excitement, as if envisioning a bright future. Then a voice emerged from the crowd. Were those new magic element drugs developed here too? Can we take a look? Everyone turned to see Wei Winley, whose eyes burned with fervor, as if he had found his lifelong pursuit. Of course, but even if you see it, you won't glean much. Drug development and experimentation require immense time and effort, tedious and monotonous, hardly an exciting job. Despite his words, the white-coat researcher led the group to visit the area. Finding people still working inside, he quickly ushered them away. They continued to tour other sections such as animal rooms and plant rooms. These plants and animals are raised as raw materials for experimental research. Sometimes after new drugs are developed, they are first tested on animals, then on humans. Only after confirming efficacy and minimal side effects are they approved for production. A jarring voice cut in. Testing on beasts first, what a hassle. Wouldn't it be faster to test directly on humans? Domla turned to see an unfamiliar young man from Wei Winley's clique. Surprisingly, many students in the training class seemed to agree with him. The white-coat researcher shook his head. We can't do that. Domla breathed a sigh of relief. There were still normal people in this world. The next moment, the researcher's reasoning left him speechless. The value and price of a person are far higher than those of an animal. We can't just disregard their lives. It would be too much of a loss. I see. Indeed, human blood is quite expensive. Domla scanned those who nodded in agreement, thinking only one thing: this world seemed twisted in a rather alarming way. Around noon, the tour concluded. Domla boarded the return bus, closed his eyes, and felt somewhat weary, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer diversity of humanity in this world. The Western continent's research on mana elements is conducted in such a manner, truly a stroke of ingenious imagination. Don't you think we could adopt a similar approach and establish our own research institute? A splendid idea. I'll discuss it with my father as soon as I return. The others in the same vehicle were engaged in heated discussion. Just then a person in the front row suddenly interjected. Don't you think this resembles the demonic cult a bit? The bus fell into immediate silence. Everyone except the driver turned to look at the speaker, Domla included. Some were shocked, others indignant, and a few stared at him as if he were a fool. What the hell are you talking about? One person scolded fiercely, but before he could finish, the bus jerked to a halt. Under inertia, he pitched forward, nearly falling flat on his face. When he scrambled up, his expression was so furious it seemed he could devour someone. Ahead, a massive crowd blocked the main entrance of the research park, holding various protest banners and shouting slogans like, "Cannibals, get out of Gaia! Blood for blood!" and "Down with the cannibals!" Besides the training group's convoy, another fleet was also blocked. A man in official Gaia court attire descended from a vehicle, swept his gaze over the petitioning citizens, and spoke coldly to a Westerner beside him, whose face was ashen. Seeing the road ahead impassable, the training group members alighted from their vehicles and looked toward the center of the crowd in the distance. Wei Winley suddenly seemed to recognize something, his eyes widening. That's the Imperial Envoy. What is he doing here? What? The Imperial Envoy. You know him? I saw him at a banquet a few days ago. He's said to be on a mission from the court to inspect the realm and eradicate the demonic cult. However, Wei Winley did not finish his sentence, but everyone present caught his implication. The Imperial Envoy tasked with suppressing the demonic cult appearing at a biological research institute under the Este Corporation. The irony was self-evident. The Imperial Envoy. Domla's ears twitched. He murmured to himself quietly, slipped away from the crowd, and approached the protest's focal point. Director William, is this what you meant by no harm to the people, and no ties to the demonic cult? The Imperial envoy swept his gaze over the protest banners, then sternly interrogated the man beside him. Though the Biological Research Institute's director wore an appalled expression, he maintained his composure. Your Excellency Zhang, everything in our institute is absolutely lawful and compliant. I am willing to swear an oath to the Emperor of Gaia. To be honest, I truly do not understand why they mistake us for cult members. I implore you not to be misled by their words. Envoy Zhang gave a cold laugh. So you claim your institute does not keep blood slaves, does not commit murder, and the people have simply misunderstood you. In that case, I shall order them dispersed immediately. Director William was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Envoy Zhang shifted his tone. But if I subsequently discover any evidence of blood slave practices in your institute, I will have no choice but to administer justice impartially. Otherwise, I cannot answer to the common folk. Director William's expression froze. He opened his mouth to speak, but Envoy Zhang gave him no chance. With a command, the accompanying black-robed guards formed a human wall, forcing back the surging crowd. Some who tried to rush forward in agitation were struck down, falling into unconsciousness or wailing in pain. Soon a large clearing was made. Facing the crowd's gaze, Envoy Zhang bellowed, "Silence!" His thunderous voice drowned out the protesters' cries, quieting the people. I am the Imperial Envoy charged by Heaven's mandate to inspect the realm, sweep away all evil, and restore peace. I will naturally uncover the truth. If there are indeed those colluding with the demonic cult, they shall be executed without mercy. You may all withdraw and await news. Otherwise, if you seek not to redress grievances, but to coerce Heaven's will with public sentiment, you too shall be slain. Envoy Zhang's tiger-like eyes blazed, his aura surging like a mountain, and seas suppressing everything. The scene fell into absolute silence. He paid no further heed, turning to the Biological Research Institute's director. Let us go, Director William. Let us see if your institute truly harbors any filth. Your Excellency Zhang. Director William stammered, his mouth dry. All volunteers in the institute signed contracts and participated willingly. Willingly? Director William, were we not discussing the demonic cult? What do you mean by this? Envoy Zhang feigned ignorance. Paying no heed to William's expression, he seized him, bent his knees, and shot forward like a bullet. Midair, William's face fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty. He was completely trapped, unable to ascend or descend. He knew the Institute's operations all too well. As for collusion with the demonic cult, naturally there was none. Their technology was far more advanced. They had no need for such cooperation. Even if they required someone for dirty work, there was no reason to seek out the demonic cult. That cesspool, accidentally tainted, it would be troublesome. But regarding overlap in operations, there certainly was. Research on mana elements required materials, vast quantities of raw materials rich in mana. In nature, wolves, tigers, and leopards grew increasingly dangerous, scarce, and hard to capture. Humans, however, were an exception. Sometimes capture wasn't even necessary. A mere hike in prices could drive countless people to eat grass and gnaw. At such times, a small sum of money could make countless people willingly sell their blood, their children, even themselves. A larger sum could make them voluntarily become long-term human blood bags, or blood slaves. If price manipulation sparked unrest, it was of no great concern. When civil disorder erupted, the first to panic were the local rulers. The authorities would find ways to quell it, and one only needed to bribe them sufficiently afterward. If they could not evade scrutiny, they could simply take their research results and data, escape amid the chaos, and reopen the institute elsewhere, continuing experiments without harming their own people. With such convenience, the institute was exceptionally bold in many projects, conducting live human experiments far more brutal than those of the demonic cult. If Envoy Zhang wished, it would be all too easy to pin the label of demonic cult on them. Though in a sense, they were indeed not much different. The gathered citizens, seeing the envoy depart, could only withdraw, reluctantly praying in their hearts for justice this time. A few still lingered at the entrance, waiting for the envoy to emerge and reveal the truth. Meanwhile, seeing the drama conclude and the road clear, the training group members reboard the bus. Hey, aren't a few people missing? They probably left on their own. After all, transcendents are faster than a car, and there are no classes this afternoon. perhaps. A driver scratched his head, thought no further, and started the engine to leave. On the unpaved pitch-black dirt road, a dark-skinned youth limped along, clutching his groin, his face twisted in agony with every step. It didn't hurt at first. He lifted his clothes to take a look. A large patch of skin was bruised purple, clearly a serious injury. Summoning his courage, he pressed a finger against it, and the pain made him gasp sharply. It took him a while to recover. Good thing I'm almost home. Lin-Ear looked up at the slums not far ahead, a faint sense of relief in his eyes. Compared to the prosperity outside the slums, where he had lived for over a decade, brought him more comfort. And I've finally made some progress. Thinking of the public promise made by Imperial Envoy Jean, Lin-Ear felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. If local officials could collude with the Westerners, surely a high-ranking official from the Central Court wouldn't be in league with them as well. This time, he would surely make those merciless bastards pay. Just then Lin-Ear's body went rigid, a chill surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, sending a shiver down his spine. Domla suddenly appeared beside Lin-Ear, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking calmly. Don't turn around, don't move, don't make a sound. I just have a few questions. Answer them well and nothing will happen. Lin-Ear's heart pounded wildly. An intense sense of dread made his limbs tremble uncontrollably, his mind screaming at him to flee. But the ever-increasing pressure on his shoulder told him escape was impossible. Yes. First question, who sent you to participate in the protest? Domla asked softly. An Imperial envoy on an inspection tour with no fixed office goes to visit the Biological Research Institute of the East Company, and by sheer coincidence a group of commoners carrying banners and crying out for justice just happens to block his path. If this wasn't prearranged, banners made in advance, people gathered ahead of time. Who would believe it? And indeed events unfolded exactly as Domla had suspected. While tailing a group leaving the protest site, he saw Lin-Ear distributing money. A youth who hadn't even reached the transformation stage was clearly not the mastermind, likely just a minor leader. Domla had intended to wait for Lin-Ear to contact the puppet master, hoping to see who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes, so he could be prepared and not be caught off guard when something major happened. But all he saw was Lin-Ear limping towards the slums with no sign of contacting the mastermind, so he decided to act and interrogate him directly. Naturally, Lin-Ear had no idea what Domla was thinking. In his eyes, Domla was someone sent by the Research Institute. His mind raced wildly. He could not under any circumstances admit that there was no one behind him. Otherwise, once the other party knew he had no further use, they would surely silence him immediately. Sir, I don't know, I really don't. That person never revealed his identity. If you want to find him, I can be your inside man, dig him out. Please spare my life. Silence. A long silence. You don't know. Domla inwardly assessed the truthfulness of Lin-Ear's words, deliberately lowering his voice to bluff. Has anyone ever told you that a transcendent can detect changes in a person's heartbeat and pulse when they lie? I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, where did you get the information? Who told you the envoy would be at the Biological Research Institute? And who told you to bring people there? Sir, that person always passed on tasks through notes. I really don't know his identity. Lin-Ear's heart nearly stopped. His voice broke into a sob, and at the same time a warm trickle flowed down his pant leg. Domla wrinkled his nose and silently stepped back. A transcendent could indeed roughly determine if someone was lying by monitoring changes in heart rate and pulse. But this method wasn't foolproof. Some with exceptional mental fortitude could lie without their face changing or heart racing. In extreme fear and tension, abnormal heart rates could also interfere with the results. Second question, what's this about blood slaves and cannibalism you mentioned in your protest? Sir, many foreign hospitals are buying blood. They specifically target those who are desperate, tricking them into signing indentured contracts promising food and lodging in exchange for a steady blood supply. But in reality, they're just looking for experimental subjects. They've killed many people. Lin-Ear replied cautiously, unsure of Domla's intentions. If Domla was one of those foreigners' men, why would he ask such a question? But if he wasn't, that didn't seem quite right either. Blood slaves indentured contracts. I see. Dong suddenly understood something. No wonder the prices in Ink City were abnormal. No wonder the angle coefficient Dong had calculated for the wilderness was so high. It wasn't just that Ink City's economy was developed, someone was maliciously manipulating it. Only by driving people to the brink of survival would they cross their own boundaries and sell themselves, ensuring a never-ending supply of experimental subjects for those at the Biological Research Institute. Dong's gaze swept over Lin Yir's hand, still bearing unhealed needle marks, a sign that he had sold blood many times. Sorry for the intrusion. With that, his figure vanished like lightning. Hearing Dong's departure, Lin Yir's taut nerves didn't immediately relax. He looked left and right, seeing no one, and didn't dare linger. Ignoring the pain, he quickened his pace toward home. Bang! The door closed, separating the inside from the outside world. Lin Yir slumped to the ground, his face filled with the relief of having survived. He had lived, by wetting his pants, a detestable act. After sitting for a while, his wildly beating heart gradually calmed. Lin Yir reached into his bosom and pulled out a letter. On the yellowed paper were a few lines of elegant handwriting. Mother knows you've been in another fight and lost. The debt collectors came to the house, and the money from selling blood isn't enough to pay them off. They said that if you sign an indentured contract to supply blood to the hospital long term, the debt will be cleared, and they'll even give us some money. Mother agreed. It's all under the pillow at the head of the bed. Use it to start a small business. From now on, you'll be alone. Take care of yourself. His fingers traced the paper, and Lin Yir felt a heart-wrenching pain. He regretted it. He shouldn't have always gone out stealing and causing trouble, shouldn't have gotten into fights, shouldn't have constantly made life chaotic at home. He truly regretted it. As tears brimmed over and slid down his cheeks, his vision blurred. Just then Lin Yir's eyes flew wide open. A searing pain shot through him as a beam of white light pierced the door and tore through his chest, leaving a gaping hole. The world spun around him, and he collapsed to the ground. Crimson blood spread out beneath him. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. His fading consciousness was pulled by the final moments of his life into a memory of the past. Back when his parents were still alive, life was tight but bearable. When did everything start to change? Probably when he lost his first fight and began throwing tantrums, demanding to buy demonic essence potions. Then he fell in with a bad crowd, was forced to steal money from home, and later started forcing others to steal. There were times he offended people, and they came looking for him, and it always seemed like his parents were the ones cleaning up the mess, selling blood to pay off the debts. He truly regretted it. He was really changing. He just wanted to seek justice. Lin Yir died clutching that yellowed letter in his hand, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. Soon after, the black-robed killer pushed open the door, searched the place, and picked up the blood-stained letter from the floor. Lost in thought. Blackmail. This is blackmail. How dare they? At the Gaia headquarters of Yusite Corporation, the CEO, upon hearing the report, flew into a rage and smashed the entire solid wood desk with a single slap, bellowing, "Who does he think he is? A corpse guardian of a decaying nation, daring to threaten me?" As he cursed and smashed things, the floor trembled slightly from the immense force. If the meeting room hadn't been on the first floor, he might have punched a hole straight through it. "Chief, what about Gia's conditions? Tell them to get lost. The technology is not for them. No one can get something for nothing from me." The CEO glared at the speaker with a murderous look. However, no one took his words seriously. They no longer held the initiative. The matter of the Bioresearch Institute had been exposed to the local authorities. Whether they would bleed was up to Imperial Commissioner Zhang, not them. If they insisted on a hard confrontation, a single company could not stand against an empire, even one in decline. Moreover, because Gaia held the moral high ground, even Yusite's home country could not easily intervene. After all, experiments on living humans were not something to be brought into the open. Having smashed nearly everything breakable in the meeting room, the CEO finally calmed down and accepted their disadvantage. His gaze swept over the assembled executives. "Tell me your thoughts." The executives exchanged glances. Director William of the Bioresearch Institute hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Chief, I believe this matter can still be negotiated. The CEO glanced at William. Although the human experiments were a headquarters decision, according to company policy, whoever was in charge, when trouble arose, bore the responsibility. If he threw this man to the wolves, would that stubborn imperial commissioner relent? Sensing the increasingly dangerous gaze, Director William tensed up. Fortunately, the CEO's thought of sacrificing a pawn to save the chariot was fleeting. The Gaia Court's intentions were hostile. They wouldn't give up until their appetite was sated. Sacrificing a research director would achieve nothing. Speak. William breathed a sigh of relief and answered rapidly. Chief, the sudden mass protests by the families of the experimental subjects coinciding with the Imperial Commissioner's surprise raid on the demon cult reeks of conspiracy. Either someone from another company is trying to squeeze us out and monopolize the market, or the Gaia Court staged this whole affair to seize our technology. But either way, the Imperial Commissioner must have some information. He could have brought the protesters inside and made the matter public. Then even headquarters would have been forced to pay a price and cut ties with the Gaia branch. But he didn't. Instead, he had his guards disperse the onlookers and enter the Institute alone. So, I suspect he doesn't want to escalate things either. Demanding 50 million silver dollars and all of the company's mana technology is just an exorbitant demand, a starting position to gain leverage. The executives nodded, finding this reasoning sound. The CEO's expression softened slightly. In that case, the negotiation is yours. Others will cooperate. Find out Gia's bottom line as much as possible. If not, at least stall for time. I need to report to headquarters. William. Yes. You may leave. The CEO waved his hand. Leaving the meeting room, Moore hadn't taken 2 steps before William caught up. Manager Moore, wait for me. Moore raised an eyebrow. Director William, is there anything you need my cooperation with? William. Manager Moore, I've heard you've been in charge of company employee training and have used that to connect with many of the city's powerful figures. Moore gave William a curious look. They weren't particularly close, belonging to different factions. William was in the company's research system focused on RD. Moore, though a scientist at heart, belonged to the management system handling HR and administration. Their work didn't overlap much. William's knowledge of Moore's training program meant he'd done his homework. The company has indeed connected with some local powers, but their influence is local. Relying on them to pressure Gia's central officials might not be enough. William said urgently. No need for pressure. Just organize a gathering, bring the city's elite together, network, and try to find out what the Gaia Court is planning, who the Imperial Commissioner answers to. Ideally, get the bottom line. If we can't, at least he'll know which direction to move in. With the request made this explicitly, Moore had to agree. I can try. Thank you. William breathed a sigh of relief and went to find other executives. One day later, watching the Way residence. A banquet. Inviting all the students and parents from the training program. Wai's father frowned upon hearing the news his son brought back. Yes. Wei Winley nodded, noticing his father's troubled expression. What's wrong, father? Any issues? Too coincidental. Wai's father gripped the armrest of his chair, his face darkening. Wei Winley was puzzled. Coincidental. The Imperial Commissioner came down not long ago. You saw him raid the Bioresearch Institute just days ago. Now the company is throwing a grand banquet inviting everyone. It's too much of a coincidence. Wai's father's brows knitted, sensing something amiss. Unfortunately, time was short, and both the Gaia Court and Yesite were tightly controlling information. Wai's father couldn't discern the situation's development or make sense of it. Then just decline. Wai's mother, unconcerned, peeled a lychee the size of a child's fist, a rare delicacy specially cultivated by the Wei family, worth dozens of silver coins each on the market and rich in mana. It's precisely because we can't simply decline that I'm troubled. Wai's father sighed. Their business ties with Yesite were extensive and deep. They couldn't easily extricate themselves. Wai's mother said. Then go. Gather information before deciding. We've had dealings with them many times, one more won't matter. I suppose that's the only option. Outside the Wei residents, other invited powerful families in Maching made their own judgments, most choosing the same path as the Wei family. Outside Maching, Dongdul sought advice from his brothers in the group chat about whether to attend the obviously problematic banquet. Rich Dongdul, alright, let's establish a premise first. You're about to undergo your second transformation, right? So you're basically not in danger. It's a banquet, not an execution. Succubus Dongdul, that's fair. Succubus Dongdul clenched his fist. After sending the message, his body felt on the verge of transformation, but in reality, he couldn't break through the invisible barrier. The second transformation was proving more difficult than expected. Gold Tycoon Dongdul, then what's there to worry about? Use this chance to gather intel. Wilderness Dongdul, right. Without danger, don't stay in your comfort zone. Also, to be blunt, you're still a small fry now, not the protagonist in major events. You keep a low P. The next day at dusk, the dying rays of the sun painted half the sky crimson, the clouds ablaze like fire. In the heart of Maching, a lavish hotel blazed with gaslight, its grand hall as bright as day. Guests filed in, some in sharp suits, others in opulent finery, creating an oddly discordant atmosphere. Dongdul, catching sight of the banquet hall from a distance, felt a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his eye. This didn't resemble a formal gathering, it was more like a cosplay convention. Yet, since he was already there, turning back was not an option. Consider it intelligence gathering, he muttered inwardly. Scanning the hall upon entry, he made a beeline for the dining area. With no acquaintances present, and the chat group's recording function at his disposal, Dongdul saw no need to engage in conversation or pry for information himself. He found a spot to stand, and with his senses honed to near secondary transformation, various dialogues and tidbits automatically surfaced in the chat group. He picked up a pastry from the table and took a bite. His eyes narrowed slightly. The taste was secondary. What truly astonished him was the manna content within the cake. Weight for weight, it likely rivaled the No. 3 isolate he produced with his centrifuge. Pastries made from high-grade wheat rich in manna. Knowing the food was beneficial, Dongdul didn't hold back. He sampled every dish in the dining area, selecting those with the highest manna concentration as his staple. He was on the cusp of his second transformation. A bit more sustenance might just tip the scales. Of course, he wasn't the only one solely focused on feasting. After all, the Este Corporation had organized this banquet under the pretext of fostering communication among training program students and their parents. Besides Dongdul, a few other students from unremarkable backgrounds had been invited. Some desperately tried to peddle themselves to the assembled elite, while others, seeing no hope, simply devoted themselves to the food. But sometimes, even when you mind your own business, trouble finds you. Brother Dongdul, why not try this? A fine wine from the Luola winery in the western continent, made from the finest manna grapes. As Dongdul reached for another pastry, a hand suddenly extended from beside him, offering a glass of wine. You two are Wei Wenli and Huang Ling. Dongdul paused for a moment before recognizing the pair. It wasn't that his memory was poor, but their attire had changed dramatically. Both were now dressed in the distinctive formal wear of Guy, exuding an air of opulence. Coupled with their usual lack of interaction, he was somewhat uncertain. I saw you were alone, Brother Dongdul, so I thought I'd come over for a chat. Speaking of which, the training is almost over. Have you thought about what you'll do next? Will you stay with the company? Wei Wenli asked with a genial smile, proffering the wine glass once more. Probably not, Dongdul replied absently, instinctively taking the drink from Wei Wenli's hand. Then, as if recalling something, he placed the glass back on the table. I have matters to attend to. I won't keep you. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. The smiles on Wei Wenli and Huang Ling's faces froze. They both looked at the spiked drink on the table, expressions shifting to regret and annoyance. What a shame. I thought he'd drink it. Yeah, if only he had. I was looking forward to seeing his face when he found out he'd drunk a beverage laced with human blood. As scions coddled by their families, since childhood, they were unaccustomed to rejection or frustration from those they deemed beneath them. Yet Dongdul had repeatedly spurned their olive branches, preferring solitude over their invitations. Compounding their frustration, Dongdul was backed by the company, preventing Wei Wenli and Huang Ling from any overt retaliation without risking their own standing. Seeing that the company sought favor from Mo Qing's elite, they had planned to mock Dong Lu, assuming he wouldn't dare object. But Dong Lu refused to play their game, walking away without a second glance. "How boring," Huang Ling muttered, picking up the glass from the table and downing its contents before heading in another direction. Elsewhere, once his back was turned, Dong Lu's expression turned icy. The chat group in his mind replayed the scheming conversation between Wei Wenli and Huang Ling, translating their almost inaudible whispers into text. "Are you sure this will work on him?" "Of course. I've done my research. That guy is a loner, a complete conservative traditionalist, hopelessly backward in his thinking. If he finds out he drank human blood, his expression will be priceless. It's a shame about my collection, though. The blood of an expert nearing secondary transformation. It was a gift from my mother on my birthday. He's not worth it." Dong Lu scanned the dialogue and spat in disgust. What a load of bullshit. Though he hadn't drunk the wine, he couldn't deny being thoroughly disgusted. It wasn't because someone had mixed blood into the drink. Dong Lu wasn't a native of this world. He didn't share the extreme conservative's aversion to any form of bodily harm, nor would he be nauseated by a sip of blood. As a child, had even mimicked the blood oath rituals he saw on TV, though had chickened out due to the pain. What truly repulsed him was the mindset reflected by Wei Wenli and Huang Ling. They treated human blood as a readily available commodity, a tonic or supplement to enhance cultivation, and viewed those of lower status as mere products, livestock, expendable resources, or blood bags. They considered this perspective normal, propagated it widely, and ostracized dissenters. "One day you'll wipe out all these bloodsuckers." Letting out a long breath, Dong Lu lost his appetite and turned his attention to the various pieces of information the chat group had compiled. Amidst the deluge of messages, a few key phrases caught his eye: the imperial court, the company negotiations. As he read on, he pieced together the events, and his already sour mood worsened. The Este Corporation's Research Institute hasn't been doing the animal testing they claimed before moving on to human trials. They've conducted many illegal live human experiments. The Gaia Imperial Court discovered this, and is blackmailing the Este Corporation for compensation and technology transfer. In exchange, the authorities will silence the lower ranks and pretend nothing happened. Dong Lu's fist clenched suddenly, then loosened just as quickly. It was hardly surprising. The elites of Gaia and the capitalists of the Western continent used every means to reduce the common folk to expendable resources and blood bags. Why would they care about the voices of those they deemed less than human? He scoffed inwardly at himself and walked out of the hotel. He had obtained the information he wanted. There was no point in staying. Better to go home, conduct experiments, and increase his strength. Shortly after, Dong Lu left. Several influential families, who understood the banquet's true purpose, also departed hastily, unwilling to be caught in the power struggle between the government and Western capital. But some too deeply entangled could not extricate themselves. For instance, the Wei family. "I can only do my best, sir. I cannot guarantee success or failure." Wei's father looked at the expectant William with a troubled expression. Mediating between the imperial court and a Western company was no easy task. William replied, "Thank you for your assistance, sir." Succubus Dong Lu, wilderness, is there any relatively easy way to build a weapon of mass destruction? I intend to annihilate this world. Wealthy Dong Lu. What has you so riled? Golden Tycoon Dong Lu, do you need some comfort? We could all play the part of a sympathetic elder sister for a while. Wilderness Dong Lu, did you see something unpleasant at the banquet? Succubus Dong Lu, something like that. On the outskirts of Mo Chung, a cold wind blew, dispersing some of the heaviness in Succubus Dong Lu's chest. He released the memories of the banquet into the chat. The group fell quiet for a moment. After a while, a message appeared. Wealthy Dong Lu, I support you. Better to tear it down. Golden Tycoon Dong Lu, Succubus, we back you in wanting to end that predatory age, but some things must be said. Do not be overly emotional and avoid extremes. Golden Tycoon Dong Lu, we are all adults. We should have a clear understanding of the world's fundamentals. Golden Tycoon Dong Lu, don't romanticize the world or expect too much, nor should you heap undue blame or despair on it. Every phenomenon that pleases or angers us is supported by objective causes. Golden Tycoon Don Lo, for example, in your world the demonic essence strengthens people and spreads through the food chain. Wealthy Don Lo, what? Wealthy Don Lo, wait, why have you two suddenly turned so serious? It makes me look awkward like a jester without depth. Hold on, I must do something to lighten the mood. Hang on while I dig up a lighter. Succubus Don Lo, ha ha, and thanks Wealthy. With you around I feel much better. Wealthy Don Lo, although I could not find a lighter, this court jester seems to have eased the tension. I accept your thanks. Golden Tycoon Don Lo, well done Wealthy, I hereby anoint you the chat's official jester. Wealthy Don Lo, no, such an honor should not belong to me alone. Tycoon should share this distinction. Wilderness Don Lo, what about me? Wilderness Don Lo, unfair. What about me? How could you forget me? Succubus Don Lo, do not worry, you three are all my favorite consorts. I treat you equally, and will make sure you all share the spoils. Wealthy Don Lo, I feel a little sick him off. Golden Tycoon Don Lo, I feel a little sick him off. Wilderness Don Lo, I feel a little sick him off. On the pitch arc lane, Succubus Don Lo laughed until tears came to his eyes, laughing so hard he could barely stand upright. The heaviness in his heart vanished. Now it's time to be serious. After laughing, Don Lo wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes with one hand, and composed hurried home. His steps no longer felt heavy. Perhaps because his state of mind had shifted, the force within Don Lo that was approaching a second metamorphosis altered slightly, and quietly crossed that threshold. This would not instantly grant him a massive surge of power. It would require time, and the intake of large amounts of demonic essence to complete the Buddha's transformation. Don Lo had not yet noticed this surprise. As soon as he reached home, he strode to the workshop on the second floor, expertly drew some blood with a specially made syringe, mixed it into a solution, and continued an experiment that had been running for months. 4 or 5 months earlier, when Golden Tycoon and Wilderness had joined the group before Don Les debated the nature of the selection, they concluded that the selection was most likely a screening or alteration of world lines. At first, they did not dwell on the implication, because whether it was a crossing of worlds or a world line change, the powers involved were comparably lofty. Only after a deeper discussion did they grasp how vast the difference might be. If the selection was a crossing, then resources, technology, and power had been gifted by that crossing. But if the selection was a world line screening and alteration, then the technologies and powers they obtained might be native to that world. Take Succubus Don Lo as an example. If he had simply crossed over, he would have only gained a special bloodline to rely on for growth, nothing more remarkable. But if the world line itself had changed, it would mean the succubus bloodline could be indigenous, a form birthed by the demonic essence world itself. That possibility was chilling to contemplate. Do the inhabitants of the demonic essence world inherently possess demonic bloodlines? Or does the demonic essence alter people, giving rise to different bloodlines? Might there be something even more terrifying lurking behind that world? These questions merited study. To investigate Wilderness, Don Lo devised an experiment to test whether the demonic essence could influence a creature's bloodline and genes. If that could be proven, Succubus Don Lo would be an unmistakable product of demonic essence influence. If not, then perhaps people in that world inherently carry demonic bloodlines. The experiment examined reactions between Succubus Don Lo's blood samples and the demonic essence. Wilderness Don Lo, trained in a high civilization in another world, and versed in gene optimization, designed a useful protocol. Succubus Don Lo discovered many peculiarities about his blood. Once removed from the body, it retained unusually high activity and resisted oxidation. When exposed to nutrients, it rapidly absorbed demonic essence and grew stronger, although given enough time it would still decay. Don Lo even considered building an external demonic essence digestion pool, feed the pool food to capture the essence intact in law. Put in fantastical terms, Don Lo's blood could create familiars. In more scientific language, his blood acted like a natural gene editing tool, autonomously editing an organism's genes to confer certain succubus bloodline characteristics. The sole drawback was an abysmally low success rate. Even with the aid of 2 sets of modern genetic technology, data, Wilderness Don Lo's computational support, and various methods, they never achieved a positive outcome. Targets died shortly after infection. Over time, Dongla limited experiments to fungi. They mutated and reproduced rapidly, offering a marginally better success rate, and fungi were cheap and easy to dispose of when failures occurred. Under the night sky in a brightly lit villa, Dongla stared intently at the petri dish containing a blood-red strain. Just once. If it succeeds once, that's all I need. One success would allow him to restart the demonic essence digestion pool scheme and truly accelerate his progress onto the fast track. Dongla devoted all his energy to the experiment, skipping even mandatory training sessions. Yet the world beyond remained anything but still in his absence. Mo City. Father Wei stood at the gate of the official post station bidding farewell to Imperial Envoy Zhang. His expression was relaxed, relieved that his company's suspicion had proven correct. The Imperial Envoy had no intention of escalating the matter. He merely stated his purpose. Envoy Zhang scarcely hesitated before agreeing to soften the terms. "Then I shall take my leave for now. I shall host a banquet in your Excellency's honor soon. Do please grace us with your presence." By all means, by all means. I shall see you off, Mr. Wei," replied Envoy Zhang, a faint smile playing upon his lips. As the carriage receded into the distance, the smile on Envoy Zhang's face gradually faded, replaced by a stillness so profound, so chilling it seemed to freeze the very air. "A wretch who forgets his own ancestry. Uncle, if this man offends you, so might I," said the young official accompanying him, stepping forward. With one hand, he made a swift, decisive cutting motion. Envoy Zhang held his nephew's earnest gaze, and fell abruptly silent. His nephew possessed many virtues, exceptional talent, and, remarkably young, had already undergone his second metamorphosis. Among even the elder generation, few could best him in strength. His sole flaw lay in his unyielding straightforwardness. He grasped neither subtlety nor subterfuge. Ironically, in the age of Moxu, this very simplicity became an advantage. The uncluttered mind fused more readily, with Moxu making the second metamorphosis markedly easier than for most. "No need. They will not last much longer." "Uncle, does this mean the time has finally come?" The youth's eyes blazed with sudden fervor, his voice rising with excitement. "What of the task I assigned you?" Envoy Zhang asked, his tone neutral. "It is done. 900 first metamorphosed soldiers, drawn from the Imperial ranks, have seamlessly integrated into Mo City's local garrison and assumed full command. At your word, they stand ready to march into the city." Envoy Zhang nodded. 900 first metamorphosed warriors constituted formidable power anywhere, especially when reinforced by local troops and the second metamorphosed elites dispatched from the capital. Control would be absolute. "Well done. One more matter. See to it yourself, or rather have it done." He withdrew a slim ledger from his robe and handed it to Jean Cady, then mid-sentence abruptly changed his mind. "By tomorrow ensure every soul in this city knows what is written here, by any means necessary." Jean Cady flipped through the ledger and found only names of the dead, interspersed with a single letter yellowed and stained with blood. His face fell. "This? Uncle, who should I approach?" Envoy Zhang paused. "Never mind. You may withdraw." Seeing no pretense in his nephew's expression, Envoy Zhang massaged his temples wearily. Pure-heartedness, it seemed, was not without its burdens. "Understood, Uncle. Just call me if killing's needed." Jean Cady bolted away, as though released from chains. "Unfit for great responsibility," murmured Envoy Zhang, watching the retreating figure fade into the distance, then turned quietly back to the ledger in his hands. The ledger contained little, only the names and details of those who had died during the protest outside his company's bioresearch institute. He drew out the blood-stained yellowed farewell letter, paused for a breath, then returned it carefully to its place. "All for His Majesty. All for Guya." As the Western continental powers grew ever stronger, securing dominance in global competition, the Guya Empire found itself increasingly strained. Not only were vital resources dwindling through foreign trade, but regional factions within the empire were also consolidating power and growing restless. Feeling its authority imperiled, the imperial court urgently sought advanced technology, not merely to sustain economic stability, but to preserve its monopoly over overwhelming force, and thus retain absolute rule. Yet launching independent research would take too long. Negotiating outright purchase from the West was equally impractical. Moxu technology was the pinnacle of military science. No Western nation would part with it willingly. Thus the court's options were severely limited. Seizure was the most direct, and swiftest, solution. And fortune favored them. Guyu's vast, inexpensive labor pool had enticed numerous Western multinational corporations to establish factories and research institutes across its territory, ideal targets. Still, outright seizure was impossible, too brazen, too reckless. These Western conglomerates wielded considerable strength. Their regional directors were typically second metamorphosed masters, senior executives, first metamorphosed, and their workforces numbered in the tens of thousands. Should resistance flare before absolute control was established, the enemy might well destroy irreplaceable technical data, leaving the court with nothing but empty hands. Yet deploying large-scale forces openly would provoke suspicion, drawing unwanted attention precisely when discretion was paramount. Hence a pretext was required, one plausible, unimpeachable, and utterly unremarkable. Upon arriving in Mo City, envoy Zhang had simultaneously gathered intelligence on Western firms, and discreetly leaked his itinerary, deliberately engineering the spectacle of protesters besieging his company's bioresearch institute. Subsequent forced inspection of the institute's restricted zones, and demands for compensation and technology transfer, followed as natural inevitable consequences. But targeting his company alone fell far short of the Empire's ambitions for Moxu mastery. A second phase was essential: eliminate the protesters who had gathered at the institute, and pin the massacre squarely on his company. This would inflame public outrage, furnish moral justification, and pave the way for broader imperial intervention. Once the incident became common knowledge, troop mobilization would appear not as aggression, but as righteous enforcement. Even as imperial soldiers marched into the city, citizens would assume this was merely a targeted operation against his company, offering no cause for alarm. Not until their own factories and institutes lay in ruins would they grasp the truth. Having rehearsed the entire sequence once more in his mind, envoy Zhang summoned a middle-aged official and handed him the ledger. "You have 24 hours. By whatever means, ensure this news spreads across Mo City. Let it echo in every alley, every tavern, every household. But under no circumstances may a whisper leak before then. Do you understand?" "Understood." The official, seasoned by decades navigating the treacherous currents of court politics, glanced briefly at the ledger, his eyes sharpening instantly. He grasped his superior's intent without a word. Already a complete strategy unfurled in his mind: how to narrate the protesters' deaths with visceral sorrow, how to stoke popular fury, how to affix the stain of guilt, irrevocably, upon his company. "Proceed." "Yes, sir." The next day a seismic report erupted across Mo City and its surrounding towns, carried by broadsheets, pamphlets, and whispers in every street corner, igniting the wrath of Guyu's populace. At the moment Imperial envoy Zhang arrived in Mo City to conduct his inspection, a large crowd rose up, speaking truth to power, exposing his company's monstrous human experimentation program. More horrifying still, to conceal their crimes, his company had slaughtered the very demonstrators demanding justice. Alongside the report appeared a final heartbreaking letter. It was a mother's last words to her child, written before she walked toward the institute gates. Her final words. She had gone to save her child, yet in the end her child perished at the hands of those who killed her. On the outskirts of Ink City, Dongle snatched a moment during his experiments to glance at the day's newspaper, checking for any major events. One look was enough to freeze him in place. "Succubus, what's wrong over there? What happened?" In the chat group, while Dongle, who was guiding Succubus Dongle's experiments via video, noticed his sudden stillness and asked, "I'm fine, just caught off guard by a big news story. It's quite striking." Succubus Dongle replied, bringing the newspaper closer to double-check the photo of the deceased. "Killed for seeking justice. Quite tragic." Wealthy Dongle, after reading the news through the chat group's translation feature, felt a pang of sympathy. While Dongle noticed Succubus Dongle's odd behavior. "Succubus, you keep staring at the photo. Don't tell me you know the person in it. A few days ago, I nearly beat him up. Succubus Dongle's voice was devoid of emotion, but hidden from others it was filled with regret. Gold Tycoon Donglu was stunned. You? Bullying the weak. And you specifically target a righteous youth seeking justice. Succubus, when did you become corrupted by the environment of the demonic world? If memory serves, Succubus was supposed to be the most radical among them in terms of social ideals, wasn't he? Not to say he wanted to trample all nobility underfoot, but at least he dared to call for a new order. After all, he and the wealthy one had become half-capitalists living comfortably, and the social environment back home was decent, so they had little to complain about. While Donglu was still on a deserted island watching rats bare their teeth, unsure if he'd ever encounter intelligent beings in his lifetime, the concept of social ideals was practically irrelevant to him. Only Succubus Donglu, despite a tolerable material life, held ideals diametrically opposed to the ancient continent, always itching to stir up trouble. And now, he was bullying the weak and specifically picking on good people. I did not. Succubus Donglu, with a dark look, explained what had happened that day, trying to salvage his image. I mistook him for a minor leader hired by the mastermind to organize protests and demonstrations, so. Wealthy Donglu interjected. So it turns out he was using his own money to gather victims seeking justice for everyone and his mother. Then he gets beaten up by the company's people, threatened by you, and finally murdered. Honestly, if the brothers didn't know your true character back in our original world, you'd be crucified online. While Donglu cleared his throat. Ahem, let's set that aside for now. Don't you think there's something off about this whole situation? Isn't the company's move incredibly stupid? Based on what we heard at the banquet, their crimes are already exposed to the imperial court. At a critical moment of negotiation, why kill to silence? Out of spite. Moreover, they didn't even dispose of the body. It's as if it was left there to be found. And several newspapers are running this story on the front page. Too much of a coincidence. Succubus Donglu caught on immediately. A hidden hand behind it. At least, I can't think of a more plausible explanation. Wealthy Donglu wondered. But who would do this? Wild Donglu replied. That I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The one who benefits the most is the prime suspect. Go do your experiments first. Once we have the power, we can grab them by the throat and force the truth out. Succubus Donglu silently noted the matter, but casually dropped the subject. Makes sense. Who the hell did this? A thunderous roar erupted from the conference room. Leon, the CEO of the Guyu branch of Yusite Corporation, slammed a newspaper onto the table, his face twisted with rage. The many executives standing nearby were also furious. Waking up to find a massive black pot hung on their heads was something none could tolerate. But beyond the anger, there was a hint of panic. If there had been any chance of reconciliation between the company and the Guyu Imperial Court before, it was now completely obliterated. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Leon's expression changed, and he spoke rapidly. Mole, take some men to every newspaper. Use whatever means necessary. Bribery, threats, kidnapping, murder. Find the puppeteer behind this news. William, go find that Imperial envoy from Guyu and keep him steady. Kolev, take the security department to the pharmaceutical factory and prepare to destroy all machinery and documents immediately. The rest of you follow me to the research institute. Seeing the people still frozen, he bellowed, Move! In the next moment, the stagnant conference room burst into motion, everyone boiling over like water. Though Leon hadn't explained his reasoning, everyone present was sharp enough to grasp it quickly. They had previously suspected a hidden hand behind Imperial Envoy Zhang's raid on the Bioresearch Institute, and now this murder to silence news confirmed it. Someone wanted them to clash with the Guyu court. As for who that someone was, two possibilities. One was a rival in the industry. The reason went without saying, business rivals are natural enemies, and pushing others out leaves more for oneself. The other was the Guyu Imperial Court itself. The rationale was simple: they had the capability, and they had shown a craving for demonic energy technology. Though this possibility was slim, and just the day before both sides had reached a preliminary agreement for compensation and the transfer of some outdated non-sensitive technology, it still had to be guarded against. If the Guyu cord wasn't the hidden hand, as long as they weren't foolish, they'd see the tricks behind the news and stay calm. They might use it to squeeze concessions, but they wouldn't resort to force. But if they were the masterminds, this incident would become the perfect excuse for military action. They would swiftly send troops to seize the research institute and factories without restraint. Yet one thing baffled Leon: why would the Guyu cord go to such lengths to target them? He could only pray this was the work of a competitor, which would be much easier to handle. But Murphy's Law always favors the worst-case scenario. As Leon led his team near the Bioresearch Institute, he spotted soldiers of the Guyu cord, and his face darkened. Halt! No entry beyond this point. The guards, seeing several black dots rapidly approaching in the distance, nervously raised their rifles and shouted. When the figures didn't stop, they pulled the triggers without hesitation. Bullets tore through the air. Leon at the front didn't dodge. The bullets struck him without even scratching his skin. Scram! The roar of a secondary transformation powerhouse unleashed a massive sonic wave, instantly rupturing the soldiers' eardrums, sending them all to the ground in agony. At that moment, an intense sense of danger struck. Leon twisted aside, a white light grazing his scalp, leaving a bloody gash, before tearing apart an executive behind him, who had undergone a single transformation, splattering blood everywhere. TCH, you dodged. A young man wielding a white bone-long blade stepped out of the compound, looking at his opponent with some regret, then crooked his left finger. Come on, fight me! The Guyu government, so it really was you. Staging this whole farce, utterly shameless. Leon, seeing Jean Cady in official robes, felt his heart sink. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. You built your research institute on our land and used imperial subjects for experiments. It's only fair the court collects some interest, isn't it? Jean Cady picked his ear, showing no intention of hiding the scheme, admitting it openly. Enough of that. Let's fight. I'll make your bones into a spear and gift it to my younger brother as a coming-of-age present. Bang, bang, bang. The world-shaking roar pounded like a violent storm without cease, the surging waves of air rising higher with each pulse. The aftermath of the battle between two second transformation powerhouses crumpled everything around them, like paper, effortlessly erasing it from existence. Hey, is this all you got? I thought the West Continent's technology was supposed to be more advanced than ours. Doesn't look so impressive to me. Absorbing the opponent's blow, Jean Cady not only refused to retreat, but laughed wildly as he swung his bone greatsword. The leaping blade-like carved a fissure nearly 100 meters long across the ground, forcing his foe back. Madman! Curse Ryan, his body bloodied. Those who could reach the second transformation were 1 in 100,000, even a million. With his status, power, and prestige, he was treated as a guest of honor in any nation of the West Continent. Never had he engaged in such a brutal death match, especially against an opponent who delighted in trading wounds. Often the moment he seized a flaw in his enemy, he was met with an even fiercer onslaught. Madman! No, my uncle says this is a pure heart. Jean Cady grinned. Right now my only thought is to kill you, no distractions. But you still have them. You want to destroy the research institute behind you to keep the magic element technology from falling into the Imperial Court's hands. Those tangled thoughts keep you from focusing your full strength, so you'll only end up dead by my hand. With those words, Jean Cady raised his bone greatsword, channeling his inner power through the blade into a dense, unbroken net of sword light that cascaded toward Ryan. Boom! The net of sword chi collided with the ground, the thunderous roar forcing waves of air to surge in all directions, raising a massive plume of dust. Silence followed. Jean Cady paused, sensing the CEO of East Corporation vanish for an instant before exploding back into existence like a raging tiger. He immediately swung his blade to block. Almost at the same moment, a crimson beam of energy pierced the dust, its terrifying force compressing the air into a strained, creaking groan. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed Jean Cady whole. At the source of the energy attack, the dust from the net of sword chi had cleared, revealing a twisted demonic figure. The skin exposed to the air was covered in scale-like patterns, growing more pronounced near the abdomen, even shifting to a grayish-blue hue. This made him look less like a man and more like a demon. I must hurry, destroy the Institute, and leave. Panting heavily, Ryan's anxiety grew. His recent move had come at a cost, each use burdening his spirit and pushing his body toward corruption. He bent his legs and launched himself like a cannonball toward the compound. But after just a few dozen steps, he halted, a sharper premonition rising within him as he fixed his gaze on a man in a red official robe. Imperial Commissioner Zhang stood silently at the edge of the battlefield, even taking the time to critique Ryan's trump card. That move just now, was it a compressed release of magic element power? No, not quite. It's a more refined application, isn't it? He raised a single hand, streams of light gathering, compressing, and spinning as he attempted to replicate Ryan's technique. After several failed attempts, he turned to Ryan with a look of inquiry. Mr. Ryan, would you care to enlighten me? Ryan remained silent, his wariness at its peak. Uncle, why are you still speaking to him so politely? My blade is cracked. It was made from the spine of a second transformation tiger. A dissatisfied voice sounded from behind. Jean Caddy emerged from the dust, staring at the bone-long sword now riddled with cracks, on the verge of tears. If his father found out he had ruined the family's treasured blade like this, had surely beat him to death. Though on second thought his father couldn't beat him. Jean Caddy found some comfort in that. Must you really make an example of us? Isn't there anything we can discuss? Ryan glanced back at the still lively Jean Caddy, feeling helpless for the first time. Facing one second transformation foe was already a struggle, and now an even stronger one had arrived. Imperial Commissioner Zhang shook his head. I am merely following orders. Very well then. Can I surrender? What? The commissioner was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. I said I surrender? Take the technology if you must. Give me proper treatment, and I won't interfere until your conflict with the company ends. Ryan repeated himself. Though the company's technological assets were valuable, he wasn't willing to die for money and knowledge. If the ancient Ya Empire wanted it, they could have it. Commissioner Zhang was silent for a moment before shaking his head again. If you were a first transformation cultivator, I'd gladly accept a prisoner, easy enough to guard. But a second transformation one. Your power is too great. In these special times, the court lacks the manpower to watch over you. If I were to sever your limbs, crippling you for life as a cage, I doubt you'd agree. So I must ask you to walk the Yellow Springs. Ryan's expression stiffened as he realized the vast difference between the ancient Ya Empire and the West Continent society. In West Continent wars, the royalty and nobility were often related by blood. If a noble surrendered, the enemy army wouldn't go to extremes. Instead, they'd offer the prisoner noble treatment and have him write to his family for ransom. Even if the ransom couldn't be raised, there were still prisoner exchanges and post-war releases. In short, wars, cruelty and death belonged to the commoners, while glory and greatness belonged to the nobles. But this unwritten rule of the West Continent seemed poorly accepted in ancient Yo, where the prevailing belief was to root out the source entirely. Flee. Realizing this, Ryan abandoned all thought of fighting. Unknown, he might barely manage, but Tunon left no hope, especially on ancient Ya's turf, where reinforcements could arrive at any moment. The uncle and nephew exchanged a glance, then flanked him from left and right. Soon the roar of battle resumed, dragging on until it reached an unprecedented peak before abruptly fading. In a massive crater, the defeated Ryan was drenched in blood, his corruption growing more pronounced. He had squeezed out every ounce of strength, yet still couldn't fend off two foes of the same rank, especially one who was stronger to begin with. You will pay for this. Don't trouble yourself. Commissioner Zhang raised a hand, a stream of light severing Ryan's head. Caddy. Jean Caddy. Uncle, I'm here. This man used much of the West Continent's magic element technology. Don't forge his body into a weapon. Send it to the Heavenly Works Department. Huh? Jean Caddy looked reluctant. He had already promised his younger brother a unique gift for his coming of age ceremony, and his tiger bone blade was practically ruined, so had hoped for some compensation. Be obedient. Don't you want to learn the technique he used with the magic element? The Heavenly Works Department established by His Majesty specializes in researching magic elements and science. They excel at this. John Caddy thought it over. He did like that move, unleashing a torrent of energy through magic elements. Fine, I'll listen to you, Uncle. The Imperial Court's campaign against East Corporation had largely concluded, but elsewhere operations against other companies were just beginning. In the heart of Machin, the regional director of the court group was in high spirits perusing a newspaper he had already read 7 or 8 times, unable to suppress a smile with each reading. They too hailed from the Western continent, their business scope overlapping considerably with that of the East Corporation. As commercial rivals, the two companies had always viewed each other with disdain, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The head of the Quirk Group had anticipated a prolonged struggle between the two companies in Gaia. However, to his surprise, the East Corporation had silently courted disaster, conducting human experiments that were uncovered and then botching a cover-up that was exposed. The Gaian Empire, compelled to save face and quell public outrage, had no choice but to intervene. I really ought to thank the one who caused this mess. The Quirk Group's director took a sip of coffee, his joy almost spilling over. Before he could even make a move, his rival had managed to destroy itself. The very thought was exhilarating. Sir, the Gaian authorities have mobilized a large number of troops into the city to eradicate the East Corporation. Should we be cautious? His female secretary, seeing him in good spirits, hesitated before offering the suggestion. It's not aimed at us, so why be on guard? The priority now is to kick the East Corporation while it's down and seize the market. The Quirk Group's director dismissed the concern, believing the Gaian court would not target them. After all, dismantling the East Corporation could be justified, and the Empire would only face backlash from the company and its home nation, a manageable pressure. But a blanket crackdown on all Western companies would invite the united wrath of the entire Western continent. The Gaian court would not be so blind to the situation. Seeing her boss' confidence, the secretary dropped the subject. As you wish. No sooner had she spoken than urgent footsteps shattered the office door. A disheveled man burst in, drenched in sweat. Before either could ask, he gasped. Boss, disaster? The Gaian army has attacked our factory. What? The Quirk Group's director was stunned, the irony striking him like a slap. Moments ago, he had confidently declared there was no threat urging a swift plunder of the rival's assets. Now news arrived that his own factory was under siege. Had the Gaian authorities gone mad? Boss, a large contingent of Gaian troops stormed the factory and arrested everyone. The messenger repeated, fearing the boss hadn't heard clearly. Damn it! The Quirk Group director roared, not waiting to hear more. He smashed through the office wall, racing in a certain direction. The secretary quickly snapped to attention and shouted after him. Boss, the factory isn't that way. Hearing her voice, the director only sped up. He knew the factory's location well, but he also knew it was far from the East Corporation's plant. The Gaian army's actions were no mistake. They were premeditated. Even if he reached the factory, he could change nothing. The enemy had surely prepared thoroughly, perhaps even laying ambushes along the way. Unlike Ryan, he understood that the rules of the Western continent held no sway here. The Quirk Group was not his personal property. Why risk his life for it? Even if it later proved to be a misunderstanding, the worst he'd face was embarrassment. Compared to his life, that was nothing. He fled at full speed, nearly escaping Machin, when he halted before a figure blocking his path. Must it come to this? Am abandoning the company to you. Can't you turn a blind eye? By His Majesty's decree, no one is to be spared. 2 men in black attire spoke coldly, their formidable auras unmistakably those of second-stage transcendence. Behind them stood dozens of first-stage soldiers. The Quirk Group director abandoned all hope and bolted back into the city. Since he couldn't escape directly, he would kill, plunging the city into chaos to carve out a chance for survival. Out of my way or die! Inside the city, terrified civilians cowered under eaves, hearing furious roars. Before they could grasp what was happening, a dark shadow flashed past, collapsing a building and burying everyone beneath. Boom after boom echoed through the prosperous district, the shockwaves of battle kicking up clouds of dust. Screams, terror wails, and explosions merged into a cacophony. In mere breaths hundreds met their deaths. Yet the pursuing Gaian troops showed no hesitation, even demolishing buildings themselves to block the court group director. Madman! Leaping over the rubble of a collapsed house, the director cursed the pursuing army. Even his own company in its human experiments had shown some regard for life. After all, human lives were expensive. But the Gaian court treated people as nothing, willing to pay any price for their goals. As he landed, a blade aura slashed horizontally. Caught off guard, the director was sent flying, his abdomen torn open. He rolled several times, crashing through a wall before stopping. Together, take him down. Jean Caddy appeared from another direction, a tiger bone blade resting on his shoulder, leading a squad. The two men in black exchanged glances. Just what we had in mind. The three surged forward, their terrifying power sending shockwaves rippling across much of Maching. At the headquarters of a Western company, Imperial Commissioner Zhang seemed to sense the battle's direction, turning his gaze toward the city. Commissioner Zhang. It's nothing. Continue. He withdrew his attention, signaling the official from the Ministry of Works to proceed. How significant are the research materials obtained from the Western companies and institutes? Immensely significant. The middle-aged official from the Ministry of Works spoke with both awe and emotion. At the very least, it will save the court tens of billions of silver yuan in research funding. That is indeed impressive. Commissioner Zhang nodded slightly. Tens of billions of silver yuan amounted to more than a decade of the Gaian court's fiscal revenue. Tell me about their specific research. As you command. The official paused to gather his thoughts, deciding to begin with the mana potion. Using human blood as a raw material, through processing, they could produce a potion rich in mana, ensuring maximum absorption by the human body without the madness that came from consuming human flesh. Of course, other materials rich in mana could also serve as raw ingredients, though the processes differed. With these mana potions, Western companies could cultivate a first-stage transcendent in half the time, or even less, than the Gaian court required. After the mana potion, the official moved on to mana weapons and mana organs. Since the dawn of the mana era, living beings could absorb mana to strengthen their bodies. The bones of second-stage transcendence surpassed various metal alloys in strength, and infusing them with mana yielded wondrous effects. But production was scarce, keeping prices prohibitively high. Western companies sought to change this, researching the fusion of mana with metallic materials and how to harness mana's properties to create mana weapons. Similar studies focused on mana organs. Just as bats use ultrasound for echolocation and electric eels evolved organs for discharging electricity based on electron properties, mana possessed numerous characteristics. If humans could evolve corresponding organs to exploit these traits, they could gain abilities that seem miraculous to outsiders. The nations and corporations of the Western continent had poured immense funds and countless lives into these endeavors. But now all these research fruits belonged to the Gaian court. The chaotic battle raged until dawn the next day, finally subsiding. Some survivors emerged from the rubble, sitting dazed beside the shattered ruins of their homes, their eyes vacant and lifeless. Soldiers prowled the streets like wolves and tigers, arresting corporate employees and interrogating passers-by, bearing all the arrogance of conquerors. Judged solely by objectives, the Guiyang Imperial Court was indeed victorious. Multiple transcontinental corporations from the Western continent headquartered in Maching had collapsed. Their second transformation executives were executed en masse. Factories and research institutes fell under imperial control, with all workers and researchers now detained by the military. Every objective had been achieved, yet if execution itself were weighed as a criterion, their operation fell short of perfection. Having committed the bulk of their forces to securing factory laborers and institute researchers, to prevent corporate sabotage of data and machinery, the court neglected urban defense. Compounded by its uncompromising decree to eliminate every second transformation cultivator, several such cultivators, knowing death was inevitable, turned desperate. Some unleashed slaughter across the city, others launched suicidal assaults into factories and research institutes, causing widespread destruction. Precious technical archives were obliterated, thousands of Maching civilians perished. Meanwhile, numerous corporate staff remained hidden within the city, still at large and awaiting capture. A long silence followed, then a voice cool and detached him. I see. Jean Cadie snapped back to awareness, and quickly sensed something amiss. His uncle, who had exuded confidence just 1 day prior, now wore a deeply troubled expression. Tentatively he asked, Uncle, you seem displeased. Have we not won a great victory? Victory? Yes, we have won. But this is only the beginning. Jean Cadie scratched his head. The beginning? His uncle replied, if someone struck you, would you not strike back? Of course I would. If I could overpower them, I'd sever their heads on the spot and plant them in my vegetable patch. Exactly. You would, and so will the Western continent's nations. Zhang Qinchai withdrew his finger from the map of Maching's coastline, his sorrow deepening. 1 day earlier, Zhang Qinchai had held no doubt that the Guiyang Empire could withstand retaliation from the Western continent. He had assumed that though a technological gap existed between Guiyang and the West, both sides harnessed Mosa. Their internal conflicts and mutual distrust weakened them, while Guiyang's home ground advantage and numerical superiority would surely blunt any counterstrike. A humiliating setback, for the West seemed all but assured. Yet after reviewing classified documents seized from Western corporations, especially their research, he felt his certainty waver. Certain files referenced the third transformation. Since the emergence of Mosa, humanity had breached the thresholds of first and second transformation, each revolutionizing society. The third, however, involved something far more elusive. No one had ever succeeded. Yet its implications were staggering. Should anyone break through, their power would be unprecedented. Zhang Qinchai did not know how far Western Rese. So what? Let them come. We'll kill them again. Jean Cadie shrugged, unimpressed. Fear had never touched him in his entire life. At that moment another figure approached. Zhang Qinchai waved dismissively. Enough. You may withdraw. I have urgent matters to discuss. Understood. The newcomer bowed respectfully to Jean Cadie as they passed, then turned and saluted Zhang Qinchai. Your Excellency, greetings. No need for formalities. Your prior work was exemplary. You resolved many thorny issues for the court. Zhang Qinchai regarded the middle-aged official before him, the very man who had spread the news of his company's massacre of protesters and its clandestine human experiments throughout Maching. Though outwardly plump and barely nearing first transformation in cultivation, he possessed rare genuine competence. It is merely my duty, Your Excellency. Helian Yu suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining composure. Very well. I summoned you for another task, one that if executed flawlessly will earn the court's generous reward. A glint flashed in Helian Yu's eyes. Please instruct me, Your Excellency. I require you to disseminate the imperial rationale behind the eradication of Western corporations, proclaiming the court's benevolence and righteousness, rallying the populace to unite against foreign aggression. Zhang Qinchai drew a document from his sleeve, a formal subordinate's report addressed to a superior. It stated that during operations against his company, the court uncovered evidence implicating other Western corporations in illicit human experimentation, thus mandating thorough eradication. In just a few lines, the narrative shifted entirely. The court's campaign was no longer about seizing technology. It was a righteous crusade against evil, restoring moral high ground. Likewise, the lapse in urban security could be reframed as a temporary shortfall in troop deployment exploited by cornered criminals. Yes, Your Excellency. Helian Yu carefully folded the document, only to be halted mid-turn. Wait, also announced the Bloodline decree. Zhang Qinchai produced another letter. A flicker of confusion crossed Helian Yu's mind. Then upon reading its contents his stout frame trembled violently, his reaction far more intense than when first confronted with the court's masterful rhetorical revisionism. Maching's cost of living was exorbitant. In its slums, countless impoverished families struggled to survive. Some depended entirely on selling blood to eat. Human blood, rich in Mosa, had become the era's gold standard currency, its demand unwavering, varying only in price. Yet the Bloodline decree forbade blood trade outright. For those already starving it meant literal starvation. And Master, this decree? Helian Yu hesitated, desperate to urge the Qinchai to rescind it. The Bloodline risked igniting catastrophe. This is not my order, it is the Emperor's edict. and it applies not only to Maching but across all Guyana. No person anywhere may buy or sell human blood without explicit imperial authorization. Zhang Qinchai, as if anticipating Hellion Yu's protest, remained implacable, his face carved from iron. Naturally, the court embodies benevolence. Should the destitute truly find themselves without recourse, they may donate blood at any imperial post station, and receive modest financial compensation in return. Your sole duty is to proclaim the decree. Hellion Yu opened his mouth, then met Zhang Qinchai's heavy, unyielding gaze, lowered his head, and bowed. Yes, Your Excellency. The Kingdom of Lorelei, the most powerful kingdom on the western continent, is situated along its western coast. The numerous deep-water harbors dotting its lengthy coastline are among the kingdom's most vital assets, enabling it to drain resources from vast colonies. Naturally, cities emerged around these harbors. New Saint Mountain City, the largest and most economically prosperous city in the Kingdom of Lorelei, is where numerous multinational corporations sprouted or relocated their headquarters after reaching a certain stage of development elsewhere. Este Corporation is one such entity, a seasoned multinational with formidable strength. Yet at this very moment, within the boardroom of Este Corporation's global headquarters, executives, who were typically impeccably dressed and exuded extraordinary poise, were now unleashing furious tirades, their anger palpable. Retaliation! We must retaliate, or else anyone will think they can trample over this company. They must pay the price. Do the ancient Asians still think they're living over a decade ago? They had already received news of the ancient Asian court's attack on Este Corporation in Ink City. The factory was destroyed, executives were killed, and technology was stolen. How could anyone tolerate this? Yet some maintained restraint, turning their gaze to the elderly man seated at the head of the long conference table. Chairman, is the news truly confirmed? Has the ancient Asian government truly struck our branch, looting the company's factory and research institute's documents? The chairman of Este Corporation had been lost in thought since the meeting began. Upon hearing the inquiry, he swept his gaze across the room, and even those still seething with anger fell silent under his stare, awaiting his response. A deep voice rang out. It's true. The message was sent from the Ink City Liaison Office, and then all contact was lost. In this era, though lacking telephones and the internet, long-distance communication could be achieved to some extent through magical essence. The exact principles remained unclear even to Western continent scientists. However, it was certain that during metamorphosis, creatures had a chance of mutation, evolving organs that utilized magical essence. It was speculated that long-distance communication might be the function of a particular magical essence organ. Este Corporation, upon recruiting or cultivating employees with such abilities, typically calculated the limits of their powers, leaving a margin, and then deployed them globally to establish communication lines between local branches and headquarters. Relying on this network, they could quickly learn the status of each branch. Other large corporations generally had similar systems. After the elder spoke, he added, "It's not just us. All other major multinational corporations have been ransacked as well." The executives' anger faltered, their mouths slightly agape, they doubted their ears. After a long silence, someone finally broke the stillness. "Have they lost their minds?" The large corporations of the Western continent, though called companies, could hardly have developed into major multinational groups without the backing of their home governments. For instance, the chairman of Este Corporation was not only the chairman and largest shareholder, but also a marquis of the Kingdom of Lorelei, a true old guard aristocrat whose words carried weight even in the cabinet. What benefit did the ancient Asian government gain by antagonizing everyone at once? Perhaps. The chairman of Este Corporation remarked indifferently. The Prime Minister has already received the news. He may soon consult with other nations to form a coalition for a retaliatory operation with war expenses shared among all countries. If you have any thoughts, voice them now. The executives immediately grasped the implication in the chairman's words. The company would need to shoulder a portion of the war costs. After brief glances exchanged, they quickly reached a consensus. Funding was no issue, especially since the campaign served their interests. However, in business terms, if they contributed, they must have a share when the coalition defeated the ancient Asian court and demanded reparations. Of course, if they could obtain monopolies on blood trade or other high-profit industries, they would forego reparations altogether. Meanwhile, in another place, the Prime Minister of Lorelei was exchanging opinions with cabinet members. Though the leakage of the nation's magical essence technology was severe for officials, they were more concerned about another ancient Asian policy, the Blood Prohibition Edict. Since the advent of magical essence, all manner of strange and monstrous entities had emerged. Religious forces which had once faded from the political arena were thus revived, viewing magical essence as a manifestation of divine power, and naturally resurrecting various doctrines and dogmas. Though the elites of secular nations mostly retained rationality and continued to advance science, the lower classes were repeatedly drawn into the embrace of religion. Religious factions eager to reclaim political influence were also willing to temporarily rally for the lower classes, charging to the forefront of opposition against human experiments and human blood trade. Yet human blood was precisely a crucial raw material for most magical essence potion industries, playing a vital role in the development of the magical essence sector and research. Unable to exploit their own populace, the Kingdom of Lorelei and other Western continental nations turned their attention to overseas colonies, ruthlessly draining them to the bone, both literally and figuratively, to fuel the growth of the magical essence industry. Although ancient Asia was not their colony, it boasted a large population with decent physical foundations, and since the ancient Asian court did not interfere much with blood trade, it had long been one of the West's key blood supply sources. The loss of the ancient Asian empire's blood supply would cripple many of their industries. Thus, more than the theft of research data and technology, the move to strangle their raw material supply infuriated Lorelei's cabinet ministers. "We must force the ancient Asian empire to repeal the Blood Prohibition Edict and restore raw material supplies. On that basis, consider destroying the leaked technical documents." Seconded. With each cabinet member's vote, the war bill was passed. The state machinery of the Kingdom of Lorelei shed its usual sluggishness, unleashing astonishing efficiency, as orders were dispatched to the homeland and colonies. They conscripted elites, who had undergone the first and second metamorphoses, ensuring they arrived at the ancient Asian empire at the earliest to crush that ancient realm. Simultaneously, large numbers of ordinary soldiers were mobilized from colonies surrounding ancient Asia. These soldiers had received little training, and were not the primary combat force. Their main duty was to carry out occupation tasks and maintain local order after the battle. Though a second metamorphosis powerhouse could single-handedly slay an army of 10,000, they were still only one person, unable to handle the myriad tasks of rebuilding order and managing affairs, thus requiring ordinary soldiers' involvement. Beyond Lorelei, other Western continental nations, upon learning the news, similarly responded without delay. Within mere days, the coalition of Western continental nations had taken shape, mobilizing over 70 second metamorphosis powerhouses and more than 1,000 first metamorphosis individuals, all marching in full force toward ancient Asia. In the port of Ink City, numerous watchtowers and bunkers were embedded like spikes along the coastline, poised to deliver a crushing blow to any approaching enemy. Yet everyone knew that the fortifications near the coast were of limited use, barely adequate against an army of ordinary men. Against a charge of second transcendence, they would shatter in an instant. In a bunker hidden on a hillside, a young recruit placed polished shells into a crate, then nervously peered through the observation slit. Seeing the calm sea, he sighed in relief and turned to an old soldier dozing inside. "Hey, old timer, will those Westerners really attack?" The veteran opened his eyes to look at the lad, who had been foisted upon him days ago, no older than his own son. "The court struck them, so they'll surely come." "Then, can we win?" "Nonsense. If victory were uncertain, why would the court start this war?" The veteran shot the youth a harsh glare. "Don't say such things again. If the military police hear you sawing down 10 heads, wouldn't save you." A chill ran down the young recruit's spine. He glanced around and quickly nodded in agreement. But despite his bold words, the veteran himself had no confidence at all. For over half a month, the court had been waging a propaganda campaign, stoking hatred among Ink City's populace toward the nations of the Western continent in a desperate bid to swell its ranks. The effect was hardly immediate, but it was marginally better than nothing. Due to the ancient Gaia court's relentless unsustainable exploitation, the common folk, who often had to sell their blood just to survive, felt little loyalty to the regime. Moreover, with the emergence of mana, the strong dominated the battlefield, rendering massed infantry tactics largely obsolete. Everyone knew that without personal power, joining the army meant being mere cannon fodder, so few volunteered. As for those with comfortable lives and decent strength, most saw the writing on the wall, and were busy fleeing. However, the blood ban produced an unexpected and ironic effect. After the government monopolized the blood trade, the fixed price was too low to support a family. Countless people, driven to bankruptcy and desperation by soaring costs, enlisted in the military just to get by. Though joining the army meant being ordered to donate blood at official bureaus and face the battlefield, at least they got 3 square meals a day. After being scolded, the youth was quiet for a while, but his stomach soon growled. He pulled out a few reddish cakes from his pocket, hesitated, then offered one. "Ultimer wants some." "What's that? It looks so strange." The veteran's eye twitched. Though he couldn't identify poison, old wisdom said the more colorful something was, the more likely it was toxic. The cakes the recruit produced didn't look edible. "From home. My mother cooked some newly discovered mushrooms and mixed them with flour. They look odd, but they're filling." Saying this, the youth stuffed a cake into his mouth, chewed loudly, and swallowed it to show it was safe, even picking up crumbs that fell on his clothes. "Newly discovered mushrooms." The veteran's expression turned odd. "Don't tell me you mean those blood-red things that been popping up lately. Are those even edible?" In the past dozen days, blood-red lichen-like mushrooms had suddenly appeared in Ink City, growing rapidly in corners of streets and alleys. In this era barely worth living, no one cared where they came from. "They are edible. My family couldn't survive on what we got from selling blood at the Yamen. Starving, I cooked some up. They're very filling." Selling blood? The veteran was stunned. A thought struck him, and his face twisted with bitterness and resentment. When the Western companies and hospitals were still around, they could at least sell blood to survive. Now, with the court's blood ban, even that path was uncertain. He cursed under his breath. "Damn this world." The youth didn't know why the old soldier swore, but seeing he wouldn't take the cake, he put it away. A wave of warmth washed over him, and he felt drowsy. The veteran ignored his slumber and peered through the observation slit. What he saw made his eyes widen. A line of great ships had appeared on the distant horizon. "Wake up! The Westerners are attacking." The veteran shook the youth awake, ordering him to bring out all the shells and prepare for battle. Soldiers who had been outside were now rushing back, having spotted the approaching Western coalition fleet. On the sea, a vast armada of over 100 ships loomed. "The Gaia Empire. In just over a decade, it's fallen to this." On the deck of a massive ironclad warship, a middle-aged man in a white uniform, with the rank of general, had already seen the state of Ink City in the distance. With his powerful perception, the signs of large life forms were laid bare. There were hardly any who had reached the second transcendence. Did they truly believe such meager forces could stop them? "The Qilong Emperor of Gaia has been stagnant for over a decade. It's only natural he's been left behind by the times." An officer chimed in, though he couldn't see the city's specifics. Admiral Haina Ramadan was about to nod when a worried warning came from beside him. "Sir, that city. Something's off." What's wrong?" Haina turned to see his personally promoted adjutant, who possessed a unique talent for sensing mana, even surpassing his own. "I can't explain it, but it feels strange. I can't see through it," said Michaela Alter, shaking his head. Ever since his first transcendence granted him an extraordinary sensitivity to mana, the world had appeared different to him. In his mana vision, the sun no longer shone, instead the earth and living beings radiated light. Human outlines vanished, replaced by the flow of mana within their bodies. That first glimpse of a brand new world had left him utterly awestruck. In his subsequent campaigns, he had witnessed many strange sights. Yet even so, Ink City's peculiar state was unprecedented. The entire city seemed shrouded in a hazy veil, with something indescribable permeating the air. "Strange." Haina trusted his adjutant implicitly. If Michaela said it was strange, then it certainly was. but orders had to be carried out. Their mission was to break Ink City march on the Gaia capital and force the Emperor to repeal the blood ban. Hyena surveyed the officers and soldiers on deck, those of the first and second Transcendents, and quickly formed a plan. According to the original strategy, with their overwhelming power, they could simply press forward with second Transcendents from various nations joining forces to clear the path and seize the city. But now, let the other nations lead the charge. A communications officer approached, saluted the general, and reported, "Sir, the commander of the Feline Kingdom's fleet has just signaled for a simultaneous assault to crush Gia's resistance in one blow." "Understood. Then let's move. It's time to stretch our legs." Hyena flashed a savage grin, but turned to his officers and ordered quietly, "Don't charge too fast. Just skirmish on the periphery and let the others scout ahead." With that, he leaped off the ship, like a drawn sword or a charging lance parting the waves, as he sped toward the distant city. The second Transcendents of the other nations followed close behind. "Fire! Fire the cannons!" Aboard the warship anchored in the harbor, the commander of the Ink City Navy, witnessing the charge of the second Transcendents elites from the Western Continental Alliance, was seized by mortal terror and hastily issued the order. The iron-black cannons roared their fierce bombardment, raising substantial walls of water across the sea like an impregnable iron barrier. Yet in the instant of collision with the assailants, the iron wall was breached and shattered. Dozens of second Transcendents powerhouses from the Western Continental Alliance surged onto the ships and crashed into the shoreline defenses, reaping lives with every casual gesture. "Your Majesty, your servant has done his utmost." The Ink City Navy commander, seeing the tide of battle turn in an instant, felt a surge of despair. He cried out loudly, drew his long blade with one hand, and charged at the nearest enemy, only to have his head obliterated before he could finish his words. "So much dallying! Without a single second Transcendence, what use is this defense?" A general from the Kingdom of France sneered, and advanced toward the Ink City district. Compared to the meager forces the Gaia court had deployed along the coastline, the second Transcendents powerhouses within the city were the real challenge. At the Ink City Yamen, all clerks and servants had been evacuated, leaving the empty courtyard and main hall with only 2 people. "Uncle, they're coming. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Jean Cadiz stared at the reluctant Imperial Commissioner Jean, urging him with restless anxiety. Though he was simple-minded and bellicose by nature, simplicity was not stupidity nor a death wish. Facing the combined assault of dozens of second Transcendents experts, no one in this world could survive. "I see. You go back. Leave this to me." Imperial Commissioner Zhang's expression remained impassive, unmoved. He sat firmly in place, ignoring Jean Cadiz's shock, and waved him away. Jean Cadiz's face flushed red, and he blurted out recklessly, "Uncle, must you die here?" In the time since the Western Continental Alliance forces had arrived, they had already mobilized troops to transport the stolen technical data and technicians to the capital, perfectly fulfilling the court's orders. They had also put up a respectable front of resistance, and could easily retreat now. No one would blame them for losing the battle. Isn't living a better choice? Imperial Commissioner Zhang swirled the teacup in his right hand. "Not long ago, the Western Continental Company's research data on the third Transcendence was sent back to the capital. That very night, His Majesty sent a secret decree ordering me to complete one final task. Therefore, I cannot leave. Is your life not more important than the Emperor's command?" Jean Cadiz could not comprehend this. This was no longer the era before the appearance of Mana, when the Emperor could casually decide a minister's life or death. They were both second Transcendents. He could fight 10,000 alone, and so could his uncle. If faced with an unreasonable order, they could simply flee, take over a mountain as bandits, and live a more comfortable life. Why sacrifice himself for this? Enough. Say no more. My mind is made up. Go back and bid farewell to my elder brother on my behalf." Imperial Commissioner Zhang spoke sternly. He had been born, raised, and made his name in an era when mana was still unheard of. It was solely through the favor of the current Emperor Qinglong that he had risen to high office and become one of the first beneficiaries of the Age of Mana. Compared to the younger generation, this old man held a loyalty to the imperial authority that others lacked. Zhang Kadi gritted his teeth as he watched him. If he were not utterly outmatched, he would have knocked his uncle unconscious and carried him away. With a surge of resolve, he dashed toward the city's edge. At that moment, Imperial Commissioner Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. There was one more thing he had not told his nephew. The reason he stayed was not only Emperor Qinglong's command, but also because during this time, he had constantly sensed a faint lingering gaze, like a shadow clinging to his bones. Commissioner Zhang was uncertain who the owner of that gaze was, perhaps an expert sent by the imperial family to watch him, or a remnant from the Western Continental companies. Regardless, one thing was clear: the person was formidable, and would not easily let him leave. Since that was the case, there was no point in struggling. He would use this life to repay Emperor Qinglong's esteem in the first half of his life. Commissioner Zhang sat in the armchair, drained his tea in one gulp, and meticulously adjusted his robe and cap as if preparing for a grand banquet. Soon dozens of figures radiating formidable auras arrived together, landing on the roof and in the courtyard, sealing off all escape routes. One of them looked at the figure in the armchair and said coldly, "Lord Zhang, did your emperor leave you here to wait for death and atone?" "Marquis Gabor, you came as well." Commissioner Zhang showed a brief surprise, and then a smile upon seeing a familiar face among the enemies. In his youth, he had visited many countries and befriended numerous dignitaries, but among them all the Marquis Gabor before him had left a profound impression. This was because Gabor was an extreme art enthusiast. Coincidentally, Commissioner Zhang, in his efforts to build rapport with foreign nobles, had also pursued an artistic path. Gabor, curious about exotic art, had engaged him in days of lively conversation. They had agreed to exchange insights on calligraphy and painting in the future, never expecting to meet again on a battlefield. Gabor, too, had abandoned his obsession with art and become a fervent devotee of mana technology. Commissioner Zhang rose from the armchair, surveying the crowd. "You are right about one thing. His Majesty did order me to stay here, but not to await death, rather to conduct an experiment." He took several small glass bottles from his bosom, uncorked them, and chewed them raw without hesitation. His thoughts, however, drifted back to the night dozens of days ago. In his secret letter, Emperor Qinglong had not only commanded him to stay, but also revealed without reservation the court's greatest secret, the other side of mana enhancement. It was knowledge an awakened had gleaned from mana. From the first transcendence onward, mana's enhancement of living beings was not limited to the physical body, but also affected the spirit, or one might say the soul or spiritual essence. However, mana's efficiency in strengthening the spirit was far inferior to that of the body. In the early stages, this was manageable, but as one progressed, the disparity between physical and spiritual strength grew too vast, and the spiritual shortcoming began to hinder further transcendence. This was likely why no one in the world had yet achieved the third transcendence. The issue was probably tied to the spirit. According to research by the Western Continental companies, when a person experiences mental stimulation or a change in psychological state, the mana within them undergoes subtle changes. If absorbed by others, it could influence their consciousness and stimulate spiritual enhancement. Using this principle might help second transcendence powerhouses complete their transcendence and break through to the third tier. Commissioner Zhang's role was to use himself to prove this theory. By constantly stimulating people's nerves through war, death, and other means, collecting enough blood to create mana potions, and consuming them in large quantities, they could see if this method would achieve the third transcendence and break through to the third tier. If proven feasible, Emperor Qinglong would follow suit without hesitation. Though there were safer ways to advance the experiment, all such methods required time. Emperor Qinglong did not have that much time. Because the previous emperor had lived an extraordinarily long life, Emperor Qinglong was already half buried in the grave when he ascended the throne. He had clung to life until now through mana, but the aggressive methods he had used had left his body severely depleted. Now, with his end approaching, he was desperate to achieve the third transcendence to extend his life. For this, he would spare no cost, even if it meant letting his most loyal minister die on the battlefield. "Stop him!" Marquis Gabor had no idea what Commissioner Zhang had ingested, but a sudden intense sense of danger seized him, and he roared at the others. No reminder was needed. The moment Commissioner Zhang acted, everyone present felt the same foreboding. They struck with all their might without hesitation. A barrage of attacks engulfed Commissioner Zhang, and the rolling shockwaves flattened the entire yamen. From the center of the battlefield, amid the dust of the aftermath, what answered them all was a single maddened roar that tore through the heavens. The battle among dozens of second-stage evolved beings within the city lasted only moments before they swiftly relocated the conflict to the outskirts, far from the urban center. Yet, for the city's civilians, the catastrophe had only just begun. The departure of these second-stage evolved warriors was merely to clear space, making way for military units better suited to operate within the city. With the coastal defense shattered, warships of the Western Continent Alliance advanced unimpeded into the heart of the territory. Regiments led by numerous first-stage evolved officers surged into the city, storming residential districts to plunder valuables, or breaking into the manors of nobles and wealthy elites to seize cultivated high-grade miasmic flora. Run! And flee now! On the streets of Emo's city, masses of civilians fled in terror, wailing and screaming, only to collapse one by one beneath the sharp cracks of gunfire. Advance! Now! Hold them back! Within an ancient stately manor, a prominent family, who had failed to evacuate before the war erupted, the patriarch stood at the courtyard gate, voice hoarse and desperate, as he commanded servants and clansmen to bar the entrance against the invading Alliance soldiers. In the next instant, a dense hail of bullets tore through the human barricade. Several first-stage evolved officers joined forces to slaughter all who dared resist, then eagerly scoured the ruins for spoils. More primal and brutal scenes unfolded across the avenues. Most soldiers of the Western Continent Alliance were not native troops, but indigenous warriors, conscripted from colonial territories, many still clinging to ancestral rites of blood and sacrifice. They had been mobilized simply because their homelands lay nearer to the ancient Ya Empire, making deployment logistically convenient, and because they were not expected to bear the brunt of frontline combat. A roving band of colonial soldiers discovered the corpse of a first-stage evolved warrior, and treating it as sacred bounty, hacked it apart and devoured its flesh. How barbaric! A passing officer from the Farron Kingdom recoiled with visible disgust. Ni's comrade beside him likewise grimaced, but spoke with quiet resignation. They're just natives. What civilized conduct could you possibly expect? Perhaps they even believe this ritual binds the dead to the living, to share breath, strength, and survival. Do you truly believe that? Not really, but war is war. At least it's not our people dying. Why bother caring? The Farron officer who spoke last shrugged indifferently. Yet none of them noticed, hidden in countless crevices clinging like crimson lichen, countless patches of blood-red fungi. And as death mounted, the fungi spread with terrifying speed. In a forgotten corner of the city, a dozen armed colonial soldiers had herded a group of refugees into a deadened alley, yet dared not charge forward. Among the fugitives lay a grievously wounded first-stage evolved warrior, still lethally dangerous. Patience would win the day, as in the hunts of old, maintained distance, where down the prey strike from afar. Even great beasts, even first-stage evolved warriors, would fall inevitably to their relentless tactics. Ran knew this well. To shield his family, friends, and fellow refugees he'd met along the way, he had already taken over a dozen bullet wounds, his strength spent, his body failing. Yet he resolved to take as many colonial soldiers with him as possible before his final breath, buying others a chance to survive. Thus he would live, not as a victim but as a man. His life, though brief, would carry weight. He swept his gaze across the huddled refugees, then fixed it on several young men. Are you afraid to die? If it means my brother and sister live, I fear nothing. Nor do I. Ran threw back his head and laughed, deep, fierce, unbroken. Excellent. Then follow me, and slaughter every last one of these cannibal dogs. Snatching up a handful of stones, he lunged forward, then froze mid-step. The colonial soldiers outside flinched at his shout, tightening their grips on their rifles, but saw no one emerge. They assumed it was a feint. Yet seconds later they too stood frozen, staring upward in disbelief. Snow was falling. In crimson snow, feathery, heavy, relentless. It did not melt upon contact with earth, instead it spread, merged, and swelled, like a rising tide. And lifting his eyes, Ran saw the entire city of Imo blanketed in this scarlet blizzard. And, "What is this?" Confusion knotted his brow. The sight defied all reason, all prior knowledge. And as the snow descended, scores of Western Continent Alliance soldiers, those who had looted, raped, and slaughtered across Imo's city, suddenly clutched their chests and throats in agony. Within mere breaths they collapsed lifeless. Were one able to peer within their bodies, one would witness clusters of crimson fungal buds erupting, spreading rapidly from lungs outward, devouring flesh, marrow, and bone. And, "Something's wrong. Fall back, now!" Not few high-ranking officers, first stage evolved themselves, fared slightly better. The fungal growth racked them with pain, yet did not kill them outright. But compared to physical torment, it was the silent creeping death, and the eerie blood-hued snow, that truly shattered their resolve. In this city held a grave, unfathomable secret. Elsewhere in Ran heard the soldiers' cries fade, and the sudden chilling silence of halted heartbeats. Peering out, he beheld a sight that widened his eyes in shock. Every colonial soldier assembled in the square lay motionless, utterly devoid of breath or pulse. What just happened? Bewilderment flooded his mind as he stepped from the alley. Across the street, more colonial corpses littered the ground, all dead in identical fashion, faces twisted in anguish and horror. In the thin layer of red snow coating the pavement, pulse faintly weaving itself together before his eyes, rippling, coalescing, surging like a living tide. Just as Ran instinctively thought of divine intervention, a cold, resonant voice pierced the air, not through ears, but directly into the soul. Even those who had never spoken the ancient yet tongue understood its meaning instantly. In "Those who burn, kill, and plunder shall die." What is that? Within the Imo city prison, a second stage evolved officer from the Farron Kingdom, dispatched to rescue surviving corporate executives, stood stunned, gazing at the all-encompassing crimson tide. Before him echoed the unmistakable, threatening decree. He showed no fear, only keen, almost ravenous fascination. And, "Fascinating. Truly extraordinary. How is such a phenomenon possible? Divine miracle. A pure level of all being. Or has someone transcended to a higher stage altogether?" Whichever the case, it did nothing to dampen the Farron noble's desire to test the source of that voice. He ordered his subordinates to bring surrendered prisoners into the open courtyard, and then seized additional civilians from outside. And with a flick of his wrist, radiant beams lanced forth, cutting down every single person without hesitation. And turning slowly, he surveyed the carnage. "I've killed him. So what now?" At the epicenter of the crimson tide, the blood-hued figure heard his words and raised a hand. And from every direction luminous ribbons streamed forth from the fungal sea, converging with a low harmonic hum. A searing sphere of crimson light formed, then erupted into a spear of pure radiance, shrieking as it pierced the sky, tearing through atmosphere itself. The Farron noble felt the approaching cataclysm, and for the first time his face paled with raw terror. His eyes bulged. "No, no!" And he spun to flee, but the spear moved faster than thought. A flash of incandescent fury, thunder detonated. Temperatures soared into the tens of thousands of degrees. The blast wave erased everything at ground zero. Even a second stage evolved being could not endure it, not for a single heartbeat. Others who had contemplated probing the fungal tide's nature instantly abandoned the notion. And simultaneously a second proclamation rang out, tenfold colder, tenfold more absolute, shaking the very essence of every soul within the city. In "Those who burn, kill, and plunder shall die." At the heart of the crimson fungal tide, Dong stood imposingly, his feet surrounded by dense blood fungi that swayed like countless tentacles, forming a thick red carpet. His hair had been dyed a blood-red hue, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura at first glance. Compared to his former self, the transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. All of this stemmed from his earlier experiment in genetic modification of fungal strains using the succubus bloodline. Originally, he had only intended to refine a few strains to establish an external demonic essence digestion pool to enhance his strength. But the moment the experiment truly succeeded, Dong Lu was startled to realize how utterly unfamiliar he was with the power of demonic essence and the bloodline he possessed. As he successfully cultivated a fungal sample infused with the succubus bloodline, he suddenly discovered an unknown connection had been established between himself and the experimental sample. He could command the blood fungi he had created to a certain degree, perceive the world through them, and even control their growth state by injecting demonic essence. It was utterly miraculous. Under other circumstances, Dong Lu might have studied the blood fungi's properties, bit by bit fully evaluated them, and used the sample cautiously. But at that time, he was being hunted by the imperial court. The Este Corporation had collapsed, and its employee roster had fallen into the court's hands. Dong Lu, as a nominal consultant, naturally could not escape. Worse still, due to a single transformation recorded in his file, he was listed as a high-priority target. It wasn't that he feared the court's pursuit. By then, Dong Lu had already completed his second transformation. Even though it was recent, dealing with a pursuit squad composed of first transformation individuals was well within his capabilities. However, once he made a move, it would likely attract second transformation pursuers, putting him in a precarious situation. Thus, Dong Lu released the cultivated blood fungi samples, leveraging their ability to perceive the outside world to monitor matching. He even coordinated this with the chat group's data upload function. No matter how faint the information, as long as Dong Lu had truly heard, seen, or touched it, the chat group could convert it into clear data. As the blood fungi spread, certain hidden properties gradually emerged. They could absorb demonic essence and feed it back to Dong Lu through a novel form akin to radiation, comprehensively enhancing his strength. Consequently, shortly after completing his second transformation, Dong Lu rapidly advanced toward the third transformation, encountering none of the bottlenecks that others in this world faced. Yet just as he was about to truly achieve the third transformation, a wave of hesitation washed over him, and fragments of information surfaced in his mind. Some data stored within the demonic essence decompressed as he neared the third transformation, revealing that the transformation encompassed both physical and spiritual changes, and highlighting the critical nature of this stage. If the first two transformations were merely laying the foundation, the third transformation would turn a person into a fully transcendent life form, a demonic essence life form. If one was not originally a transcendent being, their most intense emotions and will would merge into their body during the transformation, giving rise to different transcendent demonic essence organs and granting unique abilities. Dong Lu immediately realized that the succubus bloodline likely originated this way, a product of desires like procreation, lust, and seduction merging into a bloodline, somehow appearing in his body in this timeline. If he dared to complete the third transformation without preparation, the demonic essence would twist him toward the original succubus form inherent in his bloodline. Dong Lu refused outright. He could accept forging his own will, but being twisted into someone else's likeness by his bloodline was utterly unacceptable. When he withdrew from the state of absorbing demonic essence knowledge and opened his eyes again, several days had passed. The Western Continent coalition forces had breached, marching, pillaging, and slaughtering. Dong Lu acted without much hesitation. The blood fungi enshrouding all of Maching served as a demonic essence reservoir, and coupled with the spell models Dong Lu had developed using his smart brain based on demonic essence properties, his true strength far surpassed his outward appearance. After two declarations that intimidated the Western Continent forces within the city, Dong Lu gazed toward the outskirts, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he soared into the air, leaving a massive shockwave in his wake before vanishing. In the outskirts of Maching, the fierce battle between dozens of second transformation individuals and Commissioner Zhang raged on, locked in an intense stalemate. Though the Western Continent coalition had more second transformation fighters, Commissioner Zhang's ferocity exceeded their expectations. Every attack he launched was halved in mid-flight, accompanied by an omnipresent seductive force that made it impossible for anyone to concentrate. Gabor, who had struck and retreated, suddenly noticed a flash of light within Maching, followed by a deafening boom and shockwave that could be felt even in the suburbs. A pang of anxiety struck him. Something's happened in the city. He wanted to return and check, but his face suddenly paled as if an invisible force had struck his mind. Not enough, not enough. Give me the pressure of death, let me transform, let me transform. Commissioner Zhang's frenzied roar erupted, accompanied by a mental shockwave. The demonic essence potion's enhancement was insufficient, the spiritual fortification lacking. He still couldn't transform. Only through battle, only through madness, only through devouring them all could he achieve his true transformation. A demonic thought surfaced in Commissioner Zhang's mind, and his body began to sprout various scales, armor, and tentacles, turning him into a rabid beast that relentlessly chased down a second transformation individual. Brain, neck, heart, each strike aimed for vital points. Gabor watched the second transformation fighters from various nations still holding back and roared in fury, "Stop holding back! I swear on my honor as the Marquis of the Phelan Kingdom that afterward all nations will jointly study this corpse. If you don't want to face the threat from the city while this fight is still ongoing, then join me in killing him." With those words, Marquis Gabor charged forward, unleashing a crimson beam from his hands that pierced the nearly monstrous Commissioner Zhang, sending blood gushing forth. Agonized screams soared to their peak. "Marquis, don't panic. Let's all attack together." Seeing Marquis Gabor employ his ultimate technique and make his promise, some second transformation fighters exchanged glances, finally seized their slacking, and unleashed their true abilities. An onslaught 10 times more ferocious than before rained down. The once fearsome and invincible Commissioner Zhang was now reduced to a ragdoll toy, battered at will. The scales armor shattered, and multiple gashes that reached the bone nearly cleaved him into pieces. Perhaps on the brink of death, the maddened Commissioner Zhang suddenly regained a sliver of clarity. Looking at his enemies, he felt not despair, but a touch of wistful regret. He had ultimately failed to achieve his third transformation. Die! Marquis Gabor roared, his mind screaming danger alerts, urging him to flee quickly. As his devastating slash was about to sever Commissioner Zhang's head, an invisible force blocked everything. Dense blood fungi erupted from the ground, spreading across the entire land. The Crimson Tide had arrived. Dozens of second-stage transcendents from the western continent stood on high alert, gazing upward at Dong Lu descending from the heavens. The oppressive aura he radiated far surpassing that of Imperial Envoy Zhang. Gabor's heart sank, a quiet urge to retreat stirred within him. If the second-stage transcendents within the coalition had united in purpose, they might still have mounted a fight. Yet they hailed from disparate nations and rival factions. Merely refraining from stabbing one another in the back already counted as profound moral clarity. That was precisely why even confronting Zhang, who had not yet achieved third-stage transcendence, had proven so arduous. Now, in addition to Zhang, they faced an unfamiliar powerhouse, whose strength surpassed his, and whose abilities defied comprehension, and must also reckon with the possibility of further reinforcements arriving from the Guiyang Imperial Court. To avoid being turned upon and annihilated, withdrawal was the wiser course. At that very moment, Imperial Envoy Zhang also turned his gaze toward the descending Dong Lu, his eyes flickering with both confusion and a faint unsettling familiarity reminiscent of that lingering watchful presence he had sensed earlier. Is he loyal to His Majesty? Has he come to rescue me? Just as the Western Continental Coalition and Zhang were converging upon the same line of thought, Dong Lu struck. A surging tide of crimson fungal energy abruptly coiled toward Zhang, flooding into his body in ceaseless waves, not only sustaining him against fatal injury, but also sealing every avenue of resistance. The sudden shocking turn left every onlooker stunned into silence. Could it be? We're not on the same side. A shared realization flashed unbidden across the minds of the Western continent's transcendents. Dong Lu paid no heed to their inner turmoil. Gazing upon Zhang, now drawn before him encased in the writhing crimson tide, he spoke, "I have a question for you. Who ordered the massacre of the civilians protesting at the ISDA Corporation's Biological Research Institute?" Zhang's brightening eyes dimmed abruptly. He offered no answer, only a counter-question, coughing weakly. "Who are you?" "Dong Lu." Zhang searched his memory, but no renowned figure named Dong Lu surfaced. Abandoning the effort, he instead scrutinized Dong Lu from head to toe. This power, this overwhelming pressure. Then asked, voice alight with fervent curiosity, "Are you a third-stage transcendent? How did you achieve it?" The Western continent's transcendence pricked up their ears. Do you imagine you are interrogating me? At Dong Li's mental command, the pulsing blood fungi took root deep within Zhang's flesh and marrow, unleashing agony, so excruciating it nearly killed him, yet somehow preserved his lucidity. Answer me, who gave the order? Why were they slain? When the tidal wave of pain receded, Zhang lay drenched in sweat, too weakened to retort. In a hoarse, fragile whisper, he replied, "You already know the answer." From Dong Li's merciless intervention, it was evident he had already identified his target. Resistance would serve no purpose. Dong Li enunciated each word with deliberate, chilling precision. "I said, answer my question. Who gave the order, and why?" "I gave the order. To fabricate a legitimate pretext for seizing Western continental corporate technology, and to mislead those corporations, preventing them from destroying their research data in desperation." Zhang withheld nothing. He still clung to certain pre-Magisulfur era values, or perhaps what might be called the integrity of a scholar. He disdained evasion or denial at such a moment. He remembered dispatching troops to slaughter civilians, he remembered the farewell letter published in the newspapers, and felt a pang of guilt. Yet he harbored no regret. Not once, not even if given infinite chances, would he hesitate to act again for the sake of Emperor Qinglong's grand design. "So it is. I see. For technology, yes, your motives were laid bare almost brazenly." Having received his answer, Dong Li fell abruptly still. His blood fungi permeated Zhang's entire physiology, monitoring every physiological fluctuation, and confirmed unequivocally that Zhang spoke truth. How else could it be? As while Dong Li had said, in many affairs the one who stands to gain most is invariably the prime suspect. The Guiyang imperial court had seized Western continental corporations under the pretense of avenging the slain protesters. Their true objective naturally was the technology itself. Yet such callous disregard for human life was unforgivable. As Dong Li slipped momentarily into inner vacancy, a voice rang out from among the Western continent's transcendence. "This man truly deserves death. He holds ordinary lives in utter contempt." The transcendence turned. There stood Marquis Jabor, aroused, his expression stern and righteous. He addressed Dong Li directly, "But to eradicate such evils, slaying him alone is insufficient. Even executing the Guiyang Emperor would fall short. What is needed is a far more thorough societal transformation. I am Marquis Jabor, aroused of the Farlan Kingdom. I extend to you a formal invitation to visit our realm. Farlan honors all individual rights, fosters vertical and horizontal communication through commerce, advances social progress, and enforces strict rule of law. Such flagrant contempt for human life has no place in our land." As Jabor finished speaking, the other transcendents belatedly grasped his intent, and bitterly lamented their own slowness. Beyond the incalculable value of friendship with a likely third-stage transcendent, considered the strategic possibilities, persuading him to instigate rebellion within Guiyang, toppling its self-sufficient economic system, replacing it with capitalism, establishing codified laws, assigning explicit market prices to blood, organs, labor, and indeed all human capacities, permitting their free trade. This vast market, this colossal reservoir of Magisulfur raw materials, would drive any nation on earth to frenzy. And just where do you stand on the moral high ground? Dong Li's calm lasted only an instant. His gaze hardened into icy indifference as he fixed it upon Marquis Jabor, who froze mid-expression, bewildered by this sudden shift. "Feudal landlords and aristocrats are no paragons, but are capitalist magnates any better?" "No, neither is. Perhaps for this era capitalism, even its most brutal unregulated form, which commodifies and alienates every facet of human existence, is objectively more progressive than feudalism. Yet exploitation remains exploitation. Bloodsucking remains bloodsucking. Whether excrement smells of sewage or chocolate, it is still excrement. Why must one choose between two heaps of filth?" Dong Li slowly ascended into the sky, surveying the scene below. His voice, serene yet resonant, echoed across the expanse. "Ever since I arrived in this world, and saw clearly what manner of world it is, I have carried an unshakable impulse to shatter something. But then, what comes after the shattering? How does one rebuild this world? For long I lacked clarity. But just now, I understood. I finally know what I must do. His gaze locked onto Imperial Envoy Zhang. Two words parted his lips, Justice. Then, like interlocking gears, his focus pivoted with a sharp audible click, settling upon the Western continent's transcendence liberation. I will deliver justice to all, and liberate all from exploitation. Dong Lu roared the declaration. He intended to forge an entirely new universal ethic, to reshape this world into one he could abide, one he could aid. Not out of blind adherence to past ideologies, nor from ignorance of reality, nor from naive idealism, but because now, at last, he possessed the genuine capacity to do so. Because he had witnessed firsthand other worlds, seen humanity's explosive productivity unleashed once freed from bondage, felt the irrepressible vitality that surged when chains were broken. From the moment he arrived, every tool he employed, the die-fixing agents, the periodic table, and electronic theory he traded, the centrifuges and gene programming techniques he wielded, had been born solely from the ingenuity of ordinary humans untainted by magisulfur. How could he doubt their power? How could he allow this age to stagnate, rotting in place? The crimson fungal tide blazed with searing red light, sprouting ribbons of magisulfur energy that spiraled upward, coalescing midair into luminous spheres. Run. Scatter. At the sight unfolding above the Western continent's transcendence, pupils contracted violently. Sensing unprecedented peril, their faces paled. They fled in every direction. In the next instant, the world fell utterly silent, then erupted in blinding light. A scorching, all-consuming torrent expanded outward, its deafening roar rising like a colossal pillar, piercing heaven and earth, echoing unceasingly across time and space. In Mo City, after the blood-red mushroom tide spread out, the rampant Western Continental Coalition gradually retreated, leaving behind a city in ruins and a ground littered with corpses as proof of the raging war. The survivors huddled together in small groups, either hiding in corners to silently lick their wounds, or numbly gathering the remains of friends, family, and strangers. Some took the opportunity to flee. The entire city was enveloped in a heavy and numb atmosphere until the sound of an explosion from the outskirts jolted it back to life for a brief moment, causing the frightened to scatter and shout before reverting to their former state. Dongla stood high in the sky, taking in the city's response, where everywhere was filled with lifelessness and hopelessness. But now I have arrived. He stepped forward, spreading his arms, and the dormant mushroom tide came alive again, releasing beams of red light that, instead of appearing eerie, eased the pain of the wounded. Some knelt down, their foreheads pressed in prayer. God, a miracle! Some hugged themselves, retreating silently into the dark corners, yet more gazed at the mushroom tide, at the beams of light flowing from it, and at the direction where the light gathered, filled with curiosity, fear, and a trace of barely perceptible prayer. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a vast amount of magical essence manifested in midair into an incredibly clear giant figure looking upon the ravaged city with pity, gazing at those waiting for answers for a new ruler. The unprecedented density of magical essence in the air vibrated and produced a clear voice. I am Dongla. In the sky, Dongla's forehead veins bulged. Compared to killing, manipulating vast amounts of magical essence for fine operations was much more challenging, but he had to do it so that everyone would recognize him and take over the city from the ground up. The city stirred for a moment, and those hiding in corners peeked out through cracks to witness the towering figure in the sky. The dispersing magical essence shook the air, amplifying Dongla's next words throughout the city. I have come for justice and liberation. A warm light burst forth. The giant figure dissipated, landing upon the people, carrying a message that pierced the soul. Everyone, let us rebuild this world together. The fleet of the Lorelei Kingdom was departing from the port of Mo City, and aboard the St. Mary III battleship, Admiral Hein also heard Dongla's declaration, pondering for a moment. Justice. Liberation. Immediately he formed a vague impression of Dong Lu, an idealist wielding immense power. While he was deep in thought, the officers nearby wore troubled expressions. Their mission had gone awry, not only failing to capture Mo City, but suffering heavy casualties among the coalition forces. General, shall we continue with the mission? Michaela asked Admiral Hein. The Admiral paused, suddenly recalling that he still had a mission, and felt troubled. Although his forces had maintained their strength relatively intact compared to other nations due to detecting the abnormality early, That did not mean he wanted to confront Dong Lu, who had taken Mo City. The vast mushroom tide and the enormous figure of magical essence made it clear that occupying Mo City was a genuine monster whose strength was not something a typical second transformation practitioner could compare to. Charging in would be sending himself to his doom. After a moment's thought, Admiral Hein asked those around him, "Have the troops from the other nations retreated?" "Some have retreated, but the commanders of each fleet have not yet returned." Michaela replied, glancing again towards Mo City, which appeared even brighter in the magical essence's vision than at the start. Among all the brilliant lights, one shone the brightest, overshadowing the magical essence of others. He could not see the magical essence signals of the commanders from various nations, but based on common sense, encountering such a monster, especially after they had just launched a retaliatory war, the fate of those dozens of second transformation practitioners would not be good. Losing dozens of second transformation practitioners at once would not cripple the Western continental nations, but it would certainly sting. "They haven't come out yet, have they?" Admiral Hein expressed his condolences for the coalition colleagues, yet could not help but smile rather gleefully. "It seems like they are in grave danger. We should find an island to rest, report the situation of the coalition back to our country, and ask what to do next." "Yes. By the way, find a few more ancient Yaren to gather information in Mo City, especially about that person." Admiral Hein emphasized the last word when mentioning Dong Lu. Despite his glee, he dared not treat Dong Lu lightly. A powerful being capable of affecting an entire city was fine if they stayed in one place. It was manageable if no one provoked him. But the fear lay in Dong Lu wanting to act, executing beheadings and assassinations across the Western continental nations. That would undoubtedly be a nightmare for all countries. "Understood." The officers under him took their orders and departed. "Go ahead." Admiral Hein waved his hand and turned to look at Mo City, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, seeing Dong Lu, and asked himself, "In seeking justice and liberation, you cannot be one of the ancient Yaren court people, right?" Unfortunately, no one answered him. "Did they leave?" Dong Lu gazed at the gradually distancing fleet above Mo City as he descended slowly. He had actually noticed a batch of Western Coalition troops near the coastline of Mo City, and had reserved some strength to deal with them. He never expected the other side to leave without a word. "If the blood fungi could proliferate on the sea, I could consider pursuing them." Dong Lu shook his head. Most of his power was built upon the mushroom tide, relying on the continuous supply of magical essence from the red mushroom tide to crush his peers. The further away from the mushroom tide, the greater the delay in power transmission. Once the connection with the mushroom tide was severed, he would immediately become a powerful second transformation practitioner, unable to easily eliminate peers. Thus, Admiral Hein's concerns about Dong Lu leaving Mo City to conduct assassinations were actually unnecessary. If he truly wished to do so, he would need to stir up the red tide in a certain area first. By the time he did so, the enemy would have already sensed something was wrong and fled. Abandoning the idea, pursued Dong Lu after incorporating the continuous improvement of blood fungi species into his agenda, descended into Mo City, swiftly appearing before different individuals, inviting them to join his cause. Hello sir, may I ask why you chose me?" And Rand looked at Dong Lu, who suddenly appeared to him, filled with admiration and excitement, nearly speechless, as if the figure before him was a descending deity. "Just call me Dong Lu." Dong Lu smiled, manipulating the blood fungi to extract the bullet from Rand's body and stitching up his wound with threads. "As for why I chose you, I saw you trying your best to protect the refugees during the war, so I trust you." In reality, Dong Lu uploaded everything he saw and felt through the blood fungi to a chat group, utilizing the group's built-in information filtering function to select a batch of morally sound individuals who performed excellently during the war. Whether they can truly withstand the test and walk alongside Dong Lu is a matter for the future. For now, at least, Dong Lu believes in them. Thinking this, Dong Lu extended his hand to him, offering an invitation. "And Rand, would you like to join me in rebuilding this world and making it better?" As the voice signal flowed through his brain, and Rand made his decision, excitedly stepping forward to grasp Dong Lu's hand, determined not to let down his trust. "I am willing to serve you." Dong Lu shook his head, solemnly stating, No, it is not servitude. You and I are not master and servant, but should be comrades. The Kingdom of Lorelei, a closed-door cabinet meeting. Prime Minister Green and several key ministers sit together discussing the Allied forces' catastrophic defeat. Gentlemen, what are your assessments? Your Excellency, is the intelligence on this report authentic? The finance minister stares incredulously at the report detailing the alliance's utter rout. A decade and more ago, their research into mana sources lagged behind that of Guya, so being crushed by a single individual was perhaps forgivable. Yet now, having far surpassed Guya in manasciences, they have again been shattered by one man alone. Before Prime Minister Green can respond, the Navy commander interjects. This message originated aboard General Hines' flagship, the St. Malice III. Its authenticity is beyond doubt. All present exchange uneasy glances. Prime Minister Green speaks. The sole consolation is that General Hines detected the threat early. Our losses remain limited. But what course shall we now pursue? Several senior ministers fall silent, visibly stumped. The declaration of vengeance had echoed across the nation. To now announce ceasefire and negotiations without a single tangible victory would not only be humiliating, it would hand their political rivals a devastating weapon for relentless attack. Yet continuing hostilities means confronting a warrior suspected of having undergone the third transcendence, a feat no known force could withstand. Ahem, interjects the Navy commander, sensing their collective despair. Gentlemen need not dwell so heavily upon this dilemma. General Hine appended his own analysis to the battle report. The transcendent figure may well be at odds with the Guya imperial court. The ministers blink in surprise, then hastily flip through the documents before them. Upon reading Hines' assessment, their expressions soften, just slightly. In his report, General Hines cites Dong Li's public declarations, justice and liberation, phrasings that unmistakably target the Guya imperial regime. Yet even if he opposes the imperial court, he remains a citizen of Guya. The foreign minister, a gracefully aged woman whose refined features are shadowed by quiet anxiety, asks, if we persist in striking against the imperial court, will he truly stand aside? No sooner has the question left her lips than she regrets it. The query, blunt and naive, hangs awkwardly in the air. Instantly, every high-ranking official turns toward her, gazes sharp with disbelief, as though observing some rare and bewildering specimen. Though nationalism runs deep across the Western continent, none have ever carried it to such fanatic extremes as to aid mortal enemies. Dong Li branded a rebel face's execution as the imperial court's foremost priority, just as the imperial court itself stands as his most urgent target for annihilation. Observing the tense silence, Prime Minister Green clears his throat. So long as our actions target only the imperial court, not the eradication of the Guya people, I believe he will refrain from interference. Still, we must avoid presumptive judgments. I propose General Hine continue close observation and simultaneously gauge the responses of other nations. That is viable, affirms the Navy commander. I concur, adds the finance minister. Agreed. The Kingdom of Farron, the royal palace. Upon learning of his fleet's devastation, King Farron erupts in fury, not at Dong Li or the Guya imperial court, but at Lorelei. Those accursed Lorelians knew something was amiss, and yet concealed it. They've cost us countless lives. What kind of alliance is this? Filth. Nonsense. His ministers echo his outrage, seething with resentment toward Lorelei, adding another grim entry to the ledger of blood between the two realms. After a long strained pause, one minister dares to speak. Your Majesty, what of the expeditionary force? With a thunderous slash of his sword cleaving the air, King Farron snarls. First uncover everything about this transcendent. As for the expeditionary force, hold them in readiness. Yes, Your Majesty. From Lorelei and Farron to every major power across the western continent, all responded to news of the suspected third transcendence in near identical fashion. Uncover every detail about Dong Li. Discover the method of achieving the third transcendence. All retaliatory measures may be deferred, for now. Yet Emperor Qinglong could wait no longer. Upon hearing rumors of the transcendent's appearance in Mo's city, he nearly ordered immediate deployment of the court's experimental technique, only to be dissuaded by desperate pleas from his ministers and the undeniable fact that the Transcendent was not Imperial Envoy Zhang. Disappointed and frustrated, he relented. "Then tell me, what shall we do now?" Upon the vast dragon throne sits an emaciated elder, eyes sunken, body exuding the miasma of decay, as if a malevolent specter already half bound for the netherworld. His gaze sweeps over the assembly, cold and razor-edged. This humble minister recommends marshalling the full might of the imperial court to eliminate him and seize his esoteric art. No sooner has the redrobed official voiced his proposal than it is met with fierce rebuttal. Preposterous! Would he surrender meekly? Should he roam the realm like a bandit, assassinating at will? How shall the court respond? "Your Majesty," interjects another, "we ought to entice him with extraordinary rewards, offer him amnesty and integration into the court. Only thus may peace be restored to the realm." His words barely leave his mouth before they ignite furious condemnation. To enshrine a rebel within the imperial court. You, sir, are the true traitor here. Do you intend to invite that monster to the capital, so he may slaughter ministers at his leisure? The august assembly descends into a cacophony of rhetorical duels, sharp, rapid, unrelenting. As the court threatens to devolve into a marketplace brawl, Emperor Qinglong bellows, "Enough!" Silence crashes down. The squabbling ministers snap back into disciplined formation. "Chancellor, appoint a delegation to negotiate with him. Should he surrender the method of transcendence and assist my Majesty in extending my lifespan, I shall grant him any title, any fiefdom, even half the empire if he so demands. So long as I achieve the third transcendence." Standing at the vanguard of the court, a towering middle-aged man straightens his posture, meeting the emperor's frenzied gaze, and feels a chill crawl up his spine. "Your command is my solemn duty." As global powers converge their attention upon a single modest city, Donglu, the very epicenter of the storm, is occupied with farming, or rather cultivating fungi. Mo's city was originally an economic hub reliant on external supply chains for grain and daily necessities. War's devastation, coupled with the flight of local magnates, has reduced its reserves to critically low levels. Without urgent replenishment, famine looms within weeks. Dongla therefore expands the fungal bloom first, using blood mycelium as an immediate stopgap, while simultaneously seeking to restore trade routes. Concurrently, he oversees the functional architecture of his newly founded organization, ideological training programs, urban reconstruction, and redistribution of abandoned assets. All things considered, progress, though uneven, steadily advances. Dongla has even identified several young survivors from Mo's city, principled, scientifically literate, and adaptable. He imparts select industrial techniques from his encrypted network, guiding them to adapt these methods to the unique conditions of the man-infused world, thereby accelerating productive capacity. "So you've already begun sweeping across the world," said Rich Dondel. In the first modern society, Rich Dondel patted his face in his office, sobered up a bit, and reopened the chat group. The content remained unchanged. The succubus had indeed occupied a port city. "I've only taken a small piece of land. It's hardly a sweeping conquest," replied Succubus Dondel. "In areas where the fungal tide hasn't spread, my strength is only slightly above that of an ordinary second transmuter." "That's already impressive," said Rich Dondel. "So while I'm just an ordinary rich man, you've already started conquering territories and soaring to new heights, and truly India's." Succubus Dondel sent a comforting message. "You all deserve credit. Without the modern technologies you provided, I don't know how much longer it would have taken me to reach this level. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy," replied Rich Dondel. "Unless you say a bit more," added Gold Tycoon Dondel with a grin. "Indeed, indeed," echoed Wilderness Dondel. "Say a few more words, we won't get conceited." Succubus Dondel found it both amusing and exasperating. Truly, his brothers were consistent in their attitude no matter the occasion. He didn't want to dampen their spirits. "Then brace yourselves," said Succubus Dondel. "Thank you, my invincible, wise, and courageous brothers, for your tireless technical support. Without your help, I couldn't have achieved what I have. You are great, glorious, handsome, and deserving of a place in the Hall of Fame." "I love hearing the truth," replied Rich Dondel. "Me too," added Gold Tycoon Dondel. Just average, not even 30% of my current skill, quipped Wilderness Dondle. There's actually a master among you, exclaimed Succubus Dondle in surprise. Having an AI write for you doesn't count, there's no emotion. Then him out, conceded Wilderness Dondle. After a brief round of their usual banter, Succubus Dondle steered the conversation back to serious matters. Alright, let's talk business. What are your thoughts on the third transmutation of the mana system? I'm currently at the threshold of transmutation, afraid to take that step, but I must resolve this issue. Otherwise, when a true third transmuter appears. Moreover, the most critical point was that Succubus Dondle worried that a third transmuter's blood might also possess the same corrosive properties as the Succubus bloodline. If scientists in the mana world inspired by his current fungal tide began experimenting with fungal tides and gene editing and succeeded, his advantage would diminish further. Rich Dondle and Gold Tycoon Dondle remained silent in the face of the request for help. Both followed the path of capital and commerce. While their employees might be highly talented, their own knowledge was merely average. If they were to assist, they would first need to consult their staff. The only one who could contribute was Wilderness Dondle. This is a tricky issue. From my understanding, since mana can store information and decompress and release it when strengthening a human body, it suggests that mana contains a complete set of information encryption and decompression programs. If we could directly crack the encryption program, extract the data, and then use that data to bypass the bloodline restrictions, it would be much easier. The problem now is that your side lacks the technical expertise. It's difficult to study the microscopic physical properties of mana, let alone combine mathematics and computer science to crack the encryption program. Is there no other way? Asked Succubus Dondle. If I have to wait until I establish a complete modern industrial system here before exploring mana, the weeds on my grave would be 3 zhang tall by then. The chat group fell silent for a moment. If I must say, there is one method that isn't really a method, said Wilderness Dondle. What is it? Asked Succubus Dondle. Brute force enumeration, replied Wilderness Dondle. Based on the data you uploaded, it's certain that when mana strengthens a person, there's a chance it decompresses some information. Since we can't crack the internal mechanism for now, we just have to increase the numbers. Promote basic education, establish public cafeterias that provide necessary mana nutrients, nurture everyone, and increase the number of awakened individuals produced by society. As long as the numbers are large enough, we should be able to piece together a knowledge system. I'm already implementing these measures, said Succubus Dondle, but it will take time to see results. Then the only option left is to experiment with other species, said Wilderness Dondle. Other species? Asked Succubus Dondle. Yes. The reason you in the mana world believe that only humans can awaken and gain knowledge is because humans only communicate with each other. But have you considered, Succubus, that perhaps other species can also awaken, only they can't understand the knowledge they gain or express it to humans? In the mana world, Succubus Dondle fell into contemplation. It was indeed possible. When he first met Maul and traded with him, Maul had mentioned a similar situation. Many awakened individuals with insufficient education couldn't recognize or understand the treasures they had obtained, thus letting them go to waste. If even humans were like this, other species were even more so. But isn't it too far-fetched to obtain knowledge from the minds of creatures we can't communicate with? Asked Succubus Dondle. Other species might not work, but what about the blood fungus? Countered Wilderness Dondle. Succubus Dondle was momentarily stunned. Then, as realization dawned, his eyes lit up. He indeed couldn't communicate with other species, but he had already established a connection with the blood fungus. If the blood fungus awakened, it would relay the information back to him. Even if it was vague, it didn't matter. He could upload it to the chat group, and it would immediately become clear. Understood. I'll give it a try, said Succubus Dondle. Good. Experiment more, and try to guide the mutation of your fungal strains. It's possible that the decompression of mana knowledge is linked to genes. Also, Succubus, you should pay more attention to your fungal tide. Its potential is actually enormous. I recall reading about a fungal-type high-level civilization in the universe that built various biological tools through biosynthesis and developed a tech tree. Your blood fungus fused with the succubus bloodline should have great potential in reproduction and mutation. Wait a moment. Let me check if I saved that data in my AI. On the topic of the mana transmutation and how to utilize the fungal tide and combine it with mana wilderness, Dondal became particularly excited and offered many constructive suggestions. Suggestions included a fungal tide biological factory using the synthetic capabilities of fungi to produce various antibiotics, chemical hormones, and even chitin for arthropod exoskeletons. If successful, it could greatly advance the pharmaceutical and mana weapon industries. Also a fungal carpet biological computer network designating a unit of fungus as a basic electronic component to form logic gates like AND OR NOT AND or NAND NOR etc. Building a biological computer using radiant mana instead of electromagnetic waves for computer interaction, forming an internet or even a mana net. The road ahead is long and arduous. Succubus Dondal watched as Wilderness Dondal grew increasingly excited, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wilderness was treating him like a civilization-building game. He would also love to achieve all those technologies with a single click, but the problem was he couldn't. The mana world was still in its first industrial revolution. Despite his grumbling, Succubus Dondal took the data and inspiration provided by Wilderness very seriously. He carefully went through them, considering which ones could be implemented given his current situation. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Ren walked in and said to Dondal, "Chief, there's someone outside who claims to be an acquaintance of yours and wishes to see you." "Mr. Moore." In the meeting hall, Dondal pushed open the door and saw the familiar face and Ran had mentioned. It was Moore L., the HR manager of Eastal Corporation, who had once traded with him in Rome City. "Dondal, it's been a long time." Moore's muscles tensed, his expression restrained and complex. He had once imagined Dondal might rise swiftly to prominence, but he never expected it to happen so quickly or so fiercely. In less than half a year, Dondal had become a towering figure beyond Moore's reach. As Moore slightly bowed to pay his respects, Dondal raised a hand to stop him. Having already confirmed Moore's allegiance through the fungal surveillance and the chat group search function, he said, "Enough, Mr. Moore, spare me the formalities. You're here as an envoy for the Gaia Imperial Court, aren't you?" Moore was startled, but then reasoned that Dondal, likely a third transcendence being, now might possess abilities beyond ordinary comprehension. "Indeed." As luck would have it, before the Gaia Imperial Court launched its assault on Eastal Corporation, Moore had been sent to investigate newspapers covering the massacre of protesters. The moment he stepped into a newspaper office, he was seized by an ambush. Fortunately, his status as a high-ranking executive gave him some intelligence value, and since he wasn't a second transcendence being, he was easy to control. Thus Moore, along with other technicians and researchers, was bundled off to Gia's capital. When news broke that Dondal had repelled the Western Continent Allied forces and occupied Emo's city, the entire Gaia Imperial Court went into a frenzy gathering intelligence on him. Moore, as the HR manager who had recruited Dondal into Eastal, was soon noticed by those in power. The court singled him out, employing both carrot and stick to win him over. If Moore could persuade Dondal to hand over the method of third transcendence, he would become an honored guest of the court. Not only would he receive resources for second transcendence, but even if he aspired to break through to third transcendence in the future, the court would support him. "His Majesty Qinglong hopes to obtain your method of third transcendence. Whatever you desire, he will." Moore was left speechless. Though not a native of Gaia, he knew how outrageous Dondal's conditions were. At its core, the Gaia Empire was not an empire of the Emperor, but of the vast feudal landlords. Any feudal emperor must, and could only maintain his rule through the local gentry and landowners. Dondal's demand was akin to asking a healthy person to amputate everything below the neck. Even if Emperor Qinglong, desperate to save his life, were mad enough to agree and betray his supporters, the landlord class was no fool. Sensing the danger, they would surely retaliate, at worst by replacing the emperor, and even setting aside all other considerations. How could Dondal trust that Emperor Qinglong would keep his promises after obtaining the method rather than turning against him once stronger? Conversely, how could Emperor Qinglong trust Dondal? What if Dondal reneged after he had eliminated the emperor's supporters? After all, Emperor Qinglong was on the verge of death. The two parties had no time to build sufficient trust. Negotiation was doomed from the start. "Don't bring it up again." Dong Le's stance was firm. Noticing Moore's troubled expression, he shifted his tone. "However, as a friend of sorts, if you wish to free yourself from the Gaia Imperial Court's control, I can help. Just don't get involved in such matters again." Moore's eyes lit up. If he could shake off the surveillance of the Gaia Court's second transcendence agents and regain his freedom, it would be a fine choice. Yet, recalling the resources the court had promised, he hesitated. Without the court's aid, he might never have a chance to become a second transcendence being. Dong Le read his thoughts and shook his head. "I've said my piece. Think it over." With that, Dong Le turned and left. The organization was in its infancy with many aspects still immature, and he was busy, too busy to waste time on social niceties. After pondering in the meeting hall for a while, Moore still couldn't make up his mind and decided to wait and see how things developed. Leaving the building, he had barely taken 2 steps when several figures suddenly blocked his path. They greeted him with the formal etiquette of the Lorelei Kingdom's nobility. "Greetings, Mr. Moore," Moore asked wearily. "Who are you?" The newcomers stated their purpose. "From the Lorelei Royal Navy Fleet. General Haida wishes to see you." Moore didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked around as if searching for someone. "If you're looking for that Gaia Transcendence being, our people have detained him." Rest assured, there was no direct conflict. "None of us wish to be discourteous in that gentleman's presence," the newcomer said, glancing meaningfully at the nearby building. "I'll go with you." Moore surrendered. The title of a major corporation's manager might sound glamorous, but in the eyes of true powerhouses it meant nothing. "Please." The newcomer showed no surprise and cleared a path. It wasn't until days later, when Dong Le suddenly remembered Moore and used the chat group's data search to check on him, that he learned of this scene. A thought flashed through his mind. "It seems I need to strengthen surveillance and control." After all, he was only human. Though he could monitor the entire city through the fungal network and chat group, his brain's information processing capacity had limits. With numerous daily tasks and experiments to handle, if someone tried to pull a fast one, he might not detect it in time. "The experiments I've been working on recently should help. Blood fungi and their spores react differently to varying levels of mana intensity. Using this mechanism, I can tag everyone in the city and classify them by power level." No sooner had the thought formed than the door burst open, and Rand rushed in excitedly. "Chief, huge news! The Western Continent Fleet has attacked Nanshan City." "Nanshan City!" Dong Le paused, recalling it as another port city of the Gaia Empire further north than Mo City. The Western nations still hadn't given up their vendetta against the Gaia Imperial Court. After a moment's thought, Dong Le said, "Select a few people to go there and scout the situation. If there are refugees, bring them here if possible, especially those with knowledge and skills. We need more people." "Understood." In the following month, after Nanshan City, the Western Continent Fleet breached numerous coastal cities of Gaia, its forces pressing toward the capital. Just as everyone expected the capital to fall and Emperor Qinglong to flee on an imperial inspection, a piece of news shook the world. Emperor Qinglong was dead. In a desperate attempt to extend his life, he had risked a dangerous method to achieve third transcendence, only to go mad on the spot. After slaughtering a host of ministers, guards, princes, and princesses, he collapsed from exhaustion and died. Tragically, the crown prince was among the many victims. The remaining princes and princesses each refused to accept the other's ascension, and soon various factions were locked in a bloody struggle for the succession. Until the 13th prince committed another earth-shattering act. He colluded with the Western Continent Fleet, granted them numerous privileges, and used the Western Allied forces to slaughter all his siblings, seizing the throne. History had seen emperors who killed their siblings to claim the throne, and in the past such acts might have been accepted. But the 13th prince's problem was that the privileges he granted the Western nations were so excessive that they severely undermined the interests of the native aristocratic clans. Thus, shortly after the new emperor's coronation, dignitaries across the land denounced him as a traitor. The great clans found their own candidates among the imperial collateral branches and crowned them as emperors. Gaia had effectively descended into fragmentation. An age of chaos had arrived. Troubled times, Domla muttered in distant Mo City, frowning at the news. The coming chaos would claim countless lives. Just then a clear ding sounded in his consciousness. Someone new had entered the chat group. Day 1 of the transmigration log arrived in a peculiar world. On TV, I actually saw magical girls battling monsters. No sign of the promised special abilities either. Utterly disheartened. Day 2 of the transmigration log, Hooray finally discovered a superpower. It's somewhat akin to hypnosis, implanting specific information into a living being and they will carry it out. Not very strong, lacking actual destructive force, but I'm not greedy. Having an ability is enough. I can frolic happily once more. Day 3 of the transmigration log. After testing the ability on humans, cats, and dogs, I confirmed that information implantation is less effective on beings with lower intelligence. They cannot execute complex commands. I suspect this is related to the target's inability to comprehend the implanted information. Day 4 of the transmigration log picked up a stray cat as a long-term experimental subject. Attempted to break down complex conceptual information into simple commands, like raising a paw, turning, and moving forward. Observed that after adjustments the experimental subject executed tasks with extremely high precision. It's essentially confirmed that the target of information implantation must be able to understand the information to execute commands. The ability feels somewhat like computer programming. Perhaps I should learn programming. Day 5 of the transmigration log. Studying is so tiring. Doing experiments is also tiring. Taking a day off. Day 6 of the transmigration log. Resting feels great. Continuing to slack off. Day 11 of the transmigration log. Damn it, I've been resting for almost a week. I can't keep being this decadent. I must study tomorrow and find a way to earn money. Day 12 of the transmigration log. I've figured out a way to maintain my passion for learning and strong drive for action. Why not just implant information into myself? My mind instantly cleared up. Inspiration gushed forth endlessly. Day 13 of the transmigration log. Studying programming. Day 14 of the transmigration log. Attempted to use information implantation to engrave programming knowledge into my mind, achieving rapid memorization and learning. The effect was excellent. I'm a genius. The feeling of knowledge flooding into my brain is so satisfying. Day 15 of the transmigration log. Indulging in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate myself. Day 16 of the transmigration log. Mathematics is a bottomless pit. Even with information implantation, understanding it is incredibly strenuous. Day 17 of the transmigration log. Applying what I've learned. By decomposing complex commands into different types of simple commands, I established various task modules. Finally, I can easily command small animals. No joke, I could even have my cat start a live stream to support me. Day 18 of the transmigration log. Damn it. Magical girls and monsters fought on the nearby streets. Many people died. I heard a lot of people also lost their memories. This world is not safe at all. Perhaps I should try using my ability to climb the social ladder. Day 19 of the transmigration log. Used my ability to develop informants and gather intelligence. Day 20 of the transmigration log. Used my ability to develop informants and gather intelligence. Day 21 of the transmigration log. Disaster. The informants I developed with my ability somehow got on the wrong side of those magical girls. I've been exposed. I can't stay in this city. I need to get out of here fast. Day 22 of the transmigration log. Lucky I escaped quickly. What a pity about my hard-earned foundation. Oh well, I'll start over. The good news is that the magical girls are only active in their own city. They won't come to this one. Day 23 of the transmigration log. I discovered that besides humans, animals can also serve as informants. Decision made. Use both. Day 27 of the transmigration log. Damn it. Found a group of Cayman riders who transform using belts in the new city. Got discovered again. No choice, I have to flee again. Day 28 of the transmigration log. Escaped to a border city of the Human Federation. Surely, I won't run into any more of those bizarre characters this time, right? Day 29 of the transmigration log. Many people in the new city have strange ears. My tabby cat at home has been acting a bit odd lately. I keep feeling like its gaze at me has become somewhat resentful. It must be my imagination. In a clean and simple room, Dom pulled open a drawer, took out a diary, and flipped through it page by page. Initially he had intended to record his new life, but for some reason he had kept writing ever since. But there's no need for it anymore. Dom took a lighter from his pocket, tore out the diary pages one by one, took them to the bathroom, and set them alight. With his current ability, he could imprint the day's information directly into his mind, never to be forgotten. Continuing to keep the diary would only be a liability. The flames died out, leaving only a pile of ashes. With a whoosh he flushed away the last traces. Dom stretched and walked toward the bedroom. Having been chased around recently, he hadn't had a proper sleep. Just then a ding sounded in his mind, and he halted his steps. Nashabal Dong La A chat group. I shouldn't be hallucinating, should I? In some world, a sphere with a massive dragon and phoenix pattern printed on its body rubbed its head, its eyes wide with astonishment. Rich Dongla, you probably aren't hallucinating. But I'm very curious, brother. What does the Nashabal prefix in your nickname mean? Is it what I think it is? What exactly did you encounter that made you choose to become a Nashabal? Nashabal Dongla. Nashabal Dongla, don't mention it. Got scammed. Back then 2 choices suddenly appeared before me. One was to gain a random special ability, and the other was to randomly control an organization with tens of thousands of members. Nashabal Dongla, the superpower wasn't specified. I thought it would be safer, so I chose option 2. Nashabal Dongla, I never expected that control meant I would become the physical embodiment of a country. Wilderness Dongla, is it a modern society? Brother saved me. Nashabal Dongla, unfortunately it's an ancient society. While sending messages, Nashabal Dongla scrolled up to see the messages from before he joined the group, learning that Wilderness Dongla needed specific technologies. Unfortunately, although he was a Nashabal and theoretically possessed all the knowledge of his citizens, the era was feudal, and its technology was inferior even to that of Succubus Dongla's time. Gold Tycoon Dongla, speaking of which, there's another brother. Aren't you going to say something? Superpower Dongla, I was just looking at the file documents. I thought I was under some kind of illusion attack. My apologies. Rich Donglu, illusion attack. Did you jump to a magical world line? Superpower Dongla, I suppose so. Magical girls, monsters, Kamen riders, we have all those here. Sometimes, I wonder if I've transmigrated into some movie, anime, or manga world. But no matter how I search online, apart from the similarities in professions, I really can't find any specific characters or plots. After sending a message, Superpower Dong casually uploaded his memories, as well comparing them with the memories of the 4 Dongless in the group. Nashabal Dong belatedly uploaded his too. The result was obvious. The memories of the 2 newly joined Dongless before encountering the choices were almost entirely identical to those of the other 4 Dongless. The only difference was that they encountered the choices 1 day later than Wilderness Dongla and Gold Tycoon Dongla. Wealthy Dongla. Your superpower is actually hypnosis. Honestly, have you ever thought about using it for evil? In a modern society of the first dimension, Wealthy Dongla glanced through Superpower Dongless memories and widened his eyes in shock. Superpower Dongla, shoo. My ability is information implantation, not hypnosis. I have no idea what you're talking about. Am a righteous person, how could I ever do such a thing? Gold Tycoon Dongla, what righteous person writes their transmigration experience in a diary? Superpower Dongla, stop it. I've already destroyed it. The group chat buzzed with lively chatter. Succubus Dongla from the demon element world temporarily set aside her work and joined in. Speaking of which, superpower, what is the foundation of the power system in your world? In the superpower world by Jiang City. A question mark flashed above Superpower Dongla's head. What do you mean? What is the foundation of a power system? Succubus Dongla, for example, the power system in a magic world is built on mana cultivation. Worlds absorb spiritual energy, and my world's supernatural power is based on demon elements. What is your superpower built on? Superpower Dong furrowed his brows and hesitantly sent a message. Superpowers. Need that too. Shouldn't they just defy common sense without needing anything else? The group chat fell silent for a moment. None of the other Dongless expected such an answer from Superpower Donglu. After all, they were all materialist youths raised in modern society with a decent scientific foundation. Superpower Dongless' presumptuous attitude was well unlike them. Had he changed so much in just a month? Finally, Wilderness Donglu stepped in to explain the logic. Wilderness Donglu, it should be necessary. Succubus just didn't explain clearly. Let me put it another way. Wilderness Donglu first established one point: countless natural phenomena in the world are interconnected, not isolated. Wilderness Donglu take an example: water in rivers and lakes absorbs and releases heat from the outside. Clouds in the sky, falling rain and snow, all are manifestations of water absorbing and releasing heat under different conditions. Wilderness Donglu, even the formation of monsoons and ocean currents is closely tied to the ocean's heat absorption and release. Wilderness Donglu, in eras without advanced science, few connected these phenomena. They were seen as separate events forming a complex worldview. But to modern eyes, it's just water absorbing and releasing heat. A faint glimmer of understanding flashed in Superpower Dongless' eyes. Wilderness Donglu, the absorption and release of heat by water can give rise to many phenomena. So besides, I dare not claim this theory is universal across all worlds, but as long as logic and reason exist in a world, it should be useful, like the irrefutable truth of 112 in mathematics. Wilderness Donglu, for your world, superpowers are a concrete phenomenon, but phenomena are not the cause. They should be built on something more fundamental, not simply exist and function out of thin air. Superpower Donglu felt as if a veil over his eyes had been slit open, granting him unprecedented clarity. He couldn't believe that, until now, he had only focused on using his powers without ever considering their origin, even though everyone in the group was essentially the same person. Trace back to the source, simplify complexity. Murmuring to himself, Superpower Donglu quickly used his ability to etch the above principles into his consciousness like ideological steel. Before the others reminded him, he hadn't noticed it, but since he couldn't afford to ignore it. Superpower Donglu understood. He'll try to gather information on this and bring it to the group for discussion. Succubus Donglu prioritized safety. Your world always gives off a very strange vibe. Something's off. If you need help, just bring it up in the group. Everyone can offer some knowledge and technical support. Since developing the Fungal Tide and occupying Demon City, Succubus Donglu had established a base, and like Wilderness Wealthy and Gold Tycoon, could now provide assistance to other Dongless. Superpower Donglu, I will. Nation Ball Donglu, can I ask now? Brothers, I really need help. As the physical incarnation of a nation, a true one-person state. Nation Ball Donglu theoretically possessed the knowledge and memories of all his citizens. Emperors, heads of state, presidents. These were merely puppets through which he issued and enforced decrees. But theory was just theory, reality was vastly different. Just as a person cannot fully control every neuron in their body, Nation Ball Dongless' influence over his nation was quite limited. To make matters worse, the Nation Ball he had transmigrated into was in the middle to late period of a dynasty. The population was surging, land annexation was severe, and the conflict between people and land was intensifying. If these issues couldn't be resolved in time through productivity development, a dynastic change would be just a few decades away. At that point, Nation Ball Donglu might die. Wealthy Donglu, of course, no problem. The group has already collected quite a few industrial technologies from the electrical and information ages. What else do you need? Just ask. We brothers in modern society may not have much, but we have plenty of free time. Well, definitely fulfill your requests. Gold Tycoon Donglu, exactly. Whatever technology you want, we brothers will get it for you. Wealthy Donglu and Gold Tycoon Donglu were already billionaires with money and leisure. After acquiring the chat group and sharing cultural and entertainment resources across worlds, their assets kept rising. And when Wilderness Donglu began building his own industrial system, mastering many new material technologies from the high-tech civilization of an interstellar race and sharing them with wealthy and gold tycoon. Their assets skyrocketed like a helicopter. Wilderness Dawn was speaking of which I'm quite curious about the relationship between Nation Ball and his citizens. How will you pu? Coincidentally, there are 2 smaller Nation Balls nearby. I'll test it on them when I get the chance. Gold Tycoon Dawn sounds interesting. By the way, besides Nation Balls, are there other kinds of balls? If you form an alliance with another country and create an organization, would that organization spawn a self-aware ball? Nation Ball Dawn yes. Wealthy Dawn so it's really possible. Nation Ball Dawn it is. A nation is essentially an organization, so other organizations can also have their own consciousness, though usually very weak, nowhere near mine. Nation Ball Dawn once I figure out the specifics of how they form, I'll share it in the group. The fervent discussion in the group continued for quite some time. Dawn from the Super Energy group occasionally interjected a word or two, while simultaneously scanning the chat group folders for useful technical data to imprint into his mind. His energy unknowingly drained away, and he drifted into a dazed slumber. Shortly after he fell asleep, a tabby cat walked in through the door. It looked around with an uncannily human-like gaze, its eyes finally settling on the sleeping Dawn. With an air of naturalness, it leaped onto the bed, turned off the bedside lamp, and finally curled up on Dawn's chest, sinking into a deep sleep. A faint hazy glow gradually emanated from its body. The next morning sunlight streamed through the window, dispelling the darkness. Dawn woke up to a feeling of heaviness and suffocation. He instinctively reached out to push away the tabby cat that always slept on him, but his hand met with a startling surprise. Instead of the expected fluffy sensation, he felt something hard, somewhat like a human head. Dawn jolted awake, his lingering drowsiness vanishing instantly. With a few swift movements, he pushed the person away, rolled off the bed, and activated his ability with a focused glare. Whoever it was had picked the wrong house to break into. But in the next moment, Dawn froze in place. His information implantation ability returned a clear feedback. The intruder before him carried the imprint of his own power within her consciousness. Yet Dawn clearly didn't recognize her. Even after searching his memories through the chat group, he couldn't find a trace of this person. At that moment, the sleeping intruder awoke. A thin blanket slid off, revealing her form, completely unconcerned about her exposed state. She sat up straight and called out to Dawn. "Master Meow." Dawn. Information received. Brain program computing. Program error. Brain unresponsive. Attempting brain reboot. Seeing that Dawn showed no intention of acknowledging her, the girl ignored him as well. Imitating a cat, she scurried on all fours to the living room to eat cat food. Brain reboot failed. After an unknown amount of time, Dawn's crashed brain finally rebooted. He sorted out the entire sequence of events. Holding a cup of hot water, he sat on the living room sofa, struggling to suppress the turmoil within him. He looked at the intruder, who had now dressed, and asked, "So you're Bigley?" "Yes, Meow," replied the girl with light brown hair, who looked only 13 or 14. She was eating cat food while answering Dawn's questions. Finally, she scooped up a handful from her bowl and offered it to him. "Want some, Meow?" Dawn pinched the bridge of his nose. His ingrained scientific worldview throbbed with a dull ache. "You eat it." How could a perfectly normal cat suddenly turn into a catgirl? Wasn't this world a bit too insane? His eyes scanned Bigley's new form up and down. Dawn still couldn't accept it and pressed on. "Where did you learn human language?" "Don't know. Woke up one day and suddenly knew it, Meow." Bigley paused in her eating, adding a meow to the end of each sentence with a blank expression. She thought for a moment. "When Master used to pet me, suddenly a lot of stuff appeared in my head too, Meow." Dawn, who was drinking water, choked violently. If anyone overheard, they might think he was some kind of pervert. "Don't say things that can be so easily misunderstood. You were still a cat back then." Dawn had originally brought Bigley home for experimental convenience. After many tests, he sometimes got too lazy to erase her memories of the procedures. Besides, the kitten was less than a year old and quite adorable, so he would pet her when bored. Both were perfectly normal actions, But Bigley's words twisted their meaning entirely. Bigley tilted her head, her face still blank. Not a cat now, meow. Domla found it hard to answer. By form, Bigley was undoubtedly not a cat now. By genetics, he would need to take her for a DNA test to be sure. From a philosophical standpoint, the self of today is still the same person as the self of yesterday, so she should still count as a cat. Let's not worry about whether you're a cat or not. Just get rid of your speech quirk and the master title. Domla chose to avoid the topic of species altogether. To prevent her identity from being exposed and causing trouble, and to avoid being mistaken for a human trafficker, it was best to make her forget certain things. Domla reached out towards Bigley, erasing specific information from her mind. From now on, your name is Meow Meow. Call me Dong-Lu or Lele. I'll handle your identity. Don't go outside for now, got it? Okay, Lele. Bigley. Meow Meow touched her head, feeling like she had forgotten something. But her caretaker. Domla was right there, so it probably wasn't important. She continued scooping cat food from the bowl. Watching Meow Meow eat, Domla still felt it was awkward. I need to give her some life skills. Saying so, he selected some basic common sense from his own memories and implanted them into Meow Meow's consciousness. It was fortunate he had the information implantation ability, otherwise, having a sudden extra person in the house, one with feline habits, would have caused chaos. One might think he, a superhuman, was living in a youth romantic comedy script. Having done everything, Domla felt drained and extremely tired. He instructed Meow Meow. I'm going to take a nap. Stay home and don't go out. Call me if anything happens. Got it. Now equipped with human common sense, Meow Meow no longer placed her food bowl on the floor. Instead, she carried it to the sofa and sat down, answering while trying to look nonchalant. Only when she heard the thud of Domla's bedroom door closing did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her aloof expression instantly transformed into one of curiosity about everything around her. She quickly grabbed the TV remote from the table and started pressing buttons. Recently, multiple incidents of unexplained citizen deaths have occurred in our city. Investigations show most victims are teenagers. Experts and victims' families urge the police to solve the case quickly and bring the killer to justice. On the TV news, a female anchor sporting a pair of rabbit ears reported the news with a stern face. Meow Meow listened for a while, found it boring, and switched to another channel. Then she switched again and again. She didn't stay on any channel for more than a minute, but the people appearing on every program invariably bore some animal features. Cat ears, rabbit ears, snake tails, such sights were common. She finally stopped when she found a food show tailored for people with cat ears. Another morning arrived. Domla crawled out of bed. Still drowsy, he glanced out the window. It was still early morning. He sighed in relief. It was just a dream. How ridiculous to dream of Bigley turning into a cat girl. Before he could finish, Domla walked into the living room and saw a little girl with brown hair sleeping on the sofa. Drool from the corner of her mouth had soaked the cushion. On the floor lay an empty bag of cat food. It wasn't a dream. At the Jingchuan District Police Station in Baijiang City, Domla brought the newly awakened Meow Meow to inquire about the procedures for replacing her identity documents. With the aid of his information implantation ability, he had no concerns about unforeseen complications. The identity replacement can be completed within 5 working days. You can come and collect it then. The officer handling the case was an experienced middle-aged policeman. Whether it was due to the remarkable effectiveness of the information implantation ability, the prevalence of similar undocumented cases in Baijiang City, or the relatively lax identity management within the Human Federation, Dong-Lu completed the formalities with little effort. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Stepping out of the police station, Dong-Lu felt a lightness in his spirits. Just as he was about to take Meow Meow to buy some clothes, a gurgling sound echoed in the air. Meow Meow patted her stomach and looked at Dong-Lu. Lele, I'm hungry. All right, let's get you something to eat first. What do you want? Cat food. We'll talk about that later. For now, you should try some human food. Whatever then. They bought some meat buns from a street stall. As Donla watched Meow Meow devour them with gusto, he suddenly noticed something he had overlooked before. The weight difference between a cat and a human was immense. Where did the extra mass come from when Meow Meow transformed? Had she broken the law of conservation of mass? Donla clenched his right fist under his chin and asked directly, "Meow Meow, when you turn into a human, do you feel anything?" Meow Meow replied succinctly, "I don't remember." She took a bite of the bun and mumbled in addition, "Is it important? Extremely important." As Donla finished his sentence, he noticed Meow Meow had stopped in her tracks and wasn't following him. He turned around to see the girl lost in deep thought. After racking her brains, she shook her head. "I don't remember, but when I arrived in this city my mind became a bit clearer." Donla was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. "When you came to Baijiang City, did Baijiang City make her like this?" It felt as if he had grasped a crucial clue, but in the next instant a surge of power flashed through, suppressing the rising thought. "What was I just thinking about?" A flicker of confusion crossed Donla's face as he looked at Meow Meow. The girl was still eating carefreely. Sensing his gaze, she offered him the bun in her hand. "Want some?" "No, let's go to the mall to buy clothes." Pushing aside the strange feeling for now, Donla beckoned to Meow Meow. After buying her several outfits at the nearest mall, he sent her back. Only then did he begin his own operation, spreading his information network. "Let's start with the schools." Standing at a bus stop, Donla checked the navigation app on his phone and waited silently. In a world of superpowers, the proportion of young people wielding extraordinary abilities was significantly higher than other demographics. Therefore, if one wanted to gather information on supernatural phenomena, schools were undoubtedly the most direct choice. The bus to the city's third middle school arrived quickly. When Donla got off, it was just as school was letting out for lunch. A flood of students poured out to eat. He effortlessly implanted information into the minds of passing students and pedestrians. These weren't commands demanding absolute obedience. The more forcefully a command went against a person's own will, the greater the drain on Donla. He merely planted a seed in the minds of these adolescents, prompting them to send him a message via phone or other means if they ever encountered something unusual or a supernatural phenomenon. Unfortunately, there were no stray cats or dogs to be found in Baijiang City, otherwise Donla would have tried to control small animals as another source for his information network. Just as he was lost in thought, a prickling sensation ran down his spine. Donla turned his head and saw a faint shadow floating in the air. Its form was small and cute, with ears longer than its body. Had it not been pitch black, it would have been even more adorable. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. The surrounding crowd suddenly thickened, and the surging tide of people completely swallowed Donla's figure. When the shadow floated over, Donla was already long gone from the spot. It tilted its head. "I knew a superpowered individual. Jackpot on the first try." On the other side, Donla, who had escaped by using his ability to create a distraction, sensed the prying gaze disappear, and his heart calmed slightly. He only wanted to gather some information. He had no intention of confronting magical girls or superpowered beings, hidden, as he currently possessed zero combat ability. Checking the time, and seeing it was still early before afternoon classes, he simply hailed a taxi to another school. This time his luck was better, and he didn't directly encounter any supernatural entities. He continued until his energy was nearly depleted and his eyelids were heavy with exhaustion, only then reluctantly leaving. Over the next few days, he repeated the same actions, wandering through schools, shopping malls, hospitals, government agencies, and other locations, weaving a vast network. Its purpose, besides gathering intelligence, also helped Donla earn some money for living expenses. Of course, he also established a public identity for himself, a psychological counselor at a private clinic. Dawn broke, casting its first light. The Natural Selection Psychological Counseling Room. Meow Meow hugged a cushion in front of her, watching TV with boredom. She occasionally glanced at the clock on the wall. It had only been an hour since work started, and there was still a long time until closing. Her stomach let out a loud rumble. "I'm hungry." Just then the clinic door was pushed open. A girl in a school uniform, not very tall, and looking rather gloomy walked in. "Excuse me, is this the psychological counseling room?" "Yes, the fee is per hour." Meow Meow let go of the cushion and looked curiously at their first customer since opening. She was about to recite the pricing script Dongla had taught her. Dongla walked out of his office, his eyes falling on the girl who had just entered. "We're not charging for the new opening. What can I help you with?" Thank you." The gloomy girl felt a wave of relief. "You're welcome." Dongla picked up the kettle from the table and poured the client a glass of water. "So tell me about your situation. What brings you here for psychological counseling?" The gloomy girl stared at the water glass, rubbing her fingers nervously. She stammered, "Not long ago my best friend died. Ever since then, every night when I go to sleep I hear her voice. She's calling out to me for help, begging me to save her. I told my parents, I told the police, but no one believed me. Not a single person. Yesterday I went to her grave to lay some flowers, hoping she would stop coming to me. But it only made things worse. Now I hear her almost all the time. I'm going crazy. She's driving me insane." The gloomy girl suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, a clear sign she hadn't slept peacefully in a long time. She clutched her hair with both hands, her expression manic. "Calm down first, relax. This is most likely caused by too much psychological pressure. Take a few deep breaths." Dongla quickly tried to soothe her. As he spoke, the gloomy girl actually did calm down, but her eyes lost all their luster, as if she had become a puppet. Seeing that his ability had taken effect, Dongla began the real consultation. He took out a piece of paper and a notebook. "Is what you just said true?" The gloomy girl's expression struggled for a brief moment before a voice devoid of emotion spoke. "No. She's cursing me. She wants to kill me." "Why did she want to kill you?" Dongla's expression remained largely unchanged. From the gloomy girl's unconscious repetition of certain phrases and subtle body movements, it was easy to deduce she hadn't told the truth earlier. "Because I abandoned her." A low, hoarse voice spoke. Dongla sat up slightly, focusing his attention. "Continue." "We were close desk mates since middle school and later entered the same class in high school. But during high school her family met with an accident, a car crash while traveling. She was the sole survivor." The gloomy girl's pace was slow, and the story she told was not complicated. During high school, her best friend's family suffered a sudden tragedy. Though she survived, she became an orphan. Most of the family's assets and compensation for her parents and brother were seized by suddenly appearing relatives, and her guardianship fell to a distant uncle. Life as a dependent was harsh. Compounded by the family tragedy, the gloomy girl's friend gradually became withdrawn. Her once decent grades plummeted, and the gloomy girl was her only confidant. If the tragedy had ended there, her friend's fate would have been merely pitiable and sympathetic. Once she came of age, she could reclaim her guardianship and inherit her family's property, seeing a glimmer of hope for the future. But the tragedy did not stop there. Due to her isolation and poor grades, she was soon targeted by a group of school bullies suffering from campus violence. Insults and beatings were commonplace. She was even photographed and blackmailed. She sought help from her best friend, but unfortunately, the moment the story ended, the gloomy girl's emotions suddenly became agitated. Her hair lashed wildly, and black aura continuously emanated from her body. Dongla decisively implanted a blank memory into her, covering the recent experience to calm her down. "There's definitely something strange going on." From the moment the gloomy girl entered, he had felt an eerie, unsettling sensation, so he proactively waived the consultation fee to test the waters. Meow Meow quietly stood beside Dongla, staring at the gloomy girl with bristling vigilance. "Lele, should we drive her away?" "No, not yet." Dongla shook his head. This was a golden opportunity to explore supernatural forces that had come to him. It would be a waste to do nothing. Although it seemed a bit unscrupulous to proceed without consent, this person was now marked and could die at any moment. If he didn't figure out the exact nature of that power, he wouldn't be able to save her even if he wanted to. For all intents and purposes, conducting a few experiments was understandable. A Meow, find a place to hide. Having made up his mind, Dong Lu instructed the highly alert Meow Meow. Meow Meow didn't move. It's safer by your side. Suit yourself. Dong Lu couldn't be bothered to figure out what his big cat was thinking. He took a deep breath, placed one hand on the gloomy girl's head, and used his memory implantation ability to pry open a crack in her deranged, out-of-control memories. Instantly, a chilling sensation laced with despair and hatred flooded into Dong Lu's consciousness. In a daze, he seemed to see twisted faces surrounding him, cackling and spewing all kinds of obscenities. Are those the bullies? Dong Lu immediately realized whose perspective he was in. Instead of panicking at the mental attack, he felt a surge of excitement. If he could see the memories of the mastermind behind the gloomy girl's mark, could he also witness how she obtained her power? With this thought, he intensified his efforts, and an even more violent wave of mental pollution assailed him. In the outside world, the black aura on the gloomy girl erupted violently, turning into a dark cloud that enveloped Dong Lu. Startled, Meow Meow reached out to pull him out, but was sent flying by an invisible force, crashing into the wall and struggling for a while before getting up. In the world of consciousness, Dong Lu was utterly indifferent to the incoming mental attacks. On the 12th day, after gaining his superpower, he had already experimented on himself. A healthy mental state and powerful will were branded into his consciousness. Like a steel seal, this level of mental pollution could not shake him. As he delved deeper, more and more fragmented images flashed through his perception, becoming sharper and sharper, even including perspectives from others. They converged into a tornado-like storm, howling past Dong Lu, leaving gashes in his mind. Keep going! Dong Lu roared. With a hum, he finally reached a certain limit, and the world suddenly fell silent. All the fragmented consciousness vanished, replaced by a single image. In a dim street corner, a faint shadow drifted down from midair. Its two elongated ears were longer than its body. We've gathered enough emotions, like despair and pain. It's time to create a new witch. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through Dong Lu's head, and his consciousness was expelled back to reality. The black aura enveloping them exploded and dispersed. The gloomy girl collapsed, directly falling into a coma. Quick as a flash, Meow Meow caught Dong Lu just as he was about to fall. Are you all right? I'm fine. Seeing that Dong Lu could still speak, Meow Meow felt much relieved. She helped him to the sofa and poured him a glass of water. Any findings? Yes, and a big one, Dong Lu said excitedly. Through that final fragment of memory, he finally understood the source of power in this world: emotions. If a witch's power came from emotions, like pain and despair, then a magical girl's power probably came from love and justice. Dong Lu smiled, then quickly negated his own judgment. No, that's not right either. Emotions should just be a phenomenon, a different reaction people have to external stimuli. So the fundamental source of power shouldn't be emotions, but will and memory. The strength of the will determines the direction, whether the emotion is low or high. The attribute of memory's standpoint determines whether the emotion is positive or negative. The quantity and content of memories can influence the strength of a person's will. The will of a battle-hardened general is stronger than that of an ignorant child. The strength of the will can also affect the type of memories. A strong person can always emerge from suffering more quickly and create new memories. They should be like electricity and magnetism, two sides of the same coin. Dong Lu felt his thoughts becoming clearer. Combining this with his own experience of using his power, he began to understand everything. Unable to contain himself, he tried it out. Using his memory implantation ability, he wove memories for himself, steering the direction of his will and transforming it into emotional power. A boom sounded. An invisible shockwave shot from Dong Lu's hand, striking the wall of the counseling room. Cracks spread across the wall like a spiderweb. The next moment, having exhausted all his energy, Dong Lu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Dong Lu's guess was correct, but clearly it wasn't the whole truth. The real world is always more complex than theory, filled with many deviations. The evening sun bled like crimson on the horizon. How did I fall asleep? Luo Jin stirred awake, stretching her limbs. The heavy shackles and the voices calling in her mind had vanished without a trace, leaving an unprecedented lightness. You're awake. The doctor used some techniques to help you relax, but you drifted off, so we didn't disturb you. Meow Meow handed her a glass of water, explained the situation, then asked, "How do you feel now?" Luotian patted herself in surprise. "I'm fine, I'm all better. The voices are gone." Meow Meow nodded. "Good, or we would have had to wake you even if you weren't fully rested." Luotian froze, noticing the darkening sky outside. She had slept the whole day here. A thought struck her, and she frantically checked her clothes and body. Finding nothing amiss, she relaxed. "Thank you." "You're welcome. You should head home." Goodbye." Luotian, slow to react, pushed the door open and left. After she left, Meow Meow checked on Dong Lu in the office, still unconscious, showing no signs of waking. She added a blanket over him, then walked to the living room, locked the counseling room door, curled up on the sofa, and fell asleep, occasionally muttering, "So hungry." The next morning, Dong Lu woke to a tickling sensation. Opening his eyes, he saw Meow Meow poking him with her finger. Yawning drowsily, he asked, "How long was I out?" "1 day." Meow Meow replied, then stared at him intently. "I'm hungry. You haven't eaten since yesterday morning." Dong Lu paused, a sheepish expression crossing his face. He had been too excited after figuring out the supernatural power issue, forgetting to take care of his mascot. Meow Meow nodded expressionlessly. I'm hungry too. Let's order takeout. Anything you want. Today's a celebration." Dong Lu put on a show of extravagant generosity. As if expecting this, Meow Meow produced a catch-raising magazine from somewhere, pointed at a page of cat food, and looked up at her boss with sparkling eyes. Dong Lu held his forehead, sighing with exasperation. "Look at your ambitions, just thinking about cat food. Dare to dream of something more expensive." Meow Meow smoothly turned to the next page. More expensive cat food. "Forget it, I shouldn't have expected anything from you." Dong Lu shook his head, but still ordered several bags of cat food for his mascot on his phone. Since the main ingredients were beef and fish, he didn't worry about Meow Meow getting an upset stomach. With a few swipes, he also ordered a normal breakfast. "Wait a bit, I'll be here soon." Dong Lu walked into the living room and noticed Meow Meow had already cleaned the counseling room. With nothing else to do, he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. The news was reporting several recent mysterious deaths of teenagers. "I feel like I've seen these guys somewhere." Although the photos were blurred, Dong Lu felt a sense of familiarity. Using the chat group search function, he quickly identified the people on TV. All of them were bullies from school. So they were killed by the witch's revenge. Dong Lu didn't care about the deaths of scum. What concerned him was why no righteous figure with supernatural power had stepped in to solve the problem after all this time. In the previous 2 cities, monsters and such were quickly swarmed by magical girls and masked riders as soon as they appeared. Could it be that Baijiang City had no dedicated supernatural crime fighters? Or did they also think the witch should settle scores and clean up the scum first? Before Dong Lu could figure it out, Meow Meow snatched the remote from his hand. She had no interest in the news, preferring food shows, especially those made for cat ears. Watching the program on TV, Dong Lu shook his head and sank his consciousness into the chat group. "Superpower Dong Lu, guys, I found the source of power in the super world. I need help urgently. Everyone, succubus Dong Lu so fast." "What is it?" Tycoon Dong Lu, same question, curious. Wilderness Dong Lu, superpower Dong Lu didn't beat around the bush. "Will and memory, or consciousness if you will." After sending the message, he also recounted his experience from yesterday to explain his reasoning. "Superpower Dong Lu, what do you think? Any flaws in the deduction?" Gold Tycoon Dong Lu, no flaws, but don't you think power coming from will and memory is absurd? What kind of idealistic world is this? Superpower Dong Lu, I find it ridiculous too, but as a materialist, I stick to facts. I prove the theory through experiments, so I think it's still materialistic. Gold Tycoon Dong Lu, you make a compelling point, I can't argue. Nation all Dong Lu, so superpower, haven't you already solved the problem? What help do you need? Superpower Dong Lu, how to use the theory to get stronger? Yesterday, I tried weaving memories with my information implantation ability to boost my will and release an attack, but I passed out right after. My power was completely insufficient. Wilderness Dawn, you came to the right person. I've designed magic attacks for succubus before, so I have plenty of experience. Send me the characteristics of the memory will power system, and it'll take a look. Superpower Dawn, hold on. Superpower Dawn immediately sent the markings he saw on Luotian along with previously collected data. After a moment, Wilderness Dawn, Wilderness Dawn, is that all? On a deserted island, Wilderness Dawn stood on the roof of a newly built factory scratching his head. Superpower Dawn had sent a lot of material, but it was all vague and general. Very little of it was truly useful. He felt like a talented cook with no ingredients. Superpower Dawn, that's all I know for now. Wilderness Dawn, I'll give it a try. Superpower Dawn, I trust you, big bro. 3 Nation Ball Dawn also stepped in. Although his technical skill was low as a one-man nation, his thinking was extremely diverse and flexible. Nation Ball Dawn, it seems possible to gather emotional power from different people through certain means. Superpower, why not try developing a method to draw power from others? Wilderness Dawn, good idea. Human emotions are like ocean tides, never completely calm. If you can build a tidal power plant in people's minds storing energy during emotional fluctuations, and then taking and getting stronger won't be a problem. Tycoon Dawn watched the conversation veer into dangerous territory, his lips twitching. He sent a message. I get the feeling you're talking about something pretty evil. Aren't you treating people as emotional batteries? Superpower Dawn retorted righteously. No, not evil at all. I've just discovered an untapped energy source. In modern society, some people propose modifying cities to harvest energy from footsteps. If I can develop and use emotional energy to create value and benefit the world, would anyone be dissatisfied? What matters is the result, not the process. People will gradually accept change. Tycoon Dawn, I think you have a point. Superpower Dawn, right. So brothers, please, you have to help me. My future happiness is in your hands. Wilderness Dawn, don't worry, we won't let you down. But keep up your research and data collection, or we'll be stuck. Superpower Dawn, got it. The future vision depicted by the brothers in the group was beautiful and alluring, but when it came down to reality, to the intricate details and technologies, it inevitably became tedious and dull. Especially after numerous experiments that consistently failed to yield the desired results, it greatly dampened one's enthusiasm. At the Natural Selection Psychological Counseling Room, Dawn stood before the bathroom mirror, turned on the faucet, cupped his hands to splash water on his face, and his expression cleared somewhat. At the same time, a message popped up in his field of vision. Wilderness Dawn, superpower you've been testing for a long time. You should take a rest. I'm still fine, I can hold on. Superpower Dawn refused while yawning. The ingrained high level of initiative did not diminish due to the loss of enthusiasm. On the contrary, it grew stronger, driven by a burning desire to achieve the goal. The chat group interface paused for a moment. In another world, Wilderness Dawn shook his head. His counterpart in the superpower world possessed an astonishing degree of perseverance, or perhaps it was better described as obsession. Ever since a few days ago, when he sought help in the group, and the other Dawnless painted a rosy picture for superpower Dawn, he seemed to have fixated on that possibility. Recently, under the guidance and assistance of the group's Dawnless combined with his information implantation ability, he had been tirelessly exploring the characteristics of superpower energy through various approaches, even foregoing sleep. With a relentless, almost reckless drive, and by leveraging some information gathered from his intelligence network, superpower Dawn had indeed managed to compile some genuine findings. Superhumans could acquire abilities that seemed extraordinary to outsiders by constructing specific marks and circuits within their bodies. Wilderness Dawn was able to establish a more refined data model and provide technical assistance using his smart brain. Since you insist, I won't try to dissuade you. Wilderness Dawn posted several energy circuit diagrams generated by the smart brain into the chat group. Then he turned his head to look at the pitch-black cube flying around in the factory, and then at the ship that was already taking shape, his heart filled with anticipation. In a little while he'll be able to explore the world and not be stuck on this deserted island. In the superpower world, Dong Lu saw the energy circuits posted by Wilderness, took a deep breath, and began to replicate them within his body. The patterns were not overly complex, but they were highly draining. With each line he traced, his spirit waned. By the end his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, but he forced himself to complete the final stroke. With a hum, something miraculous happened. As the circuit was completed, faint points of light emanated from Dong Lu's body, and the energy he had expended was partially restored in that instant. Dong Lu was stunned for a moment before he realized what had happened. A glimmer of joy flashed in his weary eyes. Success? After nearly 100 experiments, with constant trial and error adjustments, he had finally mastered how to store power using emotional fluctuations, taking the first step towards systematically mastering supernatural forces. Time to get some sleep. Although Dong Lu was eager to start the next phase of his attempts, he was truly exhausted. At Baijiang City No. 3 Middle School, the sharp bell for the end of class rang. Countless students rushed out of the classrooms, and the usually calm school suddenly came alive, brimming with vitality and energy. Except for one place, Class 3 of Senior High 1. Loud arguing sounds burst through the door, drawing the attention of students passing by in the hallway, who looked into the classroom. A tall, burly boy stood in front of a desk interrogating a female student in a school uniform hysterically. Luotian, tell me, how exactly did you get rid of that voice? Suddenly, I've already told you. I just went to see a psychologist. The girl being questioned was Luotian, the one who had slept in the counseling room earlier. Sensing the gazes coming from all directions, her expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. She showed no kindness to her former boyfriend. If it weren't for Sun Li's childhood friend, if it weren't for Sun Li telling her to keep her distance from Yi Rulan wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have been dragged into this mess or tormented for so long. It's useless. I've been to the hospital, taken medicine, and it hasn't worked at all. Sun Li shouted loudly, completely disregarding the strange looks from those around him. But Luotian couldn't. She wanted to start her life anew. Now, because of Sun Li's interference, everyone in her new class knew about her situation, and everything was ruined. Her emotions erupted instantly. What the hell does that have to do with me? Don't forget, it was all caused by your childhood friend. If he hadn't gone to bully others, would any of this have happened? Now that something's happened, he's dead, and you, his accomplice, are implicated too. Now you're scared, and you come to me to throw your weight around. Luotian's face flushed red as she pointed at Sun Li's nose and cursed, get lost. Sun Li seemed stunned by her outburst. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh, and rasped in a hoarse voice, tell me, which psychologist did you see? Luotian was about to continue her tirade, but Sun Li suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, startling her into taking a step back. Her anger subsided. A place called Natural Selection Psychological Counseling near the school. Just search for it yourself. Without a word, Sun Li pushed past the students crowding around and turned to leave. Luotian returned to her seat, but the strange atmosphere created by the argument did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to intensify. Even while doing homework or listening in class, Luotian felt as if people were whispering about her behind her back, making her feel extremely uneasy. She only felt relieved when school was over. On the second and third days, the impact of the incident gradually faded. Luotian no longer saw Sun Li, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had solved his own problems and wouldn't bother her anymore. Then one morning, as Luotian approached the classroom door, a figure suddenly rushed out from a corner, hooked her neck without a word, and pulled her backward. An intense feeling of suffocation washed over her. Luotian struggled desperately to break free, but then felt a cold sensation on her face. Don't move. The attacker pressed a knife against Luotian's cheek, issuing a threat in a dry, raspy voice. The other students witnessing this were terrified, and at a loss, quickly running away or going to report it to a teacher. Suddenly, do you know what you're doing? Luotian recognized the attacker by his silhouette. It was her ex-boyfriend, and asked, her voice trembling. Yes, of course I know. But I want to live even more. Sun Li's voice was even more agitated than Luo Shen's, and his expression was even more haggard than before. I went to that place you mentioned, but there was no one there. No one at all. I want you to go there with me again. As long as I can find someone, as long as the voice in my head disappears, they'll let you go. Otherwise, you're coming down with me. Luo Shen's legs weakened with fear and her voice was choked with tears. I've told you everything. I really have told you everything. Sun Li ignored her, brandishing the knife to threaten the students, who wanted to help while dragging Luo Shen backward. But the next moment, he froze in place. A massive pitch-black barrier rose around Baijiang City No. 3 middle school, and dark clouds spread covering the entire sky. At the same time, an invisible force knocked the knife out of Sun Li's hand. A small pitch-black figure appeared abruptly in the hallway, its crimson eyes fixed on Luo Shen and Sun Li. It said with slight regret, "You're really unlucky. If you hadn't made your move at school, things would have been different." "What are you?" As his eyes fell upon the shadowy figure, Sun Li cried out in pain, clutching his head and retreating in terror, the chaotic voices in his mind growing even louder. "How rude of me! I forgot to introduce myself." The dark silhouette pricked up one ear and greeted them with utmost courtesy. "You may call me Xianjiang, the nurturer of the witch. This school is the birthplace of my latest child. Her personality is unexpectedly shy and nostalgic. Since her birth, she has been searching for her former friends, carrying them wherever she goes. Isn't that adorable?" Xianjiang's tone was like that of a proud parent brimming with pride. Yet when combined with the devouring black clouds above and the rising dark barrier around them, it only inspired greater terror. Originally, the collective invitation to the school's teachers and students was meant to come later, after full preparations. But you just touched upon some of the child's memories, making her impatient. So she sent out the invitations early. What a willful child! Xianjiang spread its 2 elongated ears, like hands, a gesture of helpless affection. But neither Luo Shen nor Sun Li could find any resonance with it. They dared not remain a moment longer, scrambling out of the teaching building on all fours, fleeing towards the school gate. Just as they were about to burst through, the scene before them abruptly shifted. They found themselves on the school playground, their bodies feeling as if they had undergone strenuous exercise, limbs weak, chests tight, and breathless, hearts pounding so fast they felt ready to explode. "What's happening? I was definitely running towards the school gate," Luo Shen muttered, looking around in confusion, as a subtle despair took root in her heart. Xianjiang appeared, tilting its head, and explained to the panting duo. "It's useless. Though the barrier covering the school isn't a powerful shield, it carries the power to repel outsiders. Those with insufficient willpower will be influenced by the barrier's force, subconsciously ignoring everything around them and staying away." It raised a claw, pointing towards others running onto the field. "Look, your classmates are here." Luo Shen and Sun Li turned to see a group of dazed students sprinting onto the playground, stopping after a moment as if waking from a dream. Some ran towards the teaching building, seeking shelter indoors. Others, eyes closed, stubbornly charged towards the school gate. The black clouds above let down tendrils, like enormous serpents, freely preying on the entire school, draining their life force and despair. Luo Shen's legs gave way, nearly collapsing. She looked pleadingly at Xianjiang, her voice choked with tears. You are Roland's nurturer, right? I am her friend too. Please save me. Spare me." Xianjiang did not answer. Instead, it circled Luo Shen, clucking in wonder. "I'm curious about one thing. You should be an important guest on that child's invitation list. Why haven't you attended yet?" It was rare for someone marked by the witch to still be alive. I just went to see a psychologist. I slept there. I really don't know anything else," Luo Shen pleaded, grasping at her last straw. "Please, it wasn't me who bullied her back then. I can apologize to Roland." Xianjiang tilted its head, seemingly puzzled. "Why are you telling me this? I am merely a nurturer with little power too." Before it could finish, a figure lunged, charging at it with a knife. It was Sun Li. Realizing Xianjiang's attention was entirely on Luo Shen, he had been enduring the voices in his head, waiting for his chance. Now he pounced, his savagery unleashed. "Die! But as he struck Xianjiang, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if he were lunging at thin air, crashing heavily to the ground. With a look of terror, he was swallowed by a giant serpent of black mist. Xianjiang glanced at Sun Li indifferently, unbothered. It raised an ear, projecting a beam of light that formed the image of a superpowered being it had glimpsed over 10 days ago. "Is the psychologist you met this person?" "Yes, it's him." Luoxian's pupils contracted as she pointed at Dong Li, shouting excitedly. "I see. Thank you for your cooperation." Xianjiang nodded, its form slowly fading. But Luoxian panicked. "Wait. You promised that if I told you, you would let me go." Xianjiang's fading did not stop. Hearing Luoxian's words, it only replied calmly, "No, I never agreed. That was merely your assumption." As its voice fell, a serpent of black mist descended from the sky and devoured Luoxian. Xianjiang appeared in midair, watching the thick clouds spread their power wantonly, and offered a word of comfort. "There's no rush to invite. This city is currently in a lull. Few can interfere with you." The next moment it froze. Someone had breached the barrier. As he stepped into the school, the entire world shifted hues. The warm sunlight vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling darkness and wildly dancing black tendrils. Quite a commotion. The newcomer was Dong Li. Standing at the school gate, he looked up at the bizarre sky, which seemed like the descent of an ancient god, and narrowed his eyes. He had only been nearby, expanding his information network and gathering emotional energy, when he noticed a black barrier rising over the 3rd Municipal High School and came to investigate. "If this had been a few days ago, I would have turned and left without a second thought. But now—" Dong Li wore an expression of eager anticipation. Days earlier, though he had discovered some rules of the supernatural power system, he had not yet accumulated enough strength. He wouldn't have even come to check. Moving away from Baijiang City altogether would have been a real possibility. But now, by planting emotional batteries in people's minds, he had harvested enough power, and wanted to test his mettle. As if sensing Dong Li's hostility, the thick black clouds above roiled and churned. The scant remaining sunlight vanished entirely, plunging the world into darkness. Serpents of black mist, each bearing a human face, lunged at Dong Li, smashing craters into the ground. "Not bad. I can handle this." Dong Li dodged the attacks while assessing the battle prowess of the clouds above. When he couldn't avoid them, he used his accumulated inner power as fuel and his information implantation ability as a tool, channeling his will into slashes that severed the mist serpents. An advanced application of emotional power. That superpowered individual is no novice. Has the lull already ended? Xianjiang was slightly startled by Dong Li's display. According to its gathered intelligence, the supernatural forces guarding this city had suffered heavy losses in the last great battle, and were currently in a lull. There should be no superpowered beings with advanced techniques besides themselves. From another city? No. The superpowered individuals of the Human Federation mostly stay in their own cities. They rarely appear elsewhere unless it's a major event. The commotion in Baijiang City isn't enough to attract them. Xianjiang was baffled. On the ground, the battle between Dong Li and the witch had entered a new phase. Upon realizing the mist serpents were constructed from emotional power, Dong Li immediately abandoned his conservative fighting style. With his ability, he could convert the severed serpents into his own energy reserves, essentially using the enemy's strength against them. Why hold back? Absorbing the power of a severed mist serpent, Dong Li let out a satisfied sound and challenged the witch above. "Come on! Keep going!" In the profound darkness, muffled impacts rained down, like a torrent, colossal tentacles of black chi reducing the school to rubble, yet they could not overcome a certain figure within. The attack shifted abruptly. A shrill cry pierced the air, as hideous faces imprinted on the tentacles let out a piercing, soul-piercing shriek, their embedded spiritual corruption capable of driving any creature lacking sufficient will into madness. The next instant, an invisible blade cut through, and chi serpents fell like raindrops, the cacophony diminishing. "How annoying! Shouting when you can't win is useless," Dong Li said, looking up at the roiling black clouds above. "Better surrender now, and let me grant you release." Having spoken, he no longer restrained the surging power within him. Under the full activation of his information implantation ability, a domain formed around Dong Lu affecting any being with memories that entered, forcibly inscribing new memories and information. Sensing a truly lethal threat, the black cloud squeezed out every ounce of its power. Hundreds of tentacles lunged at Dong Lu, nearly forming a net, their speed and strength at least 30% greater than before. Yet upon contact with Dong Lu's domain, they all collapsed and disintegrated. The tentacles and black serpents controlled by the witch were essentially condensed from vast amounts of pain and despair. In the superpowered world, emotions were a fusion of memory and will. Once the memory portion was distorted, and altered, collapse was but a moment away. Not only did her attacks fail, but the disintegrating tentacles and serpents were instead utilized by Dong Lu, becoming part of his energy, propelling him into the sky toward the main body of the black cloud. A powerful sense of death loomed. The witch, transformed into the black cloud, felt a flicker of fear, recalling past experiences of being bullied. Then came an overwhelming rage, a volcanic hysterical scream. "Why? Why must you come and bully me?" Dong Lu did not answer. Perhaps for others proclaiming justice would be a fine excuse. Though once a victim, the witch had now become the perpetrator. Many innocents, just like her past self, were caught in the crossfire, and countless, who did not deserve death, were slain by her. But for Dong Lu, he knew clearly that he did not act for those reasons. In the superpowered world, he might not be a villain, but he certainly lacked the grand aspirations of his succubus counterpart from the demon element world, nor did he possess any resolve to safeguard the city's beauty. He was more about being himself, helping when he encountered injustice, and had the ability walking away if he didn't, and ignoring what he couldn't see. This action was more because the witch happened to appear before him, and Dong Lu happened to need a test of his learning. The rolling dark clouds coalesced into a massive humanoid form, countless faces on its back glaring venomously at Dong Lu, their screams unleashing a spiritual attack 10 times more intense than before, engulfing him. A powerful sonic pressure formed a shockwave, destroying the playground's turf, fences, and everything around. But just as all seemed settled, a hand suddenly burst forth, pressing against the witch's forehead. Dong Lu had charged through the assault to reach her, activating his information implantation ability at close range. Using memory as a blade, he followed the threads, dissecting the newborn witch's consciousness layer by layer. Waves of despair and memories of abuse surged into Dong Lu's mind, like a tide battering his sanity, their power far surpassing that of the earlier imprint. Xian Jiang, watching from afar, was baffled. He knew that witches were born from despair and pain, both their memories and bodies carried intense spiritual corruption. Delving deep into a witch was akin to suicide, and Dong Lu's intrusion into her consciousness was the height of recklessness. Could it be? He wants to save her. Xian Jiang tilted his head, an unlikely answer forming. Some city superhumans were indeed foolishly driven by positive emotions, like benevolence and justice, trying to save everyone indiscriminately. A witch with a tragic past, transformed from victim to perpetrator, could strongly trigger their instincts, making them throw caution to the wind. But it was impossible. Witches were not beings that could be redeemed. They were filled entirely with despair and pain. Without despair and pain, they ceased to exist. With them, their behavioral logic could not change. Possessing such power, yet such a fool. Xian Jiang lamented, regretting that such strength had been bound to the wrong master. Meanwhile, Dong Lu, enduring intense spiritual corruption, dove deeper into the witch's consciousness space, constantly updating and reinforcing the directives, protecting his own mental functions. He had no intention of saving or redeeming anyone. He was merely relying on his information implantation ability to safeguard his consciousness, taking the opportunity to observe the energy circuits within the witch to see how they were born, providing experimental data for the wilderness Dong Lu's deductions. Beyond that, there was a curiosity about witches. As far as he knew, Yi Rulan and the other victims of bullying he had seen in the imprint on Luotian were truly dead. Dong Lu was curious about what exactly a witch condensed from the despair and pain of the deceased truly was. After delving into her consciousness, he found his answer. A witch might be a kind of spiritual being, composed of various negative emotions perpetually trapped in the past and pain. The only way to alleviate their suffering was to vent and share it. Quite tragic, not even finding peace in death. Seeing the truth, Dong Lu let out a mournful sigh. Sensing the loophole in his heart, countless painful memories reached out from the black mire, pulling Dong Lu downward, trying to make him one of them. But the next moment a radiant light burst forth, piercing through all things. Dong Lu's form turned into a streak of light, appearing simultaneously within the countless resentments that formed the witch's core at the final moments of their lives. The deepest pain and resentment were taken away, leaving behind only a useless, broken, and forgotten corpse staring wide-eyed at the world. Until a hand brushed over, accompanied by a soft voice. Rest now. Those who deserve death are dead, and many who didn't have also perished. Let the pain stop here. He reached out, snatching back the pain and despair taken by Xianjiang from the witch's memory space, using his information implantation ability in the realm of consciousness to inscribe the deaths of the abusers into it. Then, gently stroking their heads, he tidied their appearances in the consciousness space, restoring them to their cleanest, neatest form. Though erasing the pain from the witch's memories directly with his ability would have ended the battle faster, at least when he had a choice, Dong Lu was willing to wait a little longer to offer patience and gentleness, to give them the chance to know they had been avenged. In the consciousness space, a crack split the profound darkness from all directions, then rapidly spread across the entire world until it could no longer resist the influx of white light, collapsing into oblivion. Dong Lu shook his head and was about to withdraw. Thank you, a barely audible voice echoed. Dong Lu paused mid-step, turning to look. In the bright world it seemed a few shadows had existed, yet also as if they never had. Outside, Xianjiang stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Dong Lu had actually erased the negative emotions from the witch, leaving only pure consciousness. Incredible. How did you do it? Through your ability. What ability? Can you tell me? Xianjiang, instead of fleeing in panic upon seeing Dong Lu's success, approached him, peppering him with questions. The next instant an attack tore it apart. How irritable! Xianjiang sighed helplessly as he was torn to shreds, quickly reassembling his body. With impeccable politeness, he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xianjiang. May I ask how I should address you? Dong Lu frowned, staring at the reassembled Xianjiang in astonishment. You cannot die. Though he posed the question, his attacks never ceased. Each slash carried a spiritual assault, tearing Xianjiang apart while erasing his consciousness. Yet the next moment Xianjiang reappeared unscathed from the dual onslaught. Correct. In this world, I have no concept of death. Other spiritual attacks and probes are equally useless against me. Now can we talk properly? I understand your desire to protect this city. If you are still unsatisfied, I will allow you to kill me several more times until you are appeased. Xianjiang's demeanor was unnaturally agreeable. Dong Lu paused momentarily, abandoning his attempt to eliminate the shadowy figure. Having exhausted all his methods against this stubborn nuisance, he asked, What do you mean by this world? You do not know. Many cities of the Human Federation occasionally face invasions from monsters of other worlds. Some superhumans can even summon creatures from those worlds. They are all real. Xianjiang circled Dong Lu, studying him intently. Finally he remarked with a sigh, You face otherworldly monsters daily, and every city has its villains causing chaos. Your world is quite calamitous, though other worlds are not much different. If you can tell me how you remove the negative emotions from the witch, I can share more about other worlds. How about it? Dong Lu ignored him, entirely shifting the topic. Why did you create the witch? No particular reason. If I must say, because pain and despair exist, someone will inevitably use them. Why not me? Xianjiang answered casually. Like some of my kind who prefer using positive emotions for their creations. You never ask them why, because there is rarely any ulterior motive. It is all personal interest. All right, I have answered 3 of your questions. Now you must answer mine, or I will refuse to answer any more of yours. Personal interest. Dong Lu was genuinely taken aback by Xianjiang's answer. Reflecting, he found it somewhat reasonable. For beings with no concept of death, an eternity of time would inevitably lead to developing unique hobbies. Xianjiang remained silent, as he had warned. If Dong Lu did not answer his question, he would reciprocate. Dongla shot him a glance before turning his attention to the pure consciousness left behind after the witch's dissolution. He could sense a nascent awareness forming, a fascinating subject for observation and study. Then he looked toward the vanished barrier. Citizens who had noticed the anomaly were already entering the school grounds, rushing toward the unconscious teachers, and students expelled after the witch's dissolution. Having been swallowed only briefly, their life force had not been fully drained. They suffered only mild spiritual trauma, and would recover with rest. Will you not reconsider? If you answer my question, I can tell you many things. Seeing Donglu ignore him, Xianjiang tried again, genuinely intrigued. If he could obtain the method to remove negative emotions, he could refine or recycle despair, creating even better works. But Donglu was impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Xianjiang had little experience in communication, usually just harvesting emotional energy and observing from the shadows, the witches' battles, the superhumans' conflicts, the city's transformations. Now faced with Dongla's obstinacy, he found himself at a loss. Though his immortality was formidable, his own power was indeed limited. As Xianjiang pondered how to convince Dongla, he noticed Dongla's expression shift abruptly, as though he had witnessed something unbelievable. What is this? Dongla had intended to leave, but his peripheral vision caught something. He descended to the playground, staring at the ears and tails of the unconscious students and teachers. A strange sensation he had never felt before rose from the depths of his heart. Humans should not have these, should they? Why had he not noticed before? Just a local peculiarity. Different cities of the Human Federation have different superhumans, varying forces of order and chaos, and even differing species. Is that not perfectly normal? Though Xianjiang had claimed he would stop answering, Dongla's reaction was far too intriguing. It was like a person born blind suddenly gaining sight, astonished and curious at everything. Dongla said nothing, maintaining a calm exterior while his mind churned. His first instinct was that someone had tampered with him. He immediately used the chat group to compare his current memories with those previously uploaded. The result was identical, except for events from the past few days. If my memories are intact, then my thought patterns have changed. Dongla's expression darkened. Superpower Dongla brothers, I have a question. Gold Tycoon Dongla, a superpower? Are you talking about a novel, a TV series, or an anime? If it is a fictional world, ignoring some logic for plot convenience, it is indeed possible. Superpower Dongla, no, this is the world I live in. After sending the message, Superpower Dongla uploaded his recent experience to the chat group. Superpower Dongla, you may not believe it, but before today's battle, I never thought there was anything wrong with my world. I noticed the ears and tails on passers-by, but I subconsciously accepted them as normal. His message caused an uproar in the group. Rich Dongla, I thought Beaster girls were just your world's gimmick. So it's a city-specific trait that warped your thinking. Gold Tycoon Dongla, could it be that you were affected by a spiritual attack during the battle, and this state of seeing everything as strange is the abnormality? Succubus Dongla, unlikely. Superpower's current mindset is clearly closer to ours. Succubus Dongla, and our thought patterns are normal in our respective worlds. Comparing by world count, it's 5-1, or 6-1 including your original world. It's more likely that Superpower's side has the issue. Succubus Dongla, of course other possibilities exist given his world's somewhat idealistic power system. But caution is best. Wilderness Dongla, wait. Let me use my smart brain to review your battle footage and check for spiritual attack effects. National Ball Dongla, I process information fast enough. Let me examine your past memories for discrepancies. Superpower Dongla, good. Am counting on you. Moments later, Wilderness Dongla and National Ball Dongla each provided assessments. Based on smart brain modeling, Superpower Dongla had endured prolonged spiritual shock during the witch battle, coupled with a surge of absorbed energy, which could indeed cause perceptual imbalance or mental instability. However, National Ball Dongla, analyzing every thought of Superpower Dongla, concluded that his world did possess a force suppressing and guiding people's thoughts. Rich Dongla, your analyses seem contradictory, both mental instability and a flawed world. Wilderness Dongla, quite the opposite. This may be the truth. The spiritual shock temporarily freed him from that suppressing force, allowing him to see reality. Superpower Don Lai also performed a self-check. The instructions etched into my consciousness to maintain mental health are functioning normally, in fact even more effectively. Your expression seems off. Do you need help? If you answer my questions, I can tell you many secrets. Xianjiang chattered on promoting itself, but Dong Lu was in no mood to pay it any attention, his mind consumed by the discussion in the chat group. Although it's highly likely the world is flawed, I still need to conduct an experiment. With his mind made up, Dong Lu took a step, flew away from the school, and returned to his rented home. Hey, wait for me! Xianjiang was startled, chasing after him relentlessly. It would not give up until it obtained the method it desired. At the scene, a large number of police and ambulances arrived, hastily taking away the unconscious teachers and students while sealing off the area. On the 10th floor of an apartment building, a figure no larger than a grain of rice, continuously enlarged, flew to the balcony and landed, calling out to a girl who was eating snacks and watching a food show in the living room. Meow, come here, help me with an experiment. Oh, okay. Swallowing the last bit of cat food in her hand, Meow Meow clapped her hands and walked towards Dong Lu without much hesitation. Another experiment? A new emotional energy circuit. Ever since the wilderness, Dong Lu used the smart brain to calculate the first energy circuit capable of storing emotional energy, achieving a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The subsequent improvements from 1 to 100 were merely a matter of time. Whenever the wilderness, Dong Lu produced a new energy circuit design. Dong Lu's first test subject was himself, and the second was Meow Meow. Thus Meow Meow was quite familiar with the experimental process. No, this time it's different. Dong Lu shook his head. This experiment is about the level of thought. In telling you in advance, if you're unwilling, I can find someone else. Meow Meow. Thought. Like when I suddenly became human and gained human thoughts. You could say that, but there are still significant differences. Specifically, you can. Dong Lu began to explain, but Meow Meow had already agreed, whether out of genuine trust or sheer indifference. Then let's do it. Being human or being a cat makes no difference to me. It's all about eating and sleeping, then eating and sleeping again. As a cat, I could happily eat cat food, but after becoming human, I get hungry easily and have to help you with work. If I could, I'd like to change back. Dong Lu was speechless, never expecting Meow Meow to give such a refreshingly simple reason. Was this evidence that the world guides people's thoughts? Not necessarily. It could just be Meow Meow's personal reason. It only might change your thoughts. It won't turn you back into a cat. Dong Lu shook his head, casting aside the jumbled thoughts. Although he hadn't figured out the reason for Meow Meow's transformation from cat to human, it probably had nothing to do with thoughts. Furthermore, if the command etched into Meow Meow's consciousness truly affected her and turned her back into a cat, Dong Lu would certainly revoke it. Meow Meow seemed disappointed. Oh, you? Never mind. Giving up on saying anything more, Dong Lu placed one hand on Meow Meow's head, ensuring his ability could be maximized. In the next moment, the invisible tendrils of information implantation probed into Meow Meow's consciousness, condensing into a command. This person's mind shall operate normally without any interference. While etching the command to prevent other situations that might disrupt its operation or interfere with previously implanted information, Dong Lu thoughtfully included a compressed file of materials providing the most comprehensive description of what it means for consciousness to operate normally and without interference. Perhaps Meow Meow couldn't understand the meaning of the materials in the compressed file or even perceive them, but her subconscious had accepted everything, greatly strengthening her mental resistance. How do you feel? After completing the command implantation, Dong Lu withdrew his hand and asked with slight anxiety. Meow Meow touched her head. That's it. Halfway done. First tell me how you feel. Meow Meow pondered for a moment. I don't feel anything. Dong Lu asked again. Seeing that Baijiang City is full of people with animal features like you while other cities aren't, doesn't that feel strange? Don't you think something's wrong? Meow Meow stared at Dong Lu as if he were a strange creature. Isn't that normal? Dong Lu didn't speak but fell into thought. Earlier the group discussion had concluded that his world might have some issues. At that time he wondered if it was because he had just received a mental shock and the strengthening of his information implantation ability that had allowed him to break free from the distortion. To prove it, the simplest way was to conduct an experiment and replicate the results. If others also began to doubt the world like him, then his speculation could be confirmed. But now Meow Meow's reaction made Don Lo less confident, though the experiment wasn't fully complete. The remaining half of the experiment might be a bit oppressive and painful. If you can't bear it, remember to shout out loud. Okay. Don Lo placed his right hand back on Meow Meow's forehead. In the next moment, Meow Meow fell into a daze. Looking up at Don Lo, she saw an unprecedented tenderness on his face. He said, "I've been thinking maybe it's fine not to do the experiment. Everyone dies eventually. Come on, I'll take you to eat cat food." Meow Meow didn't understand why Don Lo had changed like this, but the feeling was indeed pleasant. Okay. The scene shifted. Meow Meow was pulled by Don Lo to wander from one cat food store to another. With Don Lo's support, she even got her own cat food show. She had endless food, a warm and safe home, praise and honors from others, and even a family. All beautiful things came rushing in. Time seemed to pass for a long time, yet only for an instant. Just as Meow Meow felt she had reached the peak of her cat life, everything vanished. The warm sunlight outside the window turned into a torrential downpour. The exquisite apartment became a dilapidated, drafty old house, unable to retain any warmth. The broken walls were covered with vicious curses from the audience of the food show. But most importantly, Don Lo was killed, his head casually thrown on the ground, and his body, made into her favorite cat food, scattered everywhere. In that instant, a huge chunk of Meow Meow's heart was hollowed out. Her whole body trembled, wanting to vomit. The physiological discomfort caused by psychological trauma nearly suffocated her, and tears gushed out like a burst dam. Kneeling on the ground, she screamed with vacant eyes, "It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't!" In response to her, the cold world shattered into countless cracks and collapsed into fragments in the next moment. The sunlight outside the window remained the same, time had barely moved. Don Lo still stood before her. "So how do you feel now?" Meow Meow instinctively touched her face. It was wet. "Was that just now?" "I didn't know what would make you despair, so I directly implanted some despairing emotions I collected from elsewhere into your consciousness. That stuff should automatically evolve into your most terrifying scene. Normally, you would develop a split personality or even suffer mental death, but the command I left in your consciousness brought you back when your emotions fluctuated greatly." Don Lo explained what had just happened, asking curiously, "What did you see? You cried quite a lot." It was the first time he had seen such a huge emotional fluctuation on Meow Meow's usually expressionless face. "You died, and I was homeless again." Meow Meow wiped away the tears on her face, desperately suppressing the turmoil in her heart, looking at Don Lo with a hint of gritted teeth. Thankfully, it was all fake. "That is indeed quite terrible." Don Lo raised an eyebrow, feeling a strange sensation inside. Was his death also part of Meow Meow's despair? All right, back to the main topic. Now, how do you feel about what's happening in the world? Do you find it strange? This time Meow Meow thought for an especially long time, but ultimately shook her head. No. Still nothing. Don Lo frowned. This answer was utterly beyond his expectations. Had he and the other Don Les in the group guessed wrong? He hesitated, deciding to re-examine the experimental procedure. According to the theory of variable control, selecting different individuals to undergo the same experimental steps should pose no issue. Could it be that the witch's mental attack or spiritual contamination possessed some unique quality requiring Meow Meow to experience an identical process? Don Le shook his head. Since the experimental procedure was sound, perhaps the problem lay with the experimental subject. Not to boast, but the truth was that he was too unique, possessing memories and thought patterns from another world, enabling him to instantly detect inconsistencies between realms. In contrast, Meow Meow had grown up entirely in this world, absorbing only information from this realm. Even the common knowledge Don Le had instilled in her belonged solely to this world's framework. Without concepts or thinking from another world lacking comparison and reference, how could she swiftly identify anomalies? She might not even recognize them as anomalies. Imagine a person raised in a world of blackness, where everything they see is black. They would deem it normal. Then suddenly someone appears claiming other colors exist. White, red, blue. Could that person envision what those colors truly looked like? Would they actively seek other colors before being reminded? Probably not. Seeing Dongla lost in thought, Meow Meow nervously poked him with her finger and asked, "My thinking is wrong, isn't it?" "It's not wrong, just—" Dongla hesitated, about to explain when Meow Meow interrupted. "Different from you." Dongla paused, regarding Meow Meow with newfound seriousness. He nodded, feeling for the first time that she seemed truly human. "Yes." Unaware of Dongla's thoughts, Meow Meow breathed a sigh of relief. "Then it's simple. Use your ability to make me like you. If that's not enough, change everyone in the world to what you consider normal." Before she could finish, Dongla struck her head with a karate chop and said, half laughing, half crying, "What are you thinking? This world hasn't gone mad enough to require mass brainwashing. Others just think differently from me. They're not committing murder or arson. As long as they don't affect me, I can't be bothered with them." It seemed that thinking too much like a human wasn't always a good thing. Just as he pondered this, Dongla frowned. Those words didn't sound like the original Meow Meow. Could the influence of the directive be manifesting? "Weren't you just acting like someone who'd do anything utterly desperate?" Meow Meow defended herself with suppressed frustration. "That was to find the truth. If I don't even know what the world truly is, how can I use my power to protect myself instead of being exploited?" As he spoke, Dongla walked to the window, preparing to fly elsewhere. Meow Meow suddenly called out, "Wait, you haven't made me like you yet." Dongla turned his head and said, "In a way, we're already alike. There's no need for absolute uniformity. Experience the world as it is now. You might have different thoughts. If you want to revert, just let me know." With that, Dongla was about to leave, but the corner of his eye caught a figure ahead. "Never mind, come with me." Meow Meow beamed with delight. "Okay." With a single gesture, Donglu enveloped Meow Meow in a surge of power. Accompanied by a faint shockwave, the two vanished. Almost simultaneously, a dark object crashed into the room, steadied itself, and glared at the distant figures of Donglu and Meow Meow, letting out a roar. "Damn it, I finally caught up!" With a frustrated cry, Xian Jiang deflated. Surveying the surroundings, he decided not to pursue. This must be that person's home. He would wait here, nowhere else, convinced the man would return. Meanwhile, Meow Meow, carried through the sky, was initially terrified by the shrinking city below. But realizing she was safely cocooned in power, she quickly forgot her fear. Lele, was that dark shadow an enemy? Are you being hunted? She had seen clearly. Dongla hadn't intended to bring her along until he spotted the shadow changing his mind at the last moment. An enemy, you could say, but not being hunted. That thing isn't very powerful. You could even try to fight it. But it can't die and is immune to mental attacks. If you really fought, you'd lose, Donglu explained casually. Meow Meow actually possessed some strength. After all, she had participated in numerous emotional battery experiments, with Donglu accumulating a certain amount of power. Yet her knowledge was insufficient. She lacked combat experience, and she didn't have a tool as perfect as information implantation to leverage her abilities. Pitting her against an immortal enemy with knowledge of many secrets was indeed disadvantageous. As they spoke, Donglu halted, hovering once more above Baijiang City No. 3 Middle School. Below, the city streets were crowded with ambulances and police cars transporting unconscious teachers and students to hospitals. Many private vehicles had also joined the rescue effort. On the periphery, journalists and social media personalities appeared, some attempting to enter the scene for coverage only to be blocked. "Nothing," Donglu observed from the sky for nearly an hour. Near the school, the crowd swelled. Students, parents, teachers, relatives, government officials, police, medics, reporters, and even opportunists seeking attention or spectacle. Yet he saw no one with special power. Well, there were one or two, but their energy signatures were too weak, mingling with the crowd as observers, clearly not official personnel. "Nothing what?" Meow Meow, bored, had been counting houses. She perked up at Dong's words. Supernaturals, official supernaturals. Earlier news reports had repeatedly covered death cases, yet the witch remained untouched. Dongla had two guesses: either the locality lacked specialized supernaturals to handle such incidents, or they believed the witch should vent on a batch of scum first. Later he considered a third possibility. Those responsible were simply no match for the witch, allowing her to rampage unchecked. Now looking back, the second and third guesses seemed wrong. The witch had no. 3 had caused too great a disturbance. Had Dongla not happened to pass by, an entire school of thousands might have perished at the hands of the newborn witch. Yet even after such a catastrophic incident, no official supernatural had appeared on the scene. This was clearly abnormal. Even if they lacked the strength to fight the witch, they should at least come to assess the situation and write a report requesting aid from other cities. Not even bothering to check, the answer seemed to be that the locality had no specialized supernaturals to handle such events. As for the reason and whether it was connected to the force constraining thought, that would be the subject of the next investigation. He continued observing from above the school for another hour. Dongla led Meow Meow away from the third middle school and headed straight to the municipal police station. Using his abilities, he obtained various identity and account information from the frantic police chief, then brazenly logged into the department's internal software using the chief's credentials to browse through criminal case records. After a round of filtering, he extracted cases involving supernatural elements, uploaded them to the chat group, and used the group's built-in features to organize and summarize information such as time and number of incidents. Soon a table popped up. As expected, lawful supernatural beings like magical girls in Baijiang City have been absent for quite some time. Dong's gaze fixed on a specific point in the timeline. Beyond that point, the number of malicious supernatural incidents had risen sharply. Although none had reached the level of the witch incident at the third middle school, the increase was steady. It was also why, when Dongla had previously expanded his intelligence network to government agencies, he only dared to target low-level clerks and influenced only a small fraction of them. Otherwise, he might have obtained this information much earlier. Of course, this was not his fault. His attempts to build networks in the previous 2 cities were exposed, and he was nearly hunted down by magical girls and Cayman riders, so he had to be extra cautious. Targeting high-ranking officials who knew secrets would certainly yield information quickly, but exposure would come just as fast, as those in power always drew more attention. Who knew what the official stance was in this bizarre world? If not for his recent surge in power and the confidence it brought, combined with the third middle school incident that led him to suspect the local lawful supernatural forces had vanished, Dong Lo would have continued lying low. What's the reason? What caused the lawful forces to disappear? Letting out a long breath, Dong Lo stopped searching and turned to ask the police chief, believing he would know the answer. The police chief struggled for a moment before replying. It was the Great War. Dong Lo frowned. The Great War? What do you mean? In the Human Federation, each city's supernatural forces are unique, relatively isolated, and develop independently. But isolation doesn't last forever. The world occasionally faces unimaginable natural disasters, invasions from other realms, or invincible foes. No single city can withstand such threats alone. All cities must unite and overcome the crisis together. During the last Great War, Baijiang City's lawful forces suffered heavy casualties, and many chaotic supernatural beings also perished. To this day, they haven't recovered. Dongla rubbed his chin. The state of relative isolation with occasional collaboration gave him an odd sense of déjà vu, like a major superhero movie franchise. Just then Meow Meow suddenly asked, apart from the Great War, are there other events that can connect all the cities? Why not unite from the start and nip danger in the bud? The grand celebration can also connect all cities where supernatural forces from each city interact. The police chief answered the first question, but to the second he appeared somewhat bewildered. After a moment, he finally said, all cities form the Human Federation. Isn't that unity? Supernatural beings have their own lives. They are heroes, not criminals. Their personal choices should be respected, not interfered with. Dong's mouth twitched. The grand celebration was understandable, like an Olympics or other major international event replacing nations, with cities allowing supernatural factions to mingle and exchange. But the explanation for the second question was a stretch. No, not a stretch, just overly idealistic. The power of a strong supernatural being sometimes surpasses that of an army. Allowing such individuals to roam freely in a city was no different from letting a military unit with personal emotions wander around. What if a supernatural lost control? What leader would be so careless? Setting aside combat-type supernaturals, there were also covert abilities, like information implantation. If not detected and stopped by other supernaturals, one could silently manipulate the populace, driving people to suicide, stealing wealth, or even forming political parties to seize control of a nation. If Don Lo were in the official position and discovered people like himself, he would definitely impose strict supervision immediately. Even before he developed physical attack methods, his information implantation alone would be terrifying. Once straying onto the wrong path, the social harm would be immense. So rather than talk about respecting supernatural choices, it would be more plausible to say they couldn't defeat them and dared not supervise, or that each city was actually ruled by supernaturals who wanted to maintain independence. Both explanations were more credible. Besides, was also a form. Is it the influence of that thought-constraining force? Rubbing his chin, Don Lo could only speculate for now. A force covering the entire human federation, constraining everyone's thought patterns. Truly terrifying. He wondered if that force was accidental or man-made. Afterward, Don Lo asked a few more questions, such as about research and promotion of supernatural abilities. But the Baijiang City Police Chief knew little about that, only saying that some cities were actively exploring and researching, others still relied on primitive training methods, and some completely depended on love and friendship. Thanks for the answers. With a snap of his fingers, Don Lo erased himself and Meow Meow from the chief's memory and surveillance footage, then implanted a memory of checking supernatural cases. The two then left the police station and headed to other government offices, repeating the same questions they had asked the chief, receiving similar answers. After leaving the courthouse, Meow Meow looked at Don Lo. What's next? Where are we going? Don Lo's eyes flickered. To see the mayor of Baijiang City. Although the Great War gave him an odd sense of déjà vu, one undeniable fact was its danger. Extreme danger. It required the combined strength of all lawful supernatural forces in the human federation, and sometimes even the chaotic ones, to survive. Moreover, its occurrence, time, location, cause, and scope were all unpredictable. Facing such a bizarre phenomenon, it was nothing short of a miracle that the human federation had endured this long. If he continued with his petty operations, how would he stand against a real crisis? Better to use the time now to expand his operations and prove to the other Don Los in the group that he wasn't the worst off. The mayor of Baijiang City. Yes. In Baijiang City, within the municipal government building, Mayor Jiang Qiao paced anxiously in his office, turning his head to glance at the phone on his desk every dozen or so seconds, terrified of missing a call. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in his office. Mayor Jiang Qiao, am I correct? The restless Jiang Qiao jerked his head toward the sound, only to discover that two individuals had inexplicably appeared in the office, both appearing remarkably young, with one seemingly not even of age. Rather than fear, he was overwhelmed with relief, exhaling deeply. Yes, I am Jiang Qiao. Are you the supernatural agents dispatched by the Federation to handle the incident at No. 3 Middle School? The vicious case involving an attack on over 1,000 individuals at Baijiang City's No. 3 Middle School could not possibly be suppressed, especially given the sensitive nature of the location, a school, and that most victims were students. From the moment he learned of the incident, Jiang Qiao determined that Baijiang City was incapable of handling it alone, reporting the matter and requesting reinforcements. Until just now, he had been fretting like an ant on a hot pan over the higher-ups' delayed response. Seeing Don Lo and Meow Meow appear silently, he immediately assumed they were the supernatural agents dispatched by the Human Federation. Don Lo raised an eyebrow, disregarding Jiang Qiao's relief, and directly denied his identity. No! No! Jiang Qiao froze, but in the next moment Dong Le's words took a sudden turn. Dong Lu said, "To be more precise, we actually live in Baijiang City. I have already dealt with the perpetrator of the No. 3 middle school case, leaving only one entity with immortality that proves somewhat troublesome, though its power is weak and poses little direct threat. You are local supernatural agents from Baijiang City, and you have already eliminated the culprit of the No. 3 middle school case." The joy was so sudden that Jiang Qiao found it momentarily unbelievable. "Of course." Dong Lu opened his right hand, and a pure radiant consciousness emerged from his palm. The perpetrator of the No. 3 middle school case was a witch formed from the despair and resentment of students who had been bullied to death. This is the pure consciousness left behind after her demise. Jiang Qiao, without a shred of doubt, grasped Dong Le's hand and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent, this is wonderful. On behalf of all the citizens of Baijiang City, I thank you for your assistance." Dong Lu looked at him and broached another topic. "Mayor Jiang Qiao, aside from gratitude, have you ever considered taking any other actions? For instance, preventing such incidents from recurring?" "Prevent?" Jiang Qiao was momentarily dazed, then seemed to grasp the implication. "Sir, do you mean increasing investment in school governance to prevent cases of campus bullying from happening again?" "Rest assured, we will certainly ramp up investment and supervision, formulate corresponding policies, and conduct regular training and evaluations for both teachers and students." Jiang Qiao vowed earnestly. Dong Lu looked at him, utterly devoid of confidence. It wasn't that he doubted Jiang Qiao's words, but believing and effectiveness were two entirely different matters. Earlier, to determine whether the superpowered Dong Le's memories and thoughts were flawed, the national-level Dong Le had reviewed every single thought the superpowered Dong Le had ever had since arriving in the superpowered world. According to the national-level Dong Le, before the superpowered Dong Le broke free from mental constraints, whenever he was on the verge of realizing that the world and the city had issues, a force would suppress his thoughts, preventing him from delving deeper. Miao Miao once mentioned that when she arrived in Baijiang City, her consciousness shifted and her mind cleared somewhat. At that time, Dong Le had been following that line of thought and was close to deducing that Baijiang City possessed some peculiarity, but before he could ponder whether this conclusion could be extended to other cities, his thoughts were diverted. Similar instances included the ubiquitous sight of various animal-eared girls and animal-human hybrids on the streets. Dong Le should have noticed the anomaly immediately, yet he bizarrely overlooked it and continued with his usual daily rhythm. From these phenomena one could glimpse just how powerful the influence of the force hovering over the Human Federation truly was. Even the current structure of the Human Federation might have been shaped under its sway. The supernatural realms of each city were relatively independent, yet all harbored both order-aligned and chaos-aligned factions. If Jiang Qiao pushed for stricter supervision and punishment of campus bullying, curbing the growth of extreme negative emotions, he would be suppressing the development of the city's chaos-aligned supernatural forces, likely drawing the influence of that force. And it wouldn't just be Jiang Qiao, even those carrying out his orders might be affected. Under such circumstances, how could Dong Le trust that his assurances would bear fruit? Nevertheless, Dong Le didn't dampen the others' enthusiasm. Success or failure, it would only be known through practice, and it would also serve to see just how far the force above the Human Federation could go. "And what else?" Jiang Qiao was puzzled. "What else? Is there anything more I can do?" Dong Le clarified. "Why not establish an official institution to consolidate all supernatural forces in this city, conduct specialized research and handling, and attempt to suppress all chaos-aligned factions through force?" This. Jiang Qiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to articulate it. A sharp glint flashed in Dong Le's eyes. He knew the other was in a struggle. With a thought, he silently inscribed a command into Jiang Qiao's consciousness, protecting his mind from the influence of that thought-averting force. Of the 2 steps previously discovered to escape thought diversion, only the command was truly critical. Experiencing mental attack served merely as a dispensable catalyst. Indeed, after the command was inscribed, the struggle on Jiang Qiao's face visibly diminished. Following the logic, Dong Le's proposal presented few issues. In fact, the concerns he had previously harbored paled in significance before the safety of the city and its citizens. Jiang Qiao felt a sudden clarity and insight. Why had he never thought of such a simple matter before? Then his expression turned troubled. Establishing an official institution for supernatural beings is not something I can decide alone. It requires reporting to higher authorities and approval from the state level. Then make it a semi-official institution. Dongla shook his head. He had no desire to engage with the state-level authorities of the Human Federation for now. I will handle the establishment of the institution. What I need from you is support and endorsement. That's easy. Jiang Qiao's brow relaxed. Cooperation between city authorities and civilian supernatural organizations was not unheard of within the Human Federation, making the matter much simpler to handle. Then it's settled. Dongla nodded. Subsequently, the two discussed the organizational structure, membership funding, and other aspects of the Sinto-established semi-official institution. As the conversation concluded and Dongla and Miao Miao vanished, Jiang Qiao felt a sense of unreality. He realized he didn't even know their names yet, had instinctively trusted them, and allowed them to dominate the conversation's pace. Never mind, as long as this city is protected, nothing else matters. Several days later, the Institute for the Management of Extraordinary Affairs was officially inaugurated. In Baijiang City, Wan Shangfei was in a foul mood. Several of his girlfriends, who were students at the 3rd Middle School, had recently been hospitalized due to an accident. Among them were 2 of his favorite types, and he had planned to spend the night at their homes, but now all those plans were ruined. Frustrated, he drove into a residential area and pushed open the door. A group of strikingly beautiful girls with dyed hair enthusiastically gathered around him, offering comfort and helping him with his belongings. Darling, you're back. Honey, how are you? Are you tired? Are those sisters from the 3rd Middle School all right? Seeing the bevy of beauties at home, Wan Shangfei's irritation dissipated somewhat. He scooped up one of his girlfriends and kissed her fiercely, then said with a roguish grin, What could happen? The culprit was dealt with by the authorities shortly after appearing. Just give it a few days, and once they've rested they should be discharged. He licked his lips and added, It's a shame the incident caused such a commotion. The hospital is crawling with cops and parents, or I'd have stayed there tonight. The girls present showed no reaction to his lecherous remark. Instead, they were more astonished by another piece of news. The culprit has already been dealt with. Honey, you're not joking, are you? That was a monster that nearly killed thousands. Just look it up online yourselves. Wan Shangfei waved his hand, his expression darkening as he recalled the swiftness of the authorities. In fact, the incident at the 3rd Middle School might have had something to do with him. About 2 or 3 years ago, an app had mysteriously appeared on his phone capable of hypnotizing others without their knowledge, compelling them to obey his commands. With such a convenient tool at his disposal, Wan Shangfei quickly began to entertain wicked thoughts. He used the app to relentlessly pursue pleasure, but soon grew tired of mere physical relationships and began seeking spiritual gratification. He enjoyed conquering strong-willed individuals, so he would use the app to gather scandals and dark secrets of powerful women. While they were fully conscious, he would threaten them into submission, savoring the look of hatred and helpless rage in their eyes. He also reveled in admiration and playing the savior, targeting impressionable students. Using the app, he would drive the girls he fancied to ruin, incite campus violence to leave them isolated and desperate, then appear as the sole beacon of hope in their lives, winning them all over. At other times, he would use the app to pursue sundry delinquent girls, taking pleasure in their defiant yet worried expressions, and the regret on their faces when they quarreled and threatened to break up. If his memory served him right, he had played a similar game at the 3rd Middle School. Yi Rulan had originally been one of his targets, but he had misjudged the limits and driven her to her death prematurely. So when he heard about the mass attack involving over 1,000 people at the 3rd Middle School, Wan Shangfei was terrified. Only after learning that the authorities had dealt with the culprit did his anxiety slightly ease. Of course, it was only a slight relief. After all, the authorities' possession of overwhelming power was not a good thing for him either. If his deeds were ever discovered, death would be the only outcome. The thought made him lose all desire to be intimate with his girlfriends. He waved them away, pondering whether he should keep a low profile for a while and cut ties with some people. Just then several flashbangs were thrown through the window. Before anyone inside could react, a blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a violent tremor, causing temporary blindness and deafness. At the same time, a much louder noise came from the front door. Wan Shangfei's expression changed drastically. Fighting back nausea and discomfort, he grabbed the phone from his pocket and, relying on memory and muscle memory, opened the most familiar app. He thrust it forward while shouting, "Don't move! Don't anyone move!" He had no idea who was after him, but as long as he could make the attackers see the hypnosis interface, he still had a chance to turn the tables. But the next moment several gunshots rang out. A bullet tore through his arm, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and the phone he was holding fell to the ground. "Ah! My hand! My hand!" Wan Shangfei collapsed to his knees in agony. Through the shattered door, a group of special operations soldiers in bulletproof vests, masks, and goggles, armed with rifles and kicked out to the teeth, swarmed in. Unaffected by Wan Shangfei's hypnosis app, they swiftly and efficiently subdued everyone inside. After confirming there were no other threats, the team leader adjusted the radio device by his ear. "Black Hawk calling base, Black Hawk calling base. Over." After a moment, a voice crackled back over the radio. "Base receiving. Go ahead, Black Hawk. Over. Target secured, anomalous item recovered. It appears to be a black smartphone. No friendly casualties. We are now sweeping the area for any other anomalous items. Over. Mission accomplished. Black Hawk, please return to base with the anomalous item, the holder, and all affected individuals as soon as possible. Cleanup will be handled by other units. Over. Roger. Over." After the brief exchange, the radio fell silent, leaving only meaningless background static. Wan Shangfei and his girlfriends were escorted into a vehicle at gunpoint. Even at this point, he clung to a sliver of hope. As his senses partially returned, he gritted his teeth against the pain and tried to tempt the special operations soldiers. "Who are you? What do you want? I can give you anything, money, women." The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and was knocked unconscious. The vehicle remained silent for a long time, eventually driving into an underground base. After traversing a stretch of darkness, a bright white light flooded in. The sign at the main entrance displayed the name of the institution, Institute for the Study of Anomalous Phenomena. The base was originally an underground fortress built by a chaotic supernatural faction in Baijiang City. After their demise, the location fell into the hands of the Baijiang authorities, and was later given to the Institute as its headquarters. The staff at the base consisted partly of recruits from society, who after passing certain assessments were imprinted with commands to work. Others were former officials, who had left their original units to join the Institute, or were even seconded from official agencies. Of course, upon joining, everyone was uniformly imprinted with commands, partly to unlock their mental shackles and free them from the influence of deviant forces, and partly to ensure their loyalty and prevent leaks. Although it had been established for less than a month, it already operated with the discipline of a mature organization. After identity verification, the Comtian Special Operations Unit smoothly entered the base, completed the transfer of personnel, and the anoma. The ascending radiance gradually receded, and the once blurred consciousness grew lucid, extending a luminous tendril that conveyed a sense of filial affection. "Mom! Mother!" Dongla raised an eyebrow, surmising that the prolonged harboring of this consciousness within his own body had led the nascent entity to misunderstand. Though he harbored no aversion to adopting a child, the fact that this one had even mistaken his gender left him utterly speechless. Amid a whirlwind of random thoughts, Dongla reached out to pat the head of the pure consciousness entity, offering a response. "Call me Director. From now on you shall be Xian Sheng, a homophone for new life. Director Mother Xian Sheng." The pure consciousness entity conveyed a surge of jubilant emotion. Dongla pressed his hand to his forehead. To think it had appended Mother to Director as well. That sorceress hadn't seemed foolish in life, So why had her residual consciousness become such a stubborn, simple-minded child? Just then the door swung open. Meow Meow entered clutching several documents and a smartphone. She cast a glance at the spirit-like entity radiating white light, then placed the files and the black smartphone on the desk. Lulu, the Airborne Special Action Unit has returned. After interrogation, we found that this anomalous item's ability is of the same type as yours, so I brought it over. The Institute for the Management of Anomalous Phenomena had only recently been established, yet the Baijiang City Police Department's case files were fully transparent to it. Coupled with Dawnless Intelligence Network, various cold cases involving the supernatural were swiftly resolved. For supernaturals, like Wan Shangfei, who relied on anomalous items or possessed weak abilities, the Institute typically delegated their handling to the Special Action Unit. If a threat proved too formidable for the unit, Dong Lo would intervene personally. Confiscated anomalous items were cataloged and allocated for research and management. Of course, the bulk of the research was currently conducted by Dong Lo, with other scholars primarily studying and offering insights. Captured humans were dealt with according to their crimes. For someone like Wan Shangfei, who used anomalous items to recklessly disrupt social order and ruin families, the death penalty was the greatest mercy, though they might occasion an ability identical to mine. Dong Lo picked up the smartphone, turning it over in his hands. In the nearly month since the Institute's founding, it had confiscated over 10 anomalous items and apprehended an even greater number of supernaturals. Some preliminary research results had already emerged. For instance, anomalous items and supernaturals with similar initial abilities often shared a connection in their fundamental nature, specifically a link in their energy circuits. This similarity could be leveraged to better understand the generation and manifestation of supernatural forces on a macro level. It was for this reason that Meow Meow, knowing the hypnosis phone would aid Dong Lo, had brought it to him without delay. Thanks, I appreciate your hard work. Dong Lo expressed his gratitude. The little cat-haired girl, who had once only known how to eat cat food, had grown quite well. A faint, barely perceptible smile touched Meow Meow's lips. As long as she could help Dong Lo, she was happy. And then they'll head back now. There's still a lot of work to do. Meow, wait a moment. Dong Lo called out to her. Is there something else? Dong Lo beckoned to Xian Sheng, and the little being of light instantly flew to his side. Meow Meow stared at Xian Sheng. Is it the consciousness left behind by that sorceress? Has it already developed self-awareness? Yes. After I erased the sorceress' despair and agony, her consciousness dissipated, leaving only this behind. Although its power is considerable, its intellect is not high. The little being of light seemed to know Dong Lo was talking about it, puffing out its chest and stepping forward. Dong Lo patted Xian Sheng's head and looked at Meow Meow. I've named it Xian Sheng. Am thinking of entrusting it to you for now. What do you think? Me? Meow Meow felt an inexplicable reluctance. She herself was less than a year old. Can't you just imprint a consciousness directly onto it? Wouldn't that be more convenient? It's not a matter of convenience. I want to observe what a spiritual being like Xian Sheng will become through natural growth. You're the only one in the Institute I can trust with this for now. Meow Meow's ears perked up and her expression brightened. She waved at Xian Sheng. In that case, it'll take good care of it. Xian Sheng gazed at Dong Lo, reluctant to part. Go on. Think of her as your older sister. Dong Lo smiled subtly, implanting a directive into Xian Sheng to protect Meow Meow's thoughts from distortion and ensure its loyalty. Only then did Xian Sheng alight on Meow Meow's shoulder and follow her out. Dong Lo let out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. Having Meow Meow act as Xian Sheng's guardian was partly to observe the entity's natural development, but also to have Xian Sheng protect Meow Meow. Dong Lo genuinely cared for this little assistant, who had always been by his side. Otherwise, with his abilities, he could have simply chosen anyone in the Institute, imprinted a loyalty directive, and guaranteed their absolute fealty. His drifting thoughts returned to the present. Dong Lo picked up the documents on the table, which primarily detailed Wan Shangfei's experience with the hypnosis app. According to the interrogation, the number of people the app could control was linked to the phone's battery level. The more people controlled simultaneously, and the more the commands defied common sense, the greater the power consumption. The app could be sent to other phones, but the derivative apps ultimately drew power from the original device, and the original phone could revoke the derivative app's permissions. As he read on, Donla found them. Donla opened the hypnosis app, staring at the spinning pattern on the screen. Soon he sensed a force attempting to sway his will, yet it utterly failed to shake his resolve. Countless invisible tendrils emanated from Donla, delving into the smartphone's interior. Behind the dense array of electronic components, a spiritual force had coalesced into a bafflingly complex circuit, chaotic to the point where it was impossible to discern which components connected to which, or what their specific functions were. Donla's expression turned wry. He decisively called for reinforcements, sending the memory to the chat group. Superpower Donla brothers need help. National Ball Donla, damn, what junk did you dig out of the trash heap this time? Looks even more complex than the last one. Superpower Donla, am stumped too. The energy circuits behind naturally formed anomalous items and supernaturals are always this messy, nowhere near clean. TT Succubus Donla, some parts look familiar. They resemble the theoretical model for part of the biocomputer I've been building. Superpower Donla was instantly thrilled. Really? Big shot, this energy circuit diagram came from a hypnosis phone. The hypnosis software on it can use the original phone as its core and keep spreading. The only downside is that it ultimately drains the original phone's battery. Tycoon Donla, delegating energy and abilities to derivatives. Sounds a bit like the concept of cloud computing, distributing total resources. Let me go ask my employees. Wait for me. Gold magnate Donla, I think so too. I'll go too. Wilderness Donla, let's have a brainstorming session. Throw out any ideas you have. Let's simplify this thing as quickly as possible to help Superpower grow. Things aren't peaceful on his end. Just after Wilderness Donla sent his message, Succubus Donla also posted the theoretical design for the biocomputer she had been working on. The atmosphere in the group chat quickly grew lively. Several days later, the Donvils in the group chat had simplified the energy circuits of the hypnosis app. The once complex circuits had transformed into several interlocking geometric patterns, exuding a unique aesthetic. Wild Dodal, if it works, let us know. Super Donvil, of course, thanks for the hard work, everyone. National Ball Donvil, we're all brothers, no need for thanks. Just remember us when you make it big. Super Donvil, we're all on the same side. How could I ever forget our bond? Super Donvil sent the message with a wry smile and shifted his attention away from the chat. Taking a deep breath, he settled himself. The tendrils of his information implantation ability delved into his own being, completing an internal examination. The dense web of energy circuits was even more numerous than those of the hypnosis app. Some were his original ones, while others had been added during his recent research into various supernaturals and supernatural items. After a moment, the invisible tendrils began their creation. As a new energy circuit was completed, Donvil suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, extremely faint, that vanished the moment he tried to grasp it. But at least this method is feasible. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. As long as the approach was correct, everything else would fall into place. He called Meow Meow, instructing her not to let anyone disturb him. Then Donvil immersed himself entirely in drawing the energy circuits. At the Institute for Supernatural Affairs Management, a small pitch-black figure pleaded with the girl, and the small being of light guarding the door to Donvil's office. Miss Meow, can't you really let me see him? I mean no harm. Otherwise, why would I willingly stay here? Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? It was Xianjiang. Back when the Institute was established, Donvil had thought of the entity still roaming outside and personally negotiated a deal with it. If Xianjiang could make significant contributions to the Institute's work and vow not to use its knowledge to harm the public, Donvil would reveal how he had erased the witch's negative emotions. Xianjiang readily agreed. In its view, the humans of this world face disasters periodically. By seizing the right opportunity, it could soon make a great contribution and obtain the method. As for not harming public safety, once the method was in hand, why care about that? No! Meow Meow stood firm with Xian Sheng at the door, uttering just 2 words. Her gaze at Xianjiang was filled with vigilance, She wouldn't let her guard down just because it seemed harmless, nor would she allow it to disturb Dongle. Why are you always like this? Why won't you trust me? Xianjiang sighed at Meow Meow's resolute attitude, then its form faded and vanished. Before Meow Meow could relax, a white light suddenly burst around Dongle's office. Xianjiang's fragmented figure appeared abruptly. Xian Sheng let out a warning cry, telling it not to try again. Little one, I was the one who nurtured your predecessor. Can't you just pretend you didn't see me? Having its stealth attempt thwarted, Xianjiang grumbled with resentment as it reassembled its body. To obtain Dongle's method for erasing a witch's negative emotions, it had already suppressed its creative urges, but all it received in return was suspicion. Maybe it should just leave this place altogether. After all, no one could truly trap it. Just then the office door opened and Dongle stepped out. If you leave, our deal is off. Can you read my mind? Your mental abilities shouldn't work on me. Xianjiang paused, its frivolity fading as it stared at Dongle with gravity. It seemed that every time it met Dongle he brought a different feeling. Dongle shook his head. No, but I've recently gained some new power. I can vaguely perceive a person's emotions and thus guess their thoughts. Is that so? Congratulations. Since you're so strong, you must crave an opponent. Give me the method and I promise to create one that will satisfy you. Xianjiang never missed a chance to steer the conversation toward its goal. Dongle repeated the terms of their deal. Our agreement is that I'll tell you the method only after you've made a significant contribution. Xianjiang pointed accusingly at Meow Meow. But your people are stopping me from getting close to you. If I don't know what you need, how can I help you or make any contribution? Not necessarily. If you're willing to share all the knowledge you possess, I could make an exchange. Xianjiang was silent for a moment as if weighing the value. That's not fair. Then it vanished. Dongle didn't mind and praised Meow Meow, who stood guard at his office. Well done. Beside him, Xian Sheng circled Dongle unhappily, trying to get his attention. Dongle added, Of course, little Xian Sheng did well too. Humph humph humph. Xian Sheng leaped with joy, its white light flickering like flames as it sang a cheerful tune. Dongle shook his head. If Meow Meow had mature thoughts, Xian Sheng was truly a child. Meow, I need you to do something. All right, what is it? Spread a video. I've sent it to you. Meow Meow took out her phone and saw a new video in her messaging app. It was short with simple content, a dot evolving into a line, then a triangle, a quadrilateral, a pentagon, a hexagon, until it became a circle. Yet she felt drawn into it. This is a method inspired by that hypnosis phone, allowing me to spread my power through this video. A smile tugged at Dongle's lips. So far, Dongle's power, though strong, was still within understandable limits. After all, he had to leave energy storage circuits in others' bodies, and then retrieve the stored energy to sustain his high-intensity outputs. This method had an upper limit. First, the circuits accumulated power through each emotional fluctuation, but that took time. Second, the circuits had to be inscribed by his own hand, and he could only retrieve the power within a certain range, a significant limitation. Now, by borrowing the hypnosis phone's method of dissemination, he could finally change his outdated way of acquiring energy. Using himself as the source and the video as the imprint node, anyone who watched the video would be subtly infected by Dongle's power, unknowingly inscribed with an energy storage circuit. When he needed to reclaim the energy, he could do so through the video nodes. The only constraint was Dongle's power supply. If it was insufficient, the video would remain just a video. But this issue would resolve itself as more people were inscribed with circuits, increasing the energy input. Ultimately, it would achieve a self-sustaining effect. The entire world would become Dongle's power source. Though Meow Meow didn't understand the details, she supported whatever Dongle wanted to do. All right, I'll go find the information department right away. Thank you. Soon we'll have real power to protect ourselves in this bizarre world. Dongle smiled and ruffled Meow Meow's hair. At Baijiang City Airport, Chow Wei-hua had been glancing around eagerly ever since she stepped off the plane, her exuberant demeanor, as if she had discovered an entirely new world. Wei-hua, tone it down. Haven't you noticed everyone staring at you? The small white beast flying beside her slapped a paw against its own face, already regretting the hastiness of its initial choice of contractor. Huh? Reminded Xiao Weihuo looked around, and indeed found many people gazing her way. She immediately assumed a stern expression, feigning composure, though her steps unconsciously quickened considerably. Only after exiting the airport did she heave a huge sigh of relief. She no longer dared to be as uninhibited as before, instead cautiously observing this unfamiliar city, scrutinizing the ears and tails of passers-by. Her fidgety demeanor made one suspect that given the right opportunity, she might even rush over to touch one. Until a small white beast blocked her entire view. What are you doing? Don't block me. Xiao Weihuo reached out to push aside her contracted familiar, but it dodged her hand with a swift movement. The small beast named she spoke in a stern tone. Weihuo, we're not here to play. We need to investigate the cause of the anomaly in Baijiang City, as foretold in the prophecy. Have you thought about what to do next? Not long ago in the city, they hailed from a magical girl with prophetic abilities, had seen the world shrouded by an indescribable shadow, with countless aberrations emerging from Baijiang City, ravaging the world. It was to investigate the source of the anomaly, to see if it was the prelude to another great final battle that they had come. Well? Xiao Weihuo scratched her cheek. She had been quite tense initially, but upon arriving she had inexplicably forgotten her earlier anxiety. Looking away with a sheepish expression, she said, Isn't that why I have you? You must have everything arranged. She looked utterly exasperated. You can't always rely on me. When will you ever grow up? Why do I need to grow up? Isn't it fine as it is? Xiao Weihuo said nonchalantly, knowing that magical girls were always composed of young girls. If she grew up, what would happen if she could no longer be a magical girl? You? Forget it, give me your phone. She had intended to scold its contractor, but recalling she was merely a 13 or 14-year-old girl, it reluctantly desisted. After Xiao Weihuo took out her phone, she used telekinesis to operate the navigation app and hailed a car to the pre-booked hotel in the city center. All right, go rest at the hotel in the city center first, then we can investigate slowly. Having completed the operation, she tossed the phone back to its contractor. Xiao Weihuo nodded. Should we go find the Guardian Organization of Baijiang City? I heard from seniors that Baijiang City's interregnum ended not long ago, and a new Guardian Organization has been established. With their help, the mission would be much easier, right? Kai's answer, however, surprised Xiao Weihuo. No, we won't seek them out. We won't seek them out. She landed on Xiao Weihuo's head and explained to her. Weihuo, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? The time Baijiang City's interregnum ended and the time we received the prophecy are merely a little over a month apart. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Xiao Weihuo mused. Do you mean the anomaly in Baijiang City might be connected to that newly emerged organization? I don't know, but as long as that possibility exists, we must be cautious. She warned Xiao Weihuo carefully. As they spoke, the car they had called arrived. The driver confirmed the last digits of their license plate, and without picking up the wrong passengers drove towards the city center. The scenery outside the window receded rapidly. After watching for a while, Xiao Weihuo lost interest and turned to look at the driver in the front seat, opening her mouth to ask about some local legends of Baijiang City. Before she could speak, she blocked her with an arm. What's wrong? Xiao Weihuo glanced at the driver in the front seat. Seeing he hadn't noticed, she mouthed the question to Qi. The driver is off. Kai's voice reached Xiao Weihuo's ears without alerting the driver. I can sense a faint power within his body. Xiao Weihuo's gaze sharpened. Though her personality was carefree, she was never careless when it came to fighting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught Kai's eye or been sent to Baijiang City to investigate the anomaly. Should I subdue him? Xiao Weihuo was confident that even without transforming, she could subdue the driver and safely stop the car within a second. Not for now. She rejected her suggestion mainly because the driver didn't seem aware of the special power within him. If he could utilize it, he should at least be able to perceive Kai's presence. Moreover, Qi found it hard to believe their luck was so good that they would randomly encounter someone with special powers on the streets of any city they visited. If such a situation did occur, it might not be a matter of luck, but rather that the transition between particularity and universality had already been completed, making those with special powers more common than those without. With this thought, Kai's figure faded and vanished, reappearing inside various cars on the road to closely inspect the condition of each driver and passenger. Indeed, it sensed the presence of special power within the vast majority of drivers and passengers. But what was even stranger was the feeling this power gave it. It was neither the extreme agonizing nature of chaotic supernatural beings nor the warmth and radiance of orderly ones. If it had to be described, it was peaceful and plain. But energy doesn't appear out of nowhere. Where did the one causing all this get so much energy to distribute to ordinary people, and what does he intend to do? She felt its thoughts trapped in a dead end. When it reappeared in the car, the earlier lightness was gone, replaced by a worried expression. Chow Wei-hua asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Wei-hua, the situation might be far worse than we imagined." She recounted what it had discovered. Just as it finished, it noticed Chow Wei-hua's peculiar expression. "Have you considered a different perspective? How could those monsters or villains be kind enough to distribute power without side effects to ordinary people? Isn't it possible that the power originally belonged to ordinary people merely awakened and awaiting harvest?" She instinctively wanted to refute Chow Wei-hua's fanciful notion, but opening its mouth, it had to admit her theory indeed aligned more with practical logic. Seeing it speechless, Chow Wei-hua grew even more triumphant. "Haven't you always said that all supernatural power in the world originates from the human heart? Then if someone could build a dam within the human heart, couldn't they intercept that power?" She looked at Chow Wei-hua with newfound respect, hardly believing those words had come from her lips. "Perhaps." Before it could finish, a powerful shockwave suddenly swept through, flinging all the cars on the road into the air. The moment the car was sent flying, heaven and earth spun, and a tremendous impact struck. She instantly used his power to protect Chow Wei-hua and the driver in the front seat, sparing them from disaster. Even so, both were severely injured, and the driver had fallen into unconsciousness. Kicking open the car door, Chow Wei-hua stepped out, clutching her bleeding head. Looking up, she saw a figure enveloped in a gray glow, maniacally wreaking havoc on the surroundings. She cursed. "What the hell is that?" she explained in surprise. "It's a fallen magical girl." "A fallen magical girl? A witch?" "Close enough. A witch uses negative emotions as energy from the start, while a fallen magical girl initially harnesses positive emotions, but later turns to negative ones, joining the witch's ranks. But this behavior is extremely dangerous and can easily cause severe mental damage. I wonder why one has appeared in Baijiang City. I don't care about all those intricacies. Just tell me straight, can she be saved or can I kill her?" Chow Wei-hua wiped the blood from her forehead, her expression fierce. "We can. A fallen one can rarely return to their original state. Though I don't know why she fell. Granting her peace is the best choice." "Understood." Chow Wei-hua clenched her fists, and her casual clothes emitted a glow, instantly transforming into a gorgeous pink ceremonial gown. Even her injuries largely healed during the transformation. The gray figure wreaking havoc in midair was drawn by the commotion of Chow Wei-hua's transformation. Perhaps stirred by some memory, or simply sensing a threat, she suddenly went into a frenzy. "Die, die, die! All magic! Familiars! Must die!" Her frenzied roar propelled waves of gray-black energy bolts outward. Chow Wei-hua was about to dodge, but noticed the surrounding vehicles. She unleashed a larger energy bolt, colliding with the fallen magical girl's attack. The explosion and roar sent shockwaves rippling in all directions. Chow Wei-hua soared into the air, relieved that the fallen magical girl's attention remained on her. Locking eyes with her, she said, "Though I don't know who you are, rest in peace." She raised her pink magic wand, and the gathered power transformed into a crimson energy beam, roaring fiercely. "Traitors all deserve to die." The fallen magical girl shrieked even more violently, disregarding her dwindling power, and released a similar beam with both hands. At the moment of collision, the world seemed to gain another sun, a torrent of light and heat breaking free, nearly igniting everything. Before Chow Wei-hua could recover from her weakness, the fallen girl appeared behind her. Negative energy like racing lightning tore through her defenses with a howl. What a lunatic! Chow Wei-hua was beaten into a corner struggling to keep up and cursed aloud. The fallen girl was constantly overdrawing her power. Even if defeated, she would die from energy depletion after this battle. What was the point? No, I can't let this continue. Chow Wei-hua glanced around. The battle's aftermath had already caused severe damage to Baijiang City. She deliberately left an opening, letting the fallen girl knock her away using the momentum to create distance. Then raising her wand she shouted, "Please lend me your power." As one of a magical girl's trump cards, gathering kindness, love, and other positive emotions from people's hearts could unleash their ultimate strength beyond limits. However, the next moment Chow Wei-hua stood frozen, no power converging around her. It's that damn! It's cut off the power of people's hearts. Realizing the cause, Chow Wei-hua knew things were dire, but it was too late to change tactics. The fallen magical girl had exploited the gap in her power gathering. Surging negative emotions turned into lightning, pressing down on Chow Wei-hua until she could barely breathe, her wounds multiplying. Worse, the negative energy from the fallen girl was invading her body, hindering her power. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Chow Wei-hua was sent flying backward, nailed into the ground. Wei-hua! Seeing his contractor struck down, she was frantic. He charged forward to stop the fallen girl's next attack, but couldn't even break her defense, and was torn apart by her blow. Chow Wei-hua struggled to stand, but the fallen girl gave her no chance. She gathered a gray energy beam with both hands, a torrent that pierced the heavens, slowly spreading and engulfing the world. Time seemed to slow. Chow Wei-hua instinctively closed her eyes, hopelessly awaiting the unexpected yet imminent death. After a moment, the imagined pain didn't come. Instead, she felt a faint warmth. Opening her eyes, she was stunned to see a figure of flowing light standing before her, casually raising a white light barrier with one hand, effortlessly absorbing all the fallen girl's attacks. With a gentle push, the barrier reversed the assault, erasing everything. Starlight scattered from the sky. The battle was over. You are? Chow Wei-hua was speechless with astonishment. The flowing light figure did not answer, shrinking into a beam of light that landed on another person's shoulder. Miao Miao walked over unhurriedly, her gaze scrutinizing Chow Wei-hua and Qi. You? Aren't resurgents from Baijiang City, are you? Chow Wei-hua was taken aback. Resurgence? What's that? Miao Miao thought for a moment, as if organizing her words. You know about the great battle, right? Yes, but what does that have to do with it? Chow Wei-hua was puzzled. Because during the great battle some people fell into critical injury, near death, or even slumber. In the past, these sleepers could use the emotional power unknowingly emitted by the populace to heal and await awakening. But recently something changed in Baijiang City. The emotional power spread by the people was cut off, waking the sleepers due to energy scarcity. To survive, something like that one just now tried to create incidents to harvest energy and recover. Chow Wei-hua blurted out. It's that dam. Miao Miao was confused. What dam? Chow Wei-hua excitedly explained her earlier metaphor. A dam. That's quite apt. Once the power emitted by people's heart stops, what lies beneath the surface will reveal its true face. Miao Miao nodded, then shifted the topic. To discover this so quickly, did you come from another city to investigate? Chow Wei-hua and Qi exchanged a glance, reading the understanding in each other's eyes. They could not admit it. Qi was about to speak when Chow Wei-hua's voice rang out first. How could that be? We're just vacationing from another city, and we happen to have keen senses. Though Miao Miao had saved them, some things were more important than their lives. Until they determined which faction Miao Miao belonged to, and whether she could be trusted, they would admit nothing. This was what Qi had taught her. Steadiness and caution. But Chow Wei-hua failed to notice that as she gave her excuse, two peculiar gazes fell upon her. Miao Miao looked as if she were observing a paramecium with an underdeveloped brain. It was common knowledge that supernaturals from different cities rarely left their own territory unless a major incident occurred, and vacation was clearly not one of them. Qi, on the other hand, slapped her own forehead, regretting having hastily chosen a contractor. Sorry, my child is a bit slow. Before we came, we were warned not to divulge the mission to anyone, hence this behavior. She clasped her tiny hands together in apology to Meow Meow, completely ignoring Chow Wei's wide-eyed stare. We did receive a mission to investigate something here. About a month ago, an attack broke out at Baijiang City No. 3 High School. Though it was quickly resolved, a companion with special sensory abilities discovered that the mastermind behind the incident might be an enemy we've been pursuing for a long time. We just didn't expect to encounter something so bizarre upon arrival. She was telling the truth. They had indeed received a mission, and had indeed found an old adversary, but she never claimed the two events were causally linked. The incident at No. 3 High School. I don't know much about it. I've only been awake for a short while, so I might not be of much help. Meow Meow deceived with the truth as well. Chow Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Only awake for a short while. Are you also a reawakened, a senior from the earlier great battles? Not really a senior. Also, if you wish to continue investigating the enemy, or even the Dike of Human Hearts, I advise you to stop or call for reinforcements. On your own, you cannot handle the current situation in Baijiang City. With those words, Meow Meow left with Xian Sheng. She had already notified the Supernatural Management Bureau about the situation. Someone would come to handle it soon, so there was no need for her to stay. She looked at Chow Wei, still standing dumbfounded, and said with frustration, Wei, what are you standing there for? Go after her. She's a ready-made ally. Huh? What, huh? Use your social skills, stick to her like glue. You're usually good at this. That's different. Chow Wei argued. Being thick-skinned among peers, and being bold before a senior teacher were two entirely different matters. Yet despite her words, her actions were obedient. Senior Meow Meow, wait for me. You've just reawakened, so there must be things you're unfamiliar with. I can help you. She watched her contractor's immature behavior from behind, and shook her head. In truth, she still harbored some suspicion about Meow Meow's identity as a reawakened, but she was after all their savior, and the power Xian Sheng displayed was pure and devoid of negative emotions, so she probably wasn't evil. They would follow her to learn about Baijiang City, then slowly investigate the local supernatural organizations, and that dam built within human hearts. On the other side, Meow Meow looked at Chow Wei, who had caught up, and didn't drive her away. Instead, she gave her a preemptive warning. You can follow me, but I must make it clear I won't get involved in your mission, nor am I interested in who built the Dike of Human Hearts. I'll only deal with those reawakened who cause trouble in the city. Chow Wei's smile froze instantly. Why? Don't you think there's a great secret hidden within this senior? It might concern MPH. Before she could finish, she caught up and covered her mouth. Wei, don't morally blackmail her. She feigned anger, half for Meow Meow's sake and half genuine. They had barely managed to gloss over the mission. Letting Chow Wei spill the beans would undo everything, and even the most patient person would lose their temper after being deceived repeatedly. Meow Meow glanced at the pair, human and familiar, and said indifferently, Maybe there is a secret, but it's none of my business. Besides, don't you think it might be a good thing to cut off this power? It would make it more troublesome for the Chaos faction to replenish their strength. But wouldn't it also be troublesome for us to replenish ours? Chow Wei retorted after breaking free from Chi, still remembering how her trump card had failed, and she had been pinned underground by a corrupted magical girl nearly dying. Yes, it's troublesome for everyone. But as long as it inflicts damage on the Chaos faction, it's a good thing. Chow Wei wanted to argue further, but Kai's voice flowed into her ear. Enough, don't say any more. She doesn't know the prophecy, nor that Baijiang City's anomaly might endanger the world. It's natural for her to think this way. After all, even if magical girls, witches, and all other supernatural forces vanished, the world would still be in the hands of the Human Federation. It might even be more peaceful. As far as she knew, 2 great battles in history had been triggered by those who sought to eradicate supernatural power. Although they ultimately failed under the joint attack of the Order and Chaos factions, the ensuing debate was unprecedented, nearly splitting the Order faction, and it remained a sensitive topic to this day. In Kai's view, Meow Meow's perspective only solidified her identity as an old fossil and a reawakened. With further observation, they might try to recruit Meow Meow into their camp. The somber atmosphere on the road didn't last long. Chow Wei-hua, leveraging her social talents, quickly dispelled the earlier awkwardness, chatting about all sorts of novelties of this era. By the way, Senior, when were you born? You look about my age. Is it maintained through magic? What was your era like? Was it the same as now? Meow Meow paused, as if reminiscing, yet a hint of desolation seeped through. I don't remember. I've forgotten many things. I'm sorry, Senior. I didn't mean to. I really didn't know. Chow Wei-hua quickly apologized. Meow Meow waved her hand. It's fine. I don't mind. If memories are gone, we can create new ones. As long as one lives, anything is possible. Chow Wei-hua nodded emphatically, then suddenly leaped in front of Meow Meow, took a deep breath, and said, Senior, my name is Chow Wei-hua, Chow of Dynasty Wei, of future Hua Flower. In this era, let me and she accompany you to create new meme. Before she could finish, Meow Meow suddenly raised her hand, looking in a certain direction. Careful, there's a reawakened. Chow Wei-hua followed Meow Meow's gaze. Senior, I don't seem to sense anything unusual. Your perception skills still need improvement. Saying this, Meow Meow took out a phone, opened a video, and tossed it to Chow Wei-hua. Stare at it, and some memories will automatically appear in your mind. Chow Wei-hua was puzzled at first, but after watching it once, her mind indeed gained something new. Senior, what is this? A little tool my family made for me. It allows people to directly master certain techniques, but the stronger one's power, the more limited the effect. For you, it should only yield some knowledge. Your family, were they also involved in the great battle, fell into slumber, and reawakened in this era? Chow Wei-hua was filled with reverence. This was a family of heroes. Meow Meow did not answer. What a treasure, what a treasure! Inside an ordinary apartment, a long-haired man with blood on his fingers and bloodshot eyes stared at a canvas with manic excitement. Upon the white canvas was a vivid depiction of a hellish scene. Drawing closer, one could even hear faint ethereal cries. Teacher Lu, I shouldn't have mocked you. I failed to see the value of your work. Spare me, I have a wife and child, I beg you. Lu the madman, if you have the guts, kill me. See what happens to you then. I'll wait for you to rot in hell with me. Pain and hurt, so much awe. A cacophony of voices, pleading, cursing, screaming, filled the air. The long-haired man outside the canvas cast a cold glance over them. Among them were not only his enemies, but also his relatives and innocent bystanders. Yet the moment their faces were painted onto the canvas, their fate was sealed to endure endless torment and suffering. Scream, scream. The louder you cry, the more perfect this hellscape becomes. With that, he picked up a knife and slit his own palm. Using blood as ink, he continued his creation on the canvas. If one observed closely, they would notice that as the long-haired man smeared his blood on the canvas, the white surface gently undulated, absorbing every drop into itself. Simultaneously, the demon's instruments of torture and tormented faces in the painted hell grew clearer, and the screams intensified. An indescribable eeriness and chill pervaded the entire room. Finally, as the last stroke was completed, the chilling atmosphere in the room reached its peak, and so did the long-haired man's excitement. Come, let my soul complete the final touch of divinity. He raised a dagger, aiming for his heart, intending to consecrate the painting with his own life. At the critical moment, a flash of light blasted through the wall, the immense force shaking the entire building. The long-haired man stumbled and fell. Scrambling to his feet, he ignored the damaged wall and frantically searched for the canvas. Seeing the once perfect painting now covered in dust and marred with several scratches, he glared at Chow Wei-hua and the others with murderous rage. Damn it, damn it, damn it! You've ruined my painting. Painting! Chow Wei-hua had rushed over frantically to stop a resurrector from causing harm. Before she could grasp the situation, she saw a disheveled, long-haired, middle-aged man shouting wildly. Just as she was about to apologize, the middle-aged man plunged a knife into his own heart, fixing his venomous gaze on the intruders. Chow Wei-hua. Meow Meow spoke up. Don't bother looking at him. He's been controlled by that canvas, just a puppet. The real danger is the canvas. Chow Wei-hua quickly shifted her gaze to the canvas Meow Meow had indicated. With the death of the long-haired man, the white canvas, as if completing some ritual, turned blood-red from within, beginning to erode reality and form a domain. Within the domain, the demons from the painting came to life, green-faced, fanged, and wielding gruesome instruments of torture. As Senior, Chow Wei-hua swallowed hard, an inexplicable fear gripping her heart. Don't be afraid. It's just the enemy's power interfering with reality. It's a domain formed by negative energy. The more you fear, the stronger your negative emotions become, feeding the enemy's power. Conversely, if you stay calm, observe the flow of energy in the space, and concentrate your strength, breaking free won't be difficult. Miao Miao clenched her right fist and punched, shattering several cracks in the blood-red hellish domain without relying on Xian Sheng's power. She then looked at Chow Wei-hua, signaling her to follow suit. Yes, Senior. Chow Wei-hua's morale lifted. Her gaze swept over the menacing demons charging at her, and her fear dissipated imperceptibly. Taking a deep breath, she dodged the demons' attacks while sensing her surroundings. Suddenly her perception detected a vortex. She fired a beam of energy at it, and the blood-red hellish domain instantly collapsed. The world brightened, returning to normal. The blood-red canvas fell to the ground, its painted hellscape vanished. Chow Wei-hua turned around excitedly. Senior, I did it. Well done. Miao Miao praised her. Although the blood-red canvas hadn't unleashed its full power due to the insufficient number of sacrifices, Chow Wei-hua's ability to shatter the hellish domain in such a short time was indeed commendable. She stepped forward to collect the canvas, then beckoned to Chow Wei-hua. Let's go! We'll continue searching for the next resurrector. Senior, shouldn't we destroy such a harmful object? Chow Wei-hua was puzzled by Miao Miao's decision to keep the canvas. In the past, they would have destroyed such things outright. Why destroy it? Power is just power. As long as it can be controlled, it has value. Who knows when it might come in handy? Miao Miao waved the canvas in her hand, unswayed by the voices emanating from it. Chow Wei-hua felt her worldview shaken. Is that so? She now felt like a student before an authoritative teacher, instinctively believing the other was right. Such a mindset might be fine for a student, but for a magical girl constantly battling dangerous objects, it was problematic. She noticed her hesitation. Wei-hua, different eras have different concepts. Judge based on your own circumstances, don't blindly follow. Okay. Also, you should have a proper talk with her. Whether it's power, skill, or mindset, your senior is an invaluable ally. On the other side, Miao Miao saw Chi whispering to Chow Wei-hua, but paid it no mind. They were merely passing acquaintances, exchanging a few words when they met. If she could recruit the girl to her side and extract some information, that would be ideal. If not, it was no great loss. She flew through the air, continuing her search for resurrectors of the old era. Just then Chow Wei-hua and Chi finished their conversation. Seeming to have made a decision, she revealed her hand to Miao Miao. Senior, what if, just hypothetically, the dam of human hearts in Baijiang City hides a danger that could threaten the entire world? What would you do? Miao Miao was taken aback. Threaten the world? I mean, what if it... Boom. A sudden explosion interrupted the conversation. Amidst blinding light, two hands reached out from behind Chow Wei-hua, and she grabbing one each and dragging them away. Enraged by the attack, Chow Wei-hua swung her wand. Let me go! But the attacker's next words stunned her into silence. Chow Wei-hua, the person beside you is the deputy director of the Baijiang City Supernatural Affairs Management Institute, one of the direct instigators of the Baijiang City anomaly. I'm risking my life to save you. What? Chow Wei-hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing her calm down, the attacker continued. I'm Hugh from the future Magic City. I came to investigate the Baijiang City anomaly and arrived a bit earlier than you. Your companion recently contacted my mentor and asked me to look after you. Hugh's words caught in his throat as he halted mid-flight, staring grimly at Miao Miao and Xian Sheng, who had appeared not far away. Miao Miao's expression turned icy. Leave them behind. Xiao Yi stepped back, instinctively tightening his grip on Chow Wei-hua, and cold sweat beating on his forehead as his heart sank into the abyss. He never expected Miao Miao and Xian Sheng to catch up so quickly. Hand them over. Seeing no response, Miao Miao advanced her overwhelming aura, pressing down. Now she was no longer the frail one who needed Xian Sheng's protection. With dawnless diffusion of the energy storage circuit, the gathered power grew, benefiting everyone at the Institute for Extraordinary Affairs. As Dongle's assistant and the Institute's second in command, Miao Miao naturally improved in both power and technique, even surpassing Xian Sheng's former self. Just then Zhao Weihua broke free from Xiao Yi's grasp, locking eyes with Miao Miao, biting her lip. "Senior, are you the second in command of the Institute for Extraordinary Affairs? Did you build a dam in people's hearts? Were your earlier words all lies? Was everything you said before a deception?" Her eyes pleaded desperately, hoping Miao Miao would deny it, telling her this was all a misunderstanding. Miao Miao paused, shattering her hope. "I never claimed to be a reviver. I only said I hadn't been awake long. Just as you said, you had a mission, but your ultimate goal wasn't to investigate the third middle school incident. It was to look into something in Baijiang City that might threaten the entire world." As she spoke, Miao Miao grew uncertain, guessing based on Zhao Weihua's earlier revelation about the Dam of Hearts in Baijiang City potentially endangering the world. Zhao Weihua paled but persisted. "So are you really going to destroy this world? Why would you do that?" She chimed in. "Are you trying to emulate the two great battles in history and ban supernatural powers? That's what I want to ask you. Why do you think we would endanger this world? He has never had such intentions. On the contrary, he desires world peace more than anyone and hopes to harness supernatural powers for good," Miao Miao retorted. In her eyes, Dongla had never sought to overthrow the world. Instead, he established the Institute for Extraordinary Affairs not only to pursue power for self-protection, but also to maintain social harmony and stability. After all, peace is the foundation of development. Only a peaceful and prosperous world can yield scientific achievements, ideas, and culture, helping people grow and understand the world faster. Smashing a world into ruins yields no benefit. "It's..." Zhao Weihua began, but suddenly stopped. The enemy had already learned of their investigation. She couldn't reveal the prophet's existence. "It seems your judgment wasn't based on normal channels. Why would you trust such a method? Has it never been wrong?" Miao Miao pressed on. A barrage of questions left Zhao Weihua speechless, unable to answer or reveal more. Whether she responded or argued, it would only expose more information. Her reaction only disappointed Miao Miao. Perhaps it had been pointless to talk so much. She should have just subdued them and taken them in for interrogation. If there was a misunderstanding, it could be resolved. If not, then they would fight. Just then Xiao Yi, who had been ignored during the conversation, suddenly relaxed. A blue light bloomed beneath their feet, expanding into a magic circle. Seizing the moment while Zhao Weihua and the others were talking, he had set up a teleportation array. He shouted with relief, "Let's go!" But then something unexpected happened. The teleportation array's light surged, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. Miao Miao said coldly, "You stalled to set up the teleportation array. What do you think I was waiting for?" As she spoke, a more complex array unfolded behind Miao Miao. From the light emerged a man and a woman, both looking mature. Notably, the man's attire bore some resemblance to Xiao Yi's, but it was looser and made of finer material. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. "That's the uniform of a professor-level mage from the past." The mature man, drawn by Xiao Yi's voice, looked him over. "A student from future Magic City. At your age, possessing mana equivalent to a lecturer and casting teleportation spells that only associate professors can. Times are indeed advancing." At your age, possessing mana equivalent to a lecturer and casting teleportation spells that only associate professors can. Times are indeed advancing. The mature woman focused on Zhao Weihua and Qi. "As expected, no matter the era, as long as there are familiars, magical girls will always be around." Both were supernatural beings from a bygone era, gravely wounded during the great battles and fallen into slumber. After dawn was severed, the power spreading through the hearts of Baijiang City, they awakened from their sleep and were subsequently recruited. "Both of you are veterans who took part in the great battles. Why are you now helping chaotic forces endanger the world?" Xiao Yi, having lost all hope of victory, made a final effort with his words. because the world you see may not be the truth. Child, if you talk to the director, you'll understand my choice." With that, the mature man raised his hand and cast a spell, sealing off the entire space. Meanwhile, the mature woman wasted no time launching attacks at Zhao Weihua and Qi. Xiao Yi and Zhao Weihua soon found themselves at a disadvantage. They might be skilled among the younger generation, but against true veterans, who had participated in the great battles, they were clearly outmatched, especially in Baijiang City, the home turf of the Institute for Extraordinary Affairs. In just a few moves they were all defeated and captured alive. Even Qi was no exception. With means to restrict spatial transfer, the Institute no longer found these beings with immortality troublesome. Miao Miao said, "Let's go! Take them back to the Institute for interrogation." "All right." The mature man waved his hand, opening a portal to the Institute. As soon as they returned, a peculiar rhythm and waves spread from the Institute's core like ocean tides, rapidly covering all of Baijiang City. "It seems the director has made another breakthrough." The mature man spoke calmly, as if expecting this. Given the director's abilities, nothing was surprising. Miao Miao nodded, full of confidence in Dong Lu. Little did they know Dong Lu himself was somewhat flustered. He had only been spreading his power, as usual, never anticipating such an anomaly. "What's happening? The diffused energy storage circuits are resonating." Frowning, he sensed for a moment, until the resonance subsided. Finding his power unaffected and even more responsive, Dong Lu relaxed slightly. But he remained cautious, focusing intently on the changes in his diffused power, uploading all collected data to the chat group for comparison with previous data to pinpoint the issue. In a place yet unseen by Dong Lu, the invisible force perpetually shrouding the human federation had been truly torn open, leaving a crack. In the wilderness world, Dondal had already left the desolate island, lying on a ship refashioned from the wreckage of a spacecraft, treating the surging waves on all sides as if they were nothing. His consciousness sank into the chat group, staring at the data compiled by the group, his brows furrowed. In the superpower world, Baijiang City, 4 or 5 days had passed since the anomaly occurred. Superpower Dondal uploaded another batch of data, and upon seeing Wilderness Dondal's message, his expression sharpened as he urgently replied, "Stop beating around the bush. What exactly has changed?" The energy storage circuits he had etched into the public's consciousness could only absorb energy when people's emotions fluctuated. In this process, the valuable aspects were not limited to the intercepted energy. The data on the ebb and flow of human emotions theoretically held immense value, as well serving as a crucial reference for studying norms of human behavior. Under normal circumstances, obtaining such data was exceedingly difficult. One would need to conduct long-term tracking and investigation of an individual or group using professional instruments to meticulously measure their emotional changes, while ensuring that one's own actions did not influence the subjects to avoid contaminating the data. But for Dondal, acquiring this data was relatively easy. The latent power within the videos he had disseminated could at close range monitor the fluctuations in energy within the storage circuits to a certain extent, thereby deducing personal emotional changes. Then, by using the chat group's data upload and organization functions, he could compile an analysis report in no time. State Ball Dondal then chimed in with a message. "It's not just a change, it's a massive upheaval. If I didn't know your society was still fairly stable, and you were solely focused on pursuing power, I'd suspect you were turning into a second succubus." Wilderness Dondal's message appeared, followed by 4 waveform charts. Wilderness Dondal said, "Since there's too much data, I used my brain and the chat group to organize it into more comprehensible patterns." He added, "The first chart is the data you collected earlier, primarily from ordinary people who haven't had their mental shackles unlocked. The peaks and troughs have a large gap, but the frequency is low, indicating that while these people are generally stable, they tend to become extreme and lose reason when emotional." Wilderness Dondal continued, "The second chart focuses on members of your institute. The frequency shifts faster with no clear pattern, and the gap between peaks and troughs is relatively smaller. This suggests that these individuals experience constant emotional fluctuations, possess richer inner worlds, but are less prone to extremes. Superpower Dondal nodded along to the explanation. These two charts also offered a glimpse into the influence of the force that binds thought. Dramatically speaking, those affected appeared ordinary with few distinguishing traits, but when faced with real change, they quickly developed vivid characteristics. Wilderness Dondal remarked. Now look at the third chart, your recent data mainly from the Institute. It's generally consistent with the second chart, nothing special. The key is the fourth chart, also from recent days, focusing on ordinary citizens. Using the same analysis method, Superpower, what do you see? Superpower Dondal observed. The frequency of the waveform has noticeably accelerated. The gap between peaks and troughs has shrunk, making people less prone to extremes, but more susceptible to emotional influence. It somewhat combines features of the first two charts. Wilderness Dondal confirmed. Exactly, but more accurately, it's a transitional product from the first chart to the second and third. Additional waveform charts appeared on the chat group interface marked with time in days, gradually shifting from resembling the first chart to closer to the second and third. Wilderness Dondal added, if the first chart represents the result of mental shackles, and the second and third show the response after release, then the fourth might be the transition period. Superpower, are you sure you haven't been implanting commands on a large scale to remove people's mental shackles? Superpower Dondal replied, no, I only etched energy storage circuits to collect emotional energy. It was just a few days ago, when the circuits expanded to a certain scale, that an anomaly suddenly occurred. That's why I wanted to use the collected data to find the problem. Wilderness Dondal concluded that it must be some kind of butterfly effect. In any case, based on the emotional changes, the people in your world, especially in Baijiang City, may be automatically unlocking their minds. You need to be cautious. If that binding force is natural, fine. If it's artificial, you might be in serious trouble. The mastermind won't let you off. He then asked, what's your plan? Fight Hedon or remove some circuits to lie low? Superpower Dondal responded, I can't avoid it. A few days ago, I received news that the Human Federation got a prophecy, and it seems I've become the target of a new great war. Wealthy Dondal remarked, if I recall correctly, Superpower, you started your institute and built your power because you heard about the Great War and felt powerless. Now it turns out you've triggered the next one. Gold Tycoon Dondal commented, that's quite ironic. Superpower Dondal was equally speechless and sent a message. Indeed, quite ironic. Wealthy Dondal asked, can't you negotiate? You're not trying to rule or destroy the world. You could unite everyone against the force behind the mental shackles. Superpower Dondal replied, it's nearly impossible. They're too convinced by the prophecy. To gain their trust, I'd have to stop spreading my power, but at this moment, that would be like disabling myself. If there really is a mastermind, I'd be finished. Succubus Dondal chimed in, if you need help, just tell us. Don't end up as the first Dondal to get taken down as a boss. Superpower Dondal sent a confident message. How could I die? My power is beyond your imagination. Just watch my performance. Yet deep down, he wasn't as relaxed as his words suggested. His progress was faster than anyone in this world anticipated. With sufficient preparation, he was confident he could win against the Great War alone. But facing both the war and the shadow looming over the Human Federation left him somewhat uncertain. As for the possibility that the force influencing the Federation was natural, Dondal refused to entertain such wishful thinking. He planned for the worst. I need to spread the videos and power further. A glint flashed in Dondal's eyes as he made up his mind. Previously, he had focused his power on Baijiang City and other cities in a vacuum, or with weak supernatural forces, to avoid provoking excessive external reactions. But now that the enemy was at his doorstep, the old strategy no longer applied. He had to become more aggressive. In the city of Liyuan, a modern metropolis with towering skyscrapers, video information permeated every aspect of people's lives, from the colossal advertising screens in shopping malls to the onboard televisions on buses and subways, and from pedestrians' mobile phones to their tablets. What should have been an utterly ordinary scene, however, filled Zhu Qingxiu with profound dread, for the enemy she faced this time could propagate and harvest power through video as a medium. Initially, the adversary had exercised restraint, refraining from spreading its power within the metropolis until a few days ago, when it suddenly became reckless. It not only uploaded videos onto the internet, but also infiltrated official propaganda videos, twisting normal footage into tools for power dissemination. Even if they managed to get the authorities to ban dozens or hundreds of videos, new ones would emerge swiftly, often more insidious than before. A single video viewed in isolation seemed harmless, but watching it after another would trigger the influence. Moreover, merely curbing online transmission was insufficient. The videos spread by the overseer also compelled viewers to forward and save them, disseminating them offline to acquaintances. To completely halt its spread and prevent the overseer's power from swelling was exceedingly difficult, unless the Human Federation launches a full-scale mobilization, blocking it both online and offline, cutting off all video transmission outright. A wild notion flashed through Zhu Qingxia's mind. Since identification was so challenging, why bother distinguishing at all? Modify the underlying protocols of the internet or temporarily cripple it entirely to forbid all video propagation. And if the enemy could spread videos both online and offline, then they would counter on both fronts, erasing the tools the overseer had implanted within the populace to harvest energy. Yet the moment this idea surfaced, even she was startled by its audacity. Setting aside the immense difficulty of such operations, the mere impact would be catastrophic. Whether altering the foundational network protocols or paralyzing the internet, both would wreak havoc on global development. Fields like communications, education, entertainment, and electronic information, any industry involving video transmission, would be devastated, potentially bankrupting countless individuals and causing widespread unemployment, fueling negative social sentiment. If certain chaos faction forces seize the opportunity, new enemies might emerge before the overseer was even dealt with. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, Zhu Qingxia stepped into a conference room within a skyscraper. Dozens of young women, varying in appearance and attire, sat around a large circular table, among whom a few appeared to be students. As she pushed open the door, all eyes turned to her. Some nodded, some waved, and others rose to greet her directly. "Sister Zhu, you've come." Zhu Qingxia nodded to the assembled group and casually took a seat. "Ma'am, I heard there was something important, so I rushed over. What's the matter? Have we found a way to curb the overseer's power spread?" She was one of the most senior and powerful magical girls in Liyuan, having participated in the last great battle. Though she rarely appeared in public, the magical girls of Liyuan still contacted her, the veteran, when true crisis arose. In response to Zhu Qingxia's question, a woman in a black OL uniform clutching a report spoke rapidly. "Over at Future Magic City, many senior professors have been brought in. They've come up with a preliminary solution, using a method similar to the overseer spreading videos to intercept and disrupt. The specifics are still under experimentation and results should come within a few days." Zhu Qingxia was taken aback. She had only asked casually, never expecting a real solution. Though Future Magic City had always been a powerful ally in past great battles, providing numerous groundbreaking technologies, none had ever been developed with such efficiency. "Are you sure?" the woman in black replied. "The message came directly from the Archon of Future Magic City. It should be true." "That's a relief," Zhu Qingxia said, her worry easing. As long as they could curb the overseer's power spread, they would cut off one of its arms, greatly increasing their odds. "Is that what this meeting is about? Does Future Magic City need assistance? Or is there something else?" The others exchanged glances. "There's another matter concerning the Baijiang City Supernatural Research Institute. This morning, they sent a statement declaring that they have apprehended Wei Hua and the others sent by other cities to gather intelligence." The woman in black paused, organizing her words before continuing. "In their statement, they assured Wei Hua and the others' safety, but questioned our prophecy, claiming they never intended to destroy the world or unleash any monsters, and hoping we would remain rational. Along with the statement, they sent a video. We had it examined. It mainly shows street views of Baijiang and several neighboring cities, all peaceful. They likely intended to demonstrate their stance." Zhu Qingxia tapped the table, her gaze falling on a woman with long cyan hair under a hood. "Mimi, what's your opinion?" All eyes turned to her. She was another heavyweight magical girl gifted with prophecy. Even under everyone's scrutiny, her expression beneath the hood remained unchanged. Without rebuttal, she stated a simple fact. "The prophecy has never been wrong. And this time, it's not just my vision. Future Magic City, Iron Mountain City, Dream City, and other major metropolises all have seers or prophetic devices delivering the same prediction. Baijiang City is on the verge of a world-threatening anomaly. As time passes, the prophecy grows clearer. The Baijiang City Supernatural Research Institute is the mastermind behind all crises." Her words drew immediate agreement from many. Indeed, who spreads power and prepares for war while claiming innocence? Exactly, they clearly want to hoard all power and overthrow the Federation. "I'm still worried about Weiwa's safety. She's only a teenager. We need to rescue her quickly." Amid the clamor, a dissonant voice cut through. "I'd actually like to ask about the principle behind the prophecy. Does it have a complete theoretical framework? Is it based on high-dimensional timeline interference or causality inversion from faster-than-light travel or some other theory? Are all cities' prophecy systems built on the same theory? Can one actively control it to prophesy, or must we wait for visions to appear on their own? How can we be sure the prophecy reveals the true future rather than a future manipulated by some external force?" The voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone clearly. The women around the table, who had been speaking moments before, suddenly froze. They exchanged glances, unable to identify the speaker, and that voice didn't sound female. Ju Qingxiao, Mimi, and two other magical girls immediately tensed, transforming in an instant. Simultaneously, dozens of streams of light flew from the magical girls present, coalescing into the form of Donglu. Rather than waiting for the enemy to strike, he preferred to take the initiative. His gaze settled on Mimi. "Can you answer that? How is this possible? How could this be happening inside my body?" Kikushiro Ka and Mimi, along with the others, had not yet reacted, when the magical girls, whose bodies suddenly expelled streaks of radiant light, could no longer remain seated. They had assumed their strength would resist Dong Li's encroaching power, yet, like ordinary civilians, they had fallen prey, unaware, undetected. Had Dong Li not revealed himself voluntarily, none knew how long the deception might have persisted. At that thought, wary and hostile glances snowballed toward him. Dong Li paid them no mind. His attention remained fixed on Kikushiro Ka, Mimi, and several other veteran magical girls. "You are the director of the Superpower Regulation Bureau," Kikushiro Ka said after a moment's silence, her voice steady despite the sudden upheaval. Dong Li nodded, reiterating his question. "Then might I indulge my curiosity, just a little? After all, I am by prophecy its central figure. To what extent have you applied prophetic ability? Can it be wielded at will? Can you prophesy within a prophecy, passing foresight like a relay baton, exhausting every possible future? Or more fundamentally, do you possess a rigorous theoretical framework?" His fascination with prophecy, the rare force entwined with time and space, was genuine. If fully mastered, one could import future technologies into the present, igniting an unprecedented technological explosion. From that new vantage, further prophecies could yield even more advanced breakthroughs, sparking an infinite self-amplifying cascade of progress, ascending until it brushed the limits of the cosmos. Yet in this world of awakened powers, no such explosion was visible. Either the Human Federation's transcendent factions had never truly grasped prophecy, or prophecy bore inherent constraints, or perhaps prophecy itself was flawed. Mimi frowned, declining to answer Dong Li directly, and shifted course instead. "Do you intend to prove your innocence by exposing flaws in prophecy?" Sensing Mimi's sharp hostility, Dong Li shook his head, indifferent. Then his expression went utterly blank. "Prove myself? No, you've misunderstood the situation entirely. I am stronger than you. What I choose to do is mine alone to decide. This is not me proving anything to you. Rather, you must prove to me that your prophecies hold credibility, or that you are merely puppets manipulated without awareness. In that case, I may spare you. Otherwise, I shall resort to certain special measures to relieve you of your hostility." The moment those words left his lips, immense pressure surged forth, tangible, suffocating, settling like lead upon every heart present. The director of the Superpower Regulation Bureau was far, far more formidable than intelligence reports had ever suggested. Donglu extended a hand toward Mimi and asked, "Since you possess prophetic ability, tell me how many fingers will I raise next?" Instantly an indignant magical girl cried out, "That's cheating. No matter how many numbers we guess, you'll simply change your answer." "Yes, I am cheating," Donglu admitted plainly. "But isn't prophecy meant to foresee my thoughts? How many fingers I raise is my choice. What I do to this world is also my choice. If your prophecy cannot resolve even this degree of uncertainty, how then can I trust its accuracy?" "In quantum physics," Mimi replied, her tone grave, "elementary particles exist in superposition, simultaneously occupying multiple states, until measured collapsing the wave function into a single definite state. Likewise, human futures stabilize only through continuous interaction with the world. An individual's thoughts resemble quantum superpositions, unpredictable in isolation. Your question, therefore, is fundamentally invalid." A flicker of disappointment crossed Dong Li's face. "If you liken humanity to quantum particles in superposition, and concede that individual actions cannot be precisely foreseen, you must also recognize the greatest distinction between people and particles. Human beings differ vastly from one another. A single elementary particle cannot determine macroscopic reality, but certain pivotal individuals can reshape entire societies, even the world itself. For instance, me." Dong Li's aura swelled, emotionally charged energy from across Raccoon City converging upon him. "At this very instant my will dictates the fate of every soul in this city. I am not a mere component within the system, I am its architect. I determine the world's trajectory, not the other way around. If my intent remains beyond prediction, then the future itself remains beyond prediction." As Dong Li's consciousness shifted, Raccoon City seemed to freeze, a silent pause button pressed upon reality. Vehicles halted mid-street, pedestrians froze mid-step, gazing toward the magical girl's headquarters with identical placid expressions. "I am deeply intrigued by prophecy, which is why I have spoken so much. Yet from the outset you evaded my questions, never explaining its underlying principles, never clarifying whether it can be actively invoked. You may believe you're merely withholding intelligence, but given my understanding of this world and the contradiction you embody, admitting individuals are unpredictable yet insisting I will destroy the world, I find it more plausible that prophecy itself is a black box to you. You observe its outputs, but grasp neither mechanism nor origin. Perhaps it does not serve you but uses you." Dong Li's gaze settled upon a magical girl who had earlier glared at him with undisguised fury. In the next instant her eyes regained their luster, suddenly vivid, alive. She found herself trembling with emotion in the round-table conference room, nearly in tears, rushing between Donglu and the others. "Everyone, please, don't fight. It's all a misunderstanding. Perhaps you won't believe me, but I have returned from rebirth. Every prophecy is a conspiracy. The Human Federation is under the influence of some unknown force steering global affairs, seeking to eliminate Director Donglu as an unstable variable. That is why they provoked conflict between us and the Director. Once we've bled each other dry, control of the world will revert seamlessly to them." Donglu did not glance at the magical girl now sobbing in desperation before him. Instead, he looked directly at Mimi, hooded, inscrutable, and dismissed prophecy with a single gesture. "You prophesied I would destroy this world. Very well, here is my prophecy." A bone-deep chill swept over the few remaining lucid magical girls. Before they could react, Donglu struck again. His purpose fulfilled, no further discourse required. An invisible colossal hand descended. The four still conscious magical girls paled in terror. A thunderous detonation erupted within the building. Kakushiro Mimi and two other veteran magical girls barely escaped, only to find themselves instantly surrounded by their own juniors. Empowered by Dong Li's might, their younger counterparts unleashed strength tenfold greater than their natural limits. Moments later all fell still. Raccoon City resumed its rhythm, life flowing as before. Dong Li's figure reappeared in other cities. While anti-Donglu forces remained scattered, he would strike with lightning speed, shattering them one by one. Future Magic City, the largest and most prosperous city within the Human Federation, renowned for its extensive utilization of supernatural forces. Though called a city, it is essentially a colossal research institution. All its inhabitants are mages centered around various magic academies, forming massive industrial chains dedicated to the development and application of technology and magic. Even numerous decisive battles had failed to shake this great city's status within the Human Federation. Without unforeseen events, its prosperity and grandeur might have endured for ages. But today the unforeseen arrived. An invisible wave detonated above the city, stirring the power hidden within human hearts. Crowds of pedestrians halted abruptly, then surged forth to attack the academies and research institutes. Quick, stop them! Use binding and stunning spells. Hold nothing back. They are under control. Some clear-minded individuals within Future Magic City were terrified by the sudden chaos, hastily casting spells to intervene. The entire city was instantly engulfed in flames. Explosions and roars rained down like a storm. On a street near the city's largest research institute, Dawn manifested a translucent silhouette, frowning. Despite Future Magic City's larger population and its residents being highly skilled mages, the gathered power here paled compared to Paradise City, and many still retained their senses. Preparations made in advance guarding against me. It was unexpected, yet somehow within reason. Future Magic City differed fundamentally from cities like Paradise City. The governing body of Future Magic City consisted of supernaturals. Upon discovering Dawn's threat, they could act immediately, unlike the magical girls of Paradise City. But what difference does it make? Dawn clenched his fist sword into the air and charged toward the nearby large research institute. As soon as he entered its perimeter, dozens of magic puppets appeared. Warning, no-flee zone ahead. Cease your illegal actions immediately, or we will take. Before they could finish, Dawn's eyes sharpened, and the puppets exploded into fireworks. Inside the institute, a researcher monitoring the scene through surveillance magic grew tense. Professor, he's here. Release all test samples. Cut off his power source as quickly as possible. The institute's director, an old man with white hair and bulging muscles, spoke emotionlessly. Yes. The researcher, not daring to delay, swiftly operated a nearby computer to upload a video. A sample developed by Future Magic City to hinder Dawn's power expansion. Though it had not undergone complete experimental testing and might cause unpredictable effects on humans, there was no time to worry about that now. The moment the video was uploaded, Future Magic City's authorities were alerted and pushed for its rapid dissemination across the entire Human Federation's network. Almost simultaneously, Dawn blasted open the Institute's gates. Amidst the swirling dust, he controlled the researchers, directing them toward the computers uploading the video. Stop! The Institute director saw the danger and struck out. Crimson runes densely covered his arms, incinerating his research coat sleeves. A scorching wave swept through, exuding formidable power. You are not enough. Dawn caught the attack with one hand while imprinting the other on the director's abdomen. The next moment, the director was sent flying, embedded into the wall, his eyes rolling back. Having done this, Dawn turned to the computer screen, raising an eyebrow with keen interest. At that moment, the director, embedded in the wall, regained some consciousness and uttered a weak yet satisfied voice. Cough, you're too late. The video is already uploaded. You will meet your downfall just like the other ambitious ones before you. Dawn glanced sideways at the director. You underestimate me. Admittedly, your research has caused me some hindrance, but only some. Now that I know what the obstacle is, I simply need to bypass it. Dawn's rise to this point relied on more than just innate talent. The efforts of his counterparts in the chat group were equally indispensable. They too studied supernatural artifacts and explored the laws of the world. Future Magic City had only hindered one of his abilities, hardly enough to defeat him. Paying no further heed to the barely breathing director, Dawn directed the controlled researchers to plunder the Institute thoroughly. For Dawn, the true treasure was not the tangible products, but the vast accumulation of scientific and supernatural theories within Future Magic City, an ocean of research data. This would not only broaden his knowledge, but also aid his counterparts in the chat group, fostering cross-disciplinary insights. Of course, he was not solely focused on collecting spoils. The primary goal remained crushing future Magic City's resistance. Once the city fully submitted, there would be ample time to take over the research data. With this thought, Donglu immediately soared high into the sky. The video developed by Future Magic City worked by implanting a force within the populace, beforehand interfering with the engraving of energy storage circuits, thus disrupting Donglu's process of expanding and harvesting power. The method and logic were sound. But it could not affect those who had already been engraved with energy storage circuits. Moreover, the video's spread was not enough on its own. Like the Hypnosis app that required battery power, the disseminated video needed ample energy to sustain it. It could not harvest energy from the ebb and flow of public emotions like Donglu, nor use that energy to amplify the video's reach into a positive feedback loop. Perhaps given more time, they could have devised such a loop, but Donglu arrived too swiftly. So let this end. High above, Donglu's expression turned indifferent as his internal energy surged, breaking through the restraints. The energy contained in his current body, once unleashed, would create a pulse capable of paralyzing all high-end technological and magical facilities in future Magic City. Power plants and other energy facilities would naturally be included. Without sufficient energy, the threat posed by the interference video would be instantly neutralized. He could later condense a clone or await reinforcements from other regions, and future Magic City would still be his prize. However, just as Donglu was about to complete his self-destruction, a vast, overwhelming force descended, abruptly, effortlessly erasing Donglu along with all the power he had left in future Magic City. In Baijiang City, at the Institute for Anomalous Affairs Management, Donglu suddenly opened his eyes and gazed toward future Magic City. All the power he had left there had been erased, leaving a vast void in his perceptual network. Donglu, did something go wrong? Meow Meow asked, concerned to see him suddenly awake and silent. Just a minor issue, don't worry. Donglu's expression remained unchanged. He had long suspected that the forces of this world were not as simple as they appeared on the surface, and now traces were finally emerging. He briefly sensed his avatars in other cities. Most were progressing smoothly. Turning to Meow Meow, he said, I need to go out. You handle the rear command and have our people move into the cities we've already secured. Meow Meow replied, All right, be careful. Donglu acknowledged with a sound, and a burst of light erupted from the void before him, forming a circular portal. With a single step, he arrived at future Magic City, thousands of kilometers from Baijiang City. The chaos within the city had just subsided, and those who had broken free had yet to celebrate. Donglu's true body struck without hesitation at the last location since before his avatar's annihilation. A scorching beam of energy pressed down, causing the world to tremble, the sky turning a dark crimson. If it landed fully, the resulting shockwave and energy pulse would engulf most of future Magic City, destroying much of its infrastructure. At the critical moment, a massive defensive array spanning over 100 meters in radius unfolded in midair. The moment the two forces collided, a blinding white light eclipsed the sun and blotted out all structures within the city. Yet that was all. The array contained and neutralized every residual ripple beyond the intense light. Found you! Donglu was not alarmed, but exhilarated, his gaze fixed on the depths beneath future Magic City, where the power had originated. In a flash, he appeared in a vast underground cavern beneath the city. After surveying his surroundings, he paused, not because the cavern was eerie or sinister. On the contrary, thanks to future Magic City's persistent renovations and maintenance, it was quite bright and clean. What truly astonished Donglu was the center of the cavern. Suspended in midair, half flesh and half machine, radiating the life aura of a sentient consciousness, was a brain the size of half a football field. Dense arrays surrounded it, and countless pipelines extended from the city above to connect with it. It evoked an indescribable, uncanny sensation. What is this? Utopia Netherworld Paradise, the ultra-large consciousness storage server, the future prophecy machine. It has many names and titles. A weathered voice echoed. A blurry shadow materialized beneath the brain, lacking facial features, yet Donglu knew it was watching him. Are you the target of this great decisive battle? Truly remarkable. Few in history have reached this point and discovered this place. Donglu ignored the shadow's words, his eyes fixed on the brain above. From the names the shadow had uttered combined with the pipelines extending from the city, and the active arrays, he could roughly deduce the brain's function. Are you integrating consciousnesses, uploading multiple minds into a single brain? Precisely 66,218,901 consciousnesses, the fruit of nearly a century of effort in future Magic City. All are superhuman, some were residents, others were victims of past great battles. The shadow recounted the history in a calm, unhurried tone. Long ago, future Magic City recognized the supernatural essence of the world. Whether mages, monsters, magical girls, or Kamen riders, they seemed to wield different powers, but at their core, it was the manifestation of consciousness, the mind's leverage over reality. After that, the Utopia Project was born, initially aimed at better studying how to preserve and harness consciousness to reshape the real world. As the technology matured and could accommodate more consciousness entities, the then governor renamed the project Netherworld Paradise to receive the minds of all dying in future Magic City, preserving their wisdom and power. The goal shifted from transforming reality into a utopia to directly creating a virtual paradise where all ideals could be realized. Through continuous modifications, as the number of consciousnesses surged, it began to possess incredible powers, prophecy among them. The shadow's tone carried a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about the past. Then it suddenly made a welcoming gesture toward Donglu. Though I don't know why your actions differ from the prophecy's, welcome nonetheless as the 66,218,902nd consciousness. The moment the words fell, Donglu sensed an extreme danger. His figure vanished instantly, and a chunk of the ground where he had stood was gouged out by an invisible force. It's useless. 66 million superhuman consciousnesses gathered together can to a degree manifest reality through sheer will. No one can resist this power. Outside, several entities similar to the shadow in the cavern appeared. Some had eyes bright as if containing a world, others bore demonic forms, still others exhibited mechanical shapes. All were instigators of past great battles whose consciousnesses had been secretly intercepted and preserved by future Magic City, when they were defeated by the Human Federation's superhuman coalition, then sent into the virtual world of the underground cavern. Flee! When did I ever say I would flee? You have 66 million consciousnesses. Do you think I don't? Donglu's words stunned the surrounding consciousness entities as they closed in. In an instant, portals opened connecting to the cities Donglu had already secured. Their populations numbered far more than 66 million, 6 billion, 16 billion, or beyond. The moment the portals appeared, all his avatars dissipated, and the accumulated power converged on his true body without a moment's delay. This overwhelming power breached some threshold, and in Donglu's eyes, all the world's rules became like pliable clay ready to be shaped at will. Whatever he wished he could achieve. But the illusion shattered in the next instant. The power to warp world rules was suppressed by a more condensed force. Not only that, the hundreds of portals Donglu had opened were closed. A chorus of overlapping voices spoke in unison. The emotional energy of mere billions of ordinary people is not enough. I damn well know that the emotional energy of billions can't take you down, but do you really think this is my only move, my only resolve? In this life-or-death moment, Donglu abandoned all pretense of civility, his manic expression soaring higher and higher. His information implantation ability activated, wildly burning the newly gained energy, without restraint, carving into his own consciousness. Himself. Since consciousness was the foundation, if one of his own consciousnesses wasn't enough, then 10, if 10 weren't enough, then 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000. Seeing Donglu's transformation, the brain integrating 66 million consciousnesses could no longer remain calm. It indeed possessed 66 million consciousnesses, but they were forcibly amalgamated. Against the scattered power of billions of ordinary people, it could easily prevail, yet against Donglu's more condensed, self-overlapping consciousness, it too could be pierced. Withholding nothing further, abandoning any desire to absorb Donglu, the 66 million consciousnesses erupted in unified killing intent. Die! Donglu struck simultaneously, unleashing unprecedented power, from the superposition of a million self-consciousnesses. At the moment two overwhelming forces collided, invisible ripples spread, and the world fell silent. Then, in the next instant, a crack split the universe, triggering a chain reaction that multiplied countless black fissures, like a spiderweb spreading wildly, annihilating everything in their path. Finally, it collapsed into a black domain that swallowed all. Dong-Lu and the brain were the first to be engulfed, yet they quickly stabilized themselves and resumed their battle. There were no flashy skills, only a clash of memories and wills where only the victor could survive and claim the entire world. After countless exchanges, their physical forms were completely replaced by willpower, both evolving into some form of spiritual life. With another collision, the brain's coalesced consciousness was shattered by Dong-Lu into several fragments, signaling its inevitable defeat. Meanwhile, in the outside world, an abrupt change occurred. The eerie power that had always lingered over the human federation suddenly expanded, rapidly surging and breaking through all constraints. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth were overturned. Every trace left by Dong-Lu was erased, every mark of battle was wiped away, and the world reverted to how it had been a month before the conflict began. It was not time reversal, but a reality overlay, more vividly like overriding the current save with an earlier one. Having done this, the power did not cease, but poured endlessly into the black domain, seeking to annihilate both Dong-Lu and the brain. At the brink of life and death, Dong-Lu unhesitatingly rushed toward the shattered fragments of the brain, absorbing its power in a brutal manner to form a shield before him. The collision set countless cracks across the shield, leaving it teetering on the edge of collapse. The governor of Future Magic City opened his mouth to speak, sensing an inexplicable urgency, yet unable to recall what it was. This state did not last long, and the confusion and anxiety in his eyes quickly cleared. No, it's nothing. Let's continue the meeting. The attending officials found it odd, but dared not question the city's top authority. Nearly simultaneously in major cities across the superpower world, many keen-sense top-tier superhumans experienced the same symptom, sensing a discordance in the world, only to have it suppressed by the power lingering in the sky. The world remained as it was, peaceful and serene. In the uncharted depths of the world, amidst pitch-black darkness, Dong-Lu, covered in wounds, with his spiritual form flickering faintly, rested for a while, before stabilizing, a hint of survival lingering on his face. I actually made it out alive. He immediately reported his safety to the group chat. Superpower Dong-Lu, it's manageable. With a power bank, the injuries are within acceptable limits. Though the imprinted million cells have dissipated considerably, my overall strength is still sufficient. Once I gather enough energy outside, it'll quickly recover to full power, or even ascend further. National Ball Dong-Lu, about this matter, superpower, you'd better lie low for now, maybe even play it safe. Superpower Dong-Lu, huh? What's wrong? What happened? National Ball Dong-Lu, I just went through the data you uploaded and found something astonishing. Before completely burning out the power of Future Magic City's collective consciousness, Dong-Lu used his ability to quickly scan the opponent's memories and uploaded them to the chat group. If he died at the hands of the mastermind, those materials would be his final contribution to the other Dong-Less in the group. If he survived, they would become his capital to climb even higher. He hadn't expected such a quick payoff. On second thought, it made sense. National Ball Dong-Lu, though outwardly cute and disarming, was essentially the embodiment of a nation's will, processing information and thinking far faster than the current superpower Dong-Lu. Superpower Dong-Lu, go ahead. Rich Dong-Lu, yes, spill it. What did you find? We're dying of curiosity. Wilderness Dong-Lu, same here. National Ball Dong-Lu, don't rush. Let's take it step by step. Superpower, you once said the essence of superpowers in your world comes from the mind and consciousness, right? Superpower Dong-Lu, yes, it's quite idealistic here. Strong will can alter reality. National Ball Dong-Lu, have you ever considered what happens when ordinary people's wills converge? Superpower Dong-Lu, most likely they'd scatter without guidance. If someone could make everyone share the same will at the same time and place, it might change the world. Without any of those conditions, ordinary wills have little impact. National Ball Dong-Lu, exactly. That's how you made your fortune. But Future Magic City's collective consciousness discovered a different phenomenon in densely populated areas. When many people receive the same information, the will energy they unconsciously emit doesn't dissipate, but instead tangles and settles. He even speculated that if this tangled energy reaches a critical mass, it could form special spaces, or even worlds. Rich Donlu, I think I'm getting it. Are you saying Superpower's world might be the product of other worlds' thoughts converging and settling? Holy crap. Gold Tycoon Donlu, holy crap. Succubus Donlu, holy crap. Wilderness Donlu, holy crap. Superpower Donlu was also stunned by the revelation from National Ball Donlu, a flurry of chaotic thoughts rushing through his mind. A strong will can alter reality. The collective consciousness of billions of ordinary people forms a torrent far more powerful than any individual superhuman, and should logically be able to reshape reality. Meow Meow once recovered a special canvas that used human consciousness as fuel where the world within it could erode reality. And if this principle holds, many puzzles and inconsistencies in the superpower world would suddenly make sense. If every city is a manifestation of a story or cultural work, then the relative independence and distinct characteristics of superpowers in each city of the human federation become understandable. Different settings. The occasional grand battles and celebrations also make sense. They are truly crossovers of different works. The power that always lingers over the human federation also becomes comprehensible. The convergence of thoughts drives world formation and influences its trajectory. It might not be a deliberate thought deflection device by the mastermind, but rather the inertia of thoughts from another world. All the inconsistencies in fictional works can be explained as settings accepted and understood, like applying labels. In a romantic comedy, when the protagonist discovers his cat has turned into a human, his reaction should be surprise and curiosity, not treating the cat girl as a rare species to be dissected, blood-tested, DNA-studied, and published in academic papers. Doing so would change the story's genre entirely. Similarly, in a setting with beastmen, it's normal for humans to have animal ears and tails, and no one should be alarmed. This inertial thinking hangs over the human federation, suppressing anyone who goes against the current, but when enough people resist, the inertia is broken, creating a rift, just like in the later stages of Baijiang City, where the Super Management Bureau influenced every aspect of the city, unlocking people's minds. National Ball Donlu. The specific data is in this segment. Take a look. National Ball Donlu sent a piece of memory. Superpower Donlu, thanks. After sending the message, Superpower Donlu paused for a moment, a mix of anxiety and excitement fermenting within him, then cleared his mind and opened the data sent by National Ball. The more he read, the more complex his expression became. After a while, combining the data with his own abilities, he attempted to develop a technique to decode the information within this settled consciousness power. After several failures, he finally succeeded. He waved his hand to gather a trace of the power that had surged in from outside, and the information within it instantly appeared in his consciousness. Super large comprehensive amusement park fantasy paradise. If Lion Supernatural Management Research Institute chapter temporarily concluded. This is truly. Staring at the information surfacing in his consciousness, Donlu's expression was unprecedentedly complex, as he could already imagine what was happening outside. The mastermind had rewound the world by guiding the conscious power of people from another realm, or by employing other means. Otherwise, there would be no talk of an if timeline. Moreover, the superpowered world was referred to in that other realm as a massive comprehensive amusement park, possibly controlled by a colossal corporation. National Sphere Donlu. So how is it? Finished reading. Feeling better. Superpowered Donlu finished, but now I have even more questions. Emotions, like confusion, pain, and anger did not linger long in Donlu's heart. He had long grown accustomed to not letting emotions halt his steps. What filled his mind instead was a burning curiosity and thirst for knowledge about the laws of the world. Hearing his words, the several Donlus in the group perked up. They had initially worried that the superpowered Donlu might succumb to despair and give up upon facing reality, but now it seemed they had underestimated their other self. Wilderness Donlu, do tell. National Sphere Donlu 1, Succubus Donlu 1, Gold Tycoon Donlu 1, Tycoon Donlu 1, Superpowered Donlu. Keep it brief. The most direct point is that the superpowered world I inhabit might be a product of condensed thought, and the superpowered world itself can also drive the condensation of thought to form new worlds. Superpowered Dong-Lu, then can this chain extend further? Can the newly formed worlds also spur the emergence of other worlds? If so, the phenomenon of thought sedimentation might involve fundamental laws invariant across time and space. Superpowered Dong-Lu, assuming the law of thought sedimentation applies to all worlds in the superpowered universe, then the higher world above mine should also be a product of thought sedimentation, and the world above that likewise. Superpowered Dong-Lu drew a tree diagram to illustrate the branching relationships between worlds. Tycoon Dong-Lu sounds reasonable. Superpowered Dong-Lu, if this logic holds, then tracing upward from my world the number of worlds would inevitably decrease, ultimately converging to a single point, the first cause, or an entity of objective idealism. Gold Tycoon Dong-Lu, that sounds terrifying. National Sphere Dong-Lu still feels off. If your logic is valid, a new question arises: where did that objective idealist entity come from? Superpowered Dong-Lu, that's precisely what needs to be explored step by step. If it didn't exist from the start, but was born under certain conditions, could there be multiple such entities in the universe? Could we even evolve into one? Superpowered Dong-Lu, if it existed from the beginning, and everything including the universe is merely a thought of that entity, then, well, I'd probably keep climbing looking for a way to sneak into other universes. Perhaps some, upon realizing their entire existence is just a thought of another, would choose to lie. Superpowered Dong-Lu, beyond that there are countless other questions. Can the power of thought sedimentation be quantified? If so, what is its smallest unit? What is its relationship with the physical laws that sustain the world? Superpowered Dong-Lu, many things I never paid attention to before have suddenly taken on a new form requiring a fresh examination. Gold Tycoon Dong-Lu sounds tough. Superpowered Dong-Lu, that's what brothers are for. Without you all I wouldn't know how to go on. Wilderness Dong-Lu, so what's your plan next? Superpowered Dong-Lu, first lie low for a while, quietly recover my strength, and combine the data from future Magic City to conduct in-depth research on the realm of consciousness. When the right opportunity comes, I'll seize control of the world. Tycoon Dong-Lu, still fighting. Can you succeed? Superpowered Dong-Lu, yes I can. The enemy's control over the world isn't utterly relentless. They can manipulate processes and overarching trends, but individual entities are still relatively free. Superpowered Dong-Lu, last time I was unprepared and didn't even realize who the real enemy was. They were hidden while I was exposed, leading to failure. Superpowered Dong-Lu, this time, they are hidden while I am concealed, and I have enough data. With caution I can make a big stir. If I find a chance to bring the fantasy-themed amusement park world linked to this one under my control, the accumulated power will be more than sufficient. National Sphere Dong-Lu, good. Be careful, stay safe, and let us know if you need anything. Superpowered Dong-Lu, understood. Withdrawing his consciousness from the chat group, Dong-Lu looked at the dim, lifeless world. The next moment, the remaining hundreds of thousands of cells acted in unison, their rotating wheels tearing open a spatial rift as each ran. In the superpowered world by Jiang City. At this very moment, another Dong-Lu was operating outside. He possessed the ability to implant information, but lacked the chat group and any memories from the original world. He hadn't even broken the mental shackles, he was merely a fake created by the mastermind to add liveliness to the amusement park. Accompanied by Miao Miao Gong, he had just finished a discussion with the mayor of Baijiang City about establishing an organization to oversee and research all supernatural incidents within the city. Stepping out of the building, Miao Miao asked Dong-Lu, "What will the organization be called?" "Still natural selection." Dong-Lu was about to respond when he suddenly paused. A torrent of information surged through his mind, and in an instant he was assimilated, his core replaced. His eyes darkened considerably. "Call it the Institute for Supernormal Affairs Management." Miao Miao tilted her head. "Not natural selection. Wasn't that name from the front of the psychological counseling room good enough?" Later, Dong-Lu said, patting Miao Miao's head. He couldn't draw attention for now. Once he was ready to overturn the world, he would restore the old name. "Let's go! There's much to do." "Okay." Superpower is truly unlucky. The yellow country ball with dragon and phoenix patterns on its body glanced at Superpower Dong-Lu, who had stopped speaking in the group chat and mourned for another self for a second. Fortunately, he had chosen the second option back then, or he would have fallen into a trap. It seemed wrong too, since they were originally the same person already in the pit. Forget it, he'll think about it later. Shaking his head, Country Ball Donald cast aside the random thoughts in his mind, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness return to the main body. A certain Country Ball that was observing its surroundings paused, digested the information from the chat group, and continued its original work. Although the Dondles in the chat group adhered to the principle of mutual support and active assistance in practice, there were inevitably situations where some were limited by energy, too occupied or unable to fully participate in the chat group's activities. This situation was not very apparent at present. After all, there were not many Dondles in the group chat, and each had their own special circumstances. The rich man and the gold tycoon were in a peaceful modern society backed by the power of money, with a large number of employees at their beck and call, truly wealthy and idle, having plenty of time every day to engage in the chat group. As for the wilderness, needless to say, a missing person from a higher civilization, having just escaped a deserted island, drifting at sea every day. Aside from praying for a cosmic rescue ship to take him away from his suffering, he only had time for daydreaming, studying, and staring at the chat group, so he also had plenty of free time. The succubus and the superpower possessed extraordinary abilities with energy levels many times that of ordinary people. Beyond their daily work, they still had the time and energy to check the group chat and glance at the cultural works and technical materials from their worlds uploaded to the group. But as the number of Dondles increased in the future, and as they reached higher levels with more matters to consider, similar situations would inevitably arise. Each Dondle had to find a way to free up their energy. Country Ball Dondle's solution was to split off a subconsciousness to participate in the chat group conversations and assist other Dondles, while the main consciousness absorbed the materials uploaded to the group, enlightened the citizens, and guided national development. When necessary, the two could also be swapped, with the main consciousness assisting other Dondles and the subconsciousness guiding the nation and its people. Still not enough. After spending some time understanding the current state of reforms in Dondle country, Dondle was not very satisfied. After all, the time was too short. It had only been 2 or 3 months since he joined the chat group. In such a short time to bring about visible positive changes in a country, even with Dondle's full efforts, was still quite difficult. Reality was not a game after all, and he could not truly control every citizen from top to bottom. Fortunately, this disappointment did not last long. As a certain subconsciousness returned, Dondle's spirits lifted. He grabbed a gun and rushed north toward his neighbor Day Country. Day Country hung pass on the battlefield filled with blood and fire. Two clearly divided forces clashed, with countless lives being lost every moment. On the towering city wall, the general of Day Country, holding a long blade, shouted desperately to his soldiers, "Hold the line, all of you must hold the line. Do not retreat." If this last pass was lost, behind it lay only plains, making it impossible to stop the Dondle country army. Day was doomed. Yet no matter how he shouted, reality did not bend to human will. A loud rumble sounded, the ground shook. Hong Pass, which had stood for 300 years, finally collapsed. The Dondle country army on the other side of the war erupted in fierce cheers. Countless yellow balls resembling Dondle charged forward, like a tide pouring into the city through the collapsed breach. Meanwhile, from the national perspective, the battle between a yellow and a white country ball reached its final moment. Dondle blasted down the city wall with a cannon, the dark muzzle aimed at the trembling Day country ball behind him. "Arrogant, huh? Keep being arrogant." Dondle grabbed the Day country ball, pressed the gun muzzle against its head, and a rare look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He had been displeased with his two neighbors for a long time. As an individual, one might say a close neighbor is better than a distant relative, but for a country, the most worthy of vigilance were its neighbors. Especially those neighbors who were on the rise, ambitious and eager to expand. One had to be constantly on guard against them tearing flesh from oneself. Day country and U country, Dondle's two neighbors, had historically harassed Dondle's borders many times. After Dondle transmigrated, those two also frequently came to provoke him, making him gnash his teeth in anger. Therefore, the moment he obtained the chat group's technology, Dondle set his sights on his two neighbors, not only to take revenge and resolve border issues, but also to use the accumulated wealth of the two neighbors to inject capital into the domestic industrial revolution Wrong, I admit defeat, I will submit and pay tribute. Looking at the dark muzzle before him, the Day Country Ball finally caved in. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Thinking submission and tribute will end it. You think too well. Dondal punched down, beating it repeatedly. If it weren't for needing the Day Country Ball for experiments, he would have simply annihilated it. A month later, the capital of Day Country fell, and the King of Day died by self-immolation on the land reduced to ruins. The Dondal Country army installed the 14th son of the former King of Day on the throne. The new King of Day declared submission to Dondal Country, ceded all territory south of Hong Pass, and compensated Dondal Country with 50 million taels of silver. A war had temporarily ended. From the national perspective, Dondal curiously examined the greatly shrunk Day Country. You don't seem to have changed much. Do you hate me? Big brother, how could I hate you? You are my big brother. The white ball, with an unknown animal pattern, hastily defended itself, afraid that any delay would displease Dondal. Dondal stepped back in shock, a hint of disdain in his gaze. Casually taking out a pen and a notebook, he recorded. Replacing the head of state did not affect the national consciousness memory, but its personality changed significantly. Speculation: the new head of state influenced the country's political atmosphere, thus altering the national consciousness personality. After a moment of thought, Dondal added 3 words to the speculation: to be confirmed. Summarizing all observed phenomena, Dondal looked back at the Day Country Ball. All right, let's continue. Under the bewildered gaze of the Day Country Ball, within a month the position of King of Day changed hands 6 more times, each king reigning for an average of just over 4 days. The newly enthroned kings came from the Day royal family, official families, or were even commoners without any status. It was as if they had stripped the sanctity of the Day throne, torn it apart, trampled it, and thrown it into a cesspit. But under pressure from Dondal Country, the Day court had no choice but to grit its teeth and recognize the new kings. From the nation's perspective, so it only showed significant changes at this stage, Dondal remarked with fascination, scrutinizing the increasingly neurotic Day Nation Ball, whose patterns had grown highly unstable. Over this period, to explore the connections between territory, citizen state power, and the Nation Ball, he had conducted numerous experiments on the Day Nation Ball. These included, but were not limited to, replacing the King of Day multiple times, altering the totem revered by the Day state, and inciting factional strife among the Day court officials. The experimental results were somewhat unexpected: changes in the head of state, the operational system of state power, or the totem national flag affected the Nation Ball, causing its patterns, and even its personality, to shift, but posed no fatal danger. If a nation is an organization, the state power is its management, and the citizens are ordinary employees, then chaos in management hinders the nation from functioning normally and gathering strength, but the organization itself remains and does not perish. Dondal recorded his experiments unhurriedly. This outcome was far better than anticipated, meaning he was not wholly shackled to the feudal monarchy and could pursue bolder social reforms. Yet just as the fervor in his heart ignited, Dondal instantly calmed down. No, not yet. All experiments on the Day Nation Ball were conducted while its state power had not truly collapsed. Though internal strife in the Day court was fierce, it still functioned, and the citizens still recognized the Day government. What about a state of division? If a complete nation is torn into multiple entities, and then those entities reunite into one nation, would it still be the original will entity? Since it was uncertain, the only option was to continue the experiments. Of course, this time, he would not experiment on the Day Nation Ball. Even Dondal felt his actions had gone too far, repeatedly targeting a vassal that had already pledged submission, replacing its king, and stirring internal conflict. If this continued, when would Day ever finish paying its war reparations? Moreover, his other, good neighbor, had yet to face any trouble. Dondal was certainly not the type to play favorites. Thus the Dondal nation, having reaped benefits from the Day Nation Ball, soon set its sights on the southern neighboring Yu nation. This time, instead of direct military assault, the Dondal nation backed several rebel factions within Yu, supplying them with money, grain, and weapons, letting these rebel kings lead the charge. Within months, Yu was engulfed in flames of war, and nation balls of various colors appeared across its former territory. Donglu approached one of the rebel forces he had sponsored and asked curiously, "How do you feel, big brother?" The pitch-black nation ball first lit up with excitement, then suddenly became teary-eyed. "The U forces have beaten me badly. Can you give me more aid?" "Aid is no problem. First tell me, what is your relationship with the U nation ball now?" Donglu's expression was genial. With the funds plundered from Day, the Donglu nation had already established various factories, greatly boosting material production, so providing aid was no burden. Moreover, these rebel kings he supported reciprocated by selling abundant jade medicinal herbs and animal pelts to the Donglu nation at low prices. "I want to kill him!" The Black Sphere answered without hesitation, its eyes blazing with fury. Compared to Donglu, it harbored greater resentment toward the U-Nation Ball, which had always oppressed and exploited it. Similarly, the U-Nation Ball wished nothing more than to annihilate the rebels within its borders. Donglu asked, "Do you have his memories?" Though puzzled, the Black Sphere replied, "Some, but not complete. Only by seizing more territory can I gain more memories." "Can you still sense each other? Can you sense his citizens, or can he sense yours?" The Black Sphere understood what Donglu meant. As a nation ball, it had the ability to sense its components and issue commands or provide guidance. This applied to both citizens and enterprises, and the more integrated within the system, the clearer the sensing and the greater the likelihood of following commands. If the Black Sphere and the U-Nation Ball still retained this connection, it would mean the Black Sphere could be considered a subordinate entity of you. The Black Sphere pondered for a moment, then shook its head. "No connection. I can't sense his people, and he can't sense mine." "I see." Donglu asked a few more questions before leaving. Meanwhile, the Donglu subconsciousness is stationed in the territories of other rebel kings, and you completed their tasks and returned their gathered information to the main entity. It can be confirmed that for a nation, once a faction raises the rebel banner and forms a will sphere, it becomes an independent entity with no substantive connection to the original body. Even if it later reunifies the nation and inherits all prior memories, it will be a completely new entity with independent thought. Writing down this conclusion in his notebook, Donglu frowned slightly. This was not good news for him, but it was within expectations. Otherwise, Donglu would not be a nation ball, but a civilization ball. So I must ensure the continuity of the regime, preventing it from being severed by any faction, or guarantee a peaceful transfer of power. Only then can I continue to exist. From the various experimental results, Donglu gradually discerned a clear path and knew what to do next. First, the Industrial Revolution must not stop. It must be vigorously promoted along with strengthening the people's basic education. Only by liberating productivity could the materials from the chat group be better utilized, enhancing his own strength and aiding other Dongless. Second, the social system must be reformed, shifting the public's concept of serving the royal family to serving the nation and the people. The nation's existence should revolve around the people or certain ideals rather than the monarchy. Otherwise, if a disaster struck and the Donglu royal family was decimated, leaving no legitimate ruler, and invalidating the court's legal authority, everyone would once again vie for supremacy, and Donglu would inevitably perish along with it. Conversely, if the concept of the nation was rooted in the people and civilization, even in the event of a catastrophe, as long as the main body of the people remained, there would be someone to carry on the legitimate lineage, continue the nation, and help Donglu survive. The tumultuous thoughts gradually settled. Donglu determined his two main paths forward: developing scientific productivity and reforming the social system. Just then a clear ding sounded in his mind. The mountains stretched like dark brows, lush and verdant. Amid swirling mountain mists, a broad winding path led up to a manor atop the peak. Gazing upward, one's eyes were dazzled by the countless exquisite pavilions and towers, all built from rare spiritual wood that exuded a faint exotic fragrance. In a courtyard within the manor, a handsome young man in blue robes pressed down a small white four-legged beast with a single horn on its head. With his other hand, he channeled a stream of primal energy into its body. The moment the energy entered, the beast struggled violently, as if enduring immense agony. Indeed, the young man was using a brutally crude method to cleanse its marrow and refine its veins, a pain akin to a knife twisting in the bones. Yet no matter how it thrashed, it could not break free from Dawnless' grip. Only when the entire process was complete did the beast collapse to the ground, utterly spent, without even the strength to twitch. On the other side, Dawnle was equally drained. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he then picked up the beast, found it still limp and lifeless, and quickly lost interest. It had been a month since a strange choice had appeared in his mind, sending him to this world of fantasy. Though he had become the idle young master of a great clan with no worries about food or clothing, and a life of luxury, and even received monthly cultivation resources, he had initially felt suffocated by the pressure. Especially when interacting with others, Dawnle felt an eerie illusion that he was the only living person in the manor. Only later did he learn that the spiritual wood used to build the manor was the cause. Even after being turned into lumber, those trees still emitted a faint exotic fragrance that calmed the mind and soothed the spirit. The lower one's cultivation, the greater the effect. Over time, the emotional fluctuations of everyone in the manor had dulled. After understanding the truth, Dawnle ceased to pay attention to the manor's inhabitants and focused entirely on cultivation. In this world known as Tianqing Continent, all living beings could master power by breathing in the primal energy of the air. But entering the path was one thing, how far one could go was another. Cultivation on the Tianqing Continent had no rigid limitations, like spiritual roots, but it emphasized destiny and fortune. No matter how exceptional one's cultivation talent, if their destiny was insufficient, and their fortune lacking, they might never rise. Conversely, with enough destiny and booming fortune, even someone whose aptitude was inferior to an ant could still ascend to the pinnacle. Dawnle's destiny was a life of wealth and honor, decent by Tianqing Continent standards, but far from the true peak. To achieve that, he needed effort, study, and a thorough understanding of the connection between fortune and destiny. Shaking his head, he cast aside the cluttered thoughts. Just as Dawnle was about to return to his room, a peculiar chime suddenly rang out. "Scholar Dawnle, that's right, the brothers in the group are all ourselves." Everyone had two choices appear in their minds. After jumping to different timelines for a month, we joined the chat group. By helping each other and sharing knowledge, we've developed quite well. Rich Dawnle, speaking of which, Scholar, what were the two choices you encountered? I'm curious. Scholar Dawnle, a random comfortable life, and a random top-tier university admission letter with matching knowledge. Gold Tycoon Dawnle, interesting. Don't say anything yet, let me guess. Your nickname starts with Scholar, so you must have chosen the second one. But our choices sometimes don't play by the rules. The admission you got probably isn't for graduate school. Gold Tycoon Dawnle, then the truth is clear, did you get reborn back to high school right after the college entrance exam? Gold Tycoon Dawnle, am I right or wrong? The group chat interface fell silent for a while. The lurking Dawnless were all intrigued, waiting for the answer. Though they had no regrets about their college years revisiting them. Well, forget it. The Dawnless suddenly recalled that they hadn't been very active in college. Apart from a few good brothers in the dorm, they had no other friends. As for girlfriends and campus romance, there was no trace. After class, it was either the cafeteria or the dorm, occasionally the library. Having graduated not long ago, before the rosy filter of youth had settled, college life held little nostalgia. Scholar Dawnle, half right. Your logic was correct, but the result was wrong, or rather the opposite. National Ball Dawnle. Scholar Dawnle, I did choose the second option, and that choice indeed didn't play by the rules, but it didn't send me back to the past, it sent me into the future. Wild Dawnle, the future. Which year? Is there free interstellar travel? Bro, save me. Scholar Dawnle. Superpower Dawnle, him Wilderness is the group's support expert, but his luck hasn't been great. His previous choice was between 3 tons of random gold and a random quantity of high civilization tech products. He chose the second, and as for the result, you can tell from his nickname. Scholar Dawnle, sent to the wilderness to observe primitive civilizations. National Ball Dawnle, worse. His spaceship crashed, and he's the sole survivor. Scholar Dawnle, oh. I'd love to help, but I'm truly powerless. Scholar Dawnle, because the future I travel to is 2066. It's only a few decades from when I left. Humanity's first lunar base is still under construction. Free interstellar travel is still a few astronomical units away. To prove his words, and after browsing the chat logs of the other Dauntless scholar, Dauntless shared a copy of his memories. While Dauntless sad, National Ball Dauntless Wilderness don't rush. You'll find a way back eventually. Besides, isn't there one brother who hasn't spoken yet? Destiny Dauntless. As for me, I probably can't help much either. I'm currently in a fantasy world, and I might need your help instead. On the Tiantian continent, Destiny Dauntless had been lurking since joining the chat group reading the records. When the topic turned to him, he didn't hide, and shared his memories directly. Gold Tycoon Dauntless, a fantasy world. I knew that choice wouldn't play by the rules. A random comfortable life, and it dragged you into a fantasy world. Rich Dauntless, a fantasy world where you can pluck flowers and destroy stars, fill seas with dust. Damn, you're a true big shot. Destiny Dauntless, it's not quite that extreme. The books describe the might of powerhouses as being able to burn mountains and boil seas or travel 10,000 miles with a single thought. The atmosphere in the group chat became particularly lively with the appearance of Fate Dongle. The reason was that the fantasy world where Fate Dongle resided was markedly different from most other Dongle's worlds. The worlds of the Tycoon, Gold Magnate, Wasteland, and Scholar were purely technological. The superpower world, though unique in essence, maintained an urban style with various tech products before the truth was revealed. The succubus world, before the emergence of demonic energy, was a normal feudal era progressing through technology. The Nation Ball world, despite its special sentient entities, followed a technological societal development. While the seven Dongles shared some common ground, Fate Dongle's world was entirely different in style. Tycoon Dongle, a fantasy world. Does that mean there are cultivation stages? What stage are you at Fate? Fate Dongle stages. Fate Dongle, well, you could say there are 4 major realms: body tempering and meridian opening, chi condensation, and sea formation, spirit gathering, and pill formation, and primordial spirit and dharma aspect. These are generally recognized everywhere, but the minor realms within each major one vary wildly, causing chaos. Fate Dongle am at the entry level of the second realm. Gold Magnate Dongle, that makes sense since the mysteries of breakthrough can't be openly discussed to create a unified standard, so naturally there are different interpretations. Nation Ball Dongle, what about cultivation techniques? Are they just incantations that anyone can learn? Fate Dongle, of course not. Incantations are just memory aids. Like historical illusions, each word is a compressed data packet. Sometimes even the same word in different passages has entirely different meanings. Fate Dongle, without prior knowledge or guidance from an expert, it's impossible to understand them. The Dongles bombarded him with questions about realm divisions, technique types, various spells, and mathematical systems. They unanimously concluded that the fantasy world of Fate Dongle was surprisingly scientific. Behind many seemingly incomprehensible phenomena lay corresponding rules. It was a unique civilization developed from a special type of elemental energy. Scientific. Fate Dongle hadn't expected his fellow Dongles to say that. After a moment's contemplation, he posed his question. Everyone, what do you think about fate and luck? Tycoon Dongle, superstition. Gold Magnate Dongle, metaphysics. Wasteland Dongle, a set of theories derived by common people in backward times to cope with a complex and changing future based on observed phenomena combined with mathematics, astronomy, and human medicine. It reflects regional cultural characteristics and people's aspirations for a better life, but its credibility is low. Scholar Dongle, while Wasteland, you said it all. Omega 4 Dongles express skepticism. Nation Ball Dongle, ahem, brothers, don't be so hasty. Remember, Fate is in a fantasy world. Who knows if there's some force supporting the rules of fate and luck there? Having already seen the memories uploaded by Fate Dongle, Nation Ball Dongle subtly hinted at their error. Tycoon Dongle, ahem, I withdraw my earlier statement. Let's pretend you didn't see it. Gold Magnate Dongle, same here. Wasteland Dongle, me too. Scholar Dongle, me too. Fate Dongle watched the other Dongles acknowledge and correct their mistakes, and found it both amusing and exasperating. But it was exactly what he would do among close acquaintances. Fate Dongle, in our original world Fate, and luck were indeed unreliable. But in the fantasy world called Tianqin Continent, where I am now, fate and luck truly exist, affecting one's prospects and cultivation. Fate Domdal, through special spells one can observe a person's luck, and by using birth data and other methods one can calculate their fate. I'll share the calculation methods and mathematical systems later for everyone to see. Fate Domdal, besides studying and cultivating, my greatest hobby is calculating others' fates, opening my spiritual eye to observe the luck of various creatures, and conducting small experiments to see how luck changes. Fate Domdal, interestingly, when I adopt certain small animals their luck increases, when I abandon them it decreases. When I test techniques on them good results raise their luck while bad results lower it. Fate Domdal, it seems there's something out there monitoring the world, knowing what is good and what is bad and adjusting luck. ACC Superpower Domdal, speaking of which, fate, what about your own fate and luck? Fate Domdal, a life of wealth and prosperity, and my luck is decent. Superpower Domdal, then could it be that there's no something out there regulating things? Perhaps the animal's luck rises or falls because of your influence. Your higher fate and luck elevate those of ordinary animals, like energy flowing from high to low. Once the influence disappears, their luck returns to baseline. Fate Domdal, I haven't considered that. I haven't tested it. I'll try it later. Wasteland Domdal, by the way, animals have luck. Do plants and fungi have it too? Have you tried observing plants or fungi fate? Fate Domdal, I've tried observing plants, but their luck is too faint and stable. It only changes when I pour spiritual liquid onto their roots, which is too costly. For studying individual luck changes in complex environments, plants aren't a good choice. As for fungi, I haven't tried. Nation Ball Domdal, can luck only be observed for individuals, or can it be observed for groups as well? Is there such a thing as national luck? Fate Domdal, you can observe individuals or groups. But if your cultivation is insufficient, it's best not to try observing collective luck, or the luck of those with great fortune, as it may cause backlash. Fate Domdal, however, for small collectives, like a patch of grass or a forest, it's safe. The luck of individual plants is low, so aggregating them poses no problem, you can observe them freely. Fate Domdal, since plant luck is stable, it's better for studying the relationship between individual and collective luck in simple environments. It's also a key research area for me. Wasteland Domdal, individuals and collectives. If Succubus were here, he could help you. He's good at fungal swarms and biological clusters. Scholar Domdal, speaking of which, he hasn't spoken in a while. From the chat history, he doesn't seem aloof. Nation Ball Domdal, scholar, you must have started reading from the beginning. Succubus took leave a few days ago. He's busy in seclusion resolving a bloodline issue, and doesn't have the energy for the chat group. He'll be back once it's resolved. Scholar Domdal, that explains it. Meanwhile, in the demonic energy world, the impact of the fungal swarm expansion was already triggering a chain reaction across the globe. In the world of demonic elements, Western calendar year 943. A year ago, Emperor Qinglong died, and the crown prince was killed, leaving the ancient Goya Empire without a ruler. Though the 13th prince seized the opportunity and ascended the throne with the aid of a coalition from the Western continent, he failed to command universal respect. Thus, the nation fractured and heroes rose from all sides. An era of chaotic fragmentation arrived. Local powers clashed with one another, local powers, with the imperial court, and even courts fought among themselves. Ceaseless war ravaged this land and its people, until a crimson light emerged on the distant horizon. Wanchun City, a small county town 300 kilometers from Maching, nestled among encircling mountains, and connected to the outside world by a few mountain paths, usually drew little attention. The lean young man Lin Laochi was on his usual patrol in the mountains, checking for any beast at the metamorphosis stage, and whether any villagers had sneaked in to hunt or gather firewood. As he neared the summit, he abruptly halted. His eyes caught something blood-red in the distance. Squinting, he saw that the crimson speck seemed to be expanding. Realizing what it might be, he gasped, sharply, frozen as if struck by lightning. "It's here! It's really here! The blood tide is truly coming!" Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted back. His speed and agility far surpassed that of any mountain monkey. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. With such skill, even facing a metamorphosis stage beast in the mountains, Lin Laochi had the confidence to tangle with it for a while before escaping. This was precisely why the duty of mountain patrol fell to him. Yet facing the distant blood tide, he dared not even think of resistance. Not just him. No force in the entire Gui Empire would willingly confront that blood tide. In Huachun City at the county government compound, the newly appointed county magistrate was sipping tea and discussing philosophy with the head of the Wang family, seeking his support to secure the magistrate's position. Several constables rushed in frantically with Lin Laochi. Before the two men could show displeasure, they blurted out, Your Honor, something terrible has happened. Traces of the blood tide have been discovered outside the city. It can be seen from the mountain right outside the city. What? Hearing this, the previously displeased magistrate and the Wang family patriarch both changed color simultaneously. They rose from their seats and demanded sternly, Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true, my lord. I saw it with my own eyes on the mountain. A vast area turned completely red. It must be the blood tide. Thanks to your noble blessings, I narrowly escaped with my life and rushed here to report. Lin Laochi said, still shaken, as if he had truly endured a life-and-death ordeal. In truth, it was hardly his fault. The blood tide's reputation had been made terrifying by the defamatory propaganda of various separatist forces. Wherever it passed, all life was annihilated, the soil's very nature altered so no plants could grow. Even if burned thoroughly, or if the topsoil was entirely removed, any remnant would soon spawn blood fungi anew. The consequences for anyone falling into the blood tide or consuming the fungi were even more horrifying. They would be parasitized and become soulless walking corpses. In their propaganda, the blood tide was the enemy of all living things. Magistrate, I have urgent matters, so I must take my leave. The Wang family patriarch, his expression grim, cupped his hands and turned away without waiting for the magistrate's reply. The magistrate, having no mood to play along, said, Farewell, Patriarch Wang. With that he retreated to the back hall. The constables and Lin Laochi, still awaiting orders, stood dumbfounded and called out, Your Honor, you haven't given any orders yet. What should we do? Yes, Your Honor. Magistrate. The magistrate acted as if he hadn't heard, ignoring them entirely, only his moving lips leaving an almost inaudible whisper in the air. How could this be so fast? How could those people from the red tide have reached here so quickly? Elsewhere, the Wang family patriarch returned to his residence and immediately dispatched men to investigate the mountain. Simultaneously, he directed his kin and servants to gather their assets. Gold and silver were secondary. The truly precious high-grade demonic plants and specially domesticated livestock must be taken. If they couldn't be taken, they were to be destroyed, leaving nothing for the enemy. Shoching, is it really that serious? An elegant noblewoman emerged from the rear courtyard, her expression uneasy, seeing her husband anxiously commanding the clan and servants. Serious? No, this isn't a matter of seriousness. If the red tide truly comes, we, and every noble family in Huachun City, will die. Wang Shoching looked at his wife, still seemingly naive, and suppressed the urge to strike her, mindful of their years together. Admittedly, the external propaganda about the blood tide, or red tide, was largely defamatory. But that didn't mean the red tide was weak. On the contrary, it was so overwhelmingly powerful, combined with its uncompromising radical policies against the man-eating noble families, that all sides had unified their rhetoric to smear it relentlessly. Lady Wang paled, sensing danger, and stammered, Are they really that mad? Do you know who's behind the red tide? A triple metamorphosis practitioner who just over a year ago, when he first appeared, single-handedly slaughtered dozens of double metamorphosis practitioners from the western continent. Later, the reconstituted fleet breached the capital and helped the new emperor ascend the throne. And Huachun City doesn't have a single double metamorphosis practitioner. Not one. Tell me, besides fleeing, do we have any other choice? Lady Wang stepped back and fried, her gaze evasive, as if guilty. Then, there's no need to rush so much. What if the news is false? That's why I sent people to investigate. Wang Shoching said, unwilling to waste more words with his wife. If it's not that severe, well, douse it with oil, burn it, and remove a meter of topsoil. Then burn it again. If it is the red tide, we must prepare for evacuation." Just then a group of Wong clan members burst in, dragging several badly beaten youths. Among the beaten youths was even Wang Xiaoqing's nephew. Before he could ask what they were doing, the leading middle-aged man kicked one youth's leg. "Kneel." Then with a fawning expression, he turned to Wang Xiaoqing. "Patriarch, we've found out." Wang Xiaoqing frowned. "Found out what?" "The blood tide. That blood tide on the mountain was caused by these bastards. They heard those blood fungi are a great tonic for the body and can enhance strength, so they obtained some through various means. But the people they hired made a mistake during transport. Some fungi leaked onto the mountain path, and they left without cleaning up properly. That's what led to this spread. When they saw you ordering the gathering of assets, they panicked, knowing they'd caused a catastrophe, and gave themselves away. I caught them." Having explained the cause, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and several sacks were dragged out. When the mouths were opened, blood-red fungi were exposed to the air, strikingly beautiful. Wang Xiaoqing listened expressionlessly, his gaze shifting to the kneeling youths, all second-generation wastrels of the clan of no low status, who also knew the rumors about the blood tide were defamatory. As if sensing the scorching tension and approaching death, the youths, usually fearless enough to scheme against the fungal tide itself, suddenly burst into tearful pleas, kowtowing on the ground. "Patriarch, spare us. We were momentarily bewitched. Uncle Xiaoqing, I was wrong, truly wrong. My father died saving you. I'm his only son. You can't let his line end. Please, just this once, spare me." Another youth clung to Wang Xiaoqing's leg. Unclean law, I shouldn't have been so competitive or targeted the blood fungi. You can beat or scold me, but spare our lives." Seeing Wang Xiaoqing unmoved, they cast desperate glances at Lady Wang behind him, hoping their aunt would speak up. But she turned her back, pretending not to see. In greater despair, one youth hardened his heart and raised a fist to strike his own thigh, hoping self-injury would earn leniency. But a large hand stopped him mid-swing. Looking up, Wang Xiaoqing said calmly, "It's good to admit mistakes and correct them." "Uncle!" The youth wept with joy, thinking he was saved. But Wang Xiaoqing's next words chilled him to the bone. "If only you had realized it earlier." "UNC!" Before he could finish, a fist slammed into his temple. The fierce force shattered his skull, turning his brain to pulp, and the remaining momentum sent him flying. Wang Xiaoqing looked at his kin, his expression unchanged. Since they know their mistake, they must bear the consequences. Give them a swift end. Yes. The Wang clan members, who had brought them in, were already eager. They had long despised these arrogant wastrels, and now they had even brought the blood tide upon them, a perfect chance to settle old and new scores. The youths, realizing there was no hope, turned vicious. One suddenly burst free, punched his chest, and spat blood. "Come on! Come on! My whole body is full of those blood fungi, in my blood and my flesh. Do you dare kill me? Do you dare come near? Touch my blood and you'll be parasitized too. You'll die just the same." The others followed suit, momentarily intimidating the Wang clan members. One, perhaps reckless or knowing death, was certain, pointed at Wang Xiaoqing and cursed. "Wang Xiaoqing, killing us proves nothing. If you're truly just dare you kill your own wife. Do you know how we got?" Wang Xiaoqing, enraged, shouted, "Courting death." With 2 strides, he charged into the crowd, his palm covered in flowing light. The already injured youths offered no resistance, and were slain in an instant. The splattered blood dyed Wang Xiaoqing's fine robes crimson. Even after this, Wang Xiaoqing didn't stop. With bloodied fists, he approached his wife. "Did you help them bring in the blood fungi?" "Husband!" Lady Wang stepped back, fear in her eyes. Wang Xiaoqing already knew the answer from her reaction, and roared in anger. "Fool! Do you think those red tide people's goods are so easily taken? Blood fungi are indeed edible, rich in demonic elements, excellent for enhancement, highly productive, and tenacious, nor do they turn people into walking corpses. With so many advantages, why hadn't they been widely adopted? Because the fungal tide formed by blood fungi is the sharpest and most powerful weapon of the Maching Social Revolution Alliance. Wherever the tide spreads, it becomes their territory. Otherwise, why would all factions go to such lengths to defame blood fungi, threatening people to stay away rather than promoting them to boost strength? Aye. Lady Wong began, but the next moment a tremendous force struck her head, shattering it like a smashed watermelon, scattering everywhere. Her death was far more gruesome than the young wastrels. Silence fell. All were awed by Wang Shaoqing's ruthlessness. They looked at his calm face on the steps unchanged, as if the dead were a stranger. Wang Shaoqing surveyed them. I've said it many times, no matter who, blood fungi are absolutely forbidden. Whoever touches them dies. Gather all the clan members. Bring enough oil and tools. Clean up the fungal tide on the mountain. Remove all the topsoil over a meter thick, then burn it again. Yes. The entire Wang clan was mobilized. Anyone capable of work was sent to the mountain. If tools or oil were insufficient, they would buy them, or steal if they couldn't. No flammable material from the commoners' homes was to be spared. However, as they were about to enter the mountains, the Wang clan was surprised to find another group fully equipped also heading uphill. It wasn't a county-organized corvée, but the local Xia family of Wanchun City. Though weaker than the Wang clan, their patriarch was also at the metamorphosis stage, not to be underestimated. Brother Shaoqing here to clean up the mountain's blood tide voluntarily. The Xia patriarch eyed the Wang clan's massive procession with a subtle expression. Wang Shaoqing looked at the youths with bruised faces among the Xia party. The scale is still small now, it's best to deal with it early. The Xia patriarch replied. Well said, Brother Shaoqing. Wang Shaoqing didn't respond, creating an awkward tension. Both sides guessed something but silently swallowed the knowledge, dividing their areas before parting. After separating, Wang Shaoqing frowned deeply. It was unstoppable, utterly unstoppable. No matter how much they defamed it, the true nature of blood fungi remained, and the marching Social Revolution Alliance kept spreading the word. Someone would always learn the truth and be willing to try. And once cracks appeared within, no matter how strong the walls, they would crumble. Moreover, to support the war, various separatist forces kept lowering their limits, exploiting the populace ruthlessly. For those who couldn't survive, blood fungi truly were the only way out. As for whether they'd be parasitized and become walking corpses, that was a matter for later. If they couldn't get through the present, what right did they have to speak of the future? At this thought, Wang Shaoqing suddenly stopped. If Wang clan members could be tempted by blood fungi to take risks and cultivate them to boost strength, then the Xia family would too. And wouldn't commoners also be willing to take risks? Could they avoid mistakes? If people kept taking risks, didn't that mean Wanchun City might already be infiltrated by the fungal tide? Horrified by this possibility, ignoring the strange looks, he shouted, Stop! Stop! Everyone come back with me now! But it was too late. In a place unseen, a pair of eyes had already locked onto them when they entered the mountains. Artillery range 32 degrees east by south, distance 3,200 meters, elevation difference minus 50 meters. Prepare the demonic cannon. A beast at the first metamorphosis stage transformed into a fungal tide node kept turning and adjusting its position. Once ready, vast demonic energy converged from all directions, shooting out as a beam of light. A roar resounded across the earth. When the sound of explosions subsided, the once beautiful mountain forest was left devastated with scorched soil and flesh mingling into blazing black sand. 3 kilometers away, a troop in gray-green uniforms observed the distant situation through telescopes and mycelium radar. Battalion commander, the demonic energy signal from the metamorphosis stage has disappeared. Continue pushing the fungal tide expansion. Take Wanchun City before today ends. Also send a few soldiers to inspect the battlefield for survivors. The young officer spoke meticulously. Yes, sir. With the order given, the entire unit moved again. The node creature led the way, controlling the mobilization of demonic energy within the fungal tide. On the ground, fungi grew continuously, forming a thick carpet of mycelium that advanced forward. If one observed closely, they would notice that within the blood-colored fungal carpet there were actually other colored strains, and the closer to Wanchun City, the more numerous these other colors became. White, yellow, gray, or green. If not for their undeniable presence in the fungal tide, their growth affected by demonic energy, they might have been mistaken for ordinary mushrooms. This was one of Dongle's research achievements over the past year. Initially following the wilderness advice, Dongle guided the blood fungus strains to split and mutate, strengthening them in hopes of awakening the blood fungus. By coordinating with the chat group's data upload function, he aimed to extract information compressed within the demonic energy. Dongle immediately realized this was an opportunity. He could package the non-blood fungus strains as high-grade demonic energy strains and sell them through commercial networks. Making money was secondary. The key was to lay groundwork in the outside world, spreading the seeds of the fungal tide across the globe. Once the Ink City began its unification war, they only needed to activate the fungi inside the enemy to trigger a fungal tide, capturing cities effortlessly. Besides these differently colored strains, the Ink City Socialist Revolutionary Alliance had many other research achievements. Some were technologies Dongle transplanted from Earth, while others were fungal tide technologies developed based on local conditions. Represented by the fungal tide computer, the once bizarre ideas proposed by the wilderness and Dongle were being realized one by the Alliance. As the Alliance forces moved again in Wanchun City on the other side, the county magistrate heard the distant rumbling fade. Guessing the fungal tide was about to reach the city, he abandoned any thought of plundering the noble families. Without packing any belongings, he fled alone in a chosen direction. With the physique of a metamorph, steep mountain paths were no different from flat ground. Soon Wanchun City was far behind him, shrinking to a dot until it vanished. Trees flew past on both sides, but the magistrate dared not stop until he had fled nearly 200 li and heard no sounds. "I should have escaped," the Wanchun County magistrate thought, seeing nothing amiss around him, and his weary nerves relaxed slightly. Only then did he have time to ponder other matters. Though his life was saved, as a court-appointed magistrate fleeing without a fight, he would face severe consequences if he couldn't provide an explanation to his superiors. Originally, this could have been resolved by extorting the local gentry and using connections to downplay the matter. But the sounds of battle outside the city had already reached him, and the magistrate dared not stay. "If all else fails, he'll have to give away the tea plant from home." The magistrate felt both pain and relief. Pain at giving away the costly tea plant, relief that he hadn't brought it with him when taking office, or he would have nothing to offer as a bribe. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. "Sir seems troubled. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Get lost, this is none of your business." The magistrate, already in a foul mood, lashed out before realizing something was wrong. This wasn't the county office or his mansion. Why would someone come to ask for orders? The next moment a force sent him flying backward, breaking over a dozen trees before he stopped. A foot landed on his chest, and a colder, harder voice spoke. "Where are you from? Why are you here?" "Brother Wei, you frightened this gentleman," Towley said with slight helplessness, finding his partner too aggressive. "Who are you people?" The magistrate was dazed by the blow. How could he run into two first-stage metamorphs in a random place? Wei Winley pointed a finger, sending a streak of light that struck the magistrate's thigh, causing blood to gush. "Now I ask you answer. Don't say anything unnecessary, or next time it won't be just a wound. Where are you from and why are you here? Where are you from and why are you here?" The magistrate groaned in pain, but given the circumstances had to submit. "Wanchun City, a county 200 li away. I fled from there. A blood tide is spreading over it." Wei Winley and Towley exchanged glances, worry flashing across their faces. After asking a few more questions, they gave the magistrate a swift end. "After over a year of calm, they're getting restless again," Towley remarked with a sigh. He recalled the first time he met Dongle when the latter was just a worker who had quit his factory job peddling a color-fixing formula to textile mills. In just over a year, while he himself had lost everything and fled after robbing a Western company in the Gaia Court, Dongle had become the world's only third-stage metamorph. "Calm!" Wei Winley laughed as if hearing a joke. "The fungal tide he created has never been calm. It's been expanding ceaselessly, but before it was natural expansion. This time it's deliberate. Just watch. Hell turn this world upside down." "You seem to know him well," Towley said, looking at Wei Winley in surprise. If he remembered correctly, according to investigation data, Dongle had no friends during his training. Wei Winley was silent for a moment. Just a feeling. He didn't answer any more of Tao Li's questions, his cold demeanor a stark contrast to his former carefree self, as if he had become a completely different person. After cutting off the magistrate's head, he took the lead and headed toward Wanchun City. Shortly after the magistrate fled, the fungal tide spread to the city walls. The townspeople, seeing the overwhelming blood-colored fungal tide, were terrified almost out of their wits. Some tried to flee the city, others took advantage of the chaos to rob and kill, some locked their doors and hid at home in fear. But a few brave souls came out hoping to negotiate, promising to meet the Alliance's demands as long as the city wasn't massacred. The magistrate had fled, and the two largest local families had vanished. Wanchun City now had not a single metamorph. Surrender was the only option. Battalion Commander Chi, hearing their intentions, was exasperated. After considerable effort, he explained things to the negotiating gentry and sent them away. Then he complained to the political instructor. These people actually believed those slanders and thought the blood tide was real. That's normal. Many parts of Gaia are too isolated. The people hear so little that they believe whatever they're told, the instructor said, understanding the situation. Actually, we should be grateful. The local metamorphs either fled or died. If someone had organized them and pushed them to the front lines, things would have been trickier. She imagined the scenario of people being forced to fight them and nodded. That would indeed be difficult. The instructor added, well, do a citywide broadcast through the fungal tide later to calm the people. It'll get better. A broadcast, got it. She turned and prepared. Moments later, the hidden townspeople heard a voice echoing through the city, speaking in the local dialect. Residents of Wanchun City, greetings. This is an important announcement. We are the regular forces of the Ink City Socialist Revolutionary Alliance, following the teachings of Chief Dom Le, fighting for justice and liberation to abolish all exploitation and oppression. We will hold public trials for past oppressors throughout Wanchun City, implement land reform, and ensure workers' rights. Please remain calm and do not panic. Our forces will ensure your safety. Do not believe enemy rumors. If you have any difficulties or grievances, seek help from our interim government. We call on all residents to cooperate with our work and join hands to build a more peaceful, free, and prosperous new world. When the first broadcast played, no one in the city reacted. But as it repeated over and over, and as the fungal tide entered the city, without harming anyone, some people's attitudes began to soften. They cautiously opened their doors, finding only fungi in various corners, but little else changed. Meanwhile, Alliance forces entered the county office, summoning the former clerks. Battalion Commander Chi was about to inquire about Wanchun City's situation when a soldier burst in. Battalion Commander, the mycelium radar shows 2 metamorphed demonic energy signals approaching rapidly. Adjust the fungal tide nodes and prepare for the 3rd contingency plan. Chi's expression changed, and he rushed out quickly. The 3rd contingency plan was for when they had to engage individual strong foes, directly protect the node creature of the fungal tide network, use it to control specific strains, to spray spores into the air, and parasitize the individual. Then control the node creature for targeted demonic energy release, promoting spore growth. Even without a metamorph on their side, they could eliminate the strong foe. Of course, this method was only effective against first-stage metamorphs. If the target had undergone a second metamorphosis, their powerful physique could easily eliminate spores inside their bodies, and the demonic energy saturating them could block external influences, rendering the plan useless. Leaving the room, Chi indeed sensed 2 rapidly approaching auras. Without hesitation, he moved to meet them, but the opponent stopped first. Commander, wait. Don't attack. We're not with the court, Tao Li said, immediately stating their stance. We represent Prince Yuan and have come to negotiate an alliance. Please inform your superiors. Prince Yuan. Alliance. Chi frowned, suspicion in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the so-called Prince Yuan was a separatist force in Gaia bordering the Alliance, recently besieged from all sides. You should go directly to Ink City. I'm just a battalion commander. I can't represent the Alliance. The Alliance is a private matter for Prince Yuan, not to be noticed by others. We plan to travel secretly, Towley explained. But the fungal-tied surveillance of metamorphs within its territory is too tight. Rushing to Ink City, we feared being intercepted halfway and leaking information. As a token of sincerity, we brought a gift. Towley opened a blood-stained cloth revealing the Wanchun County Magistrate's head. Under Chi's puzzled gaze, he said, "This is the Wanchun County Magistrate. He fled before you took the city, and we happened upon him. We took the liberty of bringing him to you." Perhaps feeling the gift wasn't enough, Towley added, "Also, this man beside me is Wei Winley, a former classmate of Chief Dongla during his studies in Ink City. Over a year ago, he was persecuted by the Gaia court and fled into exile. I hope you can help relay this. I would be deeply grateful." Chi studied Wei Winley carefully. Though skeptical, he didn't dare dismiss it. "He'll write a report to the higher-ups, but the decision is theirs." Towley was overjoyed. "Thank you." She took the two to the Wanchun County office, had the local clerks confirm that the head indeed belonged to the magistrate. Then, through the fungal-tied network, he reported the news. Hours later, Ink City's Alliance headquarters replied the troops were to temporarily garrison Wanchun City, and she was to bring Towley and Wei Winley back to Ink City. Traveling at the speed of 3 metamorphs, they covered the hundreds of kilometers and returned to Ink City before nightfall. But both Towley and Wei Winley found the now transformed city utterly unfamiliar. Every street and alley was lit by various glowing fungi. The road materials had changed from cement to a special substance, the hardened product of fungi exposed to oxygen. The formerly chaotic buildings and gaudy signs had been demolished and replanned, now more aesthetically pleasing and verdant. "Is this Ink City?" "M.O. City, of course," Commander Chi replied with an air of obviousness upon hearing their words. "Ever since the chief took over here and established the Alliance, we've been dedicated to transforming M.O. City. We've poured immense effort into making it what it is today." Transforming. Towley and Wei Winley swept their gaze across the dreamlike city before them, feeling as if they had stumbled into a fantasy. Their understanding of the world shattered into pieces. It was akin to an ancient man suddenly appearing in a modern metropolis confronted by unfamiliar and utterly incomprehensible technological marvels. The shock and impact he experienced defied description. What manner of transformation could turn a city into something like this? Commander Chi said nothing more. In this era, unless one had personally participated in the transformation and construction of M.O. City, most people reacted just like Wei and Tao. Once they had seen more, they would naturally grow accustomed to it. "Come, I'll take you to the guest house. You can rest there. If the Alliance is willing to negotiate with you, someone will contact you." Commander Chi led the way, guiding Towley and Wei Winley to an inn. After explaining the situation to the receptionist, he departed. The guest house staff arranged rooms for them. "If you need any assistance, you can input some magic essence into the blood-colored fungus in your room. Then you can speak, and the front desk will hear you. Alternatively, you can come directly to the front desk to explain your situation, and we'll do our best to help." Towley nodded dazedly and asked the question that weighed most on his mind. "May I ask how long diplomatic personnel typically have to wait before they can meet with Chief Dongla?" "Well, I wouldn't know. It depends on the arrangements from above." The staff member regarded them with a peculiar look, curious about their identities. They dared to ask for an audience with the chief, but refrained from prying. "All right." Towley and Wei Winley left disappointed. In the days that followed, they remained confined to the guest house, waiting endlessly for news that never came. It was as if the Social Evolution League had forgotten them. Even when they went to inquire at the M.O. City Social Evolution League headquarters, the answer was always the same. "It's being arranged. Please be patient. It seems he's not very keen on seeing us." Wei Winley was hardly surprised by this outcome. Although he had claimed to be an old schoolmate of Dong Le, speaking as if they were close, he knew the truth deep down. He had no real friendship with Dong Le. In fact, after being repeatedly rejected for invitations, he had even harbored malicious thoughts of mocking Dong Le out of spite. Looking back now, Dong Le had likely sensed it back then. Considering the ideals he now espoused, the fact that he hadn't killed Towley and him the moment they entered Imo's city was already a sign of magnanimity. Leveraging their school ties as a bargaining chip was impossible. If anything, it was more likely to backfire. He had already confessed everything to repay the debt of shelter. He truly didn't understand why Prince Yuan insisted on sending him and Tao Li here. Perhaps, Tao Li sighed. He had initially hoped to call in that old favor, or even defect outright, and join the Social Evolution League. Now it seemed he had been overthinking. Since he's not willing to see us for now, why not take a look around this city? Tao Li suggested. They say the blood tide's interior Imo city is like hell. Opportunities to stroll through such a beautiful hell are rare. Wei Wenli instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembering that returning would only mean sleeping in the guest house, he relented. All right, let's take a look. He had always believed that power was everything, that the strong should dominate the weak while taking whatever they desired, dismissing morality and etiquette as hypocritical remnants of an outdated era. He had constantly opposed his father on these grounds. It wasn't until he himself was crushed by a greater unreasonable force, and his parents and friends were all slaughtered, that he began to feel regret. Now he was curious to see what the world would become under the stewardship of a chief with such different ideals. What they failed to notice, however, was that in the shadows a pair of eyes were constantly watching their every move. Several days later, whose city, one of the largest cities in the central region of the Gai Empire, a great river traversed it from east to west, not only providing abundant freshwater resources to nourish the land, but also serving as the city's transportation artery, bearing the burden of cargo and fueling the city's prosperity during peacetime. Yet as Gaia entered an era of fragmentation, this once flourishing central city had lost its former glory, now steeped in desolation and decay. Prince Yuan's mansion. A handsome middle-aged man sat in a grand armchair, placing a read confidential letter on the table. His expression was marked by undeniable exhaustion. Your Highness, Prince Yuan has news arrived from Imo's city. Did the negotiations fail? A man of Western origin in the hall asked. With the two you made me send, isn't this result only natural? They didn't even get to see the face of the Social Evolution League's chief. Prince Yuan glared resentfully at the Western man standing nearby. Michaela Ort, a vice admiral of the Lorelei Kingdom's navy. Over a year ago, it was his warning that had spared the Lorelei Kingdom from the same fate as other Western nations which had been massacred by Donglu. After that incident, he received significant commendation. Subsequently, he participated in the new Joint Fleet's attack on the Gai Imperial Court and assisted in the enthronement of the 13th Prince, among many other affairs. Logically, with his military exploits and status, he could have remained in the Lorelei Kingdom to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. Yet, for some unknown reason, he had appeared in the territory of a Gaia separatist faction entangled with Prince Yuan. It's not quite like that. Although we had the intention of testing the chief, if Tao Li could have seen him, there might have been some tangible results. You're thinking too darkly of us. Michaela shook his head. If Prince Yuan could truly reach a cooperation with the Social Evolution League, they would have welcomed it. That would have given them more channels and opportunities to understand the League and Donglu. Now that there was no result, it could only be said that Prince Yuan was unlucky. Humph. Prince Yuan let out a cold snort. If it weren't for the internal and external troubles being besieged by multiple forces, he would never have stooped to becoming a puppet of the Western nations following their orders. Your Highness need not be so resentful. Everything we do is based on mutual benefit and cooperation. Seeing Prince Yuan's considerable resentment, Michaela felt it necessary to lay the matter out clearly to avoid affecting their cooperation. Over a year ago, the chief of Imo's city emerged abruptly. Using a method still unknown to all, he created a spore tide and completed his third transformation. With a single move, he massacred dozens of Western second transformation practitioners. Although he later fell into silence, we all know he was merely gathering strength and cultivating followers who believed in him. Once his followers are enough to control Gaia, he will undoubtedly strike without hesitation to eliminate all of you, that is, all the separatist forces in Gaia, to complete unification and even continue to expand outward. You don't want to be sacrifices, and we don't want the world to become his personal playground. On this point, at least, our goals are aligned. Michaela spoke unhurriedly. In that case, we need power. Power sufficient to contend with a third transformation practitioner, power sufficient to withstand the spore tide. At this point, Michaela suddenly smiled. In this regard, the late Emperor Qinglong of Gaia helped us a great deal. The materials he collected were very useful, greatly enhancing our understanding of how to complete the third transformation. Prince Yuan took over his words. But a new problem arises. According to the knowledge and materials obtained from awakened ones, while a third transformation practitioner would be more powerful, they would not take on the same form as that chief. Precisely. Michaela nodded, walked over to a nearby chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and clasped his hands. According to the records, the third transformation is a true watershed. It integrates a person's deepest desires into their bloodline, bringing a comprehensive enhancement in power, spirit, and control over magic essence. But it also has other effects such as disruption of the life code, genetic mutation. In fact, this phenomenon has already manifested in some second transformation practitioners, with non-human organs growing on their bodies. Yet that chief has maintained a human form from start to finish. This is abnormal, highly abnormal. Prince Yuan sneered as if looking at a madman. So you suspect he might not have advanced but instead obtained some special technology. An unadvanced second transformation practitioner massacred dozens of second transformation practitioners and forced a coalition of over a dozen nations to dare not retaliate. Even now, when you want to obstruct and test him, you only dare to act covertly, using me as a pawn. I wonder if I should call you cautious or cowardly. Listening to Prince Yuan's sarcasm, Michaela's expression remained unchanged. He had no need to argue with a pawn. Moreover, none of the massacred second transformation practitioners were from the Lorelei kingdom. That the chief hasn't advanced is merely a bold speculation by some scholars based on theory. I don't believe it either. Rather than not advancing, I'm more inclined to believe his advancement was incomplete, that something went wrong. So we've been keeping watch, gathering intelligence. This time I had used Wei Winley and Tally to test the situation. These two, one has a grudge against the chief, the other has done him a favor. Based on studies of the chief's past behavior, psychologists estimated that even if he had no interest in an alliance, there was a 70% chance he would meet one of them. Yet now both have been kept waiting for several days without a word. Combined with intelligence gathered by our other agents, that the chief has suddenly disappeared, not showing his face for many days, with everything handled by the deputy chief. Cross-referencing and verifying multiple sources of intelligence already indicates a great deal. Michaela spoke the answer softly. The chief's enhancement has encountered problems. He can no longer appear before others easily. Prince Yuan. What if he's just busy with other matters? What if you're wrong? Michaela glanced at Prince Yuan, a faint smile on his face. No plan is without risk. If your highness is unwilling to accept the third transformation experimental project, we can find someone else. He was certain Prince Yuan couldn't refuse. The man was at the end of his rope. Unless he was willing to abandon everything he had now, he had to accept their proposal, accept the imperfect third transformation experiment, and try to become a third transformation practitioner to spy on Dong Le's situation. At least with the latter, if Dong Le was indeed in trouble, Prince Yuan might seize the opportunity, using the power of the third transformation to subdue the entire Gaia Empire and become the ultimate victor. Prince Yuan's expression turned extremely grim. Every plan has risks, so they foist the risk onto others, don't they? His expression shifted as he stared intently at Michaela and asked, Aren't you afraid he'll defect and cooperate with Mo City, kill you all, and split the world? You might think that, and you might do it, but that chief has already proven his character through his actions. He won't collude with you. Otherwise, he would have had countless opportunities to become the master of this nation. That's also why I didn't seek your cooperation in the first place. Prince Yuan clenched his fists, feeling utterly disdained. Michaela, of course you can also try to go it alone. But since we can help you become a true third transformation practitioner, we can also help others undergo the transformation. We have sufficient means to deal with any crisis. Prince Yuan closed his eyes, leaned his head back against the armchair, and murmured, "Let me think. Let me think. Of course, our method is an improvement on Emperor Qinglong's, so it carries some risks. Naturally, you need to think it through." Michaela rose to take his leave. "Then I won't disturb you further. But I must remind you, mind the time. If the outside forces break in before you have enough time to complete the third transformation, there will be no chance for regret." Michaela departed, leaving Prince Yuan alone, seated in contemplation. Under the setting sun, his dark shadows stretched, elongated, and eventually merged with the world. Yet the figure in Prince Yuan's mansion remained utterly still, like a sculpture. On the other side, within his territory, various separatist forces were voraciously tearing and devouring flesh, conquering city after city. The great clans within surrendered at the sight of the approaching forces, joining external powers to attack Prince Yuan. All of this caused the hostile forces within Prince Yuan's domain to snowball, on the verge of breaching whose city with remarkable smoothness. But some noticed irregularities and raised questions. "Isn't this going too smoothly? Prince Yuan is after all a veteran second transformation practitioner. If he really got desperate and used Tandran tactics, he could still put up a fight. It is indeed a bit too smooth, but with so many of us second transformation practitioners here, what could Prince Yuan possibly scheme to achieve?" A person beside the questioner dismissed the concern. "As long as we don't let him escape, victory is ours." The questioner said no more, but his gaze lingered on the direction of whose city, a faint trace of worry in his eyes. Would things really go this smoothly? A thunderous roar echoed the city gates of whose city, flew outward like a broken kite. The troops outside, wild with joy, surged and eager to plunder. Yet what they saw sent an inexplicable shiver down their spines. Once a bustling metropolis in central Gaia with nearly 1 million residents, whose city now lay nearly deserted. 9 out of 10 houses stood empty, thick with dust, a desolate and chilling sight, with barely a soul in sight. Even the dullest observer would sense something amiss. A few second-stage evolvers felt their hearts sink. Could it be that the Yuan King had already looted whose city himself, and then vanished with his followers unseen and unheard? No wonder they had encountered almost no resistance along the way. Go to the Yuan King's mansion. The second-stage evolvers made their decision instantly, their forms shooting out from the ranks, like arrows toward the Yuan King's mansion. Halfway there, they realized their fears were unfounded. The Yuan King had not fled. The closer they drew to the mansion, the stronger a malevolent energy they sensed, almost overwhelmingly powerful. When they realized the intensity of that energy far surpassed their own, the second-stage evolvers halted, hesitating. "Everyone, something feels off. Should we retreat? Or send the troops in to investigate?" As second-stage evolvers, aside from that monster in Mo's city, they were recognized as the pinnacle of the world. When faced with true danger, they value their lives more than most. Sensing the eerie atmosphere around the Yuan King's mansion, they immediately thought of retreat. But before anyone could respond, a hoarse, low voice suddenly emerged. "Leave. Everyone, I have been waiting for you for so long." That voice gripped the hearts of the 3 second-stage evolvers present like an invisible hand. They recoiled, scattering in different directions, yet their gazes involuntarily fixed on the source of the voice. A monstrous being with 4 arms and 8 eyes, clad in imperial robes, moved with a strange, eerie grace that adhered to ancient Gaia rituals. But what struck the 3 second-stage evolvers most was not this. It was the danger, the ultimate danger, as if they had been reduced to their most vulnerable infancy, a blade pressed against their throats. If they stayed, they would surely die. They quickly averted their eyes and fled in 3 different directions. The monster, momentarily stunned, began to repeat in a droning voice, "So long I have waited for you, so long I have waited for you, so long." Its stiff body slowly raised its head, watching the fleeing figures. Its calm exterior was instantly torn apart by fury. "I have waited for you so long. I slaughtered my own kin, slaughtered most of the city's people, used their flesh and blood to brew potions to gain this power, and formed to wait for you to face me in battle. And now you want to leave. You want to leave." An eruption of volcanic fury burst from the Yuan King. He had sacrificed everything, awaited the challenge in the proper manner of an emperor. Was it all for this? the last shred of rational thought shattered. His robes were torn apart by the expanding shockwave, revealing a twisted tumor-ridden body beneath. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside one of the second-stage evolvers. Four arms struck simultaneously die. The second-stage evolver's face contorted in terror as he raised his arms to block. But at the moment of impact, his arm bone shattered, and he was driven deep into the ground, his fate unknown. Without pausing, the Yuan King charged at the other two. The countless chaotic voices in his mind, born from the cannibalistic potions, no longer raged but fused into power, into instinct, driving the Yuan King to slaughter everything before him, to devour all, to gain more nourishment, to grow stronger. Yuan King, wait, I Surin. One second-stage evolver raised a hand to speak as the monster lunged at him. Before he could finish, his head was torn off. Blood sprayed like rain falling into a waiting mouth. Meanwhile, at the city gate, the invading army had begun looting. Though the city was nearly empty, making it hard to plunder flesh and blood, the gold and silver within the city remained untouched. For most ordinary soldiers, treasures were still a decent prize. As they reveled in their plunder, a few soldiers noticed a dark dog growing closer in the distance. Isn't that the general? Why is he fleeing? No, someone is chasing him. The general lost. Run, run. Realizing what was happening, several soldiers were terrified out of their wits, abandoning their loot and fleeing toward the city gates. Others also sensed the danger. Thus the army, that had been looting with glee moments before, instantly collapsed. No one thought to go to the rescue. They swarmed toward the gates in a panic. A few clever ones hid within the city instead. Stop! Block the Yuan King. The second-stage evolver, fleeing toward the gate, roared in fury as the army disintegrated, but he dared not pause. He shouted a command, hoping even these useless wretches could delay the Yuan King long enough for him to escape. But the routed army could not be rallied by a single order. No one obeyed. Instead, in their frantic scramble to escape, they trampled each other, clogging the gate and hindering his flight. Damn it! As he cursed, the last surviving second-stage evolver sensed something was wrong. In mere moments, the Yuan King had caught up. His 8 eyes gleamed with a predatory light. He raised a hand and launched a stream of light that grew larger in the evolver's vision. No! Seeing their general slaughtered with almost no resistance, the soldiers at the gate grew even more frantic, slashing at those in front to clear a path, desperate to escape. The commotion soon drew the Yuan King's attention. His crimson eyes fixed on the crowd, an overwhelming hunger spreading. Moments later, the chilling sound of crunching and chewing began. On a hilltop dozens of miles away, Michaela observed the flow of demonic energy within the city through her naked eyes. Seeing a bright orb quickly devouring and assimilating other points of light, she clicked her tongue in awe. The third-stage evolution method Qinglong Emperor had researched came with far greater drawbacks than imagined. Not only did it cause genetic mutation and deformation of the body, but it also drove one's sanity toward madness. The Yuan King in his current state. It's like a demon incarnate. Beside Michaela, a Lorelei officer peered through binoculars at the distant scene, shuddering. Sir, will that thing really follow our orders and clash with the fundal tide? That thing could no longer be called human. Had they taken the wrong path, or was the future of evolution through demonic energy simply becoming a monster? If that was the only way to evolve, they might as well join the fundal tide. It doesn't matter. Michaela steadied herself and spoke calmly. Whether he has reason or not, whether he's a monster or not, as long as he moves across this land, he will inevitably clash with the fundal tide. Let's go. Don't stare too long. If he notices us and comes after us, we'll die too. Understood. The feast of flesh lasted for days. Only after devouring every fresh morsel in whose city did the Yuan King finally stop. Compared to before, his body had undergone further changes. He had grown taller, and 2 curved horns sprouted from his head. The tumors covering his body had mostly vanished, replaced by a hardened spiked hide that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. A long segmented tail extended behind him. He looked like a work of art forged from steel. Still not enough. These people have little nutritional value. Maybe I need to devour tens of millions, hundreds of millions, to gather the power for the next evolution. Lifting his head, the Yuan King's consciousness had completely transformed. He felt no revulsion at cannibalism. Instead, he only regretted not eating enough to gain sufficient strength. Pity those Western continent people fled too fast. They would have made a good snack. The Yuan King stretched his limbs, feeling an unprecedented lightness. The countless cries of agony and pain in his mind had been forged into a single entity. A ceaseless flow of knowledge emerged, granting him new insights into his current form and the future of the world. He turned toward Emo City, took a deep breath, and caught the rich aroma of food. A potentially flawed third stage being and a fungal tide that endlessly produces food. If I could devour them, I would surely complete my fourth evolution. But I might also get killed for ruining someone else's garden. A fierce battle raged within the Yuan King's mind. Should he avoid the potentially earlier third stage being and seek nourishment elsewhere to evolve, or directly kill the senior and seize their resources? In a fraction of a second, the urge to plunder one. There could only be one emperor, one demon king in the world. If he didn't strike while his opponent was dealing with their own problems, killing them, and taking everything, would he wait for them to come and kill him, instead climbing to the throne over his corpse? Having made his decision, the Yuan King displayed incredible speed. He crouched slightly, then exploded into motion, a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from his back. In the next instant, he shot into the sky, racing toward Emo City at supersonic speed. Emo City, headquarters of the Social Reform Alliance. And Rand sat in his office, frowning and restless. It had been nearly a month since Dong Lu announced a temporary seclusion, and still no word. Within the Social Reform Alliance, anxiety festered. People feared their leader's health had failed, that their cause would collapse midway. Outside, many were probing for information. To ease the internal tension and divert attention from Dong Lu, Rand issued orders in Dong Li's name for a limited expansion of the military, hoping to draw focus. But the effect was minimal. Just as Rand was racked with worry, a sudden change occurred. The previously calm fungal tide erupted in chaos, emitting urgent buzzing sounds as it automatically gathered energy and fired into the sky. And Rand's expression shifted sharply. He leaped out of the office window and saw everything unfolding outside. A winged figure weaved and dodged through a barrage of demonic energy cannons that covered half the sky. Haha, so there's a defense system. The Yuan King laughed wildly in the sky, completely unflustered. Since completing his third evolution, he had awakened a vast trove of knowledge, including the principles behind such defenses. He knew that destroying the control nodes of the fungal network would paralyze the automatic system. He flew while baiting the demonic energy cannons, abruptly changing direction just before being hit, causing the blast to land on the network's control nodes. In a few breaths, 2/3 of most cities' fixed network nodes were destroyed. The number of cannons dwindled until they vanished. Stop! And Rand's eyes burned with fury. Those nodes were the foundation of the Social Reform Alliance's control over the fungal tide. With a roar, he shot forward like a cannonball, striking at the Yuan King. Oh, so there's a little dog guarding the garden. The Yuan King didn't dodge as Rand attacked. He threw a single punch, and Rand flew back even faster. Pity the choice of watchdog is poor, too weak. The Yuan King had no interest in tangling with Rand. His priority was to kill Dong Lu and absorb the nourishment. With that thought, he flew toward a direction where his senses detected intense demonic energy fluctuations underground. But midway, a faint threat forced him to dodge. Almost simultaneously, a beam of red light grazed past his wing. From the ruin shrouded in dust, Rand rose, supported by the fungal tide. Blood fungi continuously mended his wounds, aiding his recovery. I said stop. I see. You've modified the watchdogs, merging them with the garden. The Yuan King glanced around. Hundreds of people radiating auras similar to the fungal tide were converging on him. But your strength is still too low. None of you have reached the third stage. You can't keep up with my reactions. Ignoring the approaching crowd, the Yuan King continued toward his target. A beam of light gathered in his hand, aimed at tearing open the ground to strike Dong Lu while he was vulnerable. And Rand was nearly driven mad. He had sworn never to betray Dong Li's trust, yet now he couldn't even stop this unknown enemy. Stop! He charged at the Yuan King using the fungal tide to form a shield behind him, firing demonic energy cannons at the surroundings and accelerating via the shockwaves from explosions. In moments, he reached supersonic speed. Every ounce of his power coalesced into a beam aimed at the Yuan King. Get lost? Provoked repeatedly, the Yuan King grew enraged. Just a watchdog. He endured the damage from the beam to kill and ran. But just as his claws were about to end it, a hand suddenly appeared, heavy as a mountain, halting everything. The fungal tide in Mo's city surged, vibrated, and radiated a dazzling brilliance. The entire city seemed to writhe, like a living thing beginning to repair itself. First, they are my comrades, people I recognize, not dogs. Dong Li's calm voice rang out. He nodded to Ren, signaling him to relax, then turned to face the demon-like being before him. Second, what are you? The moment Dong Li looked over, King Yuan's expression shifted drastically. His tail swaying behind him, like a drawn longsword, sliced off the captured arm with a crisp snap, and he retreated swiftly to a safe distance before halting. His 8 scarlet eyes fixed upon Dong Li, filled with intense gravity and bewilderment as he posed the same question. You? What are you? Abnormal, utterly abnormal. No matter how one looked at it, it defied all reason. According to the knowledge he had gained during his awakening and transformation, the third metamorphosis under the demonic essence system would fundamentally alter a person's life form, elevating them from an ordinary being to a transcendent demonic essence life. His current near-demonic form stood as the clearest testament to this. Physical flight, reaching supersonic speeds, extraordinary regenerative abilities, and demonic essence manipulation, heightened demonic essence perception. All these attested to his essential divergence from his past self, ascending to a higher order of existence. Yet even so, when confronting Dong Li moments ago, a surge of dread had overtaken him. Why? How could Dong Li in such a frail state still wield greater power? Jealousy, rage, greed. Within his already twisted will, emotions bred incessantly, ultimately transmuting into a weighty murderous intent and a ravenous appetite. Dong Li did not answer. Casually tossing Yuan Wang's severed arm into the fungal tide below, he appraised him with a glance under Yuan Wang's venomous gaze. The third metamorphosis under the demonic essence system fuses one's deepest will and strongest emotions into the bloodline. What you've integrated is hardly a noble notion, I presume. Lust for power, possessiveness, or something else. And what did you integrate? Appetite. Hence this vast garden of food. King Yuan retorted, then quickly dismissed his own thought. No, that's not right. Someone with a strong appetite wouldn't ignore so much food and instead protect it. He grinned, deliberately feigning mockery. Let me guess. Could it be some sort of etiquette or morality? How peculiar, truly peculiar. Those who undergo the third metamorphosis should all acquire a portion of knowledge from the demonic essence. The closer the fused emotions and will are to the bloodline's primal instincts, the greater the power enhancement. Devouring prey yields more nourishment, yet you still chose morality. Ha ha ha. I have never seen such a fool. No wonder you completed your metamorphosis early without devouring this nation first, giving me the opportunity. Harsh laughter echoed over the sky of Maching. Morality? Not quite. To put it precisely, it's an ideal. Dong Li shook his head and stepped forward. The placid fungal tide shifted at his will. Crimson ribbons of demonic essence surged from the ground, coalescing around Dong Li into a colossal figure of light. A grand voice channeled through the light giant spread across Maching and reached all within the fungal tide's domain. In cities like Maching, Rongqing, and Wangchengqing, and in countless villages, people began new lives after the fungal tide's arrival. They no longer worried about food, water, or disease. The Social Revolution Alliance had essentially taken care of all basic survival needs. Within the fungal tide's reach, no one would perish prematurely from thirst or hunger, and most ailments could be directly cured. For those seeking a better life, greater power, respect, or entertainment via the demonic essence network, they could attend schools and training institutions, acquire skills and knowledge, then work to earn points. The more creative the work, the greater the contribution to Maching, and the expansion of human knowledge, the higher the points, and the better the treatment. This formed a positive cycle for society, fostering knowledge and civilization. Through this system, the Social Revolution Alliance had fully secured the people's loyalty. Thus, at the first sign of change in the fungal tide, everyone who noticed paused, curious yet anxious, until a voice emerged from it. To put it precisely, it's an ideal. The crowd stirred briefly, unsure of what was happening. Then several excited voices arose. The chief, it's the chief's voice. Yes, it's the chief. The chief is speaking to us through the fungal tide. The chief, Chief Dong Lo. Among the crowd were survivors from the war in Machin. They had been saved by Dong Lo, witnessed him single-handedly subdue the entire city and halt the war. After the Social Revolution Alliance was established, they had joined without hesitation, following the fungal tide to other cities for social construction. They thought they had matured through their work, able to remain calm in any situation, but upon hearing Dong Le's voice again, they realized they were wrong. The surge in their hearts remained as strong as ever. The excitement spread to everyone, reaching a peak before rising further, as a light screen appeared in the sky alongside the broadcast showing images of Dong Le and King Yuan. Dong Le intended to use this opportunity to explain his understanding of demonic essence power and his vision for society's future to all under the fungal tide system. Simultaneously, he would defeat King Yuan with absolute force, showcasing the merits and drawbacks of integrating desires during the third metamorphosis, guiding the people closer to him. He began, if we categorize human needs and desires into 5 levels from low to high: first, basic physiological desires, the most fundamental cravings for air, food, and water, without which survival is impossible. Second, safety desires, for a healthy body, stable work, and a secure living environment. Third, emotional desires, the longing for friendship, kinship, and love, the wish to love and be loved. Fourth, the desire for respect, the yearning for recognition and esteem from others. Finally, the desire for self-actualization, the pursuit of ideals, knowledge, beauty, order, and the realization of one's own value. When a person undergoes the third metamorphosis, the emotions and wishes fused into the bloodline generally fall into these 5 categories. However, due to human complexity, real emotions are often a blend of multiple desires. Take me, for example. The desire I fused is primarily idealistic. I want to create a better world where everyone can survive and live well. After a single sentence, Dong Le pointed at King Yuan. Take him, for instance. The emotions he fused likely contain more physiological desires, hence his current form. Hearing this, King Yuan, even if slow, realized Dong Le's intention. Dong Le was using him as a negative example to teach the world to pursue ideals and a better world rather than succumb to base desires. Arrogant, uncontrollable rage surged forth. King Yuan's demonic form grew more ferocious and terrifying. He transformed into a black light imperceptible to the naked eye, charging at Dong Le and colliding with the colossal light figure formed from the fungal tide's demonic essence. A thunderous roar erupted, radiant light burst forth, and rolling waves of force swept in all directions, causing the fungal tide beneath Machin to undulate. Yet the light figure remained unshaken, and Dong Le did not even need to withdraw the power used for the fungal tide broadcast. The light screen continued its transmission. Differences in desires aside from slight variations in power primarily manifest in different styles of conduct. The more people who fuse primal physiological desires, the more brutal the world becomes, with people preying on each other, spiraling downward into a mythological abyss of hell. For me, I do not wish to see such a world emerge, nor allow the phenomenon of people devouring each other to spread. Therefore, I hereby make a promise to you, to everyone: the Social Revolution Alliance will build an ideal nation free from oppression, disease, hunger, and hardship. All who see this message, all who desire a more perfect world, I invite you to join my cause, to use wisdom and science to advance civilization rather than let it descend into the abyss. And to those who can undergo the third metamorphosis but are still watching, I know you will see this in intelligence reports later. What I want to say is, stop your thoughts of undergoing the third metamorphosis. Before you fully become demons, I can offer you a chance at reformation. Within the fungal tide's domain, intelligence agents and spies from various nations gazed up at the scene in the sky like a scene from myth. Their minds stirred. Could there truly be a leader in this world who cared not for power or worldly pleasures, but only for creating a more perfect world? Unlike the excitement and shock of others, King Yuan was consumed by rage, shouting hysterically. Bastard, we're still in the middle of a duel. More than the humiliation, the feeling of being ignored stung him deeply. With a sudden burst of effort, he ignited all his demonic essence into black flames. With a crack, he finally broke through the Fundal Tide's light figure's obstruction. His sharp claws nearly pierced Dong Lu, but the next moment King Yuan felt an emptiness within a foreign entity had emerged inside him, steadily draining his power. How is this possible? I've undergone the third metamorphosis. I know. So have I. Dong Lu seemed to have anticipated this. And I prepared from the start. I mobilized the Fundal Tide's demonic essence as a reserve, used it to analyze your flesh and blood, and cultivated a strain capable of harming a third metamorphosis individual, specifically targeting you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have talked so much and started a live broadcast. Dong Lu always fought prepared battles. Though confident he could defeat King Yuan, how he won was equally important. A great victory, a moderate one, a narrow one, or a costly one. If he could only achieve a narrow or costly victory, and then broadcast it to the public, it would send a signal to the outside world, and those capable of the third metamorphosis, that as long as enough third metamorphosis individuals gathered, they could win and continue to rule the world. Conversely, if he achieved a decisive victory, even if only superficially, the second metamorphosis individuals and various nations would think twice before undergoing transformation. After all, turning oneself into a complete monster and slaughtering one's own people for a victory that was never truly possible was hardly worth it. Moreover, Dong Lu had offered them an escape route in the broadcast. He wouldn't kill them. The live broadcast has said what needed to be said. Now you can die. Dong Lu made a gesture of clapping his hands together, and the colossal light figure mirrored the motion. A vast force pressed down like a mountain. King Yuan's 4 arms propped up a small space. He sensed death approaching but still refused to admit it. No, I am the king of this world. I should be the final victor. Before he could finish, his voice was cut short. The colossal light figure's hands closed, completely crushing King Yuan into a pulp that fell to the ground. He was dead. The light screen lingered on his corpse for 3 seconds, proclaiming the fate of this mad demon who had fused primal desires. In the cities, under the Fundal Tide's control, countless people saw this and cheered in unison. Long live the chief! Long live the ideal! Long live the chief! Long live the Social Revolution Alliance! As fervor permeated the air, some quietly made their decisions and headed toward the temporary governments of the Social Revolution Alliance in each city. Inside, the fervor was no less intense than outside. In fact, it was even more heated. When they saw people enter, they calmed down slightly and returned to their posts. How can I help you? Among those entering, one person took a deep breath and said, I am a spy from the Imperial Court. I've come to turn myself in. I am an intelligence officer from the Kingdom of Lorelei. I can work for you. Another spoke up. Before the staff on site could react, a third person spoke. A spy from Prince, he and a separatist faction within Gaia. They weren't entirely acting on impulse. They had lived and studied in cities under the Social Revolution Alliance's control for a considerable time, undergoing an ideological transformation and recognizing the predatory nature of the outside world. Coupled with Dong Lu's display of overwhelming power in the light screen, they decided to turn themselves in. Rather than wait for the Fundal Tide to expand into the territories they served and have their identities exposed, it was better to switch sides now and atone for their crimes. The staff on site stared in astonishment at the three, then glanced at the large crowd behind them. Could they all be spies? When had they been infiltrated so deeply? Those who entered later spoke eagerly. I'm here to ask how to enlist. I want to contribute, not a spy. Me neither. Me neither. Others chimed in. The staff's expression eased slightly. Similar events occurred in other cities. Dong Lu's live broadcast had greatly boosted the morale of residents under the Social Revolution Alliance's rule. Meanwhile, in watching, and Ran approached Dong Lu with some shame. He had failed to detect King Yuan's third metamorphosis in time and allowed him to break into Maching, a dereliction of duty. Had Dongla not emerged in time, the Social Revolution Alliance might have been destroyed by a single person. Chief, I'm very sore. Dongla raised a hand to stop him. No need to apologize. The outside world has been investigating my situation. As soon as I disappear for a while, a third metamorphosis individual will inevitably appear and attack. In fact, you did what you could buy me enough time. If you truly feel you haven't done enough, focus your energy on the work ahead. It's time for us to end this chaotic era. And Ram was stunned, his eyes reddening. Yes, Chief. At the headquarters of the Social Revolution Alliance in the meeting room, after resolving the Yuan King incident, Dongla convened a brief assembly of the Alliance's high-ranking members to adjust their forthcoming operations. As the unification process commenced and cities fell under their control, a vast number of personnel would be required for grassroots governance and reconstruction, necessitating early preparations. The meeting stretched on for over an hour. Dongla set down his pen. That's all for now. Go back and prepare. Understood, Chief. Well, take our leave then. The high-ranking members exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. They were about to truly step onto the stage of history, compelling the world to follow their order. As they were leaving, one suddenly turned back, as if recalling something. Chief, there's one more matter we might need to inform you about. What is it? Some time ago, a local separatist faction from Gaia sent envoys seeking an alliance. Among them was someone claiming to be your former classmate. Since you were in seclusion at the time, we've kept them waiting without any response. A classmate. Dongla frowned, then utilized the chat group's data retrieval function to search. Soon, from the feedback of the fungal tide, he located the negotiators. Wei Wenli and Tao Li. Had it been earlier, when the Social Revolution Alliance was first established and Dongla's temper was fiercer, hearing about Wei Wenli would have driven him to personally deliver a swift end to the man. But after founding the alliance and executing many to push reforms, Dongla's aggression had somewhat subsided. He now felt no urge to specifically retaliate against a minor figure twisted by the era. I know who you mean. Ignore them. We need no alliances. He paused, then added, keep an eye out for any misdeeds on their part. If there are, handle them by the book, execute if necessary, punish if needed. If not, leave them be. Understood. After everyone had left, the meeting room stood empty and silent. Dongla calmed his mind, recalling that he hadn't yet reported his safety to the other Dongles in the chat group. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the group, disabling message muting. The chat was ablaze with activity, and 2 new members had joined. Rich Dongla Chioshua, the material technology and brain-computer interface from your side have been a tremendous help. I'm about to take off too. Gold Tycoon Dongla, absolutely perfectly timed. I've been struggling with moving all the materials from the group alone. It's been inefficient. Now with brain-computer tech, that problem solved. Rich and Gold Tycoon had always been the stalwart supporters of the group, using the funds gained from their initial choices to establish companies and provide vast scientific and technical resources to aid other Dongles. However, as each Dongla grew and began to give back, they found themselves in an awkward predicament. The sheer volume of useful data in the chat group was overwhelming. Succubus and Superpower, after each seizing control of their own domains, uploaded massive troves of information. National Ball, as a hive consciousness, had practically shared all of its citizens' knowledge. Wilderness, hailing from an advanced civilization, relying solely on themselves to extract all the data handed to their researchers, an advanced civilization was indeed a daunting challenge. Yet they were unwilling to completely give up. Watching the vibrant lives of the other Dongles in the group, they yearned to enrich their own lives with technology. Most importantly, as the group expanded and mutual aid became the norm, some Dongles were destined to reach the pinnacle of their worlds. By then, the others would be discussing high-end topics like the evolution of physical laws, mathematical weaponry, and mental will technology in their mutual aid efforts. Would they just watch, only able to chime in during casual banter? Was that acceptable? No, it was not. Though no Dongla would look down on another being passively sidelined was unacceptable for Rich and Gold Tycoon, the group's founding elders. They couldn't always wait for newcomers to appear and interact with them. that would reduce them to mere NPCs. Thus, they had been searching for an opportunity to rise, a technology to rapidly convert memories and thoughts into text or video data. With Kyukshu's arrival, their chance finally came. Utilizing the mature brain-computer interface technology from a future society, they could break through their previous information exchange limits, mass extract data from the chat group, and bring it into reality for research. This not only drove societal progress and expanded personal assets, but also enhanced their learning capabilities, temporarily alleviating fears of falling behind other Dongless. Chiyoshua Dong looked glad to help. Unfortunately, as a mere student, I can only access public data, some of which is outdated. Rich Dongla, don't say that. What's outdated for you is still futuristic tech, only existing in PPTs and sci-fi works, for us. If it were too advanced to understand or implement, it wouldn't be as beneficial. Gold Tycoon Donglu, exactly. With your data, our brain-computer interface is progressing rapidly. I've even earned the title of Tech Guru on the internet, all thanks to you, brother. Rich Donglu indeed. We were waiting for Wilderness to simplify the technology, but you came along directly. Wilderness Donglu. I'm saying that makes me seem useless. I'm just one person helping every world, splitting my mind 7 ways. Wilderness Donglu, I don't care, I'm angry. You'll have to cheer me up. Rich Donglu, hey. Gold Tycoon Donglu, it's all Rich's fault. He's the one who complained about you. I gold hereby sever ties with him. Chiyoshua Donglu, holy crap, the great Wilderness is angry. Brothers, hurry up and use your skills to soothe him. National Ball Donglu, I propose we sacrifice Rich and offer him to the great Wilderness as a consort. Superpower Donglu, great idea. Destiny Donglu, if one Rich isn't enough, throw gold in 2. Gold Tycoon Donglu, huh? Succubus Donglu, excellent. Wilderness Donglu, that's more like it. I welcome my 2. Wait, is there an extra name? Whoa, Succubus, you're out of seclusion. Superpower Donglu, great. Today all 8 brothers are finally together. We should celebrate. Rich Donglu, speaking of which, Succubus, how did your seclusion go? Did you complete the 3rd transformation? Chiyoshua Donglu, a newcomer's curiosity. JPG. Destiny Donglu, a newcomer's curiosity. JPG. With Succubus Donglu's appearance, the light-hearted banter in the group dissipated. After all, while bonding was fine, when it came to serious matters, everyone had to maintain decorum. Succubus Donglu, it succeeded. Though it took longer than expected, you can now call me the Ideal Demon. Superpower Donglu, Ideal Demon. So you've confirmed you're a demon. Your world must have a huge pitfall just like mine. Don't tell me every world has one. Wilderness Donglu, superpower, that's a bit scary. I haven't even climbed out of the primitive planet pitfall yet. Another world-scale trap would be too much for me. Rich Donglu, truly frightening. My frail body can't handle the kind of pitfalls you and Succubus encountered. Gold Tycoon Donglu 1, Superpower Donglu, it's just a guess. Out of 8 of us, 2 have confirmed artificial interference in their worlds. That's a 1 in 4 chance, which is too high. National Ball Donglu, I don't think that's necessarily the case. National Ball Donglu, the world is vast and complex, and our original understanding was insufficient. As our knowledge deepens, we'll inevitably uncover the hidden rules. Plus, having never contacted other civilizations before, we feel a strangeness toward them, which easily leads to conspiracy theories. National Ball Donglu, perhaps in the broader cosmos, the world is much livelier than we imagine, and contact between civilizations is the norm. Wilderness Donglu, that's one way to look at it. Chiyoshua Donglu, enough about conspiracies for now. We're not yet grown enough to face such issues. I'm more curious. Why do you call yourself the Ideal Demon, Succubus? What happened to your original Succubus bloodline? Succubus Donglu, some traits of the original bloodline remain, but the core concept has been replaced by my will. It's related to the magic system here. Since Chiyoshua hadn't read the earlier chat history, Succubus Donglu recounted the entire process, using blood fungi to obtain magic data, then combining it with insights from awakening and superpowers research on consciousness, and will to replace the bloodline's core. This included classifying desires into 5 levels to differentiate demons. Gold Tycoon Donlu. This 5-level desire classification sounds familiar. Superpower Donlu. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, isn't it? You adapted psychological theories into the magic system. Clever idea. While everyone was enthusiastically discussing succubus innovation, Wilderness frowned. Wilderness Donlu. Succubus, aren't you afraid of breeding a great enemy by spreading this system? Rich Donlu. Huh? What does that have to do with a great enemy? Wilderness Donlu. According to succubus, the more one merges with primal desires, the more chaotic and simplistic their thinking becomes. The closer one's desires are to ideals, the more rationality they retain, dedicating their lives to their ideals. Rich Donlu. Isn't that good? Wilderness Donlu. The problem is that ideal is a subjective concept. Some dream of building a beautiful world, others dream of becoming the world's ruler. The latter will inevitably clash with you. As for the former, if their vision of a beautiful world differs from yours, they'll also oppose you, and they'll be far more formidable than primitive demons driven by mere killing and consumption. The group fell silent at Wilderness' words. Then a message appeared in the chat interface. Succubus Donlu. I've thought about it. Succubus Donlu, but either way it's better than the original abyss of cannibalism. For some reason, the other Donlu sensed a note of helplessness and sorrow in those words. Succubus Donlu. In Wilderness, are you underestimating me? If spreading the ideal demon system led to my overthrow, that would only prove my system is unworthy. Succubus Donlu. Granted, ideal is subjective, and everyone may have different ideals. But whether they can achieve the third transformation and integrate their ideals into their bloodline is for me to decide. If their ideals can't withstand my test, they can remain at the second transformation forever. Succubus fungal tide continued to evolve, having already spawned strains capable of drawing power from living beings. When the Social Revolution Alliance ruled the world, succubus could use the spreading fungal tide to impose a lock on all creatures, limiting their magic levels. Anyone who failed the moral and ideological assessment, whose ideals were flawed, would be directly barred from advancement, ensuring the purity of the Alliance's leadership. Various other measures could be developed as technology progressed. For example, using the fungal tide to create a collective consciousness to oversee civilization's development, or physically connecting people to the tide so that as long as the tide persisted, consciousness would endure. Moreover, succubus had the chat group granting access to technology from other worlds to advance civilization and enhance combat power. With such overwhelming advantages, if the Social Revolution Alliance succubus created could still be overthrown, it would only mean it deserved to be. Nothing to regret. When succubus laid out all his thoughts, the chat group fell into momentary silence. Wilderness Donlu. Compared to the others, you've truly grown. You're starting to think like a leader. Succubus Donlu. So you all need to work hard. If you don't, how can I progress? If you can't keep your people in check and get taken down by the magic world, you'll lose me. Succubus Donlu. Come on, brothers, keep pushing. With that message, the somber and heroic atmosphere dissipated completely. Wilderness Donlu. I was wrong. When it comes to dealing with brothers, you're still the same as ever. Succubus Donlu. Is that a bad thing? While reporting his safety to himself in the chat group at Dondal, the news of his earlier wide-ranging live broadcast had already spread throughout Gaia and expanded to the entire world in the Gaia Empire Donza province in Bo City. Within the resplendent hall of a mansion, the self-proclaimed king and a middle-aged man in a black robe with a long beard fell silent after hearing the news from Mo City, sighing, "What a monstrous ability!" Although his aides did not speak, the heaviness in their eyes was unmistakable. The chief of the Social Revolution Alliance seemed like a unique case in the world. While other metamorphs were still engaged in close combat, he had developed a fungal tide, harnessing it to gather magical essence and conducting long-range strikes with light cannons. While other factions were still gambling on probabilities, searching for naturally occurring metamorphs capable of long-distance communication, the Mo City he led had already achieved controllable and stable long-distance communications capable of nationwide live broadcasts relying on the fungal tide and magical essence. If it weren't for the current era's recognition of scientific advancement and the existence of awakened individuals capable of acquiring knowledge of magical essence, they might not even understand the source of Dondal's power, treating it as a miracle, let alone muster the confidence to resist. Though it is not much different now. The technological gap between us and the Social Revolution Alliance is too vast. Without external support, we might not last long. What do you think, Mr. Michaela? King Yan's gaze turned to the man beside him as he spoke deliberately. It was indeed Michaela, who had appeared earlier in the territory of the Yuan Wang. Michaela displayed an expression of helplessness. Your Highness, although we are very willing to help, we truly lack the ability. The technology possessed by that chief is beyond the era, and the situation in the Western continent is not much better than yours. If we want to win, we can only rely on the power of the third metamorphs, with many third metamorphs attacking simultaneously. The Yuan Wang is also a third metamorph, and before him, there is no room for resistance. King Yin made a sarcastic remark, tearing off the pretense. Moreover, no matter how advanced your technology is, it is at least superior to ours. I need the technology to enhance our strength. If you remain stingy, I honestly cannot think of any reason to continue fighting for you. Michaela was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by King Yin. Don't say this is for my own good. You know that with my strength, I could easily lead a group of trusted followers to see occupy a territory, become a local emperor, and leave this mess of Gaia to others. Michaela's expression remained unchanged. Of course you could, but then what? That chief won't only focus on Gaia. Even if you go to sea with the lifespan of a second metamorph, you will definitely be found during your lifetime. Are you the same? Would they let you go? King Yin scoffed. The Yuan Wang, obsessed with power and glory, was driven into a corner by all sides, and was manipulated by the forces of the Western continent represented by Michaela, using imperfect methods to approach the third metamorph. But he was not the Yuan Wang. If things became impossible, he would not continue to stay in Gaia. He would never use such clearly abnormal methods for metamorphosis. We are all in the same boat. If I do not fare well, neither will you. Give me all your magical essence research theories, along with techniques for making potions from human blood and the technology for cultivating magical essence organs. Provide research materials and theoretical scholars for the third metamorph, or I will walk away immediately. King Yin clenched his fists, making a bold demand. Michaela fell silent for a moment. He had seen others attempting to negotiate from a position of weakness before, but he had never encountered someone like King Yin, who turned the tables by threatening to abandon his own territory. Yet he had to admit that this move by King Yin indeed placed him in a passive position. After all, Gaia was still a major country with plenty of second metamorphs. If they could be utilized effectively, even if they couldn't defeat the Social Revolution Alliance led by Dondal, they could at least probe the opponent's bottom line. Just like this time, when a third metamorph struck, the chief of the Social Revolution Alliance showcased a brand new method, while also introducing the theory of desire levels, which could guide the ascension of the third metamorph. Thus, they absolutely could not allow Gaia's second metamorphs to give up. They couldn't let Dondal win a country without breaking a sweat. Thinking of this, Michaela suddenly felt a twinge of regret. It was no wonder that the fleets of various countries had demanded too much, leading to the division of Gaia after the 13th prince took power. Otherwise, the Social Revolution Alliance would be a headache for the Gaia court, and they would not need the Western continent countries to run around negotiating among the fragmented forces in Gaia, and even facing extortion. He sighed, facing King Yan's aggressive gaze. I need to report upward. Of course, but please do so quickly. Upon hearing this, King Yan's earlier fierce demeanor transformed into a gentle expression. Michaela said nothing further and turned to leave. At that moment, King Yan suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute, Mr. Michaela, there's one more thing. I heard that the chief had received training at your company before his rise, and had taken out some technical theories. I hope those theories can be included in the funding. Sure. Michaela did not hesitate this time, and readily agreed, which surprised King Yin. This was accepted so quickly. What he did not know was that the periodic table of elements and electronic theory that Dondal had previously presented as tuition fees were indeed highly valuable. However, they belonged to basic scientific theories that could guide research, but could not be directly and rapidly transformed into power like magical essence technology. Moreover, the more people studying a scientific theory, the more thorough the research, the greater the potential impact. When Dondal rose to power, the Lorelei kingdom obtained the materials for these two theories from the Este Company for study, hoping to discover something. Ultimately, the magical essence scholars gained little, while the physicists and chemists found it invaluable, experiencing a sense of enlightenment, as if a closed dark world had been opened, praising the two theories and urging the higher-ups of the Lorelei kingdom to disclose them. Therefore, in the Western continent, the periodic table and electronic theory were not considered sensitive or regulated content. One might even find them discussed in the latest physics textbooks. King Yen had ambition, but he was somewhat behind on news from the Western continent. Watching Michaela's retreating figure, King Yen steadied himself and beckoned a close aide. "Your Highness, go contact the court as well as the Ming Wang and Qin Wang to probe their intentions." King Yen silently calculated in his mind. If the court and the other regional leaders could unite to resist the Social Revolution Alliance, there would still be a chance. If not, he needed to prepare his escape route, whether to leave Gaia or surrender to the Social Revolution Alliance. No surrender is out of the question. King Yen extinguished a certain thought in his heart. He was not accustomed to entrusting his life to others, nor did he agree with the ideology of the Social Revolution Alliance. The aide, seeing that King Yen had no further instructions, nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew overseas. In the Lorelei kingdom, a closed-door cabinet meeting, Prime Minister Green summoned his trusted aides and several high-ranking officials to discuss the threat posed by the Social Revolution Alliance and the desire level theory put forth by Dondal. "Regarding the desire theory of that chief, I think we can investigate it appropriately." The foreign minister was the first to speak, the only female among those present. Her focus on the third metamorph was somewhat different from others, with concerns not just about distorted will but also about aesthetic issues, primarily from the perspective of human aesthetics. The demon transformed from the Yuan Wang was indeed not very beautiful. Indeed, the finance minister chimed in. He was not overly concerned about the image issue, but worried that if the domestic second metamorphs all integrated primal desires for their ascension, resulting in a bloody rampage to gain power, the nation would be doomed, and their previously accumulated wealth would become meaningless. If it were to reach such a point, it would be better to surrender to the Social Revolution Alliance. At least that chief promised them a chance for transformation. Other attendees nodded in agreement, perhaps for different reasons, but no one would still consider walking the Yuan Wang's road after seeing a better path. In that case, Burke draft a plan shortly to establish a dedicated department for research. Seeing that everyone was curious about Dondal's metamorphosis methods, Prime Minister Green directly stated. The Interior Minister Burke nodded. "All right. Then the next agenda item is the technical support for the Gaia forces proposed by Major General Michaela." Prime Minister Green read the next topic. Compared to the unanimous agreement on researching the third metamorph, there was considerable disagreement regarding support for Gaia. Some felt that if the various factions of Gaia received technology, they might not honestly resist the Social Revolution Alliance. It was more likely they would immediately set sail after acquiring the items and compete with them for colonies. Others believed that support was necessary, otherwise the Gaia court and the separatist forces would surely lose, which would mean handing over the territory of a major country and allowing the Social Revolution Alliance to become utterly unstoppable. The two sides argued fiercely, unable to convince each other. "All right, let's pause for a moment." Finally, Prime Minister Green could no longer bear to watch and called for a stop. "Aid to Gaia must be provided, otherwise they won't last long and may even flee. This point Major General Michaela has already clarified in his report. But regarding technical assistance, given Gaia's current national conditions, they may not have the capacity to establish factories to convert it into strength. My opinion is to have Major General Michaela talk to them and exchange technical aid for actual material support, controlling them with resources. If they can withstand the Social Revolution Alliance, then we can discuss technical assistance." The attendees nodded in agreement, finding this feasible. Only the finance minister suggested adding some conditions, such as making Gaia's faction sign loan agreements or letting them exchange items without seeking profit, ensuring at least minimal losses. This was also agreed upon by the others present. Prime Minister Green read the next agenda item still concerning Gaia and the Social Revolution Alliance. Such situations were not exceptions, but the norm. Whether in the Lorelei Kingdom or the Kingdom of Phelan or any other powerful nation in the Western continent, discussions targeting Gaia were underway. With Dondel's live broadcast, Gaia had completely become the focal point of the world, attracting countless gazes. Days later in Nanshan City, with the Lorelei Kingdom at the forefront, aid materials from various Western continent countries arrived in Gaia as cargo ships laden with supplies docked at the port, and dockworkers rushed into the warehouses to unload. Meanwhile, in Mo City, Dondel rose slowly into the sky, waving his hand towards the distance. "The time for unification has come, let us depart." His voice was not fervent, yet it reached the ears of everyone, and along with the cheers of the crowd, the Fundal tide began to surge and expand. In the mountains and forests, the fungal spores spread through trade routes, and various means began to swell fiercely upon receiving the signal of magical essence, merging into a single mass on the sea. Spores that could survive and reproduce in saltwater rapidly spread out, absorbing nutrients from sunlight and the water. If viewed from high above, the fungal tide, which had originally occupied only a point on the planet, was now blooming in all directions, connecting into sheets. Human cities appeared as mere specks before this wave of expansion. In Shirlu State, a medium-sized city under the control of the Gaia Court, very close to the Social Revolution Alliance, at the very moment the fungal tide began to expand, mushroom carpets were sprouting continuously inside and outside the city. This was especially severe among various powerful families, where fungal filaments grew out from the land, where they cultivated high-grade magical essence plants, dividing rapidly. Several servants tending to the magical essence plants were so scared that their souls nearly fled. Quickly shovel those ghostly things out." However, before they could act, the family's metamorph suddenly charged out, seeing that the magical essence plants were beyond saving. Without a second thought, broke off several branches, leaving without looking back, not even glancing at the servants. But after just a few steps, a wave of intense pain and weakness surged forth, causing him to stumble and fall from midair. The spores spreading in the air were continuously draining his power and growing within him. "Help someone, quick!" The metamorph panicked, given the evil deeds he had committed. Falling into the hands of the Social Revolution Alliance would surely mean death, and he quickly turned to those servants and relatives with lower magical essence levels who had not triggered a spore reaction, shouting loudly. A young man attempted to rescue him, but felt pain and weakness. Merely by getting a bit closer, he took a few steps back, struggling, and fled towards the street. "Second uncle, wait for me, I'll go find someone else to save you." As for the other servants, they fled, as if avoiding disaster. Shirlu State was very close to the territory of the Social Revolution Alliance. Some of them had heard Dondel's live declaration, and at this moment, facing the fungal tide, they felt not only fear, but also a glimmer of expectation. They rushed into the streets, where the outside was even more bustling. On every street and alley, the mushroom carpets were occupying every bit of space in the city, and the formerly domineering noble families were now hastily gathering their valuables and fleeing. Moments later, the fungal tide overtook the city, and all metamorphs fell into temporary paralysis, awaiting the arrival of the subsequent management troops to conduct a more comprehensive trial and settlement. In the sky, Dondel led the fungal tide past his pace and gazed, never pausing. Chibai Township, a nondescript hamlet along the path of the fungal tide. Though modest in size, it commanded considerable renown in the surrounding area, for it had against all odds nurtured two transcended beings from a single township. In days past, even the imperial magistrate had to show deference to Chibai Township, which had become a veritable local power. Yet at this very moment, the village elders and worthies of Chibai Township were behaving with utmost humility, leading a crowd of villagers, beating drums and clashing cymbals as they awaited something at the entrance of the village. Upon spotting a procession in the distance, the township head leading the group wore a look of heightened excitement. He raised his hand high towards the villagers and shouted, "Louder! Make it more lively!" The villagers pounded their drums and clashed their cymbals with even greater vigor, the cacophony erupting like a volcano, spilling in all directions. Seizing the moment, the township head hurried forward to meet the approaching procession. As he drew near, he halted abruptly, dropped to his knees, and kowtowed, saying, Welcome, noble soldiers, welcome, esteemed lords and masters. I beg you, noble soldiers, to save my poor son. This old man swears they have never brought harm to our village in the past. The villagers who had followed seeing the township head kneel began to kneel as well, pleading for the two once transcended beings of their village. Yes, yes. When a great beast appeared in the village, it was Renfang who drove it away. He is truly a good man. Noble soldiers, please save Renfang and Renqin. Without them, our village would be bullied to death by the others. A cacophony of voices melded into one, almost all of them speaking in praise and pleading for mercy. Startled, the leader of the Social Revolution League's rural team quickly helped the villagers to their feet. Don't kneel, don't kneel. You mustn't. Elders, we don't observe these formalities. Please, all of you, rise. We have come precisely for the two transcended beings of Chibai Township. If the review finds no issue, we will report it upward, and they will soon be fine. The rural team's demeanor was gentle. They had already made inquiries about Chibai Township before arriving. Its reputation in the surrounding area was surprisingly favorable. Thank you, noble soldiers. The leading elder was overjoyed. While expressing his endless gratitude, he directed the villagers to escort the Social Revolution League's rural team into the township. Quickly, quickly! Take the noble soldiers to the ancestral hall. Let us serve them wine. Third and fourth, call your daughters as well. Have them pour the wine. The young men of the rural team, unaccustomed to such treatment, were flustered. They resisted while shouting, No, no! Do not call us noble soldiers. Call us comrades, or if you prefer your customs, young lads will do. We are here on orders for a rural inspection. There is no need for entertainment. Their protests and resistance were utterly futile. The villagers of Chibai Township, as if death swarmed them, and propelled them forward. The rural team dared not resist with full force, and the villagers possessed unexpectedly great strength. Thus, they were truly shoved into the ancestral hall, and pressed into seats at the banquet tables. Noble soldiers, you have traveled far, and endured a grueling journey. This old man, on behalf of the villagers of Chibai Township, has prepared a feast in your honor. Please do not disdain it. The township head, who had previously been so anxious about his son, now seemed a changed man, having completely cast his son's predicament from his mind. He raised his wine cup to toast the rural team. No, elder, you need not do this. We appreciate your kindness, but the army has its discipline. We cannot accept gifts from the people. The leader of the rural team was named Yo-Yong. He appeared to be in his 20s. Seeing that the villagers' fervor had subsided somewhat, and they were now receptive to being heard, he breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps you could start eating here. We will go see your son. They are still being tormented by the fungal-tide spores, are they not? The sooner we understand the situation, the sooner they can recover. As Yo-Yong spoke, a flicker of strangeness stirred within him. At the village entrance, the township head of Chibai had spoken of his son, with his very first breath showing immense concern and a desire for his swift recovery. Yet now he had ushered them into the ancestral hall for a feast displaying none of his earlier urgency. His eyes swept imperceptibly over the surrounding villagers. Nearly all of them were fixated on the sumptuous dishes on the table, their ravenous gazes seemingly ready to pounce upon the feast. Something was amiss. To be honest with you, esteemed officers, this old man's actions were merely to curry favor. Perhaps sensing his own transparency, or having gauged the character of the rural team members, the township head of Chibai decided to speak plainly. In the past, under the Gai Empire, one always had to offer inducements to get things done. I know you are different from the imperial court, but such is the custom. If you would but take a single bite, this old man will be at ease. Even if my two sons are later sentenced to death, I will at least know it was not because our hospitality was lacking which incurred your displeasure. With these words, tears welled in his eyes, and he knelt down on the spot to kowtow. Not only he, but also the surrounding villagers, who had been eyeing the meat dishes, now knelt down one after another. A vast murky sea of people knelt, with only Yo-Yong and his team standing. All right, all of you rise. We will eat. Yo-Yong and his team were caught in a bind. No matter how they pulled, the kneeling people refused to stand. Unable to simply leave, they had to compromise. Under the watchful eyes of the Qingbai villagers, each took up their chopsticks and took a bite of the food. Niu Yong was no exception. As he swallowed the dish, a peculiar sense of satisfaction washed over him. Though he had resolved not to take a second bite, he now felt an impulse to reach for another mouthful. Just then a sudden cry of pain jolted him back to reality. Turning his head, he saw one of his team members clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Before he could grasp what was happening, two more fell with agonizing screams, their symptoms identical to the first. The surrounding fungal strains upon contacting their sweat turned black. This is... How can this be, esteemed officers? There was no poison in the food. How could this happen? The villagers of Qingbai were dumbfounded, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Though they had tampered with the food, they had not poisoned it. After all, the Social Revolution League was too powerful. If they actually killed their men and an investigation followed, everyone would be finished. Human flesh. You served human flesh on the table. Niu Yong, seeing the black fungal mat, suddenly remembered something. He grabbed the township head by the collar and lifted him, both shocked and enraged. At a recent training session, the company political instructor had mentioned that the fungal tide had spawned some special variants. These strains could grow inside the human body, surviving tens of minutes at temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. They normally pose no harm and could even help maintain human health to a certain extent. However, upon contact with human stomach acid, they would instantly change, producing a special compound. This compound caused excruciating pain, while also seeping through sweat glands to the skin surface, turning certain strains in the fungal tide black. Through these strains, they could more quickly identify who had consumed human flesh and prevent cannibalism. And now his several team members almost perfectly matched the characteristics described by the instructor. The villagers who had been kneeling suddenly sprang up upon hearing Niu Yong's words. They knocked him flying and rescued the township head. Quickly! Act now! They must not be allowed to escape! The township head of Qingbai finally snapped out of it and shouted loudly. He did not know how these young men had instantly recognized the meat on the table as human flesh. All the bones had been removed beforehand, but he knew the game was up. The reason Qingbai Township had been able to nurture two once transcended beings from a single village was through cannibalism. To conceal this, they never preyed on villagers from surrounding villages, but specifically targeted passers-by from other regions. After consuming a person, they would have someone impersonate the deceased and wander around other villages to create the illusion that the person had disappeared elsewhere. Because their deeds were secret and imperial authority did not extend to the villages, as long as taxes were paid, the court did not care what happened in the townships. They had never been discovered. However, when the Social Revolution League captured the county seat and spread the fungal tide, they began conducting inspections in the villages, and the township head of Qingbai grew anxious. He had heard that the Social Revolution League abhorred cannibalism and feared that their past actions would be exposed. When the rural team arrived for inspection, he planned to drug them, get them addicted to something, make them eat some human flesh, and ideally have them sleep with the village girls. Using this as leverage, he would slowly turn them into his own people, cultivating informants within the new government. But he had never expected the plan to be exposed right from the start. Without waiting for the township head's command, upon seeing the pain-stricken expressions of the rural team members who had eaten the human flesh, several clever villagers had already guessed the truth. They now charged directly at Niu Yong and the others, who were still standing, the green glint in their eyes, as if they wanted to devour everyone from outside their village. However, the abhorrence and fury of Niu Yong and his comrades were far more intense and swift. It was the rage born of an ideal being defiled. Although Niu Yong was not from watching, and had not seen Donglu turn the tide when the Western Continent fleet attacked the city a year ago, he had indeed been saved by the Social Revolution League led by Donglu. When the fungal tide spread from Maching and reached his village, the bullies who had once lorded over and oppressed the village were publicly tried and executed. The villagers no longer had to toil from dawn till dusk only to go hungry. His parents' ailments were healed, and his younger siblings could attend school. From that day on, Donglu became his faith. He believed wholeheartedly in everything the Social Revolution League promoted, willing to sacrifice even his life for that ideal world. But now someone was trying to make him betray his faith. Get back! Nyo Young's eyes blazed with fury. He threw a punch that sent several charging men flying. The fungal filaments rooted in his body seemed to sense the anger born of his ideals. They resonated and pulsed, guiding the magic element from the surrounding fungal mat into Nyo Young's body, replenishing his depleted strength. Get him! We must kill him, or we're all dead! The township head saw that the others had been subdued, while Nyo Young was fighting with ever-increasing ferocity. He hopped about in desperation. The moment his words fell, he found himself locked in a gaze of fury. Die! The converging magic element coalesced in Nyo Young's hand into a beam of light, piercing through the township head of Qinbai and everyone in his path. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The gruesome scene stunned everyone present. Come on, keep going! Let's see how many of these you can take! Sustained by the magic element of the fungal mat, Nyo Young seemed to possess inexhaustible strength, facing the hundreds of villagers without fear. The leaping beams of light turned the scene into a meat grinder. Those who had been charging forward mindlessly suddenly came to their senses, as if doused with ice water. Whether out of fear, or because their leader was gone, the villagers, who moments ago had been eager to tear the rural team apart, suddenly broke down and scattered in all directions. Run! The township head is dead. Flee! No! We can't run. If we don't kill them, we won't escape. Some tried to stop the flight, but it was futile. Those who were a step too slow were targeted by Nyo Young and killed with a single punch. In a brief moment, the guests in the ancestral hall had almost vanished, leaving behind only dozens of shattered, unrecognizable corpses. Having done this, Nyo Young did not pursue. He called to his comrades, who could still move, help those who had fallen, and said, "Let's go!" To onlookers, he appeared incredibly valiant, but he alone knew he could barely hold on. Although the magic element for the light beams came from the fungal mat, focusing the beams and controlling their direction also consumed his energy. He had not even completed a single transcendence. It was a miracle he had lasted this long. Leaving Qinbai Township, they had not traveled far before Nyo Young could no longer hold on. His head throbbed with pain, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Just before he lost consciousness completely, he left a final instruction. Go quickly! Report back to the county seat. Captain, hold on. Don't give out. We're almost there. Nyo Young's teammates, thinking he was dying, began to spread with all their might. 2 hours later, a full platoon of regular troops from the Social Revolution League arrived. Apart from a few elderly, who could not walk, and 2 once transcended beings paralyzed by the fungal tide, there were almost no survivors in Qinbai Township. During the search, they discovered a cellar filled with piles upon piles of bones and salted human flesh. Several soldiers with weaker mental fortitude, upon seeing the scene inside, vomited on the spot. Take the remaining people back for interrogation. Also contact all areas and launch a search of the surroundings. It's only been 2 hours, and they're not transcended. They can't have gone far. The platoon leader, who had arrived for the purge, issued orders methodically, though a concealed fury burned in his eyes. If a township like Qinbai was like this, what about those cults that truly studied how to eat people? What about those truly isolated, unregulated places? Would they be even more unbridled? For the sake of their ideal, these bastards must face judgment. Yes! Not only the platoon leader, but every soldier on the scene harbored the same fury in their eyes. Those bastards must die. The world must also undergo a complete transformation. Meanwhile, at the very front of the fungal tide, in a certain provincial capital city, a twice transcended being whose entire body was covered in fungi looked up in despair at Dong Lu, whose expression was cold and stern above. He shouted with bluster, "No! You can't kill me! You said you would give us a chance to reform. So you killed all the imprisoned slaves and everyone who knew you had eaten people before I arrived to pretend nothing happened." Dong Lu looked at him and asked, "Do you think I gave you a chance to reform because you were strong enough to serve me? No. In this world I am still the strongest. You are no different from an ordinary person before me. I gave you the chance so that you would stop killing people. Since you have already killed, do you think you still have a chance to live? With that, a crimson beam of magic element annihilated the twice transcended being before he could even react. Having finished this, Dong Lo looked towards the north. 800 li more, and he would reach the capital of the Gai Empire, Shamjing.